This young man's name is Lee Cheol. He was originally an unparalleled genius, but because he was the illegitimate son of the clan leader, he received no privileges at all. However, there was one thing they didn't know. Lee Cheol was hiding a secret. He had learned every martial technique within the family. He obtained this thanks to a special ability. He could read the memories contained within weapons. Those weapons became his best teachers. In the north of Korea, in a scarcely explored region, people in different outfits gathered together. The young man stood awkwardly and nervously at the back, watching. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached, holding 2 cups of warm water, and asked him, "Hey kid, is this your first time joining an expedition?" He accepted the cup good-naturedly and replied shyly, "I've been into dungeons and used portals, but this is my first time in an unexplored area. Maybe that's why I'm a bit nervous." "Thank you." The man laughed heartily, dissipating the tense atmosphere. "You'd better prepare yourselves well," he said. Unexplored regions are monster hells, lands that haven't been reclaimed for centuries. Ancient monsters swarm everywhere. The young man asked curiously, "But the leader of this expedition is from Sungmu, right? I heard he's the current head's younger brother, so he must be very strong." The man glanced over and answered, him. He's just a younger son, very weak. He was even expelled from a clan. The one with dark green-black hair and a gloomy face was the 9th son of Sungmu, Lee Cheol. The man deliberately spoke loudly, so Lee Cheol could hear. Not only does he lack talent, he has no perseverance. At his age, he's only a level 7 martialist. How can anyone trust someone like that? Lee Cheol clenched his sword, knowing that anger would change nothing. Suddenly, footsteps approached him. He spoke, his face full of contempt. "Let's keep moving, expedition leader." He looked at him indifferently, then lowered his head and replied, "Understood." Finally, they began to advance into the unexplored region. He had a bad feeling, he thought. The Shadow Sword Squad, the army affiliated with the Sungmu family. But it doesn't feel like an ordinary guard unit. There's definitely something off about this mission. Years ago, Lee Cheol had once held hope for his life. When he first understood the weight of the name Sungmu, when he was chosen by a top-tier weapon during the sword selection ceremony, Lee Cheol thought that if he kept working hard and proving himself step by step, perhaps one day, he would be recognized. But that never happened. The doctor pointed to the X-ray and said, "Look, I've never seen any magical pulse like this. Not suitable for learning magic, nor able to train in martial arts stably." This shocked him and his mother. The doctor continued, "With a body like this, young master Lee Cheol likely won't even reach level 9. Their father, eavesdropping at the door, quickly turned away and sighed. Thus, once Lee Cheol's strange physique was discovered, his selection in the sword ceremony was dismissed as a random mistake. Despite that, he persisted with all his stubbornness. Although they said he would never reach level 9, in the end, Lee Cheol proved himself a level 7 martialist at only 25 years old. Even if, to other clan members, it was an achievement they had reached as children, he was still very happy with his own accomplishment. But that joy didn't last long. By the time he was 30, Lee Cheol had been expelled from the clan. The only thing that allowed him to leave intact was the help of his eldest brother. So, for the past 10 years, he lived like a dead man, running from everything, until a period of chaos struck and the homeless gathered together, lying out in the blizzard. They used newspapers or anything that could burn to keep warm. The reason was that unexplored regions were expanding and monsters were pouring out and attacking more fiercely. Lee Cheol was also one of the vagrants wandering around there. He reached out, caught a scrap of newspaper blown onto his head, and pulled it down. Lee Cheol stared and read the information on the paper. Inside it said the prophet Een had become a star in the sky. It turned out that it was his father, the man called the pinnacle of Korean martial power, head of Sungmu, who had suddenly passed away. Footsteps approached him, calling out, "Ninth young master, Lee Cheol." He looked up in surprise. It turned out to be the Shadow Sword Squad of Sungmu. Lee Cheol asked in confusion, "How did they find me?" They handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is an order for the young master." Lee Cheol sighed wearily. What a joke. This cursed bloodline won't even let me go in death. He muttered the words on the paper. Lee Gun-song has become the clan head. So third brother has taken command. What about eldest brother? Still puzzled, they prepare to leave. "We'll come back in an hour," one of them said. Lee Cheol grabbed hold. "Wait, what happened to eldest brother?" Seeing they seemed unwilling to say, he fumed inwardly. "Ignored. I can't get an answer." Lee Cheol continued, 10 years without drawing a sword. A level 7 martialist like me being summoned to explore an unexplored region. What could that possibly mean? He turned and asked him back. So does the young master intend to refuse this order? Li Chiol calculated silently. Refusing an order without a valid reason means death. He answered, "No, I accept." With that, they left silently in an instant. Li Chiol could only grit his teeth, clutch the paper in his palm, and swear under his breath. Damn it. Back in the present, the group followed the expedition deeper into the unexplored region. The young man suddenly froze, looking at what lay ahead, and cried out, "A ruin? How is there a ruin here?" Others were also surprised and followed with, "I didn't expect a structure so well preserved to exist right in the unexplored region." People of Sung Mu Julan ordered everyone to enter. They crossed a rickety bridge that could collapse at any moment. The surrounding scene was utterly grotesque. A skull like a dinosaur's and thousands of corpses scattered on the damp ground. The young man, frightened and doubtful, asked, "Could these be the remains of an ancient monster?" Suddenly, the eyes of the black sword shadow lit up as if they had found a rare prize. He ordered his companions to advance and began to carry out their purpose. In an instant, the young man's head fell off from the black sword shadow's strike. They showed no restraint and rushed in to slaughter the people they had brought along. The middle-aged man shouted in fear, "What the hell are you doing?" One of them wiped a smear of blood from his face and replied, "Didn't you all know that your fate sooner or later is death? Consider sacrificing yourselves for the clan and honor." Then he charged at the man as his next target. But before he could do anything, he was pierced through the chest by a sword from behind. Li Chiol had anticipated this, so he wasn't very surprised. The father asked, "Who gave you the order?" Despite being stabbed, he calmly answered, "The order came from the master. Bring them here and kill them as cleanly as possible." He raised his blood-stained hand, grasped the sword protruding from his chest, and gently snapped it so the blade shattered into pieces. His face darkened like an addict's. The wound on his chest rapidly began to heal. He said, "As long as you don't resist, Li Chiol." Watching the wound unexpectedly finish healing, another person couldn't stand by and rushed forward to fight the sword shadow to the death. Before he could do anything, he was kicked and sent flying through the air. Li Chiol was thrown and tumbled as well. He sneered contemptuously, "Pathetic. I expected something from someone named Li of Sung Mu Julan, but you're just useless." In a moment he leaped, ran quickly to Li Chiol, then drove an elbow into his chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Not stopping there, he pressed down with all his weight on his leg to kick him away in satisfaction. Li Chiol's strength gradually drained. The blood in his body noticeably diminished. He thought to himself that he couldn't just die like this. Li Chiol sat still to recover, peeking around for a weapon. After spotting a dull sword nearby, Li Chiol quickly crawled over. He reasoned, a sword capable of slaying a giant monster, though abandoned for years, should still be usable. After grabbing the sword, Li Chiol suddenly gaped at the next strange occurrence. The sword he aimed for vanished in a smoke the moment he held. Li Chiol stared blankly and asked the heavens why. The sword's shadow then appeared behind him. He spat insults. "The Li bloodline is so despicable. Since you're a descendant of Li anyway, I'll send you off in a fitting manner." His next action was to slash a clean arc across Li Chiol's back. Li Chiol collapsed in pain, his face expressionless. He lamented to himself, "Heavens, won't you even give me one last chance? Am I really going to die here? All my life, I only struggled and fled. A life of failure." Suddenly, that worn sword reappeared. Black dust swirled through the area and then coiled around Li Chiol. He only wished that if he could be reborn again. Then, scene change. A shaft of light gradually revealed itself. He heard the voice beside him. "This child, is he Yudung's son?" As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw his late father. He and the steward stood nearby talking. The father asked, "What happened to Yudung?" The steward answered, "When we found him, he had already." The steward faltered and stopped. The father coldly looked toward him. Li Chiol was puzzled and thought, but didn't father die? Yet he looked so young. Not just father, but the steward too. Li Chiol raised his hands, wanting to touch them. But reality slapped him. Seeing his hands like a baby's, he panicked. What is this? A child's hands. Confusion churned inside him, as if he had been reborn into the past. Is this me? What is happening? I was clearly dead. Could this be the afterlife? or just a memory before death? Taesin looked at him and gave him a name. The infant's childhood name will be Lee Cheol. Like the other children, assign a wet nurse to care for him and appoint some members of the Shadow Sword Squad as his guards. Also, let him participate in the selection ceremony alongside the 8th child. The steward replied, "Do you mean now? But the youngest isn't ready. Besides, they're several months apart." Taesin stared at Lee Cheol, decisive. "It's fine." Hearing that, he was stunned. Then they quickly left, leaving Lee Cheol, an infant, in the room. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. It really is father. It's been so long. What a pressure. He flexed his palm to reorient himself. But what is going on? This is too clear to be just a memory. And that conversation, did it really happen? I don't want to believe it. But if so, then, damn, is this really a return to the past? After a few months back in the past, a special day for Sung Mu Julan arrived. It was the selection ceremony. The clan's children reveal their talent through the weapons that choose them. His father had been chosen by countless swords and became the greatest swordsman of his era. The eldest was chosen by sword, grimoire, and relics, gaining renown for extraordinary swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the participant was none other than Lee Cheol. He wore gleaming clothes fit for a noble, which made Lee Cheol uncomfortable. The maid smiled brightly, praising, "Oh my, the young master looks perfect in his ceremonial clothes, and he doesn't cry in this strange environment. So composed." This was Lee Cheol's wet nurse, Manhwarecap. She held Lee Cheol in her arms and reassured him, "Everything will be fine. Your path will always be wide open." He smiled for that reason. To him, she was no different from a birth mother. But in the past, due to the jealousy of other siblings, she was expelled from the clan. She was the only one who stayed with Lee Cheol to the end, crying over his future. But this time, things would be different. He vowed silently that he would protect her at all costs. Another servant stepped forward and announced, "Young Master Lee Cheol, everything is ready." Father looked at Lee Cheol and smiled. "Shall we depart?" Elsewhere, a man's voice rose. "Head of the family, everything for the selection ceremony is ready." They seemed to be stern. "Very well, let's go." A moment later, he and his retinue of servants proceeded to the selection ceremony. They approached the gates of the selection. Inside, thousands of weapons were neatly arranged around the stands, with thousands of people gathered to watch. In each servant's arms was a child of the Sung Mu Julan family. Those in the stands whispered about Lee Cheol. "Is it that child?" The bastard brought back from outside. Presiding over the selection were, in order, the matriarch of Sung Mu Julan, Baek Hoa-yun, followed by the steward Lee Tae-hong, then the eldest son, Lee Mi-jong, and finally the third young master, Lee Gun-sung. The eldest son spoke. He looks so small. "No one has ever participated in the selection so young, right, Gun-sung?" Gun-sung, propping his chin with his hand, with an impassive face, replied, "Yes, that's right. I really don't know where this thing came from." He was now very curious inside. Tae-sin, presiding, signaled to begin the selection. The first to be chosen was Hoa, a cute short-haired girl, placed on a stone seat. Taesin pulled a small knife from his person. He took the girl's hand and made a small cut on her finger to draw blood. Hoa cried out in pain. The blood from her finger dripped onto the stone, then formed a streak of light that ran into one of the weapons in the stands. People whispered about the sword. "Oh my, could it be the famed ancient holy gray blade, Thuong Na sword? That is the legendary sword that has been silent for generations." Taesin used the power emanating from his palm to draw the sword closer to him. The sword hovered in midair and finally settled into his hand. Taesin lifted Hoa and declared, "From now on, the Thuong Na sword belongs to Hoa." Those around rejoiced, gathered to lift Hoa and offer congratulations. "Madam, another outstanding genius has been born into the clan. Truly a joyous day for the family." She smiled happily and thanked those around her. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth returned to their previous expression. When she heard that the next was Lee Cheol, people murmured, "Is it that baby?" The bastard brought back from outside. Others clicked their tongues in disdain. Why allow someone like that to participate in the selection? Taesin raised his hand. He sat Lee Cheol on the stone seat, then performed the ritual. He stroked his head, his gaze full of trust. Lee Cheol worried. "Finally, this moment has come. In my previous life, the sword chose me as Tan Tien's sword, a heavenly level blade. What then will this life bring?" His blood dripped onto the stone seat, and a source of blue light began to emanate from the seat, illuminating the area. Meanwhile, in the stands, Hoa-yun's complexion looked quite poor. Tae-hyun watched her every gesture Speculate. Judging by my sister-in-law's face, she doesn't seem to be in a good mood, does she? After all, it's blood relation that the eldest has kept secret for so long. But well, it's understandable. That child's fate is truly pitiable. Labeled as an outsider's child, surviving in Sung Mu Ju Lan will be very difficult, especially when footsteps suddenly approached from behind toward Taehyung. He stroked his beard and smiled. The steward seems to have a great interest in an outsider, doesn't he? Taehyung was annoyed inwardly, thinking it's because those conservative old men cling to this outdated pure-blood ideology. He was Elder Cheol-young. Taehyung reluctantly bowed. Elder. The blood-glory elder thought silently. Someone whose true thoughts no one can predict is indeed an opponent not to be underestimated. Cheol-young leaned on his cane and asked Taehyung, "Is it that child? The baby the master brought back?" He replied, "Yes. I heard the Shadow Sword team found and protected the child. It was unclear who or where he was born, yet he was allowed to participate in the selection. Haven't outsiders long been proven unqualified to participate in this ritual? Clearly, the steward's experience is the clearest evidence." Taehyung heard the harsh words, displeased, trying to restrain his anger. "What did you just say?" He kept a teasing expression and said evenly to Taehyung, "Oh my, forgive me. It's just that the steward, originally from outside, failing to be chosen by any weapon in that year's selection, is already too famous. An outsider's child is still an outsider's child." He slammed his cane hard onto the ground, provoking, "You'd better know your place." Taehyung couldn't stand it and fired back, shouting loud, "Don't go too far. If you continue to spit insults." In a tense moment, the protagonist's radiant light made both men squint as they looked. Below the stands, the blue wave reacted even more violently than when choosing the sword for Hoa. Old Cheol-young stepped onto the platform, peered closely, unable to believe his eyes, and blurted, "What? What the hell is happening?" Taehyung rose, smiling with joy. "How can this be? I witnessed it with my own eyes and still feel like I'm dreaming." A pure blue beam shot straight from the stone seat up into the sky, witnessed by the tens of thousands on the stands. It lit up the entire area. The weapons designated for Lee Cheol appeared one after another. First came the famed Sword Blood Spirit Spear and the Iron Dragon Blade, followed by the holy artifacts Saint Sword Ma A and Saint Thunder Responding Dragon. Everyone cheered, marveling that such an impossible event was actually happening. Not only the weapons in the ritual, but even weapons that already had owners were reacting. The sword in the eldest son's hand was no exception. It wanted to leap from his grasp and return to Lee Cheol. This astonished him. "How can this be?" Myong Jong turned to his younger brother Gun Song and said, "Can you believe it? Our youngest seems far more talented than we thought." He looked down at Lee Cheol and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the audience buzzed loudly. Isn't there a mistake? An outsider's child can't possibly get this result. But the selection ritual cannot be mistaken. Taesin hurriedly calmed them. "Silence, everyone." Standing before the crowd, he firmly declared, "According to clan regulations, the weapons chosen in this ritual all belong to Lee Cheol. However, this matter is not simple to resolve. Therefore, we will hear everyone's opinions." After that, someone immediately raised a hand to speak. Taesin asked that person, "All right, steward, what is your opinion?" Taehyung smiled as if he'd found something amusing and spoke. "I believe this is inappropriate. The selection ritual is an important tradition of the clan, so let the youngest choose a single weapon for himself." Taesin agreed with the steward's suggestion. He snapped his fingers, and each chosen sword floated in the sky. Taesin finally accepted that proposal, then used magic to lift Lee Cheol from the stone seat and placed him sitting on the floor. He wanted Lee Cheol to choose the weapon he desired himself. He was surprised, looking at the weapons, puzzled and wondering. "I don't understand why things are different from my previous life. Still, this is a good opportunity for me. Then I'll make full use of it." He scowled, crawled among the weapons, and analyzed them. The sword bearing the bloodline of the true dragon, Praha. The holy spear White Gaze, forged from part of Saint's body, used to slay great beasts. The staff Valheim, created from a branch of the world tree, where spirits rest. The spirit Moon's Sun-Star Sword, forged at the moment when the moon, sun, and stars align. Countless magnificent weapons awaited his choice. But without much hesitation, Lee Cheol saw and selected the sword that left Taehyung dumbfounded. It was the sword that the founding ancestor of Sung Mu Julan had discovered in the wildlands. Across generations, No one had been able to awaken its latent power. It was shrouded in mystery, gathering only dust over the years. That was Hakta. Based on known abilities, it hadn't even reached heavenly level. But because of its connection to the founding ancestor, it had always been preserved as a heavenly level treasure. No predecessor had ever been chosen as its master. Could this merely be the unconscious choice of a newborn? Tayson used magic to pull Li Chiol and the Hakta's sword toward him. His face darkened, muttering, "Those two are the arrangement of fate." Tayson raised Hakta high and loudly declared, "Li Chiol has chosen Hakta. The ritual is officially concluded." Hoa Yun in the stand was displeased with the result. That outsider child, Li Chiol, is truly a nuisance that has just appeared. If he is an obstacle, then he must be removed. In the blink of an eye, 9 years passed, and Li Chiol had grown up. He ran to the door and called for his nanny. "I'm going to afternoon training. Ga Hoa." Ga Hoa hurriedly ran out. "Oh my, let me see you off." After that, they went together because the nanny was very worried about leaving him alone. Ga Hoa asked Li Chiol in puzzlement, "Young master, there are plenty of empty training grounds. Why insist on Area 1? Area 1 is too old." He cheerfully replied, "Because someone is waiting for me there." Suddenly, a loud voice from behind shouted, "That's not it," drawing their attention and making them turn around. Gripping the sword hilt too tightly will injure your hand. Now cut downward one more time. It seemed the girl Hoa, the 8th daughter of Sung Mu Julan, was training with her master. Li Chiol watched and asked the nanny, "Is that the 8th, miss?" She hurriedly corrected him. "You must call her sister, young master. If anyone hears, it'll be troublesome." Li Chiol pouted, thinking to himself, "Only 5 months older. What sister are you talking about?" Hoa trained diligently, but her master was too strict. "You must swing the sword as if it's part of your body. Try again. Control the blade delicately so you won't get hurt, come on." This made her furious. Hoa angrily threw the sword to the ground and snapped. "Master, you talk too much. Just hold the sword however you like, as long as you hold it." The master struggled to soothe her. "Oh, miss, I do this only for your good. Calm down a bit and try again. This time you'll do better." Hoa sulked, but her anger subsided. Li Chiol pointed at the master and asked the nanny, "Is the one teaching so hard?" She answered, "Ah, it's Bei Han, captain of the Black Regiment." Li Chiol stared at Hoa and Han, thinking, then suddenly said aloud, "A 9-year-old child with a master like that is really excessive." Gahua overhead dis. She looked at him sadly and tried to encourage him. "Li Chiol will one day have a master worthy enough to see your true value." Li Chiol turned to look, confused. Ga Hoa, hurt, held back tears. "It's because I'm inadequate that I can't care for you better. Ms. Hoa has been given medicinal food containing spirit elixir since childhood." Li Chiol helplessly put his hands on his hips and comforted. "There you go again. Nanny, I'm deeply grateful to you." She moved, covered her mouth, unable to hold back her emotions. He continued, "And people like them I don't need. They come only because of Sung Mu Julan's status." He affirmed more strongly, "I already have good masters." A few minutes later, at the training grounds reserved for the Sung Mu Julan Direct Line, Area 1, Li Chiol gently pushed the door and stepped in. This place symbolizes the long history of Sung Mu Julan. Now it is more symbolic than a true training ground. But Li Chiol had only one reason for coming here. He stood before the door in the training area and gently pushed it aside, because it housed arms older than any weapon in the armory. Li Chiol looked left and right, and finally found what he wanted. He picked up the sword, scanned around, then decided, "Today I'll train with this sword." After reverting to his second life 9 years ago, he had undergone a major change. Most remarkably, Li Chiol stood at the center, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and harmonized the chi in his body to become one with the blade. After the initial step, he continued to merge with the sword. Specifically, Li Chiol could read the memories contained within the weapon, solidifying his fundamentals. Whether advanced or basic swordsmanship, fundamentals are key. Cut from above to below, drawing on the residual memories in the sword, Li Chiol used them to practice. It became the teacher by which he developed himself step by step. The gestures and actions of its former wielder now served as a foundation for him to learn from without any instruction. The older, rarer, or more beloved a weapon is, the clearer its past memories become. The master hidden in the worn memories of the sword aided Li Chiol in training. establishing a steadfast foundation for his blade like an unshakable pillar. After many hours of practice, he finally learned the seven-star sword, first form, Stone Wind, by cutting fiercely through the air to generate a force that impacts the ground. Though exhausted, Li Qiol was very happy to have completed the seven-star sword technique. Over the past 2 years, he had learned the memories of most weapons within Sung Mu Julan. Suddenly, footsteps approached accompanied by lively applause. He remarked, "Excellent. It's been a long time since I've seen someone use the seven-star sword so perfectly." The speaker was Tae Hyung, Li Qiol's uncle by rank, a 4th-level martial master and steward of Sung Mu Julan. Although Tae Hyung was a younger son, his acknowledged talent had earned him the position of steward. From his previous life to this one, he was one of the few who sincerely cared for Li Qiol. He bowed to receive his uncle's pat on the head and greeted politely. The man chuckled heartily and exclaimed, "Just call me uncle. Training every day without fail is commendable. I've seen you at the training ground whenever I come and leave work. Being discriminated against compared to the other brothers must be difficult for you, but I hope you can endure and overcome it." Hearing that, he replied, "I'm fine, uncle. After all, I bear the blood of Sung Mu Julan." Proving oneself with the sword. That is the meaning the clan's name carries. Therefore, I will prove my strength myself. He placed his hand on his chest and vowed with bright eyes. Tae Hyung sensed Li Qiol's determination and felt sorrowful compassion. It's a pity that a child like you has the status of a concubine-born son. Tae Hyung cleared his throat a few times and changed the subject. "By the way, you're about to be of age for the naming ceremony, right?" He made a proposal. "It's a bit late, but before the naming ceremony, your uncle would like to be your master. So how about it? Would you be pleased?" Li Qiol hesitated but had to decline. "I'm very grateful, but I cannot accept." This made him wince. He shouted, "What? Why? Is it because you be my master that you're displeased?" It seemed Tae Hyung misunderstood, so he explained, "No, sir. By rule, one may not take a master before the naming ceremony. I don't want to put you in an awkward position." He tried to persuade him, but the other brothers are openly breaking that rule. They've all used spirit medicine and invited good masters to teach them. When Tae Hyung put a hand on his shoulder, he gently shrugged it off and smiled brightly. "But just because others disobey doesn't mean I will. Besides, as I said, I want to prove my strength myself." Tae Hyung saw the maturity in him and marveled. Is this child really only 9? Those eyes look exactly like his eldest brother's. Li Qiol stared determinedly at Tae Hyung, hoping for understanding. The man gave up and snorted with a laugh. "It seems you don't intend to change your decision, do you? That stubbornness is just like your father's." Tae Hyung rubbed Li Qiol's head vigorously. He resignedly said, "What a bother. There's nothing I can do to help you. If I can't do anything, I feel guilty. Hey, if you need anything, just say so." Li Qiol's eyes brightened. "Thank you, uncle. That's exactly what I was hoping for." He rubbed his head and pretended to be shy. "Actually, I have a request." Tae Hyung was delighted. "Oh, tell me." Li Qiol grinned from ear to ear. "I want to tour the treasury's underground vault." This surprised him. So the next day, a black carriage appeared at the treasury entrance. The guard signaled for the carriage to stop. He bowed and asked those inside, "Excuse me, please confirm your identity and purpose of visit." The elder produced his membership card and answered clearly, "Steward Li Tae Hyung, routine inspection. Accompanying me is the Sung Mu Julan youngest son, Li Qiol, here for a tour." The gate guard stood to attention. "Understood. Identity confirmed. Please enter." The gates opened, and they began to proceed inside. Li Qiol looked around with delight, thinking to himself, "Now's the time to act like a child." He exclaimed, "Amazing. Is that the treasury?" Tae Hyung looked at him through the carriage window and asked, "That excited, are you?" Li Qiol replied, "Of course. The treasury holds the clan's greatest relics. And the thing I'm searching for is in there too. Legendary weapons. Ancient relics that people aren't even sure truly exist. For those who seek such outlandish things, there's a saying, you can find anything in the Sung Mu Quran vault." Entering the main hall, filled with all kinds of weapons, Tae Hyung and Li Qiol continued down to the basement. He explained, "The vault's basement is where weapons sealed for various reasons are kept." Li Qiol put on an excited face. "Among them are monster weapons that can even devour their wielder, right?" He chuckled. "That's right. Seems you know quite a bit." Tae Hyung warned him, If you casually pick them up, both your body and mind will be burned away by them. Then he laughed. So are you scared? Making Li Chiol stammer. Not at all, absolutely not. He continued, don't worry. Besides, those dangerous things aren't places we can enter anyway. We have business upstairs, so take your time touring. Li Chiol replied, yes, uncle. He happily stepped into the elevator, then bade his uncle farewell. After everything was done, Li Chiol sighed in relief, relaxing his face. Playing the role of an innocent child isn't easy. Li Chiol began exploring the vault's basement, also called the weapon burial ground, a place sealing countless weapons and relics. The reason he came all the way here was to find a particular weapon, Votan, originally a short sword, but when infused with magical force, it can change its length, shape, weight, and properties at will. In his previous life, Li Gunsong found Votan in this very treasury, and thanks to its overwhelming transformations, he earned the title 10,000 Changes. Because of that title, the most promising heir, his eldest brother, was overtaken by a third party like him, who became the head of the family. Afterward, he hunted down and dealt with you, the one who was hiding. That was all you knew. And to prevent the tragedy from repeating as it did in your past life, you had only one choice. No matter how long it took, you had to inspect everything one by one. Li Chiol channeled the pitch-black energy from his palm to appraise every weapon. He vowed, this time, I will seize Votan before Li Gunsong does. Next, he touched each weapon in turn with his finger to test them. But after several dozen minutes, none showed any sign of it. Li Chiol sighed. I checked every item that looks like a short sword for an hour, but still haven't found Votan. He rallied himself. It must be here. I haven't inspected everything yet. He crossed to the display case on the other side to probe further. He steeled himself. It must be here. I haven't checked every item yet. He moved past the display case on the other side to investigate. Suddenly, when his hand brushed the edge of the table, an ancient sword fell. The short, rusted blade clattered down in front of him. Seeing it, Li Chiol bent over and picked the sword up. He didn't expect the sword to be so decrepit, but before he could fully lift it, the black chi in his palm reacted violently. The blade absorbed Li Chiol's black energy, startling him into pulling his hand back. Li Chiol looked around sharply. How could it be this bad? In an instant, uncontrolled black smoke spread throughout the vault and drew him into the sword. When it solidified, he found himself in a different dimension. Li Chiol's mouth moved as if to speak. He could hardly believe his eyes. The space was filled with countless corpses piled into mounds. Li Chiol stood and walked around, thinking, could this be the memory contained in this short sword? But it's completely different from the weapon memories I've read before. The sensation is so vivid it feels as if I truly exist here. Before he could steady himself, something savage struck. A cacophony of screams filled the space, making Li Chiol jolt. He quickly turned his back. Above him loomed a presence so overwhelming that even nature seemed to tremble. The primeval monster rose from the blue Ha. In ancient times it swallowed countless civilizations. The Annihilation Beast Emperor. Li Chiol's legs wobbled. The pressure bearing down on him was intense. His face went pale. There's no way I can win this battle. I have to run. But his spirit would not allow it. His legs trembled and collapsed. Unable to move, he could only stare as it advanced toward him. Suddenly, a man wielding a sharp sword appeared behind him, then leapt up and positioned himself between the blade and Li Chiol. He was baffled. Since when was it standing behind me? Using the heaps of corpses as a springboard, the man jumped with incredible speed. He surged through the air with a rusted sword, yet could not conceal the heroic radiance of an age-old champion. With a single slash that tore the foe apart, the demon-slaying technique flashed golden light in the damp, monochrome world. The presence of the stone hero stirred the gloomy sky itself. The monster's body instantly disintegrated into fragments, torn apart with no chance of regeneration. Dust and smoke billowed outward as Li Chiol watched. He was stunned and incredulous, unable to believe his eyes. One slash and it defeated that monster. He tried to steady himself. Yes, who was that just now? A dark silhouette stood amid the heap of flesh, monster blood still spraying everywhere. The stone hero's features gradually became clear. He turned his back and asked, "Who are you?" Li Chiol flinched and stammered, realizing he was a perceivable being in this world. The man stepped forward and pressed, "Why are you here?" "This is mercy. I will send you on without suffering. He raised his sword high, intending to finish Li Qiol. Terrified, Li Qiol could only sit still, but unexpectedly, before death could claim him, he was luckily pulled back into the real world. Li Qiol's hands were still trembling after the incident. He wondered, what was that? The scene just now? The crushing feeling over my whole body still lingers, as if it were all real. Seeing the sword vibrating violently, he hurriedly crawled over and picked it up. Li Qiol forced his mind to reason. He took out a dagger, nicked his fingertip to draw a little blood, then let a drop fall onto the rusted blade. Merge as one. No doubt, it's definitely it. I will be the master of 10,000 changes. A blue wave along the sword illuminated the whole area. Thanks to his pure blood, the sword returned to its pristine original form. He lifted it, warmed up with a few swings to test the weight, then struck fiercely at the air. He carved a horizontal cut at chest height. After testing, Li Qiol felt better. All good. He grinned as if it were harvest time. Finally found it, Votan. Early the next morning, loud noises echoed throughout the house. A powerful sword stroke split a wooden beam in two. Li Qiol wiped the sweat from his cheek and muttered, "Failed again." A week had passed since I obtained Votan, the sword I took from the underground armory that day. For now, I keep it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. Li Qiol clenched his fist, recalling that day. What on earth was that? The stance that man used to wield the demon-slaying sword seemed to remind me that I was not yet worthy. The black chi only revealed the technique and its name to me. Setting aside its power, the man's movements alone radiated elegant beauty. But no matter how hard I tried to imitate it, I couldn't perform it. He smiled at the sword in his hand, then exerted force to swing it straight down. Li Qiol laughed confidently. Even so, I don't feel impatient. In my previous life, I was looked down upon. I hadn't even been taught the clan's basic martial techniques. It's just one move, but this is the first time I've encountered such an advanced martial art. He sighed with relief and resolve. I can do this. I remember that person's movements very clearly, clearer than anyone. Li Qiol suddenly froze. Wait, that man. I'm not an adult like him. I'm only a 9-year-old child. He looked at his small hands and thought, if I try to copy an adult's movements exactly, of course I won't be able to use my full strength. I have to accept this body, take it slow, be natural. He gripped the sword, took his stance, his face full of determination. With his eyes gently closed, Li Qiol swung the sword in a way that suited his body, whispering inside, then decisively brought the blade down in a strong strike. The powerful cut left a large dent, sinking a patch of earth. Li Qiol slowly lifted the sword out of the ground, looked at his move, and happily exclaimed, "Good. It seems I got the feel for it." He clenched his fist, determined. Now it's just a matter of applying mana. No matter how many times I try the application from memory, there still seems to be an important part missing that I can't reproduce. He sighed again. In the end, I just have to keep experimenting. He was absorbed in practice and didn't notice a figure standing at the edge of the wall behind him. All right, let's start again, Li Qiol told himself. Meanwhile, the face of that figure smiled as she watched him. Li Qiol swung the sword once more. The mysterious figure suddenly darted toward him. She seized the sword that was about to come down, calling, "Kid," which made him involuntarily turn his head. The girl asked, "Where did you learn that technique?" Now a bit flustered, Li Qiol replied, "Who?" He thought, jet black hair and brown eyes. She's of the main line of Sung Mu Kiolan. He asked again, "Who are you?" which surprised the girl a little. She said, "You don't know me?" Then she laughed loudly. "Ah, right? Maybe you don't know me well. I don't show my face much." She stepped closer to Li Qiol and gently asked, "So what's your name?" He, a bit embarrassed, answered, "I'm Li Qiol." She took his hand, shook it, and introduced herself. "John, your name is really special." "Right, I'm Li Jianghua. Nice to meet you." Li Qiol's head was full of question marks, thinking, youngest Miss Li Jianghua? I remember my uncle saying that, child. Your aunt was a bit different from others. Your grandfather couldn't accept that. He suddenly went pale, recalling matters from his past life. But more than that, he just found himself lying on the ground, pouting in anger. Jianghua stood there teasing. Your body's a bit weak, huh? Li Qiol thought. Doesn't she think she's strong at all? Jianghua suddenly stepped close and said, "So kid, where did you learn that technique?" She bent down, inquiring. Li Qiol wondered, "Why are you asking?" Jianghua, with a somewhat excited tone. "That's ancient martial arts. This youngest Miss absolutely absolutely loves ancient martial disciplines. Wasn't that also the era when ancient monsters ran rampant? She happily pulled a small notebook from her collar and eagerly offered it. So this is a gift for you. Li Chiol took the notebook, flipping through it curiously. A gift? The youngest sister was also a little excited. Yes, open it and see. He studied it closely. The handwriting is awful, a bit hard to read. But is this magic? Not only magic, there are notes on martial arts too. The level is pretty high, to the point I can't easily understand it all. He thought, maybe the rumors about her aren't accurate. Then he suddenly paused when he turned to a page. Jian Hoa stood beside him, excitedly pointing at that page. Ah, that thing? These are ancient magics, based on exposed mana, she explained. In the past, magic only used the exposed mana in the body without requiring a mana core. Modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. But can ancient magic really be considered outdated? Li Chiol looked at his youngest sister in astonishment, thinking, this is a perspective I never considered. Jiang Hoa continued, maybe the techniques for controlling mana back then were superior to now. So I'm researching amplification techniques and transmutation arts, but the records are too sparse. As Li Chiol listened and looked at the notebook in his hands, he was amazed. The magic of the infinite. He suddenly handed the notebook to Jiang Hoa, then ran off, shouting back as he ran, youngest sister, wait a moment. Jiang Hoa looked a bit puzzled and asked, what? Li Chiol gripped his sword and began following his youngest sister's instructions. Mana from the mana core spread throughout his body, but instead of absorbing the mana back into the heart, he only utilized it as exposed mana. The method of using mana the man in his memory employed that he had not been able to understand. All right, I can do it. Li Chiol seemed to grasp the underlying principle. He forcefully swung the sword in his hand down, leaving a long streak in the ground and cracking the surrounding area. Both Li Chiol and Jiang Hoa stood there with their mouths agape in amazement. He was so happy he said aloud what he was thinking. It worked. Jiang Hoa was so surprised she ran over to him, probing, what was that? That was an amplification technique, right? Li Chiol turned his face away, extremely embarrassed, and said, that really was an amplification technique. Jiang Hoa looked heartbroken, grabbed him tightly, and shouted, what? How did you do that? He muttered, I just managed to do it. She was a bit irritated. What do you mean, just managed? How did you do it? Li Chiol patted his shoulder, a little dissatisfied. Why should I tell you? Jiang Hoa bluntly replied. Because it's thanks to the notebook I gave you that you figured it out. I've lived my whole life for this thing. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after being kicked out of the house. She begged him, if I do something for you, could you show me? Li Chiol wasn't sure how to respond to her request. He sighed and began to propose. Then promise me 3 things. Jiang Hoa asked, promise? Now he explained, yes, the first is that you must not tell anyone about me unless I give permission. Of course, neither my older brother nor my father may be told. Jiang Hoa, full of question marks, asked, why? Li Chiol sighed. Because I don't like others talking about me without my consent. Only then did she realize, ah, I understand. I'm the same. He was a bit stunned seeing Jiang Hoa's expression. Why do you look unhappy? Li Chiol continued with the conditions. The second is you must not lie to me. We have to trust each other, and I will also be honest with you as far as I can. Jiang Hoa's head spun a bit when she heard his condition. Then she clasped his hand tightly, determined. All right. What's the last one? He continued. The last thing is, a year later, Jie Hoa ran in from outside holding a letter, shouting in panic. Young master. Young master. Li Chiol, who was training, stopped and asked. Nursemaid, what happened that you ran all the way to the training yard? She was out of breath and reported, here, look at this. Then she handed him a letter. Jiang Hoa, standing behind, couldn't help but ask, what is it? Li Chiol looked at the letter and thought quietly. It's finally here, Jie Hoa announced. This is the summons for the naming ceremony. He opened the paper, holding it in his hand, and looked closely at a corner. Representative of the head of the family, Li Gunsong. He looked at the letter and wondered, father isn't home? I haven't heard anything about his appearance. Jiang Hoa behind him exploded with anger, shouting, a naming ceremony? Li Chiol looked at this slightly crazed Jiang Hoa and asked, why are you suddenly so agitated? Jiang Hoa stood there, smoothing her hair, shouting, everything is just getting going. Now is the most important time. If you attend the naming ceremony, you'll be held up there. No, don't attend, don't bother. While Jayong Hoa made a fuss, he was still thinking. A year after making the pact with Jayong Hoa, since then I've been researching magic with her. Modern magic focuses on primal magic, while ancient magic relies on exposed mana. Combining these two systems creates an entirely new kind of magic. The lifelong dream she wanted to realize. Primal mana is used to store and change mana attributes, while exposed mana helps control and operate. Thanks to that, my ability to apply magic surpassed children my age. Jayong Hoa was still murmuring beside him. You really can't go? Researching magic is much more interesting. He said, you know it's impossible, right? Jayong Hoa sniffled, but Li Chiol reassured her. Don't worry. Even if time is reduced a bit, I'll still continue training magic and restoring ancient magic. Those words shocked Jayong Hoa. She looked up and asked, how can you do that? The naming ceremony training schedule will be intense. Jayong Hoa's question made Li Chiol smile. He confidently replied, I'll do both at the same time. The next day, training began. Jang Wood said, first, endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. As he spoke, he looked at the children, thinking, this is different. Streams of electricity moved back and forth, touching their bodies. Normally, someone like Li Chiol, who had never gone through basic training, would have been electrocuted and collapsed immediately. But he countered all of it with magic. A killing intent flashed from Li Chiol's eyes toward Jang Wood, making him flinch. He thought, that kid is experimenting, observing the eighth mist to gauge his own level while forcing the trainers to teach at a higher level. A 10th-born child daring to do that. Jang Wood broke into a cold sweat, standing there looking at Li Chiol. Damn, calling him a mere 10th-born? No, with that power, calling him that insults a martial artist. I need to reflect on myself, he told himself. This is no longer simple training to prepare for the naming ceremony, but an opportunity to teach him with full effort. After a long training session, Li Chiol stretched and walked out the door, finished. He recalled the moment he was struck by lightning inside the glass cabinet. This family is insane. To train magic resistance, they just throw you into a magic emitter? Li Chiol massaged his shoulder and thought, I didn't expect the others to be the ones to apologize first. At some point, everyone's gaze toward me changed. He wearily moved outside. Anyway, I'll go rest for a bit. A figure suddenly appeared beside him and reached out to strike unexpectedly, but the attack was still blocked by him. Hey, come out here for a moment. He looked at him with a savage gaze. Li Chiol angrily shoved his arm away. What the hell are you doing? Hoa pointed at his chest and yelled arrogantly. Watch your mouth. I'm the legitimate child, and you're just the concubine's son. Besides, I'm a year older than you. Li Chiol thought, what a nuisance, then said, I don't have time to argue with you. He turned to leave. Seeing that, she shouted in anger, her hand gathering power as she advanced. Hey, don't ignore me. Li Chiol was surprised by the move. You even dare to use mana? He instinctively stepped back to gain momentum, planning to let it pass. However, Li Chiol quickly dodged Hoa's punch, then took a defensive grip with his hand, grabbed her throat, and pulled her up. He warned, if you want to complain, go cry to your mother. Don't bother me, I'm busy. She staggered away after he released her, shouting loudly with a tone of resentment. It's all your fault. Because you caused that scandal at the ceremony, I'm constantly compared to you. Know your place as a concubine's child, and be quiet. This is so unfair. I trained day and night while you were born, already more talented than others. I don't want this either, but my mother is pretending. Suddenly, she clamped a hand over her mouth. Li Chiol quickly criticized, blaming others is so easy. As you said, I'm the concubine's child. Doesn't that position forbid you from indulging in such luxuries? You can't sleep? Then don't sleep. You can't keep up without snacks? Then skip the main meal. He taunted. If I annoy you, then do whatever it takes to beat me. Then force me to apologize to you, because that's Sung Mu Korean style. Hoa stubbornly clenched her hand. You arrogant brat, she shouted. Fine. At the naming ceremony, I'll show better results than you. Force you to call me sister and kneel begging. Remember that. Li Chiol gave a small smile and looked at her. All right, I'll wait and see. In the afternoon, at the direct line training area, Sector 7, someone was entering inside. A servant saw this and hurried over. Respectfully, the madam has arrived. Hoa Yun, with a cold expression, said, "Step outside. I have something to tell my daughter." The servant took the order and replied, "Yes," then left the room. At that moment, Hoa was actively training inside. Hoa Yun called, "What are you doing?" Which made Hoa jump and turn. "Mother." She bowed nervously and replied, "Sob, I'm training." Hoa Yun stood opposite her, sternly. "I've heard about it. You were the one being overwhelmed by him." She admonished, "I told you, if you can't suppress it, then crush it." How disappointing. If you're training like this only out of fear of punishment, then stop. Each word struck her like a dagger. Hoa protested, "I know what you think about my training, but I do this because I want to." She gripped the sword on her back, her voice trembling slightly. Hoa Yun replied in a cold, emotionless tone, "What?" Hoa still tried to explain, "I will defeat that guy, but not because you ordered me to, because I want to. I will decide for myself." Hoa Yun stood there, face darkening. "You let yourself be provoked by an unknown nobody." She trembled, bowed her head, and clenched her fists. Hoa Yun bent down and lectured, "You are the legitimate daughter of Sung Mu Karin." From the starting line, "You and him are not the same. Beating him should be obvious. Yet you let yourself be riled up." She took a small glass vial from her person and held it out. "This is Mi Mong, a deadly poison. If you can't overcome it, then trample it underfoot." Hoa Yun handed it to Hoa, who stood there stunned. "That is the Sung Mu Karin way." Having given it, she then left. At Li Chiol's residence, Ga Hoa stared at the computer screen and exclaimed in surprise, This can't be." A ranking table appeared on the screen. Li Chiol saw it and brightened. "Well, nursemaid, less worried now." Ga Hoa hugged him with joy. "I didn't do anything to help the young master, yet you did so well." Li Chiol comforted her. "You've helped me a lot, don't say that." Suddenly there was a growing noise at the door from outside, forcing the two who were hugging to stop. Jiang Hoa appeared, flung the door open, and shouted, "Kid, time to train." Li Chiol turned pale and looked at the youngest. "I just finished training." Jiang Hoa touched her arm muscles and cheerfully said, "That's why you need to go on. Practicing mana techniques will help you feel less tired." He stared at her and retorted, "I've never heard that helps." Jiang Hoa quickly dodged and pursed her lips. Really? "I think so." Li Chiol sighed and looked at her. "Fine, I have something I want to show you anyway." Her surprise at that made Jiang Hoa astonished. She blurted, "Could it be that you've reached first star?" The youngest surprised exclamation made him feel proud. One must speak of mana control techniques, which go through 3 stages. Strengthening the body to reach the strong body realm, changing the nature of mana to reach the Qigong realm, and manifesting supernatural power through mana to reach the Qi Meridian realm. But her mana technique was different. Though still stage 1, it could do much more and unlock additional capabilities. Therefore, her mana system is divided into levels called stars. As Jiang Hoa channeled energy into Li Chiol, she exclaimed, "Perfect. It really is first star. Didn't you find the meridian activation strange? I thought it would take at least another year." Li Chiol trembled, clutching himself and lamenting, "I only realized this while studying theory." In retrospect, it was indeed a kind of crazy training. If I failed to control mana, the balance between mind and meridians could completely collapse. But in practice, letting things proceed naturally is enough. Mana is like water. It flows according to its nature. In the end, our bodies are merely vessels for mana. Jiang Hoa looked at her hands controlling mana, pondering, "The body is a vessel." She excitedly said, "Kid, I think I could do it too. It will take time, but I can do it." Li Chiol stood beside her and could only sigh, thinking, what did she just do? Jiang Hoa suddenly hugged him tight, praising, "Thank you, baby. You bring me luck," which made him uncomfortable. He could only scream in pain, "Ugh, my rib's broken." Jiang Hoa released him and struck a determined pose. Now on to second star. He lay sprawled on the ground. "I almost died," he exclaimed. Jiang Hoa spoke again. "From the start you knew your first star was different from the normal first stage, right?" Li Chiol sat up, expressionless. "I knew." She asked again, "So what do you think you use best?" Li Chiol pondered for a moment and answered, "What I use best? I think it's the sword." Jiang Hoa hurriedly interjected, "I don't think so." That remark left him quite puzzled. Li Chiol bowed his head and asked, "But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship?" She insisted, "I have a few times when I was free." Jiang Hoa scratched her chin and explained, "I mean, you have a talent even greater than swordsmanship. It's hard to put into words, right? Your greatest talent is mana technique. This remark piqued Li Qiol's curiosity. He was slightly surprised by that answer. She continued, your affinity for mana is so outstanding that everything else pales in comparison. I try to teach the mana techniques I created to many people, but nobody could do it. Li Qiol looked at the specks of light on his body and thought, before returning to the past, I was mocked for being unable to use mana. Jiang Hoa pointed at his face and declared, but for you, reaching second star isn't difficult now. And if you succeed with second star, then the naming ceremony will be nothing but child's play. She affirmed this. After explaining, Jiang Hoa happily tried to pull Li Qiol along to continue training. Now, I'll teach you techniques that really focus. He sat there and smiled cheerfully in return. Yes, I understand. Li Qiol rose from the ground, puzzled. Hey, miss, what's that thing next to you? Jiang Hoa looked at the wooden box beside her and smiled enigmatically. She pointed at it. Oh, this? A pellet was fired, skimming across Li Qiol's cheek, leaving a long scratch and embedding in the wall. Jiang Hoa beamed and said, steel shot. She controlled 3 pellets and explained, you must learn to release mana while moving. If you only use it standing still, that mana technique is useless. All right, let's begin. Jiang Hoa stared at Li Qiol with a murderous look, making him feel uneasy. The next day, at the training ground, Li Dongquan held a weapon and stood solemnly to introduce himself. I am the captain of the Blood Lake Squad, Li Dongquan. From now on, I will instruct you in the secret arts of Sung Mu Karin. He pointed to the pile of weapons behind him. Choose the weapon you will use and bring it here. You have 1 minute, don't dawdle. Li Dongquan's harsh tone made the two of them run quickly to fetch weapons. Hoa sneaked a glance at Li Qiol while he looked at the pile of weapons and could only exclaim, really? Li Qiol turned back, saw her flustered, and snapped. What are you staring at? Want to say something? Hoa quickly retorted. Staring at nothing, there's nothing to say. She crept up and whispered to him. Hey, you use a sword too, right? Li Qiol sighed and replied, no. Hoa wondered, watching him carry the pile of weapons away. Huh? But earlier I saw you learning weapon techniques. Clearly you were. Li Dongquan stood there, staring at him, probing. What are you doing? Li Qiol answered immediately. You told us to choose our weapons and bring them. He asked. I said choose the one you use. He hugged the heap of assorted weapons and replied. These are the ones I use. Li Dongquan was somewhat surprised by Li Qiol's answer. He turned away. I thought you weren't that stupid, but it turns out you're a blockhead. Having said that, Li Dongquan drew the weapon from his back and instructed, engrave the words I'm about to say into your bones and heart. I said I will teach you secret arts, but not specific moves or stances. Li Dongquan continued to explain. At Sung Mu Karin, there are countless secret techniques called will mastery. To comprehend that technique, you must first awaken the instincts sleeping in your blood. He held his weapon and stepped closer to the two. From now on, I will help you open it. Don't worry too much about awakening your instincts. He explained while taking a stance. Hoa whispered to him worriedly. What does he intend to do? Li Qiol replied. If you don't want to pass out right away, be ready. Meanwhile, Li Dongquan closed in on him. Li Qiol panicked and turned to the left. Li Dongquan swung his weapon at him, sending him flying. Li Qiol's eyes widened at the sudden strike. Li Dongquan laughed provocatively. You could block that? He stepped back a few paces, thinking, damn, I didn't expect to go through this madness again. In my last life, I couldn't even finish this training. But this life is different. As he thought that, Li Qiol charged forward with his sword. Li Dongquan's weapon struck his cheek brutally. Behind him, Hoa also rushed forward, but was struck by Li Dongquan with a blow to her back. He thought to himself, so it's been a month since training with Li Dongquan began. Anyway, a 10-year-old child undergoing training that leads to broken bones and internal injuries is not training fit for children. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm gradually getting the feel of it. Li Qiol seemed to feel a sense of accomplishment. Hoa had now regained consciousness after taking a heavy blow from Li Dongquan. She dazedly asked, I passed out again? Li Qiol plainly replied, yes. That's your 22nd time. I've only been out 16 times. Hoa was resentful and annoyed. If only I had prepared better on the first day. Li Dongquan stood there watching them both, thinking, Miss Bat, this child may have extraordinary constitution. I may have used a bit too much force, yet he never suffered serious injury. As for that illegitimate brat, From day one, I sensed he was something valuable. At first, seeing him bring a pile of weapons, I thought he was a fool. But his proficiency with each type was quite good, and his practical application exceeded expectations. Moreover, in just 1 month results are gradually appearing. He gave a slight smile. Interesting. Lee Dongquan approached them and called out, "Resume training. Everyone, return to your positions." By now, both were exhausted after a long training session. Li Jiao Sudali spoke up. "Hey, Hua." She, already tired and irritable, responded, "Huh? Calling me?" He outlined a plan. "I'll give a signal. You try to block it once." She was a bit puzzled. "Why should I do that?" Li Chiol nonchalantly. "Well, if you don't want to, fine. I just thought I might land a hit on the uncle." That remark left Hoa speechless. She steeled herself and asked again, "Are you sure?" He nodded sure. Hoa shouted, "You own me," and rushed at Li Dongquan. Li Chiol behind her also began to dash forward. With his current strength, he thought, "I don't stand a chance, so I can only take advantage of numbers, comma." The two of them started charging. Li Dongquan spun his weapon while muttering. Coordinating together? Not a bad choice. If the plan worked, he paid attention to their attack movements. At that moment, from the right, he counterattacked. Li Dongquan used his weapon to block Li Chiol's attack, sending him ricocheting back. He smiled lightly at having blocked the strike, then slowly rushed toward him. Unwilling to lose, Li Chiol quickly used his weapon to parry and signaled Hoa. At that moment, she dove down from above toward the two fight. When Li Dongquan's attention shifted elsewhere, Li Chiol hurriedly threw his weapon aside, then grabbed the sword next to him and channeled his strength into it. "There's only one strike that can deal real damage. The sword I took from Mu Jin chucked me." Thinking that, he poured all his power into the sword and rushed back into the fray. Li Dongquan, fighting, was surprised to see Li Chiol charging in. He turned to try to intercept the blow. Li Chiol lunged through and suddenly released his grip on the sword. This is it. He concentrated strength into his palm and punched straight at Li Dongquan's abdomen. A powerful burst of force was unleashed. Li Chiol grinned slyly and looked up. "Can you block this?" He was stunned to see a huge hand stop his fist. The tremendous force made him spit blood. Li Chiol was thrown, crashing to the floor. Li Dongquan approached him. "So it took 37 days, huh?" He applauded. "Congratulations, you have opened your sixth sense." Then he turned to Hoa and struck her once. As for the miss, she still had a long way to go. Seeing the two children battered, Li Dongquan cheerfully left, not forgetting to say, "Training ends for today." Hoa angrily cursed after Li Dongquan. "You said you could land a hit. I trusted you, you bastard." Li Chiol stood there, looking at his bruised hand from the punch, thinking, in the end, even after activating mana, I only pierced through a little. Even if it's a tiny amount, I broke the taboo of not using mana. Li Dongquan clenched his fist, resolved, abandoning such a technique, combined with excellent combat instincts, will make someone feared by the clan's pillars. Night gradually fell. On day 47, after Hoa opened her sixth sense, training with Li Dongquan concluded. The remaining time was spent resting and reviewing what they had learned. At that moment, the person who sought him appeared right before his eyes. A familiar voice said, "You are Li Chiol, right?" "My elder brother, Li Myongjong." He opened his mouth and said, "Elder brother Li Myongjong, the eldest son of Li Gunsong. His title is Rushing River, an unprecedented master, ranked Standard 2 in Magic and Core 2 in martial arts." Everyone admired and feared him, but to me, he was the only brother I had. Li Myongjong and he were now sitting and talking. He said, "I'm sorry I haven't been able to look after you. It's just an excuse, but I've been a bit busy lately." Li Chiol sympathetically replied, "It's fine, I'm okay." His eldest brother smiled lightly. "This must be our first meeting, yet you knew right away who I was?" Li Chiol replied confidently, "Of course. Even if I'm an incomplete child, as your younger brother, how could I not know my elder brother's face?" Li Myongjong looked a little sad and, looking at him, comforted. "Incomplete? Never say that again. Even if our mothers are different, we are still siblings." He thought to himself, a child who hasn't even had a naming ceremony calls himself incomplete. Li Chiol was a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry." He could only sigh and look at him. "No need to apologize, just understand that's enough." Li Myongjong added, "Next time you don't need to greet me so formally. We're family. No need for such ceremony." Li Chiol visibly brightened and replied, "Yes, I understand." He thought, Elder brother was like that when he was young. Lee Myong-jong rummaged through his jacket pocket. This is a meeting gift. When I enrolled at the Fun School of Magic in France, I obtained this, but I thought it would be more useful to you. A kind of elixir called nectar. He produced a small glass vial. Li Chiol held it in his hand, thinking, is this the high-grade elixir that the Magic Tower only produces 500 milliliters of every 10 years? Then he said, Elder brother, you gave me something so precious. Li Chiol sincerely said, I really thank you, Elder brother. The thanks made Li Myong-jong pause. He looked at him for a moment before saying, You're a bit different, aren't you? He wondered and asked, Huh? What do you mean? Li Myong-jong explained warmly. All the younger ones I've met before treated me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and pleasant. Li Chiol hurriedly interrupted. You're a bit mistaken, elder brother, which left Li Myong-jong momentarily stunned. He continued, It's not that I don't see you as a rival. Being born into this clan, you're also my rival. Li Chiol confidently. So don't just see me as a cute kid. Who knows? One day, I might become your greatest rival. I hope we'll have an exciting competition. Those words made Li Myong-jong burst out laughing. He laughed, then patted his head gently. All right. I'll wait for that day. The day you become my strongest rival. Li Chiol looked at this brother and thought to himself, the eldest brother has always genuinely loved and protected me. This time, I will definitely protect him. He smiled gently at this dear elder brother and replied, Yes. A few days later on the sea, the second exam of the Sung Mu Kareen family, the naming ceremony, had arrived. Familiar figures stood on the boat, heading straight for the destination, Red Green Island, a place where the color of the soil changes depending on the density of mana in the air. For a long time, this place had been the site of Sung Mu Kareen's naming ceremonies. The boat gradually approached the island. The referee announced, Now I will explain the naming ceremony exam. Young ladies and gentlemen must survive on Red Green Island for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices given to everyone are for location tracking. Unless it's an emergency, they must be worn at all times. The final stage of the exam will open 2 days after the end of the 3rd week. Both of them began to strap the devices onto their wrists after the rules were explained. Good luck. The referee finished speaking and left the 2 of them on the island. Hoa looked at Li Chiol. Hey, I have something to tell you. He sighed. Looks like you've already decided. Huh? Hoa stood beside him, indifferent. Huh? What? Li Chiol nonchalantly. You kept wanting to say something since training. Hoa, hit in the heart, hurriedly, Girl, that. How did you know? He looked at her as if she were a fool. How could I not know? Say it, I'll listen. Those words made Hoa hesitate. She removed the locator from her body, then turned to him and signaled. You pour yours out too, and mix it in. Li Chiol took off his device and stepped closer. All poured out. What's this about? Hoa hastily pulled out a small glass jar and held it up in front of him. It's a poison called Mimong. She spoke, making Li Chiol's eyes widen in surprise. Hoa explained, It only works on children under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate. Once absorbed into the body, it will block the mana channels for a long time. Li Chiol suddenly grew serious. Who did you get it from? Hoa shook the vial. I'm not going to tell you. Then she flung it hard with one hand at a nearby rock. It shattered into pieces in one throw. See? There's no evidence left now. She threw it so quickly that he was quite stunned. Hoa confidently patted her chest. I will beat you fairly, without using this poison. So you must also give it your all in the contest. Those words moved Li Chiol. He cheerfully replied, No need to say it. I plan to do that anyway. Hoa stood there, excited. Good, she advised. Have you put the locator back on? Don't recklessly go to the island's center before you know the terrain. It's dangerous. Li Chiol casually answered, Yeah, I know. Are you worried about me? Before he finished, Hoa shouted angrily. Worried? I'm just afraid you'll die before you even face me. As she spoke, a loud noise suddenly cut off their conversation. Both turned to look at the forest. Hoa comforted him. Then don't die, okay? I'm going ahead. She slung her pack over her shoulder and began to leave. Li Chiol stood watching her figure, a little regretful. She's gone. Still, he thought, my goal isn't the island's outskirts. He resolved, all right, I'll set out too, heading straight for the center of Red Green Island. On the other side, the judges were observing. One said, Indeed, the 8th child of Sung Mu Kareen. She's already completed her first hunting task. The number of monsters she's defeated isn't small. After all, This is probably her first real fight. But that sense isn't something that appears naturally. Trio Rang thought. It should be 47 days. At this time, Lee Dong-kwon in the corner also voiced his opinion. This kid wasn't like this before. I thought at least it would take 2 months. Though talented, that's about it. Simply put, someone must have stimulated it. Lee Dong-kwon was watching Lee Cheol's actions on the screen. Trio Rang paid attention to his actions. But what on earth is that kid doing? Lee Dong-kwon behind him replied. Looks like he's finding shelter. Everyone in the room started to gossip, like a frightened mouse running away. Coward. Typical of the Sung Mu Korean lineage. At that moment, a voice cut in. Enough. Lee Myong-jong spoke up. In a dangerous place like this, finding shelter first is wise. There's nothing to criticize. The man in the corner, unable to respond, chimed in, that's true. The person next to him laughed along. Maybe we've watched The Eighth Girl too much, so our standards got too high. Trio Rang looked at the screen and suddenly said, in the Sung Mu Korean house, being ordinary is a crime. The old man stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Isn't that so? Those present echoed. Right. Think about it. It's ridiculous for someone bearing Sung Mu Korean blood to act like a commoner. Lee Myong-jong sat there, clenching his fist, thinking, lowering and mocking a child just because of their origin? Since when did our clan become like this? Or maybe we've always been this way. He looked up at his younger brother. But what exactly is Lee Cheol planning by heading toward the center of Red Green Island? Lee Myong-jong then sneakily glanced to the side. Tae-hyung was sitting there, teeth clenched, complaining. T-sich, what the hell is that kid thinking? He was also a bit helpless. It's not just me who finds it odd. Lee Myong-jong sighed. So what are you planning to do, Lee Cheol? On the island, Lee Cheol had found a cave. This will do. He focused and performed some strange actions, burning several kinds of herbs and blocking the entrance. Over here, the judges were observing. His stealth skills aren't bad. Indeed, Trio Rang, with a surprised look, suddenly said, wait, hold on. What is that kid doing? On the screen, Lee Cheol was taking the device off his wrist by hand. The judges were stunned and could only utter a few sounds. Could it be that at that moment, he used leaves to cover the device? On the screen, the video feed suddenly cut out. Lee Dong-kwon Arum could only chuckle, then laughed loudly. You really can't predict him. The two in front just held their heads in helplessness. By Lee Cheol, after covering the device, he breathed a sigh of relief. No need to let others see. He used the mana in the ring on his hand. Now I can use infinity. A sword appeared in midair. Being on Red Green Island means you should harvest as much as possible. Lee Cheol, with a confident look, held the small sword in his hand. All right, let's go. At that moment, his face scrunched up as he looked at the pot of brew that looked like poison before him. He could only sigh. It's probably done. It looks awful. Is this really mana tea? No one would think this is an infusion made from mana herbs by looking at it. As Lee Cheol stirred the brewing pot, he grimaced. In my past life, I couldn't even afford cheap elixirs, so I had to tag along with herb gatherers and apothecaries to find mana herbs. He remembered his youngest sister's advice. Red Green Island is saturated with mana in the air. You must use it to strengthen your mana. Lee Cheol helplessly. She already said that. If you drink an infusion made from mana herbs, it will surely be more effective. Lee Cheol looked at the herbal pot, his face twisting, and reassured himself. All right. The villagers dispersed across the island. The herbal pot was empty and lay rolling on the ground. He thought, it truly tastes like hell. The solitary 3-week battle officially begins. Putting the protagonist's story aside for now, the scene shifts to the 18th day of the naming ceremony in Lee Myong's office. While Lee Myong-jong was busily handling paperwork, a familiar voice suddenly called from outside. Sir, may I come in? He was surprised, but immediately replied politely, come in. The owner of the voice entered upon receiving permission, keeping manners, and bowing apologetically. Sorry to disturb you while you're working. Lee Myong-jong remained sympathetic and quickly steered the conversation to the point. From your expression, do you have bad news? The messenger was none other than Yu Kong-hyun, deputy captain of the Azure Sword Squad under Lee Myong. Solemnly, he placed a hand on his chest and reported, a large group of wanderers seems to have advanced into the north of the Korean territory without hesitation. Lee Dong-kwon went straight to the point. At first I thought they were only harassing the reclamation areas of the danger zone. but now they're moving south. 2 days' march away is one of the clan's magic stone mines. Li Myong-jong, curious, put a hand to his chin, thinking, wanderers, criminals roaming the area? After briefly considering, he immediately told Li Dong-kwan, those spirit pillagers wouldn't dare invade the clan's territory without reason. But Li Dong-kwan di saga. He candidly told Li Myong-jong, they may appear as vagabonds, but that could be a disguise. There's definitely a force behind them. Li Myong-jong reconsidered and found it plausible. Based on what he knew, he pointed out, there are reports that the Nine Dragon Camp has moved troops to the northern border. The main force Li Myong-jong mentioned wasn't a small-town gang, but the vast Central Plains power, the Nine Dragon Camp. They have repeatedly provoked the Sung Mukarin clan by encroaching on their undeveloped lands. Li Myong-jong showed no worry. Instead, he calmly connected the unfolding issues. It seems news of father leaving the clan has leaked. This must be a perfect opportunity for hostile forces. Grasping the core, he asked Li Dong-kwan, has the clan's intelligence department been informed of this? Li Dong-kwan quickly answered, thanks to your prior order to monitor, we acquired the information faster than the clan intelligence. With what Li Myong-jong needed clear, he stood and proposed the next strategy. First, coordinate with the intelligence division to investigate further. After Li Dong-kwan left, Li Myong-jong was alone in the room. He unconsciously looked out the window and, relying on his instincts, still felt something uneasy. He sadly thought to himself, I hope this is just a false premonition. Scene change. A dense, primeval forest under the full moon. A mysterious necklace glowed, emitting rapid, terrifying sounds, signaling an ominous omen about to occur. Soon after, the necklace's light flared violet. A rift in space suddenly appeared, shattering the forest's silence. From the rift emerged a staff and distinctive iron rings, accompanied by a mysterious figure wearing a strange smile, stepping out beneath the blinding moonlight. The silhouette of a sorcerer gradually took shape. He calmly muttered to himself under the moon, 2 nights are enough to kill a bastard child. Time quickly shifted to the next morning on Red Green Island, clan territory, where Li Chiol was enduring harsh training. Under the forest's eerie atmosphere, the sounds of fighting between humans and monsters echoed constantly. Moving closer, indeed, a battle was underway. Li Chiol's opponent was a dragon-type beast, rank 7, named Draco. Facing it, Li Chiol looked somewhat weary. It seemed they had both endured a long fight. Not allowing him a rest, the beast lifted its head, gathering a breath of fire in its throat, preparing its next attack. When it had enough power, it unleashed a massive stream of fire toward Li Chiol. Facing the huge column of fire rushing in, he didn't panic. He observed carefully and slowly. As the pillar of fire reached him, Li Chiol quickly leaned aside and dodged decisively. Taking advantage of the dragon still recovering, he lunged forward while charging energy into the blade. When he closed the distance, Li Chiol leapt up and drove straight at the dragon. Moments later, he summoned all his strength and swung his sword in a finishing strike. A thunderous explosion rang out with lightning. The sword in Li Chiol's hand plunged straight into the dragon's head, causing it to stare wide-eyed, gasp, collapse, and accept its fate as a stepping stone for his strength. Dispatching this dragon took more effort than Li Chiol had expected. After finishing it, he wiped his sweat, exhaled in relief, and muttered, dragons are different. If this had been at the edge of Red Green Island, I would have been knocked out by the first strike. Standing before the dragon's massive body, he thought, it took until the 18th day for me to reach the center of Red Green Island, the dragon's domain. Staying here long would only waste time. Having said that, Li Chiol looked toward the island's center. There's another reason I went this deep. Not letting him rest, small tremors underfoot made Li Chiol notice something happening nearby. He immediately raised his guard but complained, again, his strength had not yet fully recovered from the battle with the dragon. So hiding and observing the enemy was the best option for now. It didn't take long for him to realize what was happening. From the bushes, Li Chiol witnessed a group of rank 8 monsters, man lizard men, gathering. Recalling, he thought, indeed, I encountered lizard men before when exploring the island. They seemed odd since yesterday. They should inhabit the outskirts, yet they appear at the center. When I attacked, they fled instead of fighting back. After a moment's thought, Li Chiol concluded. Low-rank lizard men, not very intelligent. They must be influenced by something. To verify, he didn't hesitate to draw his sword and charge at them. The lizard men were quickly attracted by the noise. Sensing they couldn't win, they bolted in the opposite direction. Watching the monster's behavior, Li Chiol was pleased and quietly confirmed, just as predicted. Quickly, he obtained the severed heads of 2 of them. But instead of finishing off the remaining one, Li Chiol stood there watching it flee into the forest, thinking, once could be chance, but a second time is not. I must pursue. Time passed. The sun gradually gave way to evening spreading through the forest. Occasionally, archaic incantations sounded. Nyambing Zaoi. It turned out to be none other than the priest who had stepped through the spatial rift earlier. Now he sat there, emanating waves of dark energy everywhere, remarking, "The Sung Mu Kareen bloodline is truly strange." Apparently, he had watched Li Chiol's exploits during his days on the island, prompting him to say, "A child like that has slain so many? But perhaps it's fine." From behind, the last surviving lizard man returned to him. A mysterious aura similar to the priest's emanated from it. Suddenly, the lizard man knelt before his presence. The priest still self-satisfied. After all, it's still just a child. At this point, his identity was revealed. Nishi Su, a monster tamer. In his hand was an egg of an unknown beast. He grinned broadly. A greenhorn easily falls into a trap for lack of experience. While eagerly monologuing, he suddenly closed his eyes and said to himself, "Perhaps I don't need to use what I've prepared." Li Chiol had already been perched in a nearby tall tree, observing the situation. He thought, "So obvious I suspected it. It really is a trap. Ability to control monsters, a tamer, comma." However, he was puzzled. This is Sung Mu Kareen territory. How did an outsider get onto Red Green Island? Then he considered briefly and hypothesized, what if a teleportation array inside Red Green Island was preset? If correct, Li Chiol smiled faintly, thinking, then someone within the clan must have been involved. He took out the medallion issued when he first arrived on the island and mused, report to the clan and wait for reinforcements? But Li Chiol quickly dismissed it. No, by the time reinforcements arrive, it will be too late. Information about the mastermind will no longer be in my hands. He concluded, then there's only one way. Immediately, he activated his concealment technique, blending his body into the surrounding nature. Thinking and acting, Li Chiol plunged down with the thought, I'll eliminate the trail. With an all-or-nothing spirit, as soon as he landed, he rushed straight at the priest. Thinking, waiting for the clan's reinforcements would be too late. Information about the mastermind would also be completely out of my hands. If the situation turned that badly, Li Chiol had only one choice, suppress it himself. Just as his blade was about to swing down, suddenly, the cocoon around the beast in Nishiyama Shogo's hand vanished. It began to glow all over, and a second later emitted a piercing cry, as if warning the priest of Li Chiol's presence behind him. Receiving the signal, Nishiyama Shogo immediately turned around, panic on his face, exclaiming, "Since when did you get here?" Li Chiol realized he'd been exposed and thought irritably, "Damn, did it carry an artifact that detects danger?" Fortunately for Nishiyama Shogo, he managed to parry Li Chiol's surprise strike, forcing him to pull back a distance to observe his opponent. Based on the information he had, Nishiyama Shogo grew smug and sneered at Li Chiol. "Bastard of Sung Mu Kareen, stronger than I thought." "Not to be outdone," he retorted. "Or maybe you're just too weak?" Angered, Nishiyama Shogo immediately ordered the nearby lizard men to charge and attack Li Chiol. He shouted, "Shut up! Stop him!" Li Chiol quickly chanted, "Seven-star sword, third form." As soon as he finished, a blue radiance enveloped the blade. With just a few basic slashes from the sword stance, the entire group of lizard men was no challenge for him. Riding his momentum forward, Li Chiol suddenly noticed something suspicious and stopped. Around him, red chains coiled tightly around his body. Li Chiol blankly wondered, "Can't move my body?" From a distance, Nishiyama Shogo laughed loudly, triumphant, forming a hand seal as he said, "You're trapped," he explained. "This is a superior formation that can seal a martial artist's mana. Without mana, you're just a useless kid. With your body immobilized, accept a tragic end." Indeed, as he said, a blazing red formation appeared beneath Li Chiol, and the chain sprang forth from it. Li Chiol asked blankly, It seals mana, but very quickly, he devised a way to break free from the control. His heart pounded as he channeled streams of magic through his blood vessels. At this point, Li Qiu's power rose to a new level. He shouted, "Just use the mana veins!" Struggling, he broke free from the chains and quickly dealt with the lackeys, rushing toward Nishiyama Shogo. While the latter was still complacent and took his eyes off Li Qiu, he appeared before him once more. Witnessing Li Qiu's extraordinary power, Nishiyama Shogo grew astonished mixed with fear. Now, Li Qiu stood towering before him, brandishing his sword, and asked, "Planning to run?" Nishiyama Shogo panicked and asked, "How did you dispel the superior formation?" Li Qiu said little, cornering him and threatening, "No reason to tell you. Your image has been sent to the clan via the communicator. Surrender." Seeing no escape, Nishiyama Shogo sneered, "Doesn't matter." Seconds later, to Li Qiu's surprise, he shouted, "I'll kill you and regain my freedom." Li Qiu blinked, thinking, what? He hadn't yet noticed a figure approaching and continued to ask, "You mean?" Before he could finish, a massive foot swung into Li Qiu, sending him flying at astonishing speed. In an instant, he slammed into a large tree. The impact was so powerful the tree was nearly destroyed. Looking back at that form, Li Qiu vaguely realized, thinking, "Don't tell me." On closer inspection, there was no doubt. A giant old tortoise had struck him. Kui Thursday's son, the ruler of this land. Calming himself, Li Qiu analyzed and pieced everything together. A rank 3 nightmare-class monster. How could a mediocre tamer like him control Kui Thursday's son? Nishiyama Shogo seemed to read his thoughts and quickly replied, "Sharp observation. Although the taming isn't complete, the order to kill you is fully carried out." Saying that, he reached into his robe with contempt and comforted, "Don't struggle anymore." Moments later, he took out crudely drawn talismans with mysterious patterns, tossed them into the air, and said, "Accept your fate and die obedient." At the same time, Li Qiu forced himself to stay calm and assess the situation. He told himself, stay calm. If he can't fully control Kui Thursday's son, just capture the tamer and it's over. He took out a pill he had long hidden, thinking, to create an opening against this monster, this is the only way. I didn't expect I'd ever have to use this. It was the burst explosion pill, a banned drug due to its consequences outweighing the mana gained. Without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth. As soon as he absorbed it, all the magic channels within Li Qiu blazed brighter than ever. To amplify the effect, he thought inwardly, one more thing. The ring on his hand glowed. A stream of mana enveloped the sword. The secret technique, she told me. Use only when life is in danger. Determining this was the moment, he used Engich Thien Thuan, the secret technique that greatly boosts strength. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiu seemed to teleport from his spot, rushed straight at the giant, and delivered a devastating blow. After landing, he assessed, even if the skin isn't scratched, it still had an effect that made him think, with this, I'll bring it down. Refusing to yield, Kui Thursday's son gathered a massive surge of energy in its mouth, aiming to annihilate it. Based on his knowledge, Li Qiu recognized the roar of Kui Thursday's son. Under the effect of the roar, he thought inwardly, can't move because of the mana field. In the critical moment, the dark energy in his heart erupted, forming a black shield that enveloped his body. Spotting the key moment, Li Qiu seized the chance and charged. Now's the time. He gritted his strength and used Votran Solar Eclipse Demon Slaying, swinging his sword with a powerful strike at the ancient tortoise's throat. The force deflected the energy it had been gathering, sending it shooting into the sky. Li Qiu also suffered backlash, spitting fresh blood. Collapsing, he still stayed alert, thinking, there's no time to hesitate. The effects of the burst explosion pill and Engich Thien technique will leave me immobilized for a long time. I estimate only 10 seconds remain before my body is completely paralyzed. Must cherish every second. He thought, now that Kui Thursday's son attacked the wrong target, I must find the tamer immediately. The situation was urgent. Time was not on Li Qiu's side. He searched for Nishiyama Shogo while counting each second, when suddenly, as if finding a literal lifeline, a mysterious red thread appeared. Curious, Li Qiu followed the thread, running straight to where Nishiyama Shogo was hiding. Spotting him, Nishiyama Shogo panicked and shouted, "What? How is this possible? Li Chiol wasted no time, lunged in, pressing his sword to the man's body, thinking, not enough, just a bit short. If only my body were a little bigger. No sooner had he finished, the spiritual force around his sword formed another blade, extending outward. Fortunately, the sword managed to cut Nishiyama Shogo, leaving him gravely wounded. Under the drug's effect, everything grew hazy for Li Chiol. While still somewhat lucid, he thought, first, I must keep my body upright. If I collapse now, it's really over. Remembering Jang Wood's warning, if you use Engich technique, be sure to drink this. He took out the vial of nectar. No sooner had he drunk it than his mind completely lost control. In his final moments of clarity, he only must fully subdue him. At some point, Li Chiol only then began to faintly come to. The black source of power surrounded him, half awake and half delirious. Everything was white. He wondered, where is this? What happened to the tamer and Kui Thursday-san? Suddenly his body felt crushed by something and he screamed in pain. Li Chiol clenched his fists, restraining the sensation as if his body were about to shatter. A sky blue, I floated in midair, lamenting in disappointment. So it has come to this. Those things are far too dangerous for humans to bear. How can both coexist within one entity? I hope you wouldn't wake up. If only we could feed it now. Saying that, the eye dropped a dull, purple lump. Li Chiol forced himself to look up and realized it was the purple river stone bee, a purple hive. The eye idly said, not you. It's the one that needs to eat this. The era has shifted. Grow strong, human child. Don't let yourself be swallowed by the times. In his drowsiness, the old turtle's silhouette flashed and vanished. Scene shift. Hoa peeked at Li Chiol and asked, oh, you're awake? He faintly called her name, Hoa, which made her furious. You brat dare call me by my name? I'll let it slide because you're injured. How's your condition? Li Chiol focused on assessing his physical state. Although his musculoskeletal system was severely damaged, his mana had surged tremendously. He thought to himself, did I really absorb the purple river stone bee? He relayed his condition to her. A few mana channels are severed. My organs are a bit disrupted. Some bones and muscles are torn, but nothing too serious. Hoa flinched. What? That's not serious. Li Chiol felt guilty. The purple river stone bee was what Li Hoa had intended to take. A terrifying elixir that strengthens the body, boosts mana, and grants immunity to poison and curses. It was exactly what she had insisted on taking from Red Green Island, and he felt somewhat remorseful. He sprang up and asked, but wait, why are you here? Suddenly a voice called from afar. Little brother. It was Li Myong-jong. His face panicked as he ran over. He asked anxiously, are you okay? First, let me heal you with mana. I also brought some medicinal water. Li Chiol embarrassedly declined. Thanks, brother. No need for mana healing from sister. But please let me accept the medicinal water. He frowned, worried, watching Li Chiol take a sip, then turned to Hoa. Sister Hoa, could you step outside for a moment? She, perceptive, replied, yes, I understand. Li Myong-jong said gloomily, if you die, I will wipe every organization connected to tamers from the world, no matter how powerful. Li Chiol gave an awkward laugh. Sounds reassuring. He became serious. As a member of Sungmu Quran, what you showed is truly the model of a martial artist. But as your elder, I can't view it positively. It was reckless. Li Chiol rubbed his head, embarrassed. I didn't anticipate Kui Thursday-san's appearance. Sorry, brother. If I'd known it was there, I would have waited. Li Myong-jong sighed helplessly. Good. You've learned to distinguish between recklessness and confidence. Li Chiol proposed. Big brother, since I dealt with the tamer, the information about him should belong to me. He clutched his head in exasperation. I knew you'd say that. That tamer had once been a quasi-fifth-rank sorcerer of the Japanese Inyang Temple. Apparently, he was expelled for attempting to master forbidden arts. The people behind him supplied advanced talismans and magical implements, then activated them while Kui Thursday-san slept. They wanted to kill you and make it look like the monster's doing. Li Chiol curiously asked, you still haven't identified the mastermind? Li Myong-jong replied, he's in a near-critical state, so it's hard to extract information immediately. Upon hearing that, he vaguely understood. So, I wasn't the main target. They were aiming at you. The brother asked, why do you think that? He explained, They wanted to damage your reputation, make people believe you didn't detect the intruder and reacted too slowly. He signed an agreement. That's exactly it. It seems we can't just pretend we don't know. Lee Myong-jong patted his head to reassure him. No, it's fine. The damage to your reputation is minor and not significant. Big Brother couldn't be absent for long, so he returned. Lee Cheol hurriedly grabbed his hand and proposed, "Do you want to make a deal with me? Say you predicted the Tamer's intrusion and ordered me beforehand. I'll go along with that." He thought, that way it won't look like you prepared for things the family intelligence hadn't detected. Lee Myong-jong asked, "You think it's best for you to testify the truth, right?" Lee Cheol brushed himself off and stood up. "If people believe I completed this on my own, they'll be more wary and cautious of me. That's why I call it a deal." He agreed. "Yes, a deal is when both sides exchange something they need. What do you want?" Lee Cheol stated, "Give me access to the archive pavilion for 3 days. That's enough." Lee Myong-jong respected his arrogant younger brother. "All right. Thank you." The two shook hands seriously. Lee Cheol smiled. "No need to thank me, it's just a deal." He patted his shoulder. "Even if I disagreed, you probably had a way to handle this, right?" Lee Cheol, half awake, that. Suddenly his phone rang. It seemed the Azure Sword Squad was calling. "Brother, I really have to go now." Before leaving, Lee Myong-jong tossed him a short saber. Cheol quickly snatched it up. He vowed, "I will keep this matter secret." He grinned wryly. "You really are still hard to deal with." After a while, Hoa returned and asked, "Looks like the talk went well." Lee Cheol put on his coat and replied, "Yeah." Hoa continued, "Which trial gate will you challenge? It's been 3 weeks. They must have opened by now." Lee Cheol asked back, "What about you? Will you try?" She snapped, "I asked first." He was wide awake. "If you want to know, answer first." Hoa puffed with pride. "Where will I challenge? Nothing less than the hardest test, the important hold gate." "What about you?" He answered, "The combat contest gate." "Hua fu, ew. That place exists? Don't tell me that's one of the peripheral trial gates." Lee Cheol nonchalantly replied, "Yes, it's on the periphery." She snapped again. "How disappointing. I must have misjudged you. You chose a peripheral gate." Without more words, she assumed they were rivals. She had believed he was better than her, because people assume a gate's position determines its difficulty. They thought she chose a peripheral gate because it was easier. So Hoa sulked, and they went their separate ways. Not long after, dawn began to break. Lee Cheol went deeper inside, searching for the gate. "I don't remember exactly, but it should be around here." Before reincarnation, this was the cave I happened upon, and it's where I'll complete the second trial of the naming ceremony. The combat contest. After some searching, he found the cave. Lee Cheol quickly lit a torch and moved deeper in. At first glance, it was just a normal wall, but of course it wasn't that simple. Next, he drew his sword and struck hard at the inner corner of the rock barrier. After a while, the inner gate appeared. Lee Cheol smiled in satisfaction. Found it. Then, Lee Cheol sliced his palm, clenched his hand, channeling power outward. He vigorously splashed blood and energy onto the door. In an instant, the door opened automatically. Inside was a large, dark, somewhat terrifying chamber. In the center lay a sealed sword prominently displayed. Lee Cheol stood towering, observing the surroundings, then stepped toward the sword. He dripped the remaining drops of blood into the basin, pleading, "A descendant of Sung Mu Karan asked to be tested by the ancestors' trial. Please allow me to do this." A source of power surged forth, enveloping the magnificent chamber. The combat contest challenge has only one condition: defeat yourself. There is no limit to the number of attempts. But before victory, even if you give up, you cannot leave. Lee Cheol drew his sword and accepted the challenge. He sprang forward quickly, but the puppet's sword was even faster. In less than a second, Lee Cheol's head was severed, leaving him stunned and bewildered. The first round ended absurdly. Not long after, he was reborn, springing up, clutching his neck. Fearful, "My neck was definitely just cut off. Right? This is an illusion in the trial. I can't really die." The realism was terrifying. At this intensity, a normal person would certainly go mad. Lee Cheol hurriedly stood, wiped the blood from his face, stared at the puppet, and told himself, "Moreover, can I perform at that level? The combat contest illusion allows you to use your power perfectly." He picked the sword up from the palm and thought, "I still haven't unleashed my full potential. If I had, I would have blocked that strike." He took a stance, ready to try again. But not long after, on the third attempt, he was stabbed through the belly. Result, dead. On the fifth attempt, he blocked the sword, but his neck was immediately snapped, finished. By the 10th attempt, he ascended. Then the 13th, 18th, 23 RD. After many returns to the afterlife, Li Chiol began to gain confidence fighting one-on-one without being overwhelmingly outmatched. Unable to reach the puppet, he had to retreat. His stamina was waning. Around the 75th or 80th attempt, he finally grasped a bit of how to learn techniques from himself. He grinned excitedly like an addict. My greatest strength is freedom, a dominating transformation, a fighting style that cannot be predicted. He switched his weapon to a staff. The puppet also changed its weapon to match yours. Li Chiol went all in, heedless of fate, attacking and defending at the same time. They kept measuring each other's blades, and gradually his stance mirrored the puppet's. They fought fiercely, neither side fearing the other. The puppet seemed slightly disadvantaged. It was the first time Li Chiol had seen it retreat. It switched to a different weapon and charged at him again. The puppet jabbed straight at his flank, but Li Chiol cursed. "You idiot!" He raised his sword, his face full of villainous flair. "I'll let that opening show on purpose, you fool." He used the demon-slaying slash, cutting a line across the opponent's body, causing the puppet to vanish into nothingness. But instead of anger, it gave a grotesque smile before disappearing. Li Chiol thought to himself, if I pass the Sung Mu Ko Lan blood vein trial, hidden abilities will be unlocked. In my past life, my power was only the most common type, enhancement. But in this life, suddenly, a golden energy shimmered before his eyes. Li Chiol stared intently, seeming to recognize where this power originated. The situation outside was very tense. Taheng shined, worried. We thought he behaved this time. That annoying brat. People arranged a peaceful naming ceremony, and he causes trouble at every turn. Someone suddenly shouted, "The mana density is changing," leaving him agape. Li Chiol stepped out the door, looking majestic, but suddenly staggered and collapsed. Taheng rushed over worriedly, calling, "Li Chiol, are you all right? Wake up." His lips were dry, moving. Give me some water. I'm so hungry." Then he slipped into a deep sleep. Tae-hyung looked at him in bafflement, speechless, trembling with anger. His shout echoed to the heavens. "That kid!" Scene shift. At Sung Mu Kolon, Jiehoa wailed loudly. "Young master, do you know how worried I was? From the Beast Tamer to Ghost Hand Mountain, and even the ancestral challenge set up generations ago." She clutched him tightly. Li Chiol embarrassedly said, "Nursemaid, I'm filthy. I've been outside nearly a month." Jiehoa said, "I was going to scold you soundly at first, but welcome home, young master." She pinched his cheek. He accepted cheerfully and thanked her. She hurriedly wiped her tears, smiling brightly. "I've prepared a bath. After you bathe, I'll prepare a meal for you." Li Chiol approached the tub, picked up a towel, and curiously asked, Nursemaid, what about my aunt? I thought she'd be the first to come." Jiehoa hesitated about that, which made Li Chiol turn his head in confusion. Scene shift. Jiang Hoa beamed when she saw him. "My dear has arrived." Li Chiol sighed helplessly. "What have you been doing?" She laughed carefree, talking nonstop. "Sorry, but it's enough that you're safe. Still, what on earth did you do to make your mana surge like this? You haven't even digested the chi in your body yet. Sit down quickly, I'll—" Before she finished, Li Chiol cut in, and Jiang Hoa waved it off with a grin. It's fine. Li Chiol hadn't expected his aunt to go this far on his account. The reason Jiang Hoa was locked up here was that she'd caused a commotion in the control room with the elders and big brothers. In her anger, she rushed in, berating them. "It's your fault, isn't it? You did this, you despicable." Just like always. Back in the present, Jiang Hoa felt a twinge of remorse, unconsciously rubbing her fingers and lowering her head. "I'm sorry, my dear, because I thought they did something strange to you. I couldn't control my anger. I was just so furious." Jiang Hoa fumbled, acting in place of words, imagining never seeing her grandchild again, which made her throat tighten. Li Chiol thought to himself, "To be honest, I never fully trusted her before, but at some point I began to see her as part of the family." He sighed and let it go. "All right, I accept that now." As Li Chiol prepared to leave, he reminded her, "I'll take you out soon. Please wait a bit longer." She waved her hand, implying it wasn't necessary. "How could you do that?" "It's fine. Don't push yourself." Li Chiol put on a solemn face. "I won't do anything rash. Anyway, you'll be released soon. See you next time." Scene change. At the airport, members of Sung Mu Ko Lan stood in a line to welcome the arriving figure, In Suk, who is now revealing himself. He wore a stern expression as he looked over everyone. Hua Ziong Bao Et Zet Pet Fun. Tei Shin replied, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." She said aloud, "It's fine. The hot springs are ready. Bathe comfortably and then enjoy the meal." Hoa and Li Chiol stood beside each other. She was a bit timid, while he was curious, unable to take his eyes off the man. Li Chiol thought, "After the naming ceremony incident, I thought I'd matured a lot. But how far am I really from my father? I still can't gauge it." In that moment of thought, their eyes met. Tei Shin hurriedly turned away, saying, "I've always maintained that those who don't know how to fight are useless to the clan." He looked back at Li Chiol once more. "But among you, there's only one child who harbors a true hunger for victory against me." Li Chiol jolted, slightly alarmed. People around began whispering about the person the elder had mentioned. Li Chiol sighed helplessly. "I've restrained my emotions this much, and he still read me." A few hours later, in the grand banquet hall of Sung Mu Ko Lan, Li Chiol stood in a corner, looking around. He thought, because this is a rare event, this banquet is far more extravagant than other naming ceremonies. He glanced at the man to his left. That man is the youngest known Tower Master Mage. On the other side, the head of the Inyang Institute? No, now the new vice director, actually. Suddenly someone approached Li Chiol and greeted him. "Excuse the intrusion, young master." Butler Choi carefully bowed. "The clan chief requests your presence." Li Chiol left his spot. "Father," he replied. "Yes, this way, please." He walked while wondering to himself, "Why did father call me aside? I hope it's nothing serious." A few minutes later, he arrived at the place. Li Chiol bowed politely. "Father, you called me?" Seeing him silent, he lifted his head. It turned out Tei Shin was with Li Myongjong. The two towering men stared down at him, putting him under pressure. Li Chiol quickly lowered his eyes to the ground. Tei Shin spoke. "I suppose you know why I summoned you now. I want to hear about the incident at the naming ceremony. According to Li Myongjong, you discovered an outsider and ordered his arrest. This was your plan, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Li Chiol broke out in a cold sweat. As he suspected, his father knew everything. With no way to retreat, he answered plainly, "Yes, that's right. I proposed the deal to the elder. The condition was that I be allowed access to the archive for 3 days and that I help him avoid the public backlash this time." Tei Shin looked somewhat pleased. "Considering your contribution to this matter, I will overlook your false report." Then he warned, "But there will not be a next time." Li Chiol, fearful, replied, "Yes, I understand." He turned to Li Myongjong. "On the other hand, you will receive an appropriate punishment. From now on, organizing this banquet will be your responsibility. Return to your duties." The man beat his chest and answered, "Yes, I will do that." Then left, not forgetting to smile and salute Li Chiol. He sadly thought, "I wonder if the elder will be all right." Now alone with his son, Tei Shin continued, "Aside from the false report, the credit for this matter belongs to you. You will receive the reward Li Myongjong promised. Finally, because you explored the trial of combat, I will grant you a reward." Hearing this, Li Chiol's eyes lit up. He murmured, "If that's the case." Scene change. In the banquet hall, Tei Shin stood on the platform and addressed the crowd. "Thank you to all the guests who came. May our 2 children, the guests of honor today, be blessed on the road ahead. We will now continue the naming ritual." He invited Hoa, "Step forward." She confidently accepted the blessing. "I was chosen by the sacred sword and always shine like the sun around me. Keep walking this radiant path. I name you Sahan, meaning eternally radiant." She rejoiced. "Thank you." Tei Shin glanced toward Li Chiol and invited him to step forward. He thought to himself, their reactions are no different from when the selection mechanism was set up before, but I don't care. Tei Shin praised, "You are hardened and sharp, yet flexible without breaking, like a smith who gathers iron from all directions to forge a single solid block. You have also tempered yourself from within. I cannot find the right words to describe you." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and ordered the scroll to be unveiled. Tei Shin proclaimed, "So I will give you the name Chion." Li Chiol looked at the characters and thought, "Previously I was named with the meaning of living resilient like steel. But now, that meaning has changed. Until I reach the pinnacle of Sung Mu Ko Lan, I will not stop." He placed his hand on his chest and accepted. "Thank you." He placed his hand on his chest and accepted. Thank you, father. Jiang-hoa flicked her hair and sighed. Her hands were cuffed by 2 iron chains. She tore at her hair and shouted. She clutched the prison bars, banging her head against them repeatedly, screaming, "Let me out. It's suffocating. I'm so frustrated. I can't even witness the child's naming." Her shrill cries echoed out. He said he'd release me. Why is it taking so long? The 2 guards outside looked helpless, thinking, help me. Suddenly, the nearby landline phone rang. While Jiang-hoa was still shouting to be let out, a guard opened the cell door and said, "You can come out now." She was biting her dress, surprised. The guard continued. "As for discipline, there will be a notice later. For now, you're allowed to leave the quarantine area." Jiang-hoa instantly brightened, beaming like a flower, kicked the door open and ran out. From afar, a guard shouted, "Don't kick things around." A voice called from behind, "Wait, hold on." She froze and turned. She saw Tae-hyung leaning by the nearby door, excitedly calling, "Kiddo." Jiang-hoa gaped. "Did you really have me released?" Lee Cheol smiled softly. "Yes, that's right." She still wondered, but how? Lee Cheol held out a paper to her. She took it curious. What's this?" He answered, "You owe me a favor." Jiang-hoa read each word on the paper intently. "Confer upon Lee Hoa the rank of elder, and appoint her as the master of young master Lee Cheol." She screamed, "Young master's master?" Lee Cheol smiled brightly and held out his hand. "From now on, please teach me, master." Scene change. Lee Cheol adjusted his clothes. Nursemaid Jie-hoa beside him asked, "Starting today, right?" He replied slowly, "Yes, for now on it's the beginning." Jie-hoa's eyes welled up. Sniffling, she hugged his luggage and mumbled, "Taking the young master at 13 already?" Lee Cheol stepped out the door, luggage in hand, smiling. "Goodbye then, I'm off." He walked to the main gate and exclaimed, "Finally, my new life begins." In the lively atmosphere of the Marshall platform, people stood in many rows wearing blue uniforms. Whispers spread. "Hey, isn't that the illegitimate son?" "Yeah, the 9th child. I heard Cheol caused a ruckus at the selection process and the naming ceremony." The whispers continued. "Probably just beginner's luck. After all, he's illegitimate. Getting such results at the naming ceremony by luck is unlikely. Right? It's curious." Lee Cheol's face was expressionless as he wondered. "How many times do I have to hear it? Illegitimate son, illegitimate son." It's headache-inducing. Then a nearby exclamation made him look over. "It's the 8th young lady." Indeed, a direct descendant of the clan. Her presence was different. With glossy black hair and golden eyes, 13-year-old Lee Seo-yeon appeared. Lee Cheol whispered, "Their reaction is totally different from mine, huh?" Suddenly, he saw Lee Seo-yeon walking with steady steps. She turned, saw Lee Cheol and greeted, "Kid." He glanced over and replied, "Yeah, long time no see." Lee Seo-yeon awkwardly scratched her neck and asked, "That, you didn't hold a grudge about what happened at the naming ceremony, right?" He, confused, asked back, "What about the naming ceremony?" She recalled the scene at the naming ceremony and, shyly, replied, "No, I meant when I said I was disappointed." Lee Cheol vaguely realized what she meant. Growing up makes one no different from a cold-blooded person. He sighed and let it go. "All right, I won't hold it against you." Lee Seo-yeon, delighted, smiled brightly. "Really? Really?" She continued, "Lucky. You're a bit petty, aren't you?" His face darkened as he turned to clarify. "Where's that pettiness coming from?" Lee Seo-yeon dodged the question. "I heard you're apprenticing with the young mistress, and you even entered the archive." As he hesitated to answer, a shout rang out. "Attention, everyone!" The trainers in yellow stood in rows on the stage. The one in the center clasped his hands behind his back and announced, "We will now proceed with class assignments. New students called by name, please assemble before your trainer in orderly lines." A murmur began below. "What do we do? It's getting tense. If we end up in a bad class, it's over." Lee Cheol sighed, acknowledging inwardly. That reaction is understandable. The academy's training lasts 3 years, so class placement is very important. Each year has 5 classes. More outstanding students are placed in higher classes. The trainers began handing out placement slips. "Miss Lee Seo-yeon, Class 1, congratulations." Lee Seo-yeon happily accepted. "Thank you." Seeing this, Lee Cheol thought. Lee Seo-yeon got into Class 1 as expected. Then it was his turn. "Young Master Lee Cheol." The trainer handed him his placement slip. "Here I am." He listlessly took the paper, reading and noting inwardly. That displeased expression is obvious. After reading it, he only smiled scornfully. I knew it would be like this, but I didn't expect them to play such blatant tricks. Class 5, also called the waste yard, where repeaters and those eliminated are concentrated. Class assignments for direct line descendants are based on the naming ceremony's evaluation, and the evaluation council is in the hands of the elders Hall and the executive wives. They thought they had disadvantaged him, but conversely, this was better, less trouble. While he thought this, someone called young Master Li Chiol, Class 5, this way. He turned sharply and followed. Understood, I'm coming. He turned sharply and followed. Understood, I'm coming. Suddenly he noticed Li Seo Yun staring from behind, which made him curious. Seeing her blazing, angry face, the thought written across her brow seemed to be, "Why are you like this? Aren't you going to complain right now?" He guessed. You can tell from her face. If I don't do anything, the girl will take matters into her own hands, even though I'm completely fine with it. He waved his hand at her and continued walking. In his stream of thought, a complaint sounded beside him. Damn, Class 5? Will I even graduate? What do I tell father? I can't possibly be in Class 5. The family will laugh me to death. Hearing that, Li Chiol felt annoyed. Why do Sung Mu Ko-Lan students have such attitudes? Someone came up to talk. Hey, you're the youngest son of the main family, right? Li Chiol turned and replied, Yes. The stranger smiled. As expected, I really wanted to greet. I'm Kim Han, son of a small forge contracted by Sung Mu Ko-Lan. It's an honor to study alongside you, young master. Hearing the introduction, Li Chiol thought, Kim Han? I have no memories of him from my past life. Still, he replied, Why me? Kim Han laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. You're a notable figure. I've always looked up to you as an idol. Li Chiol found it convincing, not lying, then breathed a sigh of relief and asked, You're Kim Han, right? What do you think about being placed in Class 5? Kim Han was slightly surprised, but smiled and answered, Perhaps my current ability is only at that level. But he clenched his fist and patted his chest with determination. Who knows what will happen later? Li Chiol was unexpectedly, smiling brightly. You've got it. Kim Han, not understanding, asked Ha. Suddenly, Choi In-ha, a 15-year-old student, and two friends beside him smiled brightly and said in unison, Nice to meet you, rookie. We're counting on you. They continued in chorus, to the astonishment of nearby students. Let's do our best together. Exactly. If you don't know something, just ask. After that, the trainer clapped to gather attention. Greetings finished. Everyone pay attention. Li Dong-ho placed his hand over his chest and introduced. I am Li Dong-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, since new recruits have joined, there will be no lessons, only a brief introduction. I am also a level 5 fighter. Li Chiol listened to the introduction and recalled inwardly. He still looks full of passion and determination as before. In my previous life, he tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up. Li Dong-ho cheerfully announced. All right, that's the end of the introductions. In-ha, finish the rest of the orientation for the new students. In-ha, hearing his name, gladly agreed. Yes, instructor. He felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, waved and greeted. New students, though, it's a bit awkward since I've repeated a year twice. I'm still serving as class leader for the second year. Everyone's been standing for a while and must be tired, right? If anyone wants to sit, go ahead. Now we'll choose a class leader. The students around kept joking. Li Chiol and Kim Han listened intently as In-ha rambled. Although we're students, we can be sent into real combat, so the class leader is like the captain of a martial team. Unlike the instructor, who is only responsible for training and teaching according to the plan, the class leader can be seen as the one holding authority over all the class's other matters. A student nicknamed Fungus Head raised his hand and asked, So how is the class leader chosen? In-ha explained, I almost forgot. I don't know how other classes do it, but here we'll hold a light match and then vote. He clapped and declared, Good, then let's begin. Since this is a contest match, no magic is allowed. There will be rest periods after each bout. Li Chiol scowled and asked again, Are you being serious? In-ha, hearing this, looked uneasy. Young Master Li Chiol, do you have any complaints? He replied coldly, Everything, both what you are doing and what you have said. Drawing a wooden sword, he continued, Get a grip. This is Sumuka-lan. If you want to play student games, don't come to this academy. Go to a regular school in the safe district. In-ha frowned. Your words are a bit harsh. We just want to resolve this peacefully. Li Chiol ignored him, stepped onto the arena, planted his sword, and bluntly said, "You wouldn't understand this kind of talk, would you?" His face darkened. Hands resting on the pommel, he issued the challenge. "Come up, one by one. From now on, I will fight all of you." After the bouts, Li Chiol panted, sweat pouring. Around him, 3 or 4 students lay collapsed on the ground, trembling and pleading, "Please spare me." He still stood there, leaning on his sword. In-ha looked up, bewildered. Unbelievable. How many people has he taken down by himself? Li Chiol cut off In-ha's thoughts and called, "Choi In-ha." He glared and declared bluntly, "Hurry and call the next person." In-ha swallowed, feeling the pressure. Terrifying, then quickly replied, "This is the final match." Li Chiol slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and asked, "Is that so?" He smiled faintly and added, "Come on, Choi In-ha." The two began their match. In-ha was thrown by Li Chiol's sword, utterly surprised, thinking only, why is he overdoing it like this? It's just a practice match with no rewards or value, just a student sparring session. He can't even manage to strike seriously anymore. At that moment, Li Chiol gripped his sword tightly, breathing heavily, slightly trembling. In-ha clenched his teeth and resolutely thought, "No, actually I know exactly." He counterattacked, but Li Chiol dodged, and he realized, "I used to be like that too. No matter what, I wanted to win. I once thought compromise was another way of living, that accepting reality and growing up was the right thing." Li Chiol's face was full of determination, his thoughts boiling. "But I want to win. I crave victory until I'm insane." At that moment, Li Chiol mustered his strength and swung his sword, declaring, "I win." In-ha's sword flew out of his hand. In-ha's face was full of astonishment. He couldn't believe it and cried out. He clutched his wrist, let out a sharp scream, and fell to his knees. Breathless from exertion, Li Chiol sighed, looked down, and told someone, "Take him to the infirmary." In-ha, dissatisfied, shouted, "It's not over yet. It's still not finished." He grabbed his sword and launched a surprise strike at Li Chiol, but it was still blocked. Li Chiol was surprised, thinking, a left-hand sword? Using his left because his right is injured. Looking at In-ha's face, he realized, his gaze is completely different now than before. Not letting the match drag on, Li Chiol countered and hurled In-ha back, leaving him stunned. He put his strength into the wooden sword, charged forward, and slammed it hard into In-ha's lower abdomen. In-ha cried out in pain and collapsed with a thud, clutching his stomach. Li Chiol remained standing with the sword and called the 2 nearby friends, "Take him away." As he walked, he declared clearly, "I have lived a second like an hour like a year." Before the dazzling sun, he firmly planted his sword, stance uneven, and continued, "Who doesn't know it's easier to live comfortably? But if you don't risk everything to fight every second, you'll lose everything in the end. So even when I breathe, I fight myself and everything around me." He looked down at the students he'd just defeated, pitiable in appearance, and asked, "Have any of you ever lived like that?" Clenching his fist, face resolute, he shouted, "That is what struggle means." A while later, instructor Li Dong-ho came up beside him, breathless, and warned, "You've gone a bit too far. 4 people have broken bones, 3 have internal injuries." Sweating, Li Chiol turned away. "If you want to survive in Sung Mu Kolon, you at least have to learn to laugh at those wounds." Li Dong-ho frowned. "That kid certainly has his reasons." Li Chiol grated, "Instructor Li Dong-ho, even the students have realized it. Do you really need me to explain it to you?" His words made him uneasy. His face darkened, and he didn't answer. Li Chiol stepped past and added, "People like you are rare in Sung Mu Kolon. You're a good man." He stopped and reminded him, "But they are students of Sung Mu Kolon. If they go astray, even if you must play the villain, you should pull them back. Do your duty." Li Dong-ho heard this and, without replying, only clenched his hands. The next day, Li Chiol walked, lightly rubbing his shoulder, quietly lamenting, "My whole body aches. I overexerted myself yesterday." Lost in thought, he suddenly saw the students he had beaten yesterday, all with bandages plastered over their faces, looking at him fiercely. Li Chiol acknowledged inwardly, although some harbor hostility or resentment, none of them avoided me or turned away. If they were still as fearful as yesterday, there'd be no hope. but seems not so bad. Whispers followed him as he passed. There he is, that trash. Suddenly a voice called from behind. Young master, you're here. Lee Cheol turned around, saw Kim Han also covered in injuries, and asked, You came early, didn't you? Kim Han scratched his head and smiled. Yes. I was afraid I performed poorly in front of you yesterday. Lee Cheol continued. We're still just students. Being weak is natural. Kim Han scratched his neck and gave an embarrassed smile, but curiously asked, Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you something? Lee Cheol raised an eyebrow, arms crossed. Sure, ask away. Under the sun, Kim Han clenched his fist with determination and asked, What should I do? How can I become strong like you? Lee Cheol pointed to his head and answered, First, I'm not skilled enough to teach anyone yet, but you have very good eyes, or perhaps a keen intuition. Those words left Kim Han bewildered. He continued. Yesterday you avoided my strikes 3 times in a row, right? Use that. I think you're suited to technique rather than raw strength. If you stake your life to train what you have, one day you'll be different. Kim Han seemed to understand and bowed his head. Thank you. A teasing voice rang from behind. Greetings, young master. You look pathetic. At this rate you won't be able to train, will you? Choi In-ha sighed helplessly. If I decide to quit, will you leave me alone? And then you act like you're all about fighting, calling me a coward. Is that it? Annoyed, Lee Cheol stepped past. I just don't want to hear those words anymore, so I came out here. Come on, you proudly look at Choi In-ha, thinking you've changed, haven't you? A moment later, Lee Dong-ho gathered everyone and ordered, Instructor speaking. For our 5 are absent without reason, leaving a total of 11. Lee Dong-ho looked at the kids. Each of them appeared exhausted, and the atmosphere shifted. Just because of one predator, the students have become this tense? The instructor continued. We were supposed to do a basic fitness test today, but given the current condition, we will change the plan. He clenched his hands and shouted determinedly. Right now, begin the fitness test. After a long training session, everyone panted and sat on the ground. Lee Dong-ho announced, The fitness test is over. From now on, free training will be under the class leader's responsibility. Lee Cheol sighed. After 10 hours of fitness testing, I'm a bit tired, but I can't stop. He glanced at the other students and strode off. People murmured about Lee Dong-ho. The instructor seems a bit different today, right? Another replied. It's because of yesterday's match. Many were injured. If it were before, he would have let them rest. A voice cut in, Attention. Lee Cheol stood at attention and said clearly, No introduction needed. I am Lee Cheol, your class leader. As Choi In-ha said yesterday, the class leader has full authority over everything outside the instructor's orders. My training schedule will be extremely harsh. Those who can keep up, keep up. Those who can't, I have no intention of dragging along. Bok Sung bit his lip, resentful, muttering, That annoying bastard. Lee Cheol stepped forward resolutely. If you're dissatisfied with me, feel free to challenge. Just defeat me once, and I'll give up the class leader position. He ordered. All right, no more words. Start now. Fight the person beside you. After observing the students through a long series of fights, Lee Cheol calculated. In the end, 6 remained. The others gave up midway. Seeing the situation, he called out, Stop. That's it for today. Dismissed. Well done. The students began whispering insults. That bastard. Because of him, I'm suffering like this. I really can't stand that goody two-shoes. What's the point of this? I'm not going to follow that kind of thing. Kim Han panted and pushed in. Cut it out. He spoke up. Honestly, I'm so pissed off. Even when he's exhausted, we can't land a single hit on him. People asked each other, Hey In-ha, what do you think? Last year we were having fun. Choi In-ha, breathing heavily and sad, said, Fun enough to get suspended. Everyone exclaimed, What? Choi In-ha stood up. If things don't change this time, I'll truly live like a loser. Even if my arms and legs get broken, I want to try once. I really, really want to. He explained. You all know. That youngest brat. I mean, you understand what he wants to do, right? Everyone fell silent. Choi In-ha turned and walked away, voice full of resolve. I'll try fighting this time. It might really be the last time. So wake up. Don't resist pointlessly or pretend not to know. One session later, in the laboratory, Jiang Hoa was training Lee Cheol. Come on, kid. Change the form. He sat there, trying to imagine altering the flame in his hand. Jiang Hoa said, Stop. That's enough. The flame in his hand suddenly went out. She looked at the result, held her head and lamented. Failed again. Every time you try to shape the aura, its form collapses. Jiang-Hoa, annoyed, kept writing on paper. I didn't expect this problem to appear after reaching 3 stars. Li Qiol just sat there, looking at her helplessly. Jiang-Hoa continued to nag. If only there were records about how the ancients used magic. Li Qiol looked at the ring on his hand and thought, if it's Votan's memories, but I still haven't read the next memory. Anyway, the trip to the archives yielded more than expected. I should mention the time it was covered by black chi, terrifying the hordes of monsters. Even the kingdom's brave generals were defeated. The heroes sealed it on the northern 10,000 Demons Mountain. The king granted land to honor that achievement. Grateful for the grace, the heroes forged a sword and named it Votan. He clenched his fist. Finding information about Votan is a major gain. Jiang-Hoa looked at him excitedly. Anyway, you touched aura and reached 3 stars yourself. That's truly impressive. She beamed. The current stalemate will be resolved soon. Actually, you've nearly perfected the void technique and the transmutation art. Li Qiol buttoned his shirt and replied, yes, thank you for always teaching me. He hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, what do you learn after reaching 3 stars? Jiang-Hoa kindly. You'll learn how to use reinforced chi techniques and aura skills. But mastering them will still take a long time. Suddenly she looked at Li Qiol, curious. By the way, how's the trainees' training going? You always look tired. He sighed, expressionless. It's just normal. Jiang-Hoa smiled brightly. Is that so? If it's hard, let me lend a hand. Li Qiol asked, huh? How you plan to help? Jiang-Hoa, full of confidence, patted her chest. Haha, you'll find out soon. Just trust me. The next day, Li Qiol, looking helpless, looked up and thought, hearing trust me already makes me anxious. A girl stepped in from outside. The instructor announced, today there will be a special lecture on magic. Straighten your uniforms and remain at attention. This is Elder Li Jiang-Hoa, a researcher of Sung Mu Kolon. A familiar face appeared. Li Dongho hurriedly chimed in. Applause, everyone. Jiang-Hoa stood there, grinning. Oh, stop being so embarrassed. She adjusted her glasses, playful. I don't like dragging things out. Let's start the lecture right away. Li Qiol sat below, looked up, and remarked, looks like she enjoys teaching more and more. After a while, the dull lecture ended. Applause rang out. Jiang-Hoa smiled brightly. Now for the practical part. I'll demonstrate the improved version of the line technique developed by the Research Institute. Li Dongho beside her looked puzzled. Huh? Didn't the lesson just end? She immediately replied. What are you talking about? The main part starts now. Everyone, sit properly. I'll only demonstrate once, so pay attention. Suddenly the youngest pulled Li Qiol up. Surprised, he asked, what's happening? Jiang-Hoa, excitedly. When direct descendants enter the academy, they're usually supported like this. But you had nothing, so I made a little effort. Ahem. He was moved and bowed. Thank you, ma'am. Jiang-Hoa was blunt. All right, good. She joked, lightly nudging his shoulder. In theory, your power should double. Isn't that great? Li Qiol sighed helplessly. Yes, you're amazing. Li Dongho clapped to get attention. Everyone listen up. From now on, we'll continue sparring by directly applying the elder researchers' taught magic. Find your opponent. A familiar voice rose behind Li Qiol. Young master, be my opponent. Choi In stepped forward, determined. I warn you, I won't go easy. He took his stance, full of confidence. It's an honor to fight you. I'll let you strike first. Choi In shouted in anger and advanced with an attack. Jiang-Hoa stood to the side watching, whispering praise. Wow, my kid is ruthless. Looks like when I was young. Suddenly murmurs arose. Honestly, I can't stand that brat. It turned out some students were annoyed, sitting in a corner chatting. Even as a younger son, even if he's discriminated against, he's completely different from us. Different physique and an awakened ability. He's already ahead from the starting line. Another student joined in. Exactly. We've tried our best, but what does he even know? Hearing that, Jiang-Hoa walked over and called, Hey, you lot. The whispering students turned in surprise. Huh? Mom, you're still here. She bent close, wearing a threatening expression. Earlier, were you talking about that kid, my disciple? The 2 students, frightened, thought. Her expression, they hung their heads and stammered. Sorry, we spoke thoughtlessly. Jiang-Hoa, enraged, radiated searing heat and asked, Once more, what right do you have to say such things to that child? The two students panicked, fearful. Please forgive us. Suddenly a voice cut in. Isn't the young master clueless too? Bok Sung sneered. We've worked extremely hard, but we're treated like nothing every time. Different responses in different situations are natural, right? Jiang Hoa turned away coldly. You really don't know, do you? Bok Sung looked puzzled, huh? Jiang Hoa continued, eyes full of disdain. Yes, maybe it's better not to know. If you knew how different that child's day is from yours, you'd realize your life is nothing but child's play. Bok Sung clenched his fists and shouted. What exactly makes that younger son so different? Bok Sung clenched his fists and shouted. What exactly makes that younger son so different? A little later, an announcement sounded. Training ends here for today. Bok Sung glanced furtively at Li Shou. He thought, see, what's so special? Keep shouting about struggle, struggle. In the end, it's just that he's gifted by heaven, different from us. Other students rushed over and asked, you said you wanted to tail that younger son today, right? But is it okay to roam the clan grounds like that? Bok Sung assured, we're common students, so it's fine. Besides, we're not going to any dangerous place. That younger son doesn't live in the main family's quarters. We can't let him keep overshadowing us. Today I'll see for myself. Bok Sung murmured and looked at the sky, full of determination. Late at night, Bok Sung and a few other students nodded and stood watching. How long has he been in a research area? It's already 9 p.m. One sleepy student rubbed his eyes. Bok Sung, let's go home. The daytime training made me so sleepy. Another chimed in. I'm exhausted too. One helpless guy. All right. Whatever that younger son is doing in there, we won't know. Bok Sung sent them off, still muttering. Weaklings. At that moment, Li Chiol stepped out, startling him. He's out. He exhaled and urged himself on. Phew, come on. Bok Sung, seeing Li Chiol walk, secretly rejoiced, finally going home. But contrary to his expectation, he was surprised to see Li Chiol head into the training yard, the main family's exclusive area. He can't go in there. Suddenly, loud shouts rang out, surprising him and the other students. They asked one another, what's that noise? Is it training? Which surprised him and the accompanying students. They asked one another, what's that noise? Is it training? A student, frightened, said, Bok Sung, it seems the youngest master is truly formidable. Let's stop. The young master wasn't entirely wrong. We'll try as hard as Inha did. Bok Sung cut in. I never neglect personal training either. There's no difference. The two students looked at each other, embarrassed, and stammered. So, sorry, we'll head back first. Bok Sung angrily. How am I any different from that younger son? I'll definitely prove that I'm not wrong. Cutting through his thoughts, a tired Li Chiol finished training and stepped out. After that, he set off for home. Bok Sung kept tailing him, spying. When he saw Li Chiol enter his house, he quietly rejoiced. Finally home at last. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from behind, accompanied by a loud shout. Hey, stop! A patrolman appeared, adjusted his hat, and exclaimed, What's going on? Students, young master Li Chiol walks around at this hour every night, but I didn't expect he'd bring along a student. Bok Sung, hearing this, couldn't believe it. Every night, he smiled awkwardly. That? I had some business. The patrolman admonished. By the rules, this is not allowed. Return at once. Sung nodded. Yes. He glanced at Li Chiol's house, alarmed. The lights are still on? It's already 2 a.m. He scowled and turned away, but didn't forget to say, Then I wish you well. Bok Sung trudged away heavily, telling himself, Let's go. The next morning, 5 a.m., at the training ground reserved for 5th class students. Bok Sung held his head, exhausted, blaming himself. As expected, I returned too late last night. He looked up in surprise at a corner. Li Chiol leaned wearily against the stone ledge. Bok Sung thought, he's really exhausted. Even with the main family's gifted physique and abundant mana, can a 13-year-old endure a life of only 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day? What about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax. I also train personally, but I still get enough sleep and rest and entertain myself properly. Having thought that, he stepped closer. Li Chiol looked up, puzzled. What's the matter? Bok Sung hesitated. Don't you feel tired? Li Chiol frowned, angrily. So you were among those following me yesterday? Bok Sung awkwardly. Yes. The young master is of the main line, so he gets support and a different starting point. And besides, Li Chiol calmly cut him off. I've lived like this since I was little. Before joining the student team, I did sleep a bit longer. If you don't get enough sleep, of course you'll be tired. Bok Song, ashamed, asked further. Then why? Why do you push yourself to that extent? Li Chiol stepped closer, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, You already know the answer. Bok Song clenched his teeth, embarrassed, and thought to himself, Damn it. Scene change. In the clan's great hall, Tae Shin was training hard, drenched in sweat. Butler Choi Jin entered respectfully. Clan Chief, the dispatch for the mission you assigned has been processed. He held out his hand. Let me see it. Tae Shin read carefully inside. This still isn't enough. Choi Jin explained. This is a level 3 and minor instance. With the current level of the student team, it will be very dangerous. Tae Shin grimaced. Supplies and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Now I need to create people who can survive. Choi Jin bowed. At your command, I understand. I will handle it as you instruct. Also, there's one more matter to report. What has the youngest done? That kid has had a different look since he was little. The eyes of someone who has been deprived, who has been knocked down to the very bottom. He clenched his fist, determined. But leading people and changing them are different matters. Then he handed Choi Jin a stack of test papers and instructed, adjust the test content a bit. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same cohort. Raise the standard for the entire student team. Choi Jin accepted. Yes, understood. Tae Shin smiled slightly with interest. Does that boy truly have the qualities to lead people? This time, I'll examine him carefully. At the training hall for 5th class students, instructor Lee Dong-ho, as always, came to check on things. The kids in the hall were training hard together and were very surprised. My students are this diligent? It's the weekend, and they're already here from early morning. At this rate, there's no need to force them to train anymore. A student who saw the instructor greeted him. Sir, the trainer has arrived. Lee Dong-ho replied, Yeah, still diligent on the weekend? Huh? If anyone isn't here, go fetch them. There's an announcement to deliver. The student answered immediately. Yes. The instructor gave his instruction. Although it's a bit rushed, the schedule for the first quarter evaluation has been moved up. Therefore, it's been decided to grant 1 week of leave beforehand. Consider this your final break and rest well. Lee Dong-ho looked at the kids and thought, no need to tell them to maintain minimal training even during the break, right? Then he declared, I trust you know how to handle things. Well done. The students responded in unison. Yes. Lee Chiol rubbed his chin, puzzled. Suddenly we get leave like this? Moving up the quarterly evaluation. Are you sure that's okay? He turned to the students, confused. Why hasn't everyone gone home yet? Kim Han grinned. We're watching the young master. Choi and Ho wanted to ask something. During this break, what does the young master plan to do? Lee Chiol replied, leave is personal time. Why ask me? Take time off whenever you need. I won't force anything during the break. His words left the students stunned, eyes wide as they whispered among themselves. I didn't expect to hear that from the young master. We actually thought he'd make us go through hellish training. Like, is someone really going to rest? And force everyone into an intense session. Lee Chiol, exasperated, folded his arms. Why not say that louder? What do you lot take me for? Should we try doing the first day routine again during this break? The group went pale with fear. He sighed and smiled faintly. Take time off when you need it. Rest is important too. I know that even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit idle. Manage yourselves, rest well, and we'll meet after the break. Hearing this, the group cheered happily, acclaiming, Young Master of Sung Mu Ko Lon. Scene change. In Lee Jiang-hoa's study, his aunt scolded. Heard you have leave yet still come bother your aunt? I have a pile of research to do. Lee Chiol complained. Clearly, you're playing on your phone, looking at nonsense. Jiang-hoa jumped up. What nonsense? I'm reading that Han Min was recognized by the head and even cured of leukemia. Lee Chiol pulled a skeptical face. Wait, what exactly are you looking at? Then he changed the subject. About the evaluation being moved up. Was that really on my father's orders? His aunt answered, yes. The order came directly. Lee Chiol fell in a thought. Then this test will be harsher than imagined. Right now I'm blocked by the manhwa. To get past it, I might have to search for Votan's next memory. He tore at his hair. If the memory can't be read, it means something's still missing. I've tried improving things to unlock the next memory, but haven't succeeded. I'll just have to keep looking for a way. His hand accidentally knocked over the stack of documents beside him, scattering them across the floor. Leader-Manhwa snapped. What is this? Be careful. I told you to tidy this place up already. One sheet from the pile caught his attention. He picked it up. What's this? The paper read. The decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their intended targets. It could be inferred that in that era, human techniques focused on fighting monsters. So perhaps the target was the same for Truck-Ma. Truck-Ma was originally an excessive technique. Li Chiol suddenly sprang to his feet, prompting his aunt to ask, "What's wrong, child?" He put on a serious face and hurried off. "Aunt, I understand now. I'll explain later. I have to get to the training ground right away." The documents flew everywhere again. At the training ground, Li Chiol summoned the Votan sword and thought to himself, "Now imagine the opponent. A being larger than me, a monster of a species different from humans. A gigantic beast. A technique that cares nothing for combo efficiency, preserving raw power, dodging or defending. Those flashy moves without destructive force, or only meant to deceive an opponent, are all useless." The clear objective of Truck-Ma, he regulated the mana in his body, leapt up, causing the ground beneath him to cave in a large patch. Li Chiol thought, the goal of Truck-Ma is to cleave and slaughter monsters. He imagined the monster and brought his blade down vertically on it. After using the move, he imagined the monster and struck it down. After the technique, dust and smoke rose up. After the technique, dust and smoke rose up. A pitch-black aura clung to the Votan sword. He cried out joyfully, "All right, what will appear now?" Then he was transported into the spatial stream inside the Votan. Li Chiol wondered, "Where is this?" The training ground looks exactly like when I first received the Votan. Why does the perspective only change when reading Votan's memory? Standing outside the training door, peering in, is it the person from Votan's previous memory? The speed is terrifying. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. The weapon changed, and the aura changed along with it. It wasn't that person's aura changed, but that Votan itself was altering the aura. A voice inside sighed. "Change the method again, have you? Don't be peeking at others' training." He was surely referring to Li Chiol, but the other person did not ask any questions. The other changed the subject. "Since you have it, have you named those techniques yet?" He replied, "Not yet. It's not really at the level of a technique." The other suggested, "Then let me name them. How about myriad transformations?" He answered, "Not bad." Suddenly he froze and said to the other, "You didn't bring anyone here, did you?" The other replied in confusion, "Me? Of course not." Li Chiol stood outside, sweating profusely. The swords clashed again. The other initiated combat first. "Want a spar match? No reason to bring anyone here." Chiol craned his neck in and saw the two dueling. He curiously looked at the opponent. Those eyes and that hair color are precisely the traits of the main line in Sung Mu. Time passed quickly, and the 1-week break came to an end. Today, Li Chiol's group was loaded onto a vehicle to be transported to the site of the quarterly evaluation test. Inside the vehicle, Li Chiol gazed out the window, lost in thought. This scenery is no different from the future or the past. The walls separating the safe zones from the dangerous ones. Long ago, a massive rift appeared near the Pacific Ocean, called the Blue Hole, a mysterious space humans have yet to fully explore. From it, never-before-seen monsters poured out. Humanity fought them for ages to reclaim territory, but some lands remain unconquered. Places like this are called dangerous zones. He mused silently. Meanwhile, perhaps excited about the upcoming test, Kim Han laughed and said, "They say these walls now mark the boundary between safe and dangerous zones, right? The closer you get to the dangerous zones, the more desolate it becomes." Li Chiol began enlightening him with knowledge from his past life. Since we're still within the walls, the destruction is only this bad. The pioneer villages near the dangerous zones have very primitive civilizations. At this, painful memories from his previous life surfaced in Li Chiol's mind. He had once lived there to stay hidden, a time that was far from pleasant. Soon, the small vehicle passed through the wall, entering the uncharted territory. As Li Chiol had mentioned, the scenery here was bleak and starkly different from inside the walls. The air carried a faint bluish haze drifting around. Instructor Li Dong-ho disembarked first, warning, "Everyone, stay alert. From now on, we're entering a dungeon not fully explored. Assemble. We'll set up a base here, check necessary supplies, and begin the test. The escort guards will only protect the base, so from now on, you're on your own. But I'm not worried. I'll support you as much as I can as your instructor. Show everything you've prepared." The group of trainees shouted in unison, full of spirit. "Yes, sir." Li Chiol turned to the group, saying, "From now on, I'll take command. But first, this test will be tougher than expected. This is your last chance. Anyone who wants to leave, go now." His voice was filled with seriousness. His gaze drifted to the distance. Countless spider webs crisscrossed the forest, making him uneasy. Indeed, anyone can see this quarterly test isn't for ordinary trainees. The human-faced spider forest, a dungeon full of webs. Any intruder would be instantly detected by the monsters. Yet our task is to film an adult spider in this forest. Clearly, this test was set by my father, he thought. However, none of the fifth-year class backed out. Choi In-ha sighed, smiling lightly. "At this point, test me however you want. The entire fifth-year class won't just run or give up." Kim Han nodded. "Right, young master. We all trust you." The group looked at Li Chiol with eyes full of faith, surprising him slightly. In his past life, he had never experienced this feeling. Li Chiol grinned, teasing, "You guys say such cheesy lines so naturally, huh?" His words made Bok Sung's face flush. "That's because you create that kind of atmosphere, young master." Li Chiol continued, "All right, I get it. No one's backing out. Final check on communications, secure the supplies, and let's head into the forest together." The group shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Regarding the human-faced spider forest, the creatures operated with hive-like behavior, like ants or bees, making them difficult to handle. Leading the group, Li Chiol cautioned, "You all know by now, right? The task is to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using the filming equipment. From now on, Choi In-ha will take command." Choi In-ha started. "Wait, what do you mean?" Li Chiol said bluntly. "I'll act alone, serving as bait for the spiders." Hearing this, the group froze, question marks practically floating above their heads, shouting, "Wait, what?" As time passed, Li Chiol split from the fifth-year formation, moving alone. After casually slaying a giant spider, he surveyed his surroundings, panting from exhaustion. His gaze caught countless giant spiders staring with glowing red eyes. But this was exactly what he wanted. Finally, they're all gathered. Killing a few to lure them with pheromones was worth it. Human-faced spiders take high-value prey back to their nest as food for their larvae. The easiest way to make them see me as valuable prey is to prove my terrifying strength. As he thought this, he transformed his sword into a long sword, executing the bamboo demon technique, cleaving a charging spider in two. This action enraged the remaining spiders. They hissed, swarming from all directions. Li Chiol gave a faint smile, dropping his weapon, ceasing resistance. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on soft webbing. Is this inside a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, the plan worked. My stomach's a bit upset from the venom, but not bad. He used a cloaking technique, enveloping his body in a blue energy veil, transforming his weapon into a short blade to cut through the webbing, planning his next move. If this is their nest, the larvae should be gathered here. He sliced a large gash in the cocoon, peering outside, stunned. Wait, why are there so many feeding cocoons? They couldn't have caught this many today. They should have eaten them long ago. Why? Li Chiol frowned, scanning the area. His face paled as he saw, not far away, a massive cocoon suspended in the air by countless webs, guarded by giant spiders. The cocoon trembled incessantly, as if something inside was trying to break free. Li Chiol felt a tremor in his body. Is the dark energy resonating with it? Before he could think further, the cocoon tore open from within. A massive leg emerged, followed by a human-like hand. Finally, the figure revealed itself. A giant spider with the lower body of an arachnid and the upper body of a seductive woman, with 6 eyes on her face. A 5th-rank monster, the human-faced spider queen. "My children, are you hungry?" she spoke. Li Chiol held his breath, analyzing silently. A 5th-rank monster in a dungeon, using human language? No, she hasn't opened her mouth. Is the dark energy reading her consciousness? The spider queen suddenly attacked, lunging at Li Chiol's cocoon with sharp legs, sending him crashing to the ground. No time to maintain the cloaking technique, he thought. The Spider Queen glared at him, her eyes brimming with killing intent. What are you? The thing that woke me is inside you. Why does a human have it? That's Mila. Give it to me. She unleashed a purple sonic wave, the fierce skill, like the giant turtle he once faced. Li Chiol registered it, but felt no fear, a terrifying pressure only a top predator could produce. Too bad it doesn't work on me, he thought. Thanks to the dark energy, the pressure was neutralized. The Spider Queen flinched. You dare resist my mana? Insolent. As her words fell, from the forest nearby, a plume of black smoke rose, followed by a deafening explosion that shattered everything. Looking at the scene in the distance, the Spider Queen's face turned blank with shock. My forest, my forest. What have you done? She screamed, unable to contain herself. Meanwhile, Li Chiol smirked, seeing his plan unfold as predicted. He explained, that's a weapon called an explosive mana bullet. Luckily, this cursed forest has plenty of flammable materials. All it took was detonating them on my signal. Not far away, the group led by Kim Han contacted Li Chiol through his earpiece. We've started. Group 1 is moving out. We'll reach the nest in 30 minutes at most. At the same time, Instructor Li Dong-ho, observing through a monitor, urgently reported, this is base camp. Young master, I've detected a 5th-rank mana source in the nest, but before he could finish, Li Chiol cut in. I'm fine. Make sure to support the trainees first. Back in the spider nest, the Spider Queen was enraged. She ground her teeth, ordering her minions. My children, hurry. Protect our forest. Then, glaring at Li Chiol, she snarled. I'll crush you myself. Arrogant brat. You think you can defeat me alone? You believe your teammates rushing to my nest will make it here? You can't do anything to me. In response, Li Chiol sneered. You're the one underestimating me. He enveloped his body in a golden aura. The scene shifts to the trainees moving forward. Choi In-ha commanded. Everyone, keep firing explosive bullets to draw the human-faced spiders. Group 1, head straight to the nest, support the young master, and secure an escape route. Bok Som, running alongside, asked, wait, with an anomaly in the nest, we're still proceeding like this? Choi In-ha replied, it's the young master's orders. We stick to the plan. Though he said this, he couldn't hide his worry, silently praying, young master, please hold on a little longer. Back in the shaking cave, rubble fell as the Spider Queen's relentless attacks continued. But she was far from pleased. Why? Why aren't you dead? Why are you still standing? She screamed, seeing her attacks fail to harm Li Chiol. It was all thanks to his demon eye skill. He thought, hidden things, the flow of invisible power, the eyes that see through are called demon eyes. With them, I can read mana flows, dodging critical hits. But the power gap is too wide. I can't evade everything. Fortunately, this Spider Queen just emerged and hasn't fully mastered her body. I have one chance. While thinking, Li Chiol applied a healing potion to his wounds, switching his sword to a longsword form. He activated the thunderous steel aura martial technique, enveloping the blade in black lightning. Without hesitation, he charged, swinging his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy at the Spider Queen. A massive explosion echoed in the cave. The Spider Queen couldn't dodge in time, sustaining a deep wound, one front leg severed. But Li Chiol wasn't satisfied. Damn it, the cut's too shallow. As expected, piercing that thick hide with one strike is too hard. He looked at the shrieking Spider Queen. Pain, it hurts. I'll make you my servant, rip that thing out of you, heal myself, and you'll suffer endless agony. She raised both hands, firing beams of light. Though unfamiliar with the skill, Li Chiol tried to dodge. But the sheer number of threads was overwhelming, and one caught him. A voice echoed in his mind. Submit. A searing headache hit, making him scream in pain. The Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. Ha! That arrogant face. But before she finished, she coughed blood, stammering, Wow, what's this? She lunged to attack. Instead of fleeing, Li Chiol stood still, muttering, You should have been more careful. Insects are weak to fire. As he spoke, a massive explosion erupted beside the Spider Queen, sending her straight to the underworld. The trainees arrived, sighing in relief to see Li Chiol safe. Kim Han said, Sorry, We were delayed clearing a path. Li Cheol sighed, scolding. When we get back, you're all getting special training. Kim Han's face paled, whining. Gods, even now you're saying that. Li Cheol declared, let's get out of this nest. The scene shifts to the instructor's grading room, where discussions buzzed. Team 5 from Nam Il is behind schedule. They returned 30 minutes ago. They didn't abandon the mission like Team 4, did they? It's understandable. It's a special 6th-rank dungeon with an anomaly. Li Dong-ho entered. Sorry for being late. Many were injured, so I took them to the infirmary first. I'll report now. He pressed a remote, displaying footage of human-face spiders. Team 5's mission was to record adult spider behavior. But we detected an anomaly, so we gathered intelligence. Team 5 split into 4 groups, planting 132 explosive mana bullets. A man interrupted. Wait, did I hear that right? You used firepower? Li Dong-ho nodded. Yes. We used 52 during combat, totaling 184. The dark-haired man slammed the table, furious. Were you trying to level the dungeon? The mission was to film. Don't tell me you blew it up and called it a success. Li Dong-ho stammered. The mission was completed. Where's the footage? Play it, someone shouted. Before he could respond, the door opened. Li Cheol entered. Sorry for being late. The equipment broke, so I had to recover it. Here's the video. He handed his badge to Li Dong-ho. Behind him, Li Seo-hyun whispered. This lunatic, blowing up a dungeon is normal? You didn't find being captured troublesome? Li Cheol replied. If you want to film, this was the surest way. Soon, the footage played. The room fell silent. The dark-haired man rubbed his face, bewildered. Unbelievable. The report matches the footage perfectly. Using bombs in a dungeon is like bringing gasoline to a fire. He looked at Li Cheol. You think this was a reasonable plan? Li Cheol replied confidently. I chose the method with the highest success rate. With a standard plan, would the trainees have succeeded? I used every means to complete it, rather than fail or quit. The Li clan only cares about results. His words made the dark-haired instructor's eyes narrow, thinking, not an accident. It looks like a variable, but it's a plan. That 9th kid has absolute faith in his strategy. The other examiners exchanged glances, discussing. The young master's plan was too unconventional to set as an example or grade easily. But since they completed the mission with no casualties, it's arguably a perfect score. Team 5 was the only team to achieve a perfect score in this evaluation. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifts to the office of the Li clan head. Butler Choi Jin reported the test results. 32 dead, 78 severely injured, many with minor injuries. Due to the identity transfer clause in the contract, there are no specific issues. Tae-shin nodded, unsurprised, and asked, what are the support measures for the casualties this time? Choi Jin replied, full coverage of treatment costs for the severely injured. For those with irreversible disabilities, we'll handle it per regulations. Tae-shin gestured. All right, proceed with the progress report. You've worked hard. Tae-shin flipped through the report, reviewing it. Choi Jin pressed a remote, displaying a video, and continued. Yes, here's the footage related to each dungeon reported this time. From Tae-shin's perspective, as he watched the video, he commented, it's indeed impactful. The human-faced spider forest is in a dangerous zone. Choi Jin agreed. Yes, at the northern edge of Gangwon province. The screen showed the Spider Queen commanding her minions to attack Li Cheol, but the image quality was poor. Tae-shin remarked, quite short. Choi Jin shrugged. According to the report, the video could only be restored to this extent. It seems it was heavily edited. The comment made Tae-shin pause for a beat. He sipped his tea, amused. Truly an interesting kid. Don't you think so? Choi Jin replied earnestly. Overcoming such a tough mission with sheer willpower is impressive. I'm just concerned he might overlook basic tactics and strategies. Tae-shin agreed. Even you think so? His unconventional approach shows boldness. By understanding the rules, he knows how to use unique methods. The fact that the trainees and instructors followed his plan without objection proves his leadership. No leaks about the operation, and the plan succeeded perfectly. Not just this time. Raised the frequency and difficulty of the overall evaluations. Choi Jin bowed. Yes, I'll handle it. Tae-shin whispered, his eyes brimming with expectation. Looks like soon, the others will pay more attention to the youngest. A few months later, at the dedicated training ground for Class 5, Kim Han wailed, "Young master, you know we just finished the final evaluation yesterday, right?" Lee Cheol blinked, confused. "Huh? That's why I gave everyone a break." Kim Han sighed. Ugh, never mind." Instructor Lee Dong-ho gathered everyone, announcing, "Though this is the final evaluation of the year, you might want to rest, but don't forget the promotion exam. I don't want anyone in this class held back." "Understood," the group shouted in unison. "Yes, we understand, sir." Lee Cheol, as if recalling something, teased Kim Han. "In the last evaluation, you fell into mana exhaustion, right? Memorize some incantations today. Start with physical training." The group dove into practice. Watching their spirit, Lee Cheol thought happily, they've grown tougher, not just physically but mentally. No longer collapsing from shortcomings, they've learned to compensate. Nearly a year since starting as trainees, aside from those forced to drop out, no one's been expelled or killed. Suddenly, Lee Dong-ho approached. "Hey, you're here?" Lee Cheol was surprised. "What's up?" Lee Dong-ho reminded him. "The instructors have an announcement about the promotion exam." Lee Cheol nodded. "All right, I'll go now." At the meeting room, Lee Seo-yeon waved. "Over here, sit down. I've got something to say." She patted the chair beside her. As Lee Cheol sat, she glanced at him. "You did well in this evaluation, but I heard Class 1 was impressive too." Lee Cheol responded, prompting Lee Seo-yeon to boast confidently. "Humph, right? No, that's not important." She shook her head, dismissing the thought, then whispered, "Listen, you're in trouble for this promotion exam. Sixth sister and seventh brother were summoned by mother. Lately, rumors say they've been meeting trainees everywhere." Lee Cheol guessed Lady Bong's intentions, but wasn't worried, smirking. "What? They're planning something for the promotion exam?" Lee Seo-yeon huffed. "Getting eliminated is normal, but the scary part is not knowing what they'll pull. You're not scared because you're too weird. Sixth sister and seventh brother are terrifying." Lee Cheol crossed his arms, scoffing. "If you're warning me, it's a bit late. Those kinds of troubles started at the midterm evaluation." He rubbed his chin, calculating. Every evaluation has issues: shoddy equipment, omitted training content for discrimination. "Recently, I heard someone approached Bok Sung." Lee Seo-yeon clenched her fist. "I've warned my class. This time, I'll compete fairly and win. I want first place, so you'll call me Big Sister." She spoke with burning determination. Lee Cheol muttered, "Why is she so obsessed with titles?" The instructor entered, announcing, "Is everyone here? This year's quarterly evaluation is officially over. Now, I'll announce the promotion exam's details and schedule. Promotion results depend on your annual performance in this exam. It'll be held at Gate I-7, 3 kilometers north of Kian City." Hearing the location, Lee Cheol's eyes flashed with surprise. "A gate? I expected an unusual exam, but not inside a dimensional gate." The instructor continued, holding up a token. "Inside the gate, nameplates marked with Sung Mu Blue Orchid will be placed. Each trainee has one. If it's stolen, you're deemed responsible and must leave. There are no other rules. Collect as many nameplates as possible. This isn't a combat test, but a contest of seizure." Lee Cheol quickly grasped the essence. "So that's the game. Collect nameplates, steal, survive. Losing your nameplate means you're out. The number of nameplates determines your score. Simple rules. Handling deaths is the trap. No one knows what happens. Just steal or find hidden nameplates. No issue. It's an individual match, including second-year trainees. Clearly, some force is meddling. A dimensional gate isolates the outside world. For a despised bastard like me, anything could happen without evidence. A chance not to miss, but that applies to my side too." He flashed a dangerous smile, making Lee Seo-yeon uneasy. The scene shifts to an office where a girl whistled cheerfully. A voice interrupted. "What are you doing, sister?" It was Lee Jae-hak, the 7th young master of the Lee clan. The girl, 6th young lady Lee Seoa, replied, "Admiring my cute little brother working himself to death." Lee Jae-hak cursed. "Crazy woman." Lee Seoa complained. "This punk, always talking so rudely to your sister? Anyway, 8th sister is way cuter. Her rabbit-like personality makes me want to strangle her." She pulled out a dagger, licking her lips menacingly, then asked, "So, what do you think?" Lee Jae-hak, eyes fixed on his computer, asked, about what? Lee Seoa reminded him. Mother's orders, duh. Lee Jae-hak sighed wearily. I just think it's time to get a clear picture once and for all. Lee Seoa juggled her dagger, saying, I'm pissed. A bastard daring to wear a main branch nameplate, strutting around arrogantly. As his superior, I'll teach him his place. And dragging that soft, doughy big brother behind him. Time to show him where he stands. Lee Seoa gripped her dagger tightly, plunging it deep into the table. Time passed quickly, and the promotion exam finally began. This was the opportunity for trainees to advance to the next year, a contest to seize nameplates within a stabilized dimensional gate. Kim Han glanced at the two stone-faced men ahead, whispering to Lee Cheol, a stabilized secret realm with this much security? Lee Cheol replied calmly, probably to reassure the public or as a precaution. This is a research and testing site. His eyes narrowed, pondering, but the number of personnel is fewer than I expected. Do they think we won't notice their blatant actions? Or is this the level of the trainees? Either way, it doesn't matter. Lee Cheol turned, addressing the trainees behind him. Everyone ready? The group shouted in unison. Absolutely, sir. He nodded. All right, let's go. Leading the way, Lee Cheol strode swiftly into the gate. Meanwhile, regarding the sibling pair Lee Seoa and Lee Jae-hak, Lee Seoa was happily munching on snacks, praising, Jae-hak, this office has some great sweets. Lee Jae-hak, focused on work, sighed. Those are for guests, don't overdo it. Lee Seoa shrugged, unconcerned, no way. By the way, still no contact? I'm busy, yet I had to come here myself. Lee Jae-hak looked up. The instructors reported that all second-year trainees have entered. Hearing this, Lee Seoa's face lit up with excitement. Just thinking of those bastards and trash crawling in defeat gets me thrilled. Mother said if we do well, there'll be rewards. I need to decide what I want first. Unlike his confident sister, Lee Jae-hak felt uneasy. Will everything go smoothly? I trust the plan will work, but he recalled the words of their eldest brother, Leader-Manhwa. Be careful, Jae-hak. The youngest isn't an easy opponent. I told him that when I met him recently. At the time, Jae-hak had laughed it off, but the words lingered. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lee Seoa sprang up. What's that? Done already. Jae-hak didn't answer, his eyes narrowing at the screen. Lee Seoa, irritated, snatched the phone and checked it. Seconds later, her voice trembled with disbelief. 21 dead, 15 withdrawn? The entire Class 5 from Nam-il survived? Impossible. You're saying they teamed up and still couldn't beat a bastard. She clenched her fist in rage, crushing the phone. Lee Jae-hak finally understood his brother's warning. We lost. Completely outplayed by Lee Cheol. The scene shifts to inside the gate, where two trainees ran for their lives. The brown-haired one cursed. Damn it. He's just a fifth-year bastard. The dark-haired one snapped. Shut up and run. Hide in that cave. He won't find us. They sped up, ducking into a stone cave to rest and observe outside. The dark-haired one asked, Did we lose him? In response, a sword tore through the air, plunging into the ground, creating a large crack. As they panicked, Lee Cheol appeared, grabbing the dark-haired one's arm and twisting it, eliciting a scream of pain. Smiling, he mocked the brown-haired one. Lee Cheol here. You guys hide well. It took me a while to find you. The brown-haired trainee fell back, trembling. Stay away. Just because you're main branch, you think you're everything? Why torment us? Lee Cheol stepped forward, grabbing his collar, enlightening him. Some might think I attacked you first if they heard that. Drawing a sword on a main branch member, shouldn't you pay a price? He raised his sword. A chilling scream echoed in the cave. Time passed, and Choi In-ha ran up to report. Young master, this side's done. Lee Cheol nodded. Good work. If you're finished, move out. We haven't dealt with all the pursuers yet. Choi In-ha replied. Yes, I'll rendezvous with Kim Han now. Lee Cheol said he'd move alone, instructing Choi In-ha to handle the remaining targets and collect more nameplates. Watching him disappear, Lee Cheol stretched, thinking, the most important thing is the number of nameplates collected. Stealing from other trainees is inefficient. So, I hypothesized, can Demon Eyes find nameplates? Activating Demon Eyes, countless golden energy streams appeared, one stretching to a nearby cliff. Lee Cheol smirked, Found one. He leaped onto the cliff, retrieving a nameplate, delighted. This is really efficient. Might as well train my demon I control too. Time passed, and Li Chiol stared in disbelief at his bag filled with nameplates. Didn't expect to collect this many. Looking at this bag feels exhilarating. But I can't train demon eyes further. A loud explosion echoed from afar. He sighed, disappointed. The exam's almost over, with constant battles since morning. Avoiding her any longer will only cause more trouble. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun dropped from the sky in front of him. Finally found you, Li Chiol. Her voice was gleeful, but seeing his expression, she grew curious. What's wrong? Not surprised. Li Chiol shrugged. I knew you'd chase me. Li Xiaoyun asked. Then why didn't you stop? He grinned. I'm stopping now, aren't I? Li Xiaoyun didn't waste time, getting to the point. Pretty impressive, huh? Let's duel to see who's on top. She tied her hair, taunting. Up for it? If I win, you call me big sister. Got it. Li Chiol, intrigued, asked. And if I win? Li Xiaoyun replied sweetly. If you win, I'll call you big brother. Her tone gave Li Chiol goosebumps. He hugged himself, wary. If you're attacking psychologically, it's working. Li Xiaoyun, embarrassed, shouted. Shut up, talk too much. Let's go. Both gripped their swords, charging at each other. The battle officially began. The promotion exam concluded with an increasingly stringent evaluation system, made even more notable by the simultaneous participation of not one, but two direct main branch members, becoming a hot topic. In a corner of the training arena, a few nameless trainees gossiped. The 8th young lady took first place, right? With second-year warriors involved, could a first-year cadet really hold up? One worried. In another corner, some whispered with hands over mouths. You mean them? Yeah, the youngest bastard, the first-year cadet from Class 5. The scene shifts to the Class 5 training arena, where instructor Li Dong-ho congratulated Li Chiol. Congratulations, young master. You achieved the highest score. He handed over a certificate. Li Chiol accepted it, shaking his head in gratitude. Honestly, I didn't expect to take first place. He smiled, thinking about his duel with Li Xiaoyun. They couldn't show too much favoritism. Maybe Xiaoyun performed better, but I took all her nameplates. Unaware of this thought, Li Dong-ho continued praising. So calm. You're the top scorer among all cadets, a proud achievement. Li Chiol nodded. My wet nurse will be thrilled. Thanks for the congratulations. As he stepped down, trainees rushed to congratulate him. Congrats, young master. Li Dong-ho called next. Cadet Choi In-ha, stepped forward. Choi In-ha, who had repeated 2 years, approached. Congratulations on advancing. Li Dong-ho smiled, handing him a certificate. Choi In-ha ranked 13th. Looking at the certificate, he trembled. Thank you. His voice choked with emotion. From behind, Li Chiol teased. Don't let it go to your head, Choi In-ha. Be proud, but resting on your laurels won't change anything. Choi In-ha sighed. Yes, young master. Li Dong-ho continued. Cadet Bok Song. Bok Song ranked 24th. Kim Han, advancing in your first year. Great effort. Congratulations. Li Dong-ho smiled. But Kim Han, looking at his ranking, thought, not an impressive rank. Honestly, I'm disappointed. This is just the start. I'll become as strong as the young master, work harder, and stop being a burden or living half-heartedly. From now on, I won't lose. The group looked at Li Chiol's back, their eyes resolute. Li Chiol smiled with satisfaction. No one in the class failed. Good enough to be content. It's over. No more worries. He turned to the group. You all worked hard and passed. I was ready to retrain anyone who failed. What a pity. Year 2 will be tougher, with plenty of people wanting to tear you apart. But I believe you'll manage, right? The group shouted in unison. Yes. Li Chiol clenched his fist, shouting, You guys can do it. Time passed, and Li Chiol and Li Xiaoyun, dressed neatly, prepared to meet their father when summoned. Li Xiaoyun's face was sulky, thinking about her loss to Li Chiol. Hey, I don't accept this. Li Chiol sighed. What don't you accept this time? Li Xiaoyun bristled. Not about the promotion exam. I should have been first. You played dirty, not just beating me, but taking all my nameplates. Do you know how hard I worked to collect them? TSK, if I'd brought my Chang'e sword, she pouted regretfully. Li Chiol silently acknowledged. I thought I'd win easily, but it took over an hour. Seohyun's stronger than I expected. She hasn't unleashed sword aura or mastered her skills yet. If she had, I don't want to imagine it. Unaware of this assessment, Lee Seohyun vented, then coughed. But a promise is a promise. Lee Cheol, curious, asked, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Lee Seohyun shrugged. "The way we address each other. We made a bet, remember? You gonna bring it up now?" Lee Cheol covered her mouth, glaring. "One more word, and we'll duel to the death." Lee Seohyun blinked. "Got it. That touchy, huh? Fine. Stop messing around. Let's go. We're almost late." Lee Cheol urged. She startled. "Oh, right, let's hurry." They sped to the clan head's office. Upon entering, they bowed. "Greetings, father." Tae-shin turned, nodding. "Come in quickly." He poured tea for his children, asking, "I heard you completed the first-year cadet training. What have you seen and felt?" Lee Seohyun hesitated, glancing at Lee Cheol. He thought, "What's that look for?" Seeing Lee Cheol stay silent, Lee Seohyun shouted, "I saw the true face of this clan." Her words made Lee Cheol choke on his tea. Tae-shin, amused, asked, "What's this true face?" Lee Seohyun replied, "I understand rivalry from competition, but there are things I can't accept. I value fairness and honesty. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my sword and strength." Tae-shin nodded, pleased, thinking, "That's why the sword chose you. You were once timid, but the youngest has changed you." He looked at Lee Cheol. "And you, Cheol, what did you feel?" Lee Cheol, serious, thought before answering, "I feel ashamed. The cadet corps is the foundation of the clan's warriors, but it's rotting." Tae-shin's expression shifted, stern. "How so?" Lee Cheol stood firm. "They don't fight. They can be weak or lose, but giving up the fight makes them unworthy of the Lee clan's elite. I've seen too many cadets like that. The issue lies with the instructor's capabilities or training methods." He recalled his experiences in Class 5. Tae-shin said softly, arrogant, but smiled, leaving both stunned, wondering if they'd seen correctly. Tae-shin advised, "It's admirable that you've formed your own convictions. But be cautious. Once you fall into a quagmire of great stakes, it's hard to escape." His words lit up Lee Seohyun's face. While Lee Cheol was surprised, "I didn't expect Father to personally advise us." He replied, "Thank you, Father. I'll remember that." Tae-shin got to the main point. "I've heard about your actions over the past year. The exams may differ from regular warrior missions, but their essence is the same. You recognized they were tests I set and completed them diligently. Today, I summoned you to reward you for your good work." The unexpected reward made Lee Cheol suspicious. Father's always strict with rewards and punishments. Rewarding this must have a reason. Lee Seohyun, unconcerned, raised her hand. "I want a top-grade breastplate, dragon-scale armor." Tae-shin agreed. "Fine, I'll notify the armory. Pick it up tomorrow." Lee Seohyun beamed. "Yes, thank you, Father." Tae-shin looked at Lee Cheol. "And you, son, what do you want?" Lee Cheol had decided, "I want permission to enter Tianwei Mountain." Both Tae-shin and Lee Seohyun widened their eyes, staring at him in shock. Tae-shin turned to his son. "And you, my son, what do you want?" Lee Cheol replied instantly, "I request permission to enter Tianwei Mountain for training." The statement left Tae-shin and Lee Seohyun gaping, staring at him in shock. In the room, Lee Cheol was packing his backpack. Medicinal herbs, illustrated books, a cast-iron pot, and alchemy tools, all ready. "Good. Everything I need is prepared," he muttered to himself. Tianwei Mountain was a sacred mountain, home not only to spiritual herbs but also to rare elixirs. At Chiching Island, I could only refine flawed potions, but this time, I can create perfect ones, Lee Cheol thought, recalling Tae-shin's words. He hadn't expected his father to actually allow him to enter the mountain, speeding up the date for the warrior's journey. The warrior's journey, as its name implied, was the final trial for Sungmu clan descendants to be recognized as warriors. Before setting out, Tianwei Mountain was a must-visit. Gazing into the distance, he mused, Tianwei Mountain, I'd have to set foot there at least once in my life. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Yes, come in," Lee Cheol said. K1 entered. "Young master, there's news." He asked, "What news?" She replied, "The 7th young master sends an invitation." At the study, Lee Jae-hak served tea, warmly greeting. "It's been a while since the Mid-Autumn Festival, right?" Li Chiol smiled. Yes, you remembered, quite commendable. Li Jaehak sat down. I'm not so forgetful as to lose track of that time. Li Chiol observed, thinking, as expected, he's not easy to deal with. From his brotherly tone, personally brewing tea, to choosing a casual seat, everything's flawless. Compared to unpredictable kindness, clear malice is sometimes more bearable. Li Jaehak smiled falsely. Try the tea. My only hobby is drinking tea, so it's not bad. Li Chiol responded politely. Thank you. Do you often brew tea for guests yourself? Li Jaehak replied. Depends on the guest. This tea's from an overseas plantation. I bought it 2 years ago. Li Chiol thought, drinking tea several times, and he still hasn't gotten to the point. His leisurely pace doesn't suit the situation, yet he controls the conversation's flow. He's not useless, just moderately skilled in martial arts. That was enough probing. Li Jaehak set down his cup, saying, I called you here because of the promotion match. You know it was arranged by me and sixth sister, right? Li Chiol answered, Yes, I know. Li Jaehak sighed in relief. Then we can talk faster. He explained, This wasn't my idea. Li Chiol smiled faintly, thinking, he's choosing that approach. Li Jaehak's renowned in politics, administration, and commerce. His deft maneuvering and non-hostile communication earned him the nickname Golden Sword. These words likely mean he doesn't want to be my enemy. Li Jaehak continued, voice apologetic. Still, the fault's mine. If you want, I'll take responsibility. Li Chiol said, No need. This is just one of countless struggles ahead. His eyes gleamed with caution and killing intent. Are you saying it was all Lady Beck's idea, so you acted reluctantly? Li Jaehak probed. So, you see me as an enemy? Li Chiol spoke softly, like a warning. Those who touch my people and openly scheme in my face, aren't they enemies? Li Jaehak weighed inwardly how to handle this. Strike first to avoid trouble, or he sighed. What do you want me to do? Li Chiol unexpectedly proposed. Show some sincerity. You've lost this time, and it's not just me affected. Li Jaehak chuckled, thinking, arrogant brat, rejecting an apology and demanding compensation? But I like it. He extended his hand. Fine, I'll send suitable elixirs to the fifth-year students. You'll get a fitting reward, too. Li Chiol shook his hand cheerfully. With such concessions, I won't bring this up again. They shook hands, trading jabs. Li Jaehak said, Among the brothers, you and I get along best. Li Chiol replied, Is that so? I'm not sure. Standing, he said, I'll take my leave. Li Jaehak advised, Be careful with sixth sister. Unlike me, she's not fond of you. Li Chiol said calmly, No worries. For the next year, I won't be in the clan. He flashed a confident smile. In a room, Li Sio had knelt before Lady Beck, pleading, Mother, please let me explain. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to escape. Lady Beck shouted, unsparing silence. The 2 words made Li Sio flinch in fear. Lady Beck sneered, You fled, an absolute disgrace for Sung Mu clan blood. If you were my flesh and blood, such behavior wouldn't be tolerated. Li Sio trembled, whispering, But if I take responsibility now, isn't it still in time? Crushing that bastard is easy. Lady Beck mocked, You understand nothing. If you could, I wouldn't have pushed you to this point. Her words stabbed Li Sio's heart. She continued, That illegitimate child will go to Tianwei Mountain for a year. If you redeem your failure, there's still something to say. But you squandered the chance, disgracing the entire main line. If I see such cowardice again, it won't end with a slap. Lady Beck left. Li Sio screamed, Damn it. Li Jaehak looked at her with pity, closing the door. She kept yelling, You bastard. I'll kill you. Outside, Li Jaehak thought, Mother's ruthless. This will make Sio even more obsessed with redeeming her failure. Between Sio and Li Chiol, who's more valuable? The future's intriguing. A year later, in a car, Li Chiol, flustered, gripped his hands tightly. Looking up, Butler Choi Jin called. What a coincidence to meet on the same road. How fortunate. Li Chiol, shocked, saw a familiar face. Butler Choi, you're here? The old man smiled, Just for a few days, but I'll take good care of you, young master. Butler Choi Jin reassured. No need to take it as a burden, young master. Li Chiol, slightly dazed, replied, Yes. Choi Jin continued. Before the Lunar New Year, I must tend to the ancestral graves. I also have a message to deliver to the master of Tianwei Mountain. I'm only accompanying you because the clan had ordered it. Li Chiol relaxed, smiling. I see. Not being alone makes me happier. He thought, quite a coincidence, but I doubt it's as he says. Though his aura and presence seem ordinary, Butler Choi is far from common. As a central figure in the clan, he holds a position more vital than even the elders. The gap between him and Choi Jin, he guessed, was hard to measure. Choi Jin suddenly asked, I heard you visited Sung Wu Mountain before entering Tianwei Mountain. May I ask why? Li Chiol scratched his head. I planned to visit the clan head's grave. It's my first time leaving the clan, so paying respects to the ancestors is a necessary ritual. He calculated inwardly. This sounds proper, but it also shows the world a secondary son making a long detour to honor tradition. It has its purpose. Choi Jin, pleased, said warmly, as expected of the young master, truly wise. Many elders will appreciate such sincerity. Li Chiol smiled genuinely. Thank you for thinking so, but inwardly panicked. His words see right through my intentions. Choi Jin said, Young master, may I speak freely? Li Chiol softened his tone. Yes, I'm listening. Choi Jin asked, Do you often climb mountains? Li Chiol replied, No, I've probably never climbed a mountain properly. Choi Jin smiled, satisfied. Haha, is that so? I enjoy that hobby. Once, I climbed a treacherous mountain with no path, forcing me to carve my own. If it were you, young master, how would you conquer a mountain? Li Chiol answered, I'd look up, focus on the peak, and move forward. That's the fastest and most accurate way to reach the top. Choi Jin nodded, pleased. Indeed, you'd reach the peak swiftly. He continued, but reality isn't so simple. Sometimes, you must glance back or check the sides to ensure you're on the right path. Charging blindly might lead you astray, adding detours. The higher the peak, the more cautious you must be. Li Chiol realized, thinking, is he talking about martial arts? After my regression, I rushed to absorb new power without fully mastering it. I didn't see that as a problem. By doing so, even as time passes, I'm only chasing novelty. He said sincerely, Thank you for your guidance. Choi Jin waved it off, smiling lightly. Haha, just take it as an old man's ramblings. Looks like we've arrived. They looked outside. The car stopped at Sungwoo Mountain. Li Chiol stepped out, eyes on the gate, calling, Butler Choi. He asked, I heard only bloodline heirs or those permitted by the Sungwoo clan can pass the mountain gate. Can you enter too? Choi Jin replied solemnly. I'm honored to have been granted that right by the previous clan head. I'll tend to the former clan head's grave. Where are you headed first, young master? Li Chiol walked and chatted. I want to visit the shrine of the founding ancestor first. As he walked, Li Chiol sensed something strange, like passing through the ancestral tomb's barrier into another world. He clenched his fists, feeling unfamiliar. Choi Jin bowed respectfully. I'll take my leave. May you achieve your wishes, young master. Li Chiol, excited, called back, Thank you. He stepped onto the rugged stone path, reaching the grave of the founding clan head. Opening the wooden door, he said respectfully, Descendant of Sungmu clan, paying respects to the founding ancestor. Drawing his sword, he swore, From this moment, though it may be disrespectful to draw a sword at the grave, it follows the founding ancestor's arrangement. Please forgive me. Placing the sword on the table, he poured a cup of wine. Black Knight is a sword, but its essence is more. Before regression, thanks to Big Brother, some clan secrets were revealed. Black Knight has 9 sealed layers. I know 4. Proving worthiness as its master, bearing Sung Mu clan blood, passing the naming ceremony, the first trial set by the founder. So far, I've unlocked 3. What will the next seal reveal? Black Knight's power surged, a dazzling light emanating from the mirror on the table. 5 intentions of Tianwei, Li Chiol murmured. Tianwei Mountain? Indeed, the mountain from my memories. Yes, to Tianwei Mountain. Tianwei Mountain, where the founder realized spiritual energy, chosen as a training ground for descendants. Observing, he marveled, dense mana. Though I read about it, this is my first time setting foot here. A voice rang out. Quite a splendid mountain, isn't it? Li Chiol turned, warmly greeting Choi Jin. Yes, it feels completely different from Sung Wu Mountain or Chiching Island. Choi Jin added, May you achieve your goals, young master. Another voice cut in. This noisy bunch, messing with my head, swarming like starving wolves. A figure approached. Li Chiol grew wary, unable to sense their aura. A guard shouted, "Young master, butler, step back. It's a powerhouse." The long-bearded old man snapped, pointing. "You brats want to die? Speak softly and sheathe your swords." The guards panicked. "Form ranks." A hand suddenly pressed a guard's head. "You dimwits," waving metal around without listening. Li Chiol froze, stunned. The old man took a swig of wine, wiping his mouth, mocking after subduing the guards. "Can't do anything, yet they charge in." Turning to Li Chiol and Choi Jin, he grumbled, "You don't know manners. Give a month's notice at least. I told you, coming empty-handed without a jug of wine. Wanna die?" Choi Jin smiled brightly. "My apologies for that. But you're being a bit harsh." The old man scowled. "You punk, daring to talk back?" Li Chiol spoke up. "Butler Choi." Choi Jin feigned a cough. "Almost forgot. Let me introduce. This is the master of Tianwei Mountain." The old man removed his glasses, eyeing Li Chiol impatiently. "Him? The brat the clan had brought from outside?" Butler Choi Jin replied, "Yes, this is ninth young master Li Chiol, the one entering the mountain this time." The mountain master rubbed his chin, chuckling to himself, then leaped closer to the boy. "You caught a glimpse of my technique, didn't you?" Li Chiol, startled that he'd been noticed, quickly said, "Yes, I saw it." The mountain master nodded approvingly. "You've got Taishin's aura, but there's a strange scent on you." Suddenly, Li Chiol's left eye throbbed intensely. Clutching it in pain, he winced. The mountain master, suspicious, remarked, "This kid's got a weird look in his eyes, huh?" Unexpectedly, he detected something unusual about the boy. A stream of energy from the mountain master flowed around, soothing Li Chiol's eye. Scene shift. The mountain master savored a bottle of wine in the room, his face flushed. Western wine's something else. Strange woody scent, but deliciously indescribable. Choi Jin smiled warmly. "I'm glad it suits your taste." Li Chiol observed, thinking, "I don't know much about wine, but this is clearly no cheap stuff." The mountain master slammed the bottle down. "All right, tell me about the kid. Sending a scrawny thing like him for training. Bet they hate him, huh?" Li Chiol answered clearly, "I came here willingly." The mountain master grinned slyly, as if understanding. "Oh, really?" Sensing the boy's energy, he deduced, just the type of kid caught in a death trap and fate. Li Chiol sat upright, pondering the mountain master's identity, the illusion from his ghostly eye and rumors of the mountain's guardian before my regression, definitely a Dakibi. A Dakibi who foresees the future with starry eyes, seeing unchangeable destinies. The mountain master asked casually, "So, you've got a whole year. What's your plan?" Choi Jin telepathically reminded, "Tell him, young master. Clan head Taishin hears everything you say." Li Chiol stammered, "I." The conversation ended, and the mountain master grumbled, "Damn it. I've met some weirdos, but this kid, the moment I mentioned the training ground, bolted straight there. You too. Wait till I heal those weaklings, then hit the road with them." Choi Jin said cheerfully, "Thank you for allowing the use of spirit water." The mountain master, serious, asked, "So, what are you really here for? Not just socializing, right?" Choi Jin nodded. "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get to the point. Have you read the celestial signs, mountain master?" The clan head told me to ask. The wine glass in the mountain master's hand paused. He nodded, setting the glass down. "I've read them, but there's not much to say." Choi Jin hinted gently. "A Dakibi treated to wine wouldn't refuse to help, would they?" The mountain master snapped, slamming the table. "Hey, kid, is that your apology?" Choi Jin laughed. "I brought over 10 bottles." The mountain master glumly downed the bottle. "Damn it, knew it'd come to this." Sighing, he smashed the empty bottle, serious. "It's a long road ahead. The heavenly gate opened long ago, human power's at its peak, and chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush, go with the flow." Choi Jin, pleased, said, "Yes, I'll relay that to the clan head." The mountain master, annoyed, pointed, "If I'd won that damn wrestling match, I wouldn't be stuck in this mess." Shifting to Li Chiol, he asked, "Seems you like that illegitimate kid." "Not worried." Choi Jin, gazing at his glass, said thoughtfully, "As a servant, I only serve the Sung Mu clan bloodline." The mountain master said, "You heard he wants to go there, right?" He's just a rookie. Choi Jin replied. Just watch him once, and you'll find him interesting. Scene shift. At the underground training ground, Lee Cheol stepped out of a teleportation gate, marveling. The Mountain Master's power. Every time I see it, it's astounding. A trees I led to the training ground. Even where he was yesterday, there's a cave entrance. Dakibi magic? He muttered. Honestly, I'm still lacking so much. From now on, I have 1 year. Drawing a dagger, he murmured. Secret techniques from Mu Ji and Mu Jin. Evil eye intuition, black aura. I must make them mine. Goal, 1,000 repetitions. If that's not enough, keep going until it is. Meanwhile, in a room, the Mountain Master lounged lazily, watching Lee Cheol through a mirror, exasperated. This guy's too intense. Never seen anyone like him. Training to exhaustion, recovering with spirit water, repeating, like self-torture. He snapped his fingers, shutting off the screen, staring at the ceiling, sighing. No wonder his fate's so grim. Destined to die young or face misfortune, yet he's overturning an unchangeable destiny, suppressing even his innate energy. A being without fate. When was the last time I saw someone like that? He laughed, thinking of Taishin. Blood doesn't lie. 3 months later, the Mountain Master rambled, sprawled on the floor. Choi Jin said it'd be interesting. I'm bored to death, done watching. The kid's just doing basics. What's fun about that? He turned away. Except asking to pick herbs, he says nothing. Probably not dead yet. Suddenly, a familiar cry echoed. The Mountain Master sprang up, defensive. The sound of the Ba Chi spirit beast? Something invaded the mountain. He snapped his fingers, opening the screen. I set up a barrier. Impossible. Did those clan big shots mess it up delivering food and wine? Looking at the screen, he shouted. What? What's that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Lee Cheol ran like a hyena, holding a trowel, chasing Ba Chi. The Mountain Master, panicked, flung open the door, yelling, Stop right there. Lee Cheol pretended not to hear, still chasing. Before catching it, the Mountain Master cleverly blocked him, furious. Hey, you brat. Are you insane? What the hell are you doing? Lee Cheol, panting, greeted. Mountain Master, long time no see. Could you step aside a bit? By now he was 14 years old. The Mountain Master, furious, pointed at Lee Cheol, scolding. How dare you target a sacred beast right in front of me? In all my years, I've never seen a kid like you. Lee Cheol, bewildered, asked, Sir, what are you talking about? The Mountain Master, exasperated, explained, That thing you were chasing with killing intent is the sacred beast Ba Chi. Lee Cheol questioned, Why would I kill a sacred beast? Hearing this, the Mountain Master was stunned, unable to grasp what was wrong with the boy. Observing the basket and trowel on Lee Cheol, he grew even more confused. Seeing Ba Chi, Lee Cheol raised his trowel, shouting, That little thief. The Mountain Master quickly intervened. Hold on. He snapped. Why the hell were you chasing Ba Chi? Lee Cheol replied. It stole my secret elixir. Apologizing, he said, I'll explain later, and resumed the chase. The Mountain Master, too late to stop him, called after, Hey, the beast's gone. How'll you find it? Suddenly, he was shocked. Lee Cheol chased in the exact direction Ba Chi fled, a feat difficult even for someone with keen senses. Muttering, the Mountain Master observed his feet. Energy flows from his toes, yet the ground's unharmed. He wondered, was this kid always that fast? Lee Cheol frantically chased Ba Chi to reclaim his elixir. The Mountain Master, lost in thought, mused, just 3 months out of sight. Did something happen? After hearing the explanation, he calmed down. So, while gathering the final ingredient for your elixir, Ba Chi stole it and ran, right? Embarrassed, he said, Sorry about that. Lee Cheol, dejected, spoke heavily. At least 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng. Slumping, he listed precious ingredients. Polygonum, white scale grass, dragon scale flower, pine velvet mushroom, cordyceps from demonic insect corpses. Unresigned, he added, I worked hard to gather them. Disappointed, his voice weakened. That was a potion I toiled 100 sleepless days to craft. All for nothing. The Mountain Master, awkward, said, well, that Lee Cheol sighed, eyes weary. So, one reason I came to Tianwei Mountain has failed. That potion was a key goal. The mountain master, irritated, shouted, "Hey, I allowed you to gather. Does it matter if it was stolen?" Li Qiol exclaimed, "Fair point." His sarcastic tone pierced like an arrow. "You allowed it, but I gathered in your territory. Failing to manage it is my fault, then." The mountain master pounded his chest, boldly declaring, "Fine, I'll compensate you." He boasted, "Anything you want, I'll agree to it." Li Qiol flashed a cunning smile, asking, "You just said anything, right?" The mountain master snapped awake, giving a friendly grin. Li Qiol seized the chance. Perfect timing. "Mountain master, I need help with two things." Scene shift. In a dim cave, killing intent spread, and strange cries echoed. Spiked legs appeared. The demon spider stood imposingly, its massive body glaring at Li Qiol like tiny prey. Gripping his sword tightly, channeling energy, he reminded himself, "Remember this." Li Qiol poured strength into his sword, murmuring, "The power of the Ori skill, when used continuously, activates the unyielding Yama aura without diminishing from the first strike." Red threads shot out, binding the demon spider's limbs. It roared, struggling. Li Qiol anchored his feet, gripping the sword, activating stone wind aura, slashing upward powerfully. Blood sprayed everywhere. He cursed, "Damn it." Observing the cut, he muttered, "Not enough to kill it." The demon spider began its counterattack. Suddenly, the demon spider turned into a talisman before him. The mountain master stooped to pick it up, grumbling, "Damn it. Why am I babysitting this kid?" Holding the talisman, he sighed, "No idea why I agreed to this." Seeing Li Qiol panting, he asked, "Hey kid, need a break?" Li Qiol exhaled, "Please, right now." Closing his eyes, the mountain master instructed, "Up to you. Focus, visualize the opponent in your memory." He tossed the talisman, summoning a sword-wielding figure for the next training session. Observing, the mountain master muttered, demonic energy leaking out. Didn't expect him to train with illusions. Fuming, he clenched his fist. How does he know to request illusion training? For hours straight, no less. Calming down, he thought, what's done is done. The second task, gathering mana herbs, isn't hard. Observing, he noticed, in 3 months, his body stronger, taller, more refined, and steadier. With a serious gaze, he murmured, "Forget that." Looking at Li Qiol's sword, he thought, "I need to ask about that weapon sometime." Li Qiol soaked in the spring, delighted. "Feels like I'm alive again. Without this healing spring, I couldn't handle it. If only there were springs like this outside Tianwei Mountain, like at the main house." A hairy foot stepped into the water. Li Qiol, startled, leaped up, thinking, "Who?" I didn't sense their aura even this close. The mountain master spoke. "You look exhausted. Guess you're human after all." Li Qiol asked, "Mountain master, what brings you here?" Soaking in the hot spring, he replied, "I've worked hard. Can I rest?" He asked, "You've been here a while. Have you rested properly?" Li Qiol scratched his head, sheepish. "I always rest properly, sir." The mountain master barked, "I mean beyond coming here after every training session. You brat." Popping a boiled egg into his mouth, he scolded, "I've lived long, but I've never seen someone train as foolishly as you." Li Qiol, noticing, muttered, "Another egg." Smiling wryly, he said, "Is that so?" Standing, grabbing a towel, he forced out, "I'm fully recovered. I'll head up first." But inwardly, he groaned, still a bit annoyed. The mountain master smashed the egg on a rock, shouting, "Wait." The action stopped Li Qiol. Lowering his voice, he said, "I have something to say. Sit down." He asked, "What's that thing you swung earlier called?" Li Qiol raised his hand, looking at the ring. "This?" The mountain master nodded. "Yes. Where'd you get it?" "Serious," he said. "Promise me you won't tell anyone about it." "I'm not sure, but it's tied to your identity." Li Qiol, worried, said, "It's called Nin, from the clan's secret vault." The mountain master created a small vortex from the hot spring steam. "Serious. I don't know how much you understand, but I've seen something very similar long ago." He recounted. Long ago, there was a shaman who communed with spirits and read the stars in the sky. The mountain master continued the story of the sorcerer. He always carried one thing, a stone that could freely change its form. With that stone alone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic, wielding forbidden arts without paying a heavy price. Thanks to the stone, he became the greatest sorcerer of his era. But in the end, the stone he trusted devoured him. He lost all reason, rampaging like a monster. That transformation happened in less than a year. He didn't die easily, so they ultimately sealed him away. Hearing this, Li Chiol asked, "What happened to the stone?" The mountain master replied, "They gathered the power of countless sorcerers of that time and destroyed it." Listening, Li Chiol rubbed his chin, speaking up, "That story sounds similar to one I read in Chanjiangak." Turning to ask, "Could that sorcerer have been sealed in a place called Manhwarecap?" The mountain master responded, "No, he was sealed on an island in the east." Hearing this, Li Chiol thought, "Then it's not the story recorded in Chanjiangak. The stone and Mujin are separate entities, but they're somehow connected." The mountain master continued, returning to the story. "Back then, I smelled a foul stench from that stone, and that scent is very similar to the one emanating from you right now. A strange smell, not human, not beast, not spirit." After speaking, the mountain master laughed loudly. "Huh? Mujin is an alien object, its nature unclear. There are better weapons out there. Why not give this one up?" Hearing this, Li Chiol pondered quietly, thinking, "His tone sounds like a gentle suggestion, but it carries suffocating pressure, as if my heart's being squeezed." After a moment of thought, he spoke firmly. "When I obtained the demon eye, I was told I didn't need it. And I said this, word for word. If it's a power given to me, I'll make it submit and use it." Hearing these words, the mountain master grinned, saying, "Arrogant brat, you said that to Tei Shin." Then he raised his voice, "But kid, you think that's like the demon eye?" Li Chiol calmly replied, "To me, there's not much difference." Suddenly, the mountain master stood, declaring, "Then there's no other way." Immediately, his arm tensed, forming a small vortex of energy in his palm. He continued, "I'll have to take it by force." From his hand, a dull black mace appeared. He swung a powerful strike at Li Chiol. But Li Chiol remained calm, not dodging at all. Seeing this, the mountain master said, "Hand it over while I'm still talking nicely. It's been a while since I swung a weapon. I'm not sure I can hold back." Hearing this, Li Chiol paused, then calmly replied, "You won't do it, mountain master, because that would break your oath." At these words, the mountain master's ears twitched. He covered his face with one hand, sighing deeply. Then a smile spread across his lips. He said, "You knew everything, huh?" Li Chiol nodded. "Of course. To protect the mountain and those training here. That's the oath you made with the founding ancestor. You were just testing my resolve, right?" The mountain master burst out laughing. "Huh? If you knew, why not say it outright? Such a cunning brat." Then Li Chiol asked, "You really don't plan to take it, do you?" The mountain master paused, then said, "From what I see, you do better living by your tongue and brain." Li Chiol laughed heartily. "Huh? Thanks for the compliment." The mountain master shouted angrily, "That was an insult, you brat." Then Li Chiol asked, "Why not try taking it by force? You could claim it's to help me." The mountain master pointed at him, saying, "It doesn't give off the weird aura like the sorcerer's artifact. It's probably not the kind of monster that devours its user." Seeing this, Li Chiol looked at the ring on his hand, then said, "I understand. Thank you for telling me." He quickly changed the topic. "Let's put that aside, mountain master." The mountain master asked, What's up?" Li Chiol flashed a bright smile, saying, "Just now, you threatened a trainee with a weapon, didn't you? You're quite meticulous with your calculations, you know." Seeing the kid digging again, the mountain master roared, "Hey, you little punk, what's with this digging nonsense?" Back at Li Chiol's temporary lodging, in the room, he took out a sword shrouded in dark aura. Looking at it, he said, "Finally, it took 3 months to read Judo's memories." Before leaving Tianwei Mountain, he had received 2 renowned swords from 7th brother Li Jae-hak. One was the masterful dagger Judo, the other the exquisite high-grade sword Effenberg. Effenberg possessed innate Yin energy, allowing it to emit cold aura. Its memories were few, so he had absorbed them at the main house. Looking at the sword Judo before him, he thought, "Let's test Judo's power." The second memory of Mujin he saw before the Academy's quarterly evaluation, along with Mujin's new power, urged him to act. He immediately used the copied weapon's power. The ring on his hand emitted a green light, directed at the sword leaning against the wall. The light wrapped around the hilt, pulling it toward Li Qiu's hand. He caught it gently, saying, "Judo's power is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another." Holding the sword, he murmured, "Just copying the form can't unleash its power. Perhaps I can use the strength of absorbed weapons through their energies." Having broken the seal at Sungwu Mountain, he thought, then I should check Hukye's memories too. Immediately, he closed his eyes, diving into Hukye's memories. Before breaking the seal at Sungwu Mountain, this was as far as he could see. The important part started here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I plan to seal this sword. I won't let my descendants be swayed by its power." Hearing this, a white-robed, hooded figure behind spoke. "Sealing it isn't hard, but are you sure? If so, no one will easily be chosen by it again." The black-robed figure replied, "If they're unworthy, it's better they don't use it." The white-robed figure nodded slightly. Understood. He reached out to seal Hukye. After inscribing a few runes on the sword, he said, "The sealing is complete. As for the seal's contents." Suddenly, at this point, Li Qiu couldn't hear anything, as the seal wasn't fully broken. The white-robed figure continued, "When the third seal is broken, its power will be unleashed. Do you accept that?" The black-robed figure replied, "It won't make much difference, so it's fine." Holding the sword, Li Qiu said, "Still, I have to test it." Observing the aura around Hukye, he thought, "Is that the mana flow within Hukye? Its complexity is no different from a human's mana system." Holding the sword, the black-robed figure swung a slash into the air. Observing the lingering mana sparks, Li Qiu muttered, "The mana isn't just blocked. It's scattering chaotically." The black-robed figure continued, "I'll need to reinforce the seal further." At this point, Li Qiu was suddenly ejected from Hukye's memories. Rubbing his head after the pain, he gripped the sword tightly, saying, "A power that can erase mana. Who'd have thought such a weapon could exist?" Li Qiu was still immersed in training. In the training room, he charged straight at the spider demon, muttering to himself, "Iron Chi strike." The sword he held unleashed a massive surge of energy. He shouted, "Thunderbolt." With a single slash, he dispatched the spider demon. From outside, a voice rang out, "Haha, not bad, kid. You actually did it." Li Qiu turned, startled. It was the mountain master, hands in his pockets, approaching with a hearty laugh. "Haha, you know this is your first one after a string of losses? Took you 7 months. Hearing this, Li Qiu only smiled, replying, "I know. Now I can beat you any time, right?" The mountain master, annoyed, turned away, muttering, "This brat's poking at me." Then he asked, "So, what's next?" Li Qiu looked at the ring on his hand, glowing with green energy, murmuring, "I think it's time to stop training." The mountain master laughed loudly, stepping forward to slap Li Qiu's back hard. "Haha, great idea. Then I can take a break too." But Li Qiu's calm demeanor piqued the mountain master's curiosity. He replied, "No, I think it's time for a challenge." His eyes turned serious. Placing a hand on his chest, he declared firmly, "The challenge created by the founder, Bloodless Dream. Bloodless Dream is a trial for the Li martial clan, enhanced by demon magic and the domain power of Tianwei Mountain. It selects those worthy to face it. It's one of the oaths tied to the mountain master." The mountain master observed silently, asking, "You really want to take on that challenge?" Li Qiu answered resolutely, "Yes, everything I've done was for this." The mountain master pressed, "The current you isn't strong enough to pass it." Pausing for a few seconds, he suddenly raised his hand, saying, "If that's the case, you're ready to take it on." Li Qiu, the 9th son of the Li martial clan, declared firmly, "Sir, allow me to challenge Bloodless Dream." Hearing this, the mountain master, delighted, extended his hand. Li Qiu grasped it, saying, "Thank you." Immediately after, the two ventured deeper into Tianwei Mountain. Before a cave entrance, the mountain master said, "This is the gateway to Bloodless Dream." Li Qiu stared at the deep, dark cave, turning to ask, "This is the cave leading to your place, isn't it?" The mountain master stepped forward, replying, "Exactly." He raised his hand. A surge of mana flowed from it, touching the stone slab ahead, infusing it with energy. Instantly, a massive stone gate loomed before them. He turned to Li Qiu cheerfully, saying, "You probably know. Once you enter Bloodless Dream, you can't leave until the challenge ends. Now, open the gate and step inside. Li Chiol swiftly pushed the enormous stone gate and stepped in. From within, a blinding golden light shot into his eyes, forcing him to shield them. He muttered, to some, he's a war god. To others, a dragon slayer, or even a legendary symbol in stories. Facing the man before him, Li Chiol respectfully said, this descendant pays respects to the founding ancestor of the Li martial clan. Before him stood a young man in his 20s, Li Hylian, the founder of the Li clan. Seeing him, Li Chiol gripped his sword tightly, muttering, his presence is overwhelming, as if he's still alive. Throughout history, only a few had challenged Bloodless Dream across generations. The sole condition for victory, defeat the founder at age 15. Li Chiol closed his eyes, murmuring, first, I need to gauge his strength. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A gush of blood spurted from his mouth. Li Hylian had closed in, thrusting a strike into his chest, catching him off guard. Letting out a pained cry, Li Chiol collapsed, muttering, what just happened? Did he pierce my heart? I wasn't careless. I've had my throat cut in simulations, but at least I knew how it happened. This time, beyond my heart being pierced, I don't even know what occurred. Propping himself up, he looked at Hylian, murmuring, you didn't use a secret technique or ultimate move, not even a basic aura skill. A thought flashed through Li Chiol's mind. He muttered, even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect it. Could it be a strike at my blind spot? He recalled the moment Hylian attacked. But how? He'd have to read all my movements to do that. Is he really that strong? After pondering, he gripped his sword tightly, stepping forward. At that moment, Hylian's sword erupted with a massive aura, aimed at Li Chiol. Seeing this, he gave a wry smile, haha, I really don't know if I can beat this guy. But he assumed a stance, preparing to block the incoming attack. At the Li clan's residence, someone spoke, clan head, we've received news from Tianwei Mountain. Taishin, calm, wiped his sword with a small cloth before speaking. So, he's entered the cave? The other replied, yes, the young master has been inside for 10 months. Taishin continued, but he shouldn't have that level of skill. That child has never truly failed. Wijuan, the Songblade of Blood Lake, the Curse Queen's display, in terms of win-loss records, he hasn't won everything, but he's never truly lost. His voice was resolute, in other words, he's never hit a real wall. Do you know why the survival rate in Bloodless Dream is under 50%? Without waiting for Butler Choi's reply, he continued, because they break mentally when facing the wall called Li Hylian. So what happens to someone who's never encountered such a wall when they stand before it? The question lingered in his mind. Scene shift to Bloodless Dream, where Li Chiol, after countless failures, lay sprawled on the ground. He sighed heavily, rubbing his head, muttering to himself, another one-hit defeat? He deceived even my senses. A feint from the front, then a real strike from the side. A perfect attack, piercing my blind spot. Could he have grasped all my behavioral patterns in a mere moment? He sprang up, staring at his trembling hands, murmuring, this feeling, it's been so long since I felt it. The despair, helplessness, and fear of facing someone I absolutely can't defeat. Clenching his fists, he steeled himself, but I can't let myself crumble. Picking up his sword, he began channeling mana into it, muttering, because no one understands this feeling better than I do. For someone who's hit rock bottom, the only thing left is to rise. With that thought, he lunged at Hylian, attacking. Every move I make isn't meaningless, he reassured himself. Hylian remained calm, as if nothing had happened. With a light swing of his sword, he effortlessly severed Li Chiol's head. Amidst this, Li Chiol was lost in thought. I'm starting to understand. The founder doesn't wield some mystical, unfathomable power. The source of his strength is his innate ability to find the right answer. In every moment, he instinctively grasps the optimal choice. That's the essence of martial arts. Small fundamentals, basic principles, forming a foundation as solid as Mount Tai. I must see the founder's sword path clearly. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Li Chiol's mind. He muttered, a horizontal slash from left to right. A faint smile crossed his lips. He continued, next time definitely. With that thought, Hylian sent him back to the resurrection altar once more. Time flew by, and on the vast grasslands, the wind whistled through the leaves. The clash of weapons echoed day and night. Gradually, Li Chiol could effortlessly block Hylian's attacks. After 77 attempts across 49 cycles, He fought on equal footing with Hylian. Seeing this, Hylian stepped back, gripping his sword tightly, channeling a massive amount of mana into it. He unleashed a slash, but this time, Li Qiol calmly parried. He smiled. Finally, I can unleash my aura. This fighting style is mine, fluid and free. Retreating a few steps, he propped himself up, thinking, what I've been missing is the ability to wield countless weapons, making every technique seamless on an unshakable foundation. Now I understand the true meaning of Bloodless Dream. To dissolve the wall called myself. Immediately, he transformed the sword in his hand into a long spear, launching forward with force toward Hylian. He channeled mana into the spear, a swirling blue aura enveloping its tip. He muttered, what the founder lacks is my strength, something even I hadn't recognized. He recalled his aunt's words, your magical talent far surpasses others. I'd stake my honor on it. Smiling joyfully, he said, Aunt, I did it. Instantly, a massive mana vortex spun around the spear's tip at terrifying speed. It was the killing wind palm aura. Gripping the spear tightly, he roared, unleashing a powerful strike at Hylian. Hylian dropped to one knee to block. His sword cracked, then shattered into pieces. Li Qiol dashed behind Hylian, leaving a slash across his torso. He muttered, the wall is crumbling. At the estate, the mountain master sipped his wine, murmuring, a month since that kid entered Bloodless Dream. Huh? Before Taishin, no one passed the trial in 100 years. Yet in less than 15 years, another appears. Suddenly, the wine glass in his hand trembled violently. The room shook. He shouted, startled, what? Did something happen on the mountain? He stood, exclaiming, could it be? Instantly, he sped toward Tianwei Mountain. In minutes, he stood before the Bloodless Dream Gate. The massive stone gate stood still as always. He muttered, you actually passed the trial? Then, the stone gate creaked open, dust and smoke pouring out. Li Qiol's face emerged, beaming with a radiant smile. He stepped out, saying, I'm back, Mountain Master. The first thing he did was soak in the hot spring to relax after grueling days of struggle. The Mountain Master, standing on the shore, asked, so, how do you feel now? Li Qiol smiled. I absolutely don't want to go through that again. The Mountain Master, holding a beer can, laughed heartily. Yet you don't look changed at all. Usually, those who emerge have dead, fish-like eyes, their inner aura transformed. Li Qiol pondered. Seems everyone finds their own answer. Turning, he asked, do you know how my father was back then? The Mountain Master raised an eyebrow. You mean Taishin? He cracked open the beer, chuckling. So, it's your father, and you're curious, huh? Guess what that kid said when he stepped out of Bloodless Dream? Mimicking Taishin's voice, the Mountain Master said, the training is complete. I'll take my leave. Thank you for your care. Recalling the moment, he frowned, annoyed. Li Qiol, startled, said, were you just imitating my father? The Mountain Master laughed. Haha, not close enough. He continued, hey, kid, you just did something earth-shaking. You're the youngest to ever pass Bloodless Dream. Li Qiol smiled, sighing. Though the trial's essence isn't about who finishes fastest. The Mountain Master asked, you've got over a month left before leaving the mountain. What's your plan? More training. Suddenly, Li Qiol stood, replying, no, I plan to rest, recover, and organize what I've learned. The Mountain Master, surprised, stepped closer. This guy seems unchanged, yet he's learned to change, saying he wants to rest. Pointing at him, he asked, you hurt anywhere? Or possessed by some magic? Li Qiol turned, saying, by the way, Mountain Master. The Mountain Master blinked. Huh? Li Qiol said bluntly, it's time for my reward, right? You haven't forgotten threatening me with that, have you? The Mountain Master's face darkened. Hey, kid. That's, Li Qiol cut in. I won't ask for anything too hard. The Mountain Master muttered. That sounds scarier. Li Qiol insisted. I just want to borrow your demon mace. The Mountain Master, startled, shouted. What did you say? Pointing angrily at Li Qiol, he said. This brat, that's not something a normal person can handle. You might not even be able to use it. Li Qiol, unfazed, replied, no problem. I just want to touch it a bit. That's fine, right? Hearing this, the Mountain Master pondered for a moment, then snorted. Not exactly. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, he said, damn it. Fine, I'll lend it to you. Kid, you won't do anything with it anyway. Immediately, a massive surge of mana erupted from his palm. The demon mace appeared, shimmering in silver gray. Looking at it, the Mountain Master muttered, this weapon was forged from a star's fragment, fused with a demon's soul, hence the name Demon Mace. Handing it to Li Chiol, he said, I'm lending it for 1 hour only. Don't overdo it, or you'll be done for. Kid, be careful. Li Chiol gently took it with both hands, saying, thank you. But instantly, a heavy pressure weighed on his body. The mace slammed into the ground, creating a large crack. Seeing this, Li Chiol exclaimed, ha. The Mountain Master, unsurprised, laughed loudly, ha. Told you, you can't even hold it properly. Li Chiol's eyes darkened as he struggled to lift the mace from the ground. The Mountain Master waved, turning to leave, not forgetting to say, play with it for an hour. Li Chiol laboriously dragged the mace to the training room. After a while, he laughed loudly, his voice echoing, ha. I finally moved it. Had to use mana to inch it along. Rotating his sore arm, he looked at the mace, muttering, this isn't even its full form. A weapon that can summon lightning, storms, move mountains, and fill seas. If fully unleashed, it's practically a natural disaster. He thought, the only reason I borrowed this demon mace is. Instantly, a dark aura surged from his palm, enveloping the mace. He said to himself, if the dark aura sees it as a weapon, can I absorb it? Or does it require specific conditions? I'll only know by trying. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, TCH, stubborn kid, why do you keep trying stuff like this? A sharp pain stabbed his heart, making him clutch his chest and kneel. Clenching his fist, he thought, I read it. Just hearing the sound, I got kicked out. But if I can read its memories, I can absorb it. And if I absorb it, I can wield a weapon even humans can't handle. His face brightened, and he clenched his fist, resolute. An hour passed. Now, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, he wondered, got everything? From inside the house, the Mountain Master's voice called. No wonder I felt uneasy at the mountain's base. He stepped out, holding a wine bottle, sighing, you're leaving today, kid? Li Chiol smiled. Yes, today marks exactly 1 year. The Mountain Master, surprised, said, oh, really? A small pouch appeared in his hand, making Li Chiol curious. What's that? The Mountain Master grinned. Haha, salt, to ward off evil when I mention you. Li Chiol frowned slightly, caught off guard. Then he smiled, saying, thank you for everything. I'll visit again. The Mountain Master's eyes held a hint of sadness as he sighed, you better not come empty-handed. Bring me some fine wine. Li Chiol sighed, muttering, didn't someone just say they'd use salt to chase me away? Suddenly, Li Chiol stepped closer, asking, Mountain Master, are you satisfied living on this mountain? Caught off guard, the Mountain Master paused, then answered softly, satisfied or not, what does it matter? This place is mine. I stay because it belongs to me, that's all. It looks like I'm trapped, but I go out sometimes. You think snacks and wine fall from the sky? Sighing, he turned, waving, enough bothering me. Scram, and keep the water clear. From behind, Li Chiol called loudly, not now, but one day, I'll reclaim your name. The Mountain Master turned slightly, surprised, how do you know about that? Li Chiol only smiled, not answering. A car arrived, and he left Tianwei Mountain. As he did, he said, from now on, I'll need your help. Watching the car fade into the distance, the Mountain Master stood high, pensive, then smiled, ha. How does that kid know? What a strange one. Long ago, a demon roamed freely across the lands. A man captured it but, instead of destroying it, set it free. Unwilling to accept defeat, the demon challenged him again. After losing, it made 2 oaths, to guard the mountain and aid newcomers, and to create bloodless dream to select those worthy. That man was the Mountain Master. He muttered, recalling the past. Back then, defeated and sprawled on the ground, the clan had approached, saying, since I won, you'll cause no more trouble in the human world. As proof, I'll take your name, binding your soul to me. But it's not malicious for one day. A child of my blood will return your name. Then, our contract will be fulfilled. Thinking this, the Mountain Master sighed, guess it's not so bad after all. That bastard Li Hylian, could that kid really be the one to do it? Rubbing his head, he muttered, forget it. He said he'd reclaim my name, then left, leaving me with this hope. He shouted angrily, his voice echoing through the mountains. Turning, he stomped back to his small house, grumbling, damn it, need to sprinkle more salt. The sky turned to evening. After a long journey, Li Qiol returned home. Standing at the door, he muttered, I need to stop at Sungwu Mountain for the sealing. It'll take some time. As he stepped forward, a voice called, Long time no see, young master. Are you well? It was Butler Choi, opening the door to greet him. Seeing him, Li Qiol muttered, If he's here, father must be waiting. He asked, My father summoned me, didn't he? Butler Choi nodded, Yes. I'll have someone bring your things in. Please head to the main hall to meet the clan head. Li Qiol followed, but suddenly veered toward his father's study. Butler Choi quickly said, Not that way, young master, this way. Li Qiol muttered, This is definitely the clan head's personal training room. The door opened. Taishin stood inside, gripping a sword, slowly drawing it. Seeing him, Li Qiol thought, I'm not too surprised anymore. I still can't gauge father's level. As Li Qiol appeared, Taishin spoke, You're here? Seeing this, Li Qiol immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Father, are you well? Taishin calmly replied, It seems you've achieved something there, haven't you? Li Qiol smiled, saying, Yes, but seeing you, Father, I know I still have many shortcomings. Taishin gave a faint smile. Did you learn flattery out there? If so, I'd be disappointed. Li Qiol, taken aback, thought, Wait, was that a joke? Is father smiling? At that moment, Butler Choi, standing nearby, spoke. The tea is ready, clan head. Taishin turned, nodding. Thank you, Butler. Then, looking at Li Qiol, he said, Follow me. At a tea table, Butler Choi poured tea for both. Taishin spoke. How have you been? I don't want just reports of your achievements. I want to know your thoughts, which is why I called you here privately. Li Qiol paused, clenching his fists, muttering to himself, If father wants my true thoughts. He calmly said. Then, suddenly, Taishin sensed something. He thought, this strange feeling. Talking to him isn't about hearing his achievements, but understanding his thoughts on this training. This is a first. After listening to Li Qiol open up, he said, Is that so? You haven't wasted the time I gave you. Li Qiol responded warmly. I didn't want to squander the time you granted me. Taishin asked coldly, Is that why you returned late today? Li Qiol stiffened slightly, replying, Yes, I stopped at the foot of Sungwu Mountain to pay respects to the ancestors. Taishin said calmly, Is that all? Sensing his father's displeasure, Li Qiol thought, If I have to speak sooner or later, I might as well now. Taking a deep breath, he said, I wanted the elders to witness that moment. Taishin shouted angrily, You've gained a little success and already grown so arrogant? You dare say that in front of me? Visiting the mountain to honor the ancestors just to boost your reputation? An immense, invisible pressure surged from Taishin, spreading outward. The force weighed heavily on Li Qiol, making it hard to breathe. He muttered, What is this terrifying pressure? But he quickly said, It's not just empty words. I wanted them to see my respect for tradition and my actions. They may scorn me as a bastard, but I carry the Li blood, renowned for martial prowess. I dare to set an example for others. Hearing this, Taishin nodded slightly, well said. Sipping his tea, he continued, I'll let it slide this time, but don't get complacent. Seeing his father's anger subside, Li Qiol bowed. Yes, I apologize, father. Taishin went on, One more thing. There's something you haven't told me. Li Qiol, startled, asked, What else is there? Taishin replied coldly, I allowed you to go to Tianwei Mountain, but I didn't permit you to challenge Bloodless Dream. You only requested to train there. Standing abruptly, sword in hand, he turned to leave, saying, Deceiving your father deserves punishment. Follow me. Li Qiol stood, slightly startled. Taishin drew his sword from its sheath, looking at him. Now, take up your weapon. I want to see what you've achieved there. Butler Choi brought a sword to Li Qiol. Seeing this, he thought, So father planned this from the start, bringing me to the training ground to test me. Taishin continued, Show me what you've gained. Li Qiol reached for his Black Knight sword, but as he was about to grasp it, he pulled back, muttering, Father knows everything, doesn't he? Then he took the sword, channeling mana into it. With resolute eyes, he looked straight at his father, surprising Taishin slightly. He said softly, Come at me. Immediately, Li Qiol activated his Demon Eye skill to probe his father's strength. But what happened shocked him, eyes widening. Impossible. I can't sense anything, not mana, not aura flow. Is my demon eye still not enough? He quickly dismissed the thought. No need for demon eye. It'll only distract me. Facing father, probing is pointless. With that resolve, he stomped the ground, shattering it beneath his feet. He muttered, use everything I've learned in this strike. He unleashed Mujin's first form. Mana infused with wind, water, and lightning elements swirled around the sword. Gripping the renowned blade, his gaze grew steadfast. A spark flashed in his eyes, and he launched a ferocious attack at terrifying speed toward Taishin. He muttered, I even infused fire and ice into this strike, yet I couldn't touch father? At least it should have caused some impact. But Taishin remained utterly calm. With one slash, he effortlessly split Li Qiu's attack in two, unscathed. The shockwave from the clash shattered the surrounding earth and stones, sending them flying. Taishin looked at him, saying, enough. Is that the answer you found after facing him? Coughing in the dust, Li Qiu replied, yes. Resolute, he continued, a power no one else possesses but me. Relentlessly breaking and refining it to build an unshakable foundation. That's the answer I found. Li Qiu's resolute answer left Taishin deeply surprised, his eyes narrowing as if probing deeper into his son's heart. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind, chaotic like a storm. He thought to himself, his inner voice low, seems you've chosen a path full of hardship, haven't you? Li Qiu, with eyes burning like an unquenchable flame, stared directly at his father. In his heart, a silent vow echoed, teeth gritted, but I won't fall, and I'll never bow. Taishin abruptly turned, raising his hand, his voice resounding with authority, well done. So, how was the challenge of Bloodless Stream? The sudden shift in his father's demeanor caught Li Qiu off guard, his heart skipping a beat. He gently sheathed his sword, his hands trembling with emotion, stammering, I can't describe it clearly in words, father. Taishin stepped closer, his voice lowering as if to etch each word into his son's mind. If you can't articulate it, it's not truly yours yet. He turned, handing his sword to Butler Choi with a decisive motion, then looked back at Li Qiu, continuing, in truth, that attack just now wasn't your strongest move, was it? Feeling as if his innermost secrets were laid bare, Li Qiu clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. He bowed his head, his voice low with regret. Yes, I know. Taishin, with a sharp yet expectant gaze, turned to leave. His voice was calm, but each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. You entered Bloodless Dream without permission. If you show such mediocrity again, I'll punish you. Hearing his father's tone, Li Qiu felt the severity like a blade against his throat. He immediately bowed, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, father. Suddenly, Taishin turned back, his eyes probing. What do you plan to do next? Li Qiu raised his head, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Taking a deep breath, he replied, about that, I have something to discuss with you, father. Taishin nodded calmly. Speak. Li Qiu stepped forward, his voice grave, each word carved from stone. From now on, I'll join the Academy's 3-year program. But as you know, father, I've long surpassed the level of a typical student. Taishin frowned, interrupting impatiently, get to the point. Li Qiu clenched his fists, palms sweaty with tension. He declared resolutely, his voice like an oath, I want to experience the world. Please allow me to begin the journey of a martial artist. Hearing this, Taishin turned, a cryptic glint in his eyes. So, from the moment you went to Tianwei Mountain, you had this in mind? Li Qiu nodded firmly. Yes, that's correct. His voice, low but fervent, continued, however, the greater reason is to enhance my own strength. Taishin replied calmly, his words laced with a warning, trying to achieve multiple goals at once? That habit could one day become a noose around your neck. Li Qiu bowed his head, his voice subdued. I'll keep that in mind. In his heart, a wave of thought surged. Is this advice or a warning for me? As he walked, Taishin suddenly paused, his voice rising and falling like a legend being told. Indeed, the martial artist's journey is the final trial for direct descendants of the ancient Li martial clan. Receiving no aid from the clan, honing martial skills until maturity, and returning with achievements anyone would acknowledge. He sighed softly, his gaze distant. However, 15 is still too young. The usual age to begin is 17 or 18. But this child, he looked at Li Qiu, a flicker of pride in his eyes. He's not the type to be confined by ordinary limits. He's proven strength equivalent to a 5th-rank martial artist. Seeing him, the other children will surely be more vigilant. After a moment of reflection, Taishin looked directly at Li Qiu, his voice commanding, very well, I'll permit you to begin the martial artist's journey. Hearing his father's approval, Li Qiu's heart nearly burst with joy. Clenching his fist behind his back, he thought, I did it. But then Teixin continued, his voice lowering. But there are two conditions you must meet. Scene shift to the administrative office of the anciently martial clan. Seeing his nephew enter, Li Teihyung beamed, his eyes sparkling with joy. He approached, unhesitatingly pinching Li Qiu's cheek lightly, his voice brimming with affection. Nephew, you've worked hard, haven't you? Caught off guard by the warm gesture, Li Qiu struggled to speak, his cheeks flushed. I greet you, uncle. Are you well? Li Teihyung laughed heartily, his voice booming. When am I not well? Looking at Li Qiu's matured appearance, he couldn't hide his pride, patting his shoulder. Haha, you're the one who's grown tall. Come, don't just stand there, sit down. Li Qiu nodded slightly, his voice gentle. Yes, thank you. As they sat, Li Teihyung asked warmly, Want something to drink? Li Qiu shook his head, sighing softly, a hint of exhaustion on his face. No need, uncle. I just ate with my nanny. Recalling being forced to eat a feast meant for 5 or 6, he frowned, thinking, Gods, I'm stuffed to bursting. The nanny, standing nearby, kept urging, Eat more, young master. Oh no, there's not enough food. Li Qiu raised his hand, forcing a smile, pleading, It's fine. Please stop. I'm so full. Hearing the story, Li Teihyung laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling. Haha, that's your nanny for you. But when his gaze met Li Qiu's, he noticed the boy observing him. Li Qiu frowned slightly, his voice concerned. By the way, uncle, you look quite tired. Li Teihyung flinched, rubbing his neck, forcing a laugh to cover. Haha, just too much work lately. But inwardly, he thought, I hid it so well, yet this kid noticed? Li Qiu suddenly changed the topic, his voice serious. Actually, I have a gift for you, uncle. Li Teihyung's eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity. A gift? For me. Li Qiu smiled, placing a hexagonal wooden box on the table, its fragrant aroma softening the air. He said, his voice gentle but proud, It's nothing special, but this is a pill I crafted myself. It'll significantly boost vitality and mana control for a few weeks. Li Teihyung, delighted, took the box, his eyes gleaming. You're the only one who thinks of your uncle. Let's see. He opened it, revealing a silver pill. It scent like a pine forest after rain. He murmured, This smell, it's extraordinary. Li Qiu smiled confidently. The mountain guardian also said it's a good medicine. Li Teihyung, curious, asked, The mountain guardian? Li Qiu nodded, encouraging, Try it, uncle. Without hesitation, Li Teihyung examined the pill, thinking, even a demon praised it. It must be effective. He popped it into his mouth, his eyes full of anticipation. Instantly, the pill's power spread, a refreshing sensation like a cool stream flooding his body. His complexion brightened, and he exclaimed, This is the real deal. Opening his eyes, he looked at Li Qiu with admiration. Not only does it work fast, it's practically a miracle elixir. How did you do it? Li Qiu nodded, smiling. Yes, uncle. I still remember the recipe, and rare ingredients can be substituted. Li Teihyung closed the box, his voice serious. If so, don't tell anyone. Keep this secret close. It'll be useful in many ways when you're older. Li Qiu smiled, warmed by his uncle's care. You always think of me first, as always. He replied respectfully, Yes, I'll rely on your help then. Li Teihyung laughed, ruffling his hair. Haha, planning to exploit your uncle. Huh? Fine. I'll be ready when the time comes. Suddenly, he grew serious, looking at Li Qiu. By the way, I heard you're planning to take the martial artist's journey, right? Li Qiu, surprised, eyes wide. You already know, uncle? He nodded, his voice low. This journey will be highly competitive. You won't avoid gossip that you're favored. Unable to target the clan head, all their resentment will fall on you. Setting the box down, his voice worried. To participate, you need not only the clan head's approval but also the elders' consent. And they don't like you. Why not? Give it up this time. Seeing his uncle's concern, Li Qiu smiled, his eyes resolute. I've anticipated what you're worried about. That's why father set a condition. Li Teihyung, surprised, asked, A condition? What is it? Li Qiu nodded firmly. Yes. And for that, I need your help, uncle. After concluding his conversation with his uncle, Li Qiu returned to the clan, his heart carrying a mix of wistfulness and determination. He pushed open the door to the training room, a long sigh escaping his chest as his eyes swept over the familiar space. It's been a while since I've been back here, he murmured, his voice low and nostalgic. The scenery hasn't changed a bit. He stretched lightly, stepping inside, a thought crossing his mind. Should I warm up a bit? Suddenly, a familiar voice called warmly from outside. You're here, kid? The voice made Lee Cheol's brow furrow slightly, his heart beating a little faster. The training room door swung open, and Lee Kyung-hoa strode in, a radiant smile on her face. My dear nephew, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with affection. But immediately, her eyes blazed like fire, anger flaring. Pointing at Lee Cheol, she shouted, You little brat, you should have come to see me first. Before he could react, she grabbed his collar, her voice a mix of anger and mock sulking. You ungrateful kid. Caught off guard by his aunt's fervor, Lee Cheol panicked, stammering, I was busy with things, how could I come right away? But Lee Kyung-hoa, as if she knew everything, cut him off sharply. I know it all. You went to see second uncle first, didn't you? After struggling to escape her loving grip, Lee Cheol panted, rubbing his neck with a pained expression, muttering, Gods, I thought I was done for. He tried to calm himself, explaining gently, It was just for business, aunt. Lee Kyung-hoa glanced away, huffing with mock arrogance. Why do you always argue with me? Then her tone softened, and she stepped closer, placing a hand on his head, ruffling it affectionately. Still, my nephew has grown so much. And wow, your mana has nearly doubled, and your energy channels are much sturdier. Lee Cheol smiled, his eyes gleaming with pride. Yes, I've mastered all the Laura skills I learned before. Hearing this, Lee Kyung-hoa cheered, her eyes sparkling. Really? So you've reached 3-star magic level. She clenched her fist, voice brimming with excitement. You still need some polishing, but don't worry. I've got a gift for you, my darling. She continued eagerly. I've completed the incantations for other Outlaw skills. Want to try them now? But Lee Cheol quickly raised a hand, hesitating. Aunt, sorry, but I don't think I can right now. Lee Kyung-hoa frowned, shooting him a sharp, questioning look. Lee Cheol hurriedly explained, his voice apologetic. Well, I'm pretty busy today. Just then, the training room door creaked open, and a familiar voice called from outside. Still as close with aunt as ever, huh? A tall figure stepped in. Lee Cheol's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Big brother. Lee Myong-young's appearance sent Lee Kyung-hoa into a frenzy. Pointing at him, she shouted, You said you were busy, yet here you are training your little brother? Such a liar. Knowing his aunt's verbal martial arts, Lee Myong-young gave a wry smile, raising his hands to placate her. Aunt, I'm really busy, but I also helped arrange those incantations, didn't I? He turned to Lee Cheol, eyes mischievous. By the way, your notes were great. They helped me a lot in my training. Lee Cheol grinned brightly, his voice enthusiastic. Really? That's great, haha. Turning to him, he asked with concern. But you're doing okay, right? Lee Myong-young nodded, his voice steady. Yeah, I'm fine. But then he suddenly slung an arm around his brother, ruffling his hair with a hint of reproach. And you went to Tianwei Mountain without telling me. The brothers chuckled, the atmosphere warming. Lee Cheol quickly explained. Sorry, you were on a mission then. Lee Myong-young teased. And after coming back, you got summoned by father, right? Flashback to a few days earlier. Morning sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating a corner of Tae-shin's office. He sat there, exuding an air of authority, summoning Lee Myong-young. His voice was low and resonant. I need you to teach your youngest brother the fundamentals of martial arts. Can you do it? The sudden request caught Lee Myong-young off guard, his eyes flickering with surprise. What's that, father? Seeing his father's pensive expression, he thought, I'd definitely teach better than the elders. But father isn't one to care about such things. Resolving himself, he bowed, his voice firm. Yes, I'll teach him. After saluting, he turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, Tae-shin suddenly spoke. You should prepare yourself. The brief words stunned Lee Myong-young, his heart pounding. He froze for 5 seconds, then opened the door, turning back with a low voice. Thank you, father. Walking through the clan estate, tangled thoughts swirled in his mind. Bloodless dream. Even I haven't been permitted to challenge it. With little brother's progress, I understand why father gave this order. Does he want me to draw inspiration by watching him? Or to create competition? His eyes gleamed with determination, muttering, "Fine, I need to see how far little brother has come." Looking at Li Chiol before him, Li Myong-yung thought with pride, 20 years? No, maybe 10, or even sooner, he'll catch up to me. Seeing his brother lost in thought, Li Chiol said apologetically, "Sorry for bothering you when you're so busy." Li Myong-yung laughed, waving it off. "No worries, I'm the freest one now." He grew serious. "I hold the manhwarecap, the complete fundamentals, secret techniques, and ultimate skills of the Sungmu clan. It's proof of the heir to our ancestral legacy. And it's one of Father's conditions for your martial artist journey, to master all the clan's fundamental martial arts." Li Chiol rubbed his head, surprised. "But big brother, you're really teaching me the basics? Don't the elders at the academy handle that?" Li Myong-yung smirked, countering, "You think you can learn properly from them?" Recalling the elders' dirty tricks, from ambushing during the naming ceremony, sabotaging promotion exams, to assigning the worst training classes, both brothers frowned, filled with indignation. Li Chiol sighed, his voice sincere. "Thank you, truly, for everything." Li Myong-yung patted his brother's shoulder, his voice warm. All right. But inwardly, he was astonished he's grown this much. Before, I could sense his mana flow. Now, I can't even guess. Still, if he catches up to me, I won't mind. He smiled, thinking, "I'm proud of you, and I still want to be the big brother you admire." Suddenly, Leader-Manhwa, standing nearby, frowned, her voice cutting through angrily. "You two planning to chat while an elder's talking?" She stomped her foot, startling them both. Li Myong-yung quickly soothed, "Aunt, calm down." But unwilling to hear excuses, she turned, sulking. "Fine, I'm leaving. You're not stopping me, are you?" Li Chiol hurriedly called. "We'll meet at dinner tonight, right, Aunt?" Leader-Manhwa puffed her cheeks, turning back. "You said you trained till late, didn't you?" Li Chiol smiled sweetly. "Training's one thing, but studying with you is another. Learning from a world-renowned mana expert. How could I miss that?" His voice sincere, he added, "Sorry, Aunt, please wait just a bit longer." Li Chiol's honeyed words melted Leader-Manhwa's heart. She puffed out her chest, laughing loudly. "No choice. I'm just too famous globally. Fine, I'll let you off this time." Turning to leave, she waved. "Since I'm so generous, I'm off. Not because my show's about to start, okay?" Li Chiol waved back, teasing, "Yes, see you, Aunt." As her figure disappeared, he sighed in relief, wiping sweat from his forehead. Finally, Aunt's gone. Li Myong-yung, holding his sword, turned, his voice serious. "Now we can really start training." Drawing the blade from its sheath, his eyes gleamed. "To fully meet Father's conditions, I'll train you rigorously." A week later, at the clan's training grounds, the practice room blazed with bursts of mana, showing no signs of stopping. Training in the fundamentals with his older brother, Li Myong-yung, seemed simple at first, but every movement and lesson passed in a flash, fraught with intensity. Brief moments of rest felt like a single breath before the brothers dove into near-combat sparring. After a fierce exchange of techniques, Li Chiol braced his hands on the ground, panting heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead. His muscles ached with exhaustion, but his eyes still gleamed with resolve. Li Myong-yung approached, offering an encouraging smile, his voice warm yet stern. "I believe engraving lessons directly onto the body holds more meaning than words alone. You're observing with your magic eyes, aren't you? Move properly." Catching his brother's taunt, Li Chiol gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. He pressed his hand into the ground, forcing himself to stand, his legs steady as stone pillars. But just as he rose, he stumbled, collapsing as his body failed to keep up with his will. Undeterred, he lunged at Li Myong-yung, unleashing a sharp slash. His brother easily dodged, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. In Li Chiol's mind, thoughts swirled. "I clearly read his mana flow with my magic eyes, yet my body can't keep up with my will." His sword veered off, its force weak. His muscles and joints seemed unable to withstand the strain, as if screaming in protest. Seeing Li Chiol's resolute gaze, Li Myong-yung spoke, his voice low. "You just try to move beyond your limits, didn't you?" Before his brother could respond, he accelerated, charging at Li Chiol, his sword flashing like lightning. "The body of the Sungmu lineage is tougher than you think," he shouted, his voice commanding. The terrifying speed stunned Li Chiol, the tip of his brother's sword mere inches from his face. In a life-or-death moment, he roared, leaning back, narrowly dodging the strike. Seeing his brother's clear progress, Li Myong-young thought, filled with astonishment, he's already catching up? Such a solid foundation, absorbing so quickly. He recalled the old Li Chiol, a boy who struggled with complex movements. Bloodless dream. Even I wasn't permitted to enter. Is this the insight he gained there? Shedding his cloak for easier combat, Li Myong-young rolled up his sleeves, his eyes gleaming with excitement. All right, if you're keeping up, I'll raise the difficulty. Let's see how far you can go. Facing his brother, Li Chiol's expression tensed, his body trembling under the pressure. He's getting serious? He thought, his heart pounding. A fierce exchange of blows followed, the clash of swords ringing like thunder. After a long bout, Li Myong-young stopped, declaring, today's training ends here. He ruffled his brother's hair, his voice apologetic. Sorry, I might have gone a bit hard during practice. Looking at the ground, now riddled with deep cracks from their attacks, Li Chiol scratched his head sheepishly. Though exhausted, he smiled, his voice hoarse. It's fine, that's what training's about. Li Myong-young stepped forward, pulling his brother up, his eyes full of pride. Seems you've grasped the feeling to some extent. Li Chiol nodded, his voice firm. Yes. Didn't you say the Sung-mu lineage's body is sturdy? He looked at his hands, sensing latent strength. The body of the Sung-mu is tough as steel, flexible and resilient like rubber. With each training session, it grows stronger. Clenching his fist, his voice resolute, even with techniques that exert great strain, this body can endure. That's when I realized the fundamentals start here. Noticing his brother's quick comprehension, Li Myong-young closed his eyes, nodding slightly, his voice low. You grasp things fast. You've even applied it to your movement techniques. Li Chiol scratched his head, smiling shyly. It took me a week just to summarize that much. I'm still far off. His humility surprised Li Myong-young. He thought, he says he's far off? Mastering the fundamentals usually takes months, yet he did it in a week. Picking up his cloak, he turned to leave, his voice warm. You're impressive. But visit the infirmary and treat your wounds carefully. Turning back, he patted Li Chiol's shoulder, smiling. See you tomorrow. Li Chiol nodded, his voice enthusiastic. Yes, I'll review what I learned today. Li Myong-young walked away, adding, all right, but don't overdo it. As his brother's figure faded, Li Chiol sighed, his gaze settling on his hands, his mind brimming with thoughts. The fundamentals of Bloodless Dream are a systematized theory of movement, based on wielding ever-changing mana. The clan's fundamentals rely on the body's nature, maximizing physical limits. They're strikingly similar. Clenching his fist, he muttered, the difference is that the fundamentals don't center on the body, while Bloodless Dream revolves around weapons. That made grasping the fundamentals easier. Could they share the same root? In his memories of Bloodless Dream, he glimpsed a figure with traits of the Sung-mu lineage. Indeed, Bloodless Dream is deeply tied to our clan. His eyes blazed with determination. It feels like I've uncovered a secret no one expected. Time will pass quickly. Scene shift to the Council of Elders of the Sung-mu clan. The elders were gathered, a heavy silence blanketing the room. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and an old man with white hair and beard entered, his voice resonant. Forgive my tardiness. He glanced at Li Tae-hyung, who was frowning slightly, a spark of anger in his eyes. The old man spoke, his tone mocking. Well, a busy overseer like you deigns to attend? Li Tae-hyung gave a faint smile, his voice calm but sharp. I often skip these with the excuse of work, so I thought I'd show up this time. The elder patriarch took his seat, sipped his tea, and spoke. Is that so? You must have heard about the martial journey of that secondary branch kid then? Immediately, an elder slammed the table, his voice furious. Of course, elder patriarch. A greenhorn brat allowed to undertake the martial journey? What's the propriety of that? And he's a filthy secondary branch child. Another elder pounded the table, his voice shrill. I heard that arrogant punk personally requested it from the clan head, claiming he returned from Tianwei Mountain and wants to surpass it. The elder patriarch set down his tea, calmly replying, You're mistaken. The clan head hasn't made a final decision. He said to let the council of elders discuss and decide. Hearing this, the elders sighed in relief, their eyes lighting up. A long-haired elder spoke, So the decision lies with us? Another elder clenched his fist, gleeful. At this point, we just reject it outright. The elder patriarch stroked his beard, chuckling, Haha, it's not that simple. The clan head said the boy has the martial prowess of a fifth-rank warrior and even past Bloodless Dream. There's no legitimate reason to refuse. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. Faced with a secondary branch child disrupting tradition, we must provide a reasonable justification. Anyone thought of a countermeasure? As his words fell, a hand rose. Lee Tae-hyung stood, his voice steady. May I say a few words? Lee Tae-hyung had never taken sides in political matters. To the elders, he was a neutral figure, always maintaining an air of aloofness, as if shielding himself from the dirty entanglements of commitment. So, when they saw Lee Tae-hyung appear at this meeting, the elders exchanged quiet glances, sharing a fleeting thought. So he's here to support that boy. In their eyes, both were nobodies. Lee Tae-hyung's sharp gaze swept across the faces in the room. He gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, these old snakes' thoughts are as clear as day. He knew exactly what they were scheming, but his face betrayed no emotion. Inside, a storm raged, yet outwardly, he remained as calm as an unruffled lake. The 3 trials for those of the Sung-mu clan's direct lineage were grueling. The choice, the right of determination, and the warrior's journey. Only those who passed all 3 would be recognized as senior members of the clan, granted immense privileges, the right to attend, speak at major councils, and even be treated akin to a former elder. But to the elders obsessed with blood purity, accepting someone like the youngest was unthinkable. They saw him as a stain, an outsider daring to claim a place not his own. Lee Tae-hyung sat in contemplation, hands clasped tightly. Suddenly, he stirred, pulling a small, shimmering object from his sleeve. His eyes narrowed, a thought flashing. Don't tell me that kid brought this elixir just for this. He sighed softly, muttering inwardly. Lee Cheol, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do. But, spurred by a sudden resolve, he raised his hand decisively, his voice resounding in the silent room. May I share my opinion? His abrupt action stunned the hall. Elder Patriarch Lee Cheol-jung, seated at the head, raised an eyebrow, his eyes betraying surprise. Leaning forward, he said lightly, curiosity barely veiled. The overseer has something to say? Then, with a mocking smile, he added, I heard the overseer is quite close to that boy. Lee Cheol-jung's words cut like a sharp blade, striking at Lee Tae-hyung's pride. He cursed inwardly, this old man's vicious. But his face maintained a calm smile as he replied evenly. With such effort, how could I dislike the boy? However, he paused, his piercing gaze sweeping the room. I think things are going too far this time. Lee Cheol-jung raised an eyebrow, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Too far, you say? Yes, Lee Tae-hyung replied, his voice steady and firm. The boy has sufficient proof, but we can't ignore tradition and protocol. The youngest needs to understand some things can't be done on a whim. Hearing this, Lee Cheol-jung let out a mocking chuckle, as if spotting a weakness to exploit. Haha, I thought the overseer didn't care for things like tradition or protocol. Lee Tae-hyung felt a surge of anger in his chest, but suppressed it, offering only a faint smile. It's not that I don't understand their importance. I just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. As a progressive, I believe rigid handling of issues only leads to bad outcomes. Lee Cheol-jung closed his eyes, pondering briefly. When he opened them, his sharp gaze locked onto Lee Tae-hyung. So, what's your proposal? Lee Tae-hyung answered promptly, his voice confident. If the council lacks a reason to refuse, we just create one. Honestly, this isn't complicated. The youngest hasn't fully proven himself. Lee Cheol-jung frowned, skeptical. Didn't the clan head acknowledge he has the strength of a heavy-class warrior? Lee Tae-hyung smiled, his eyes glinting with cunning. But can the clan head publicly declare that? The question made Lee Cheol-jung pause. His hands clenched, his gaze hardening as he stared at Lee Tae-hyung. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Then he spoke, his voice low, as if suppressing anger, and, in Lee Tae-hyung's mind, thoughts swirled chaotically. You cunning kid, doing whatever you want. After a moment's consideration, he declared boldly, I think we just need to give the boy a chance to prove himself. Lee Cheol-jung flinched at the idea. Turning to him, his voice doubtful. Give him a chance? You don't mean a duel, do you? Lee Tae-hyung nodded, his eyes fixed on Lee Cheol-jung. Exactly. With what he's done, he won't refuse. The statement sparked murmurs among the elders. Lee Cheol-jung looked at him, pressing, So who should he fight? Lee Tae-hyung replied calmly, his tone laced with intent. Isn't the most recent person to complete the warrior's journey the best fit? But 7th young master Lee-Myong-Yung would never agree. He's not suited for this. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. So, how about 6th young master Sela? Lee Cheoljung stroked his beard, pondering. Sela? If there's an issue, we could set limits for him. Lee Tae-hyung nodded, adding exactly. Lady Beck said the 6th young master holds a grudge against the boy. A duel would settle everything. After a moment's thought, Lee Cheoljung laughed, his eyes brightening. I think this approach isn't bad. What do the elders think? The crowd nodded in agreement. One said, I think it's a good plan. Another added, acceptable to me. Hearing this, Lee Cheoljung declared firmly, if the chief elder agrees, I have no objections. This meeting is adjourned. As Lee Tae-hyung turned to leave, a deep voice called from behind. You did well today, overseer. He turned to meet the gaze of Chief Elder Lee Cheoljung, who approached with a half-smile full of intent. Seems I misjudged you. What made you change so quickly? Lee Tae-hyung smiled lightly. As I said, I just want to avoid trouble. Lee Cheoljung nodded, but his eyes remained sharp. He slammed his staff on the floor, a loud thud echoing. Listen, overseer. In acting, the smallest details matter. He stepped closer, his voice lowering. The eyes, the voice, every word. You call him the youngest, while others call him that bastard. The words made Lee Tae-hyung's brow twitch, but he quickly regained composure, smiling faintly. Acting? I don't know what you mean. Lee Cheoljung passed by, leaving a cryptic remark. You know exactly what I mean, overseer. 3 weeks later, at the Sung Mu clan's training room. The ground beneath was shattered, dust swirling after an intense training session. Lee Cheol, drenched in sweat, drew his sword from its sheath, the steel glinting in the dim light. He exhaled, his voice resolute. Today, I might finish this training. Lee Myong-yung, standing opposite, smirked. Really? Yesterday you got thrashed. Lee Cheol gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing. You feel it too, don't you, brother? Lee Myong-yung assumed a stance, his gleaming sword in hand. Let's see, then. With that, he charged at Lee Cheol, his sword flashing like lightning. Boom. A powerful slash descended, but Lee Cheol, swift as a shadow, raised his sword to block. The blades clashed, sparks flying. The brothers launched into a fierce duel, exchanging relentless techniques. Lee Myong-yung, with his seasoned experience, pressed forward, but Lee Cheol held his own. Each strike grew sharper, his movements smoother than ever. Lee Myong-yung suddenly spoke, his voice full of admiration. Well done. That's the stance you need. Lee Cheol smiled, but a torrent of thoughts surged within. Sixth sense and mysterious eyes. Through relentless training, these skills allowed him to predict sword paths and block every attack. Suddenly, he leaped high, slashing down at Lee Myong-yung. Boom. The ground shook, dust clouding the air. Lee Myong-yung retreated a few meters, still steady. But Lee Cheol, after the fierce attack, was thrown back, rolling several times before stopping. Panting heavily, his eyes remained bright, unwavering. Lee Myong-yung smiled faintly, scratching his head sheepishly. You've mastered the basics. It took me 3 months to grasp them, but you caught on in a week, internalized them in 2, and perfected them with mana in 33 days. Unbelievable. He extended a hand to Lee Cheol, his voice proud. You've never let me down. I officially acknowledge you've mastered the basics. And it seems you've realized something beyond that. Lee Cheol stood, grasping his brother's hand, beaming. He thought, can't hide anything from brother. Yes, he said firmly. I'm refining my movement. Lee Myong-yung patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. Need any help? Lee Cheol nodded, his eyes sparkling with hope. I'd be grateful if you did. The scene shifts to a gloomy forest, where a heavy atmosphere looms. Thick fog clings to the trees, creating a misty white veil that obscures the sunlight. A cold wind blows through, carrying whispers like those of lost souls. Lee Sela strides forward, her eyes sharp and cold, her dagger flashing a silver arc as she swings it, cleaving a roaring monster in two. She smirks, her bored voice cutting through the silent air. Pathetic, useless creatures, acting all ferocious. So dull. At her feet lies the motionless corpse of a massive dragon, its black blood pooling and seeping into the forest floor. She continues walking, her boots crunching brittle leaves. Muttering under her breath, her voice drips with resentment. It's all because of that bastard. Stuck with these annoying tasks, and Mother's still furious. All because of him. Wherever she passes, monster corpses pile up, each felled by her razor-sharp dagger, a testament to her uncontainable rage. Suddenly, a chill runs down her spine. Something is watching her from behind, like a silent specter. Lee Seela halts, her eyes narrowing, ears straining to listen. Abruptly, a deafening roar tears through the air. A colossal dragon, its jagged teeth like blades, charges toward her, its red eyes blazing through the fog. But Lee Seela doesn't flinch. She tilts her head slightly, her voice calm as if speaking to a child. So what? As her words fall, she spins, her dagger shooting out with terrifying speed, embedding itself in the dragon's forehead. A pained roar echoes, then the beast collapses, its red eyes dimming. Lee Seela glares at the dragon's corpse, her eyes flashing with anger mixed with disgust. I said it's dull, she growls, her voice suppressing a storm. She raises her hand, casting a spell, and the dagger in the beast's head glows with radiant gold. A powerful tremor ripples out, making the air seem to freeze. The dagger dislodges itself, flying back to her hand, gleaming like a challenge. Gripping the dagger tightly, Lee Seela's knuckles whiten. She thinks, this is the 21st task. All of them bothersome, like exterminating rampaging monsters. Normally, I do 4 or 5 a year. The final decision year has passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too. Suddenly, a dark figure darts from the fog, appearing before her. A man in a black cloak kneels on one knee, bowing respectfully. Greetings, 6th young lady, his voice low and deferential. Lee Seela, steeped in anger, spins around, her eyes sharp as knives. State your name. He replies without hesitation. I am Gaguk, from Team 12 of the Black Sword Corps. Black Sword Corps. Lee Seela frowns, her voice skeptical. What's the clan head's personal team doing here? Gaguk raises his head, his gaze steady. I bring a message from the clan head. He relays the message, each word clear, as if carved into the air. Upon hearing it, Lee Seela bursts into a cold, almost inhuman laugh. Her smile twists, her eyes gleaming with madness. She grips her dagger, slamming it into a nearby tree, the blade trembling violently. Her body shakes with fury, her voice hissing through clenched teeth. Haha, that arrogant bastard? Perfect timing. He's digging his own grave with my hands. The clan head's quite something. She glances at Gaguk, her eyes piercing. Tell him I received the message. Gaguk nods, responding respectfully. Yes, young lady. Instantly, he vanishes into the fog, as if he never existed. Lee Seela stands there, her hand still gripping the dagger, a fierce energy surging from it, making the air tremble. She mutters, her voice thick with murderous intent. I'm really looking forward to this, Lee Cheol. I'll crush you into the dirt. The scene shifts to the next day, at Lee Tae-hyung's office. The heavy wooden door creaks as Lee Cheol pushes it open, sweat still glistening on his forehead from an intense training session. He bows, his voice apologetic. Sorry for being late, uncle. Training went longer than expected. Lee Tae-hyung, seated in an armchair, looks up, a warm smile spreading across his face. You're here. I heard you've mastered all the basic techniques. What's left to train? Lee Cheol wipes his sweat with a cloth, smiling lightly. Yes, there are still a few things I want to experiment with. He walks to the chair opposite, sitting down, his posture relaxed but his eyes brimming with determination. Lee Tae-hyung nods, his voice serious. The official schedule's been announced, so I'm here to discuss. Lee Cheol smiles, his eyes gleaming with confidence. If it's official, I'd go meet them. Hearing this, Lee Tae-hyung sighs, turning to him, his voice lowering. Aren't you nervous? Lee Cheol shrugs, his voice calm. Why be nervous? Everything's going as I predicted. He pauses, his eyes sharpening as he mentions the plan. Father approved the warrior's journey, but set 2 conditions. First, mastering all basic martial techniques. Luckily, thanks to Big Brother and what I've learned, I did it quickly. The second condition. He hesitates, his gaze turning sharp. Convincing the Council of Elders. Lee Tae-hyung frowns, his hands clasping tightly. You can use any means, but if you don't convince them, the warrior's journey won't be approved. With your current status, interfering in the elder's affairs is tough. Li Chiol nods, his eyes glinting with cunning. That's why I decided to create the best opportunity. I arranged a duel with Sixth Sister. I asked Uncle to steer things in that direction. The Council of Elders will have no reason to refuse. He pauses, his gaze pensive, creating a situation to allow my journey. The ability to turn the tide is essential in politics. This is part of the test. Li Tae-hyung falls silent, a heavy quiet settling over the room. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, breaking the stillness. Haha, I don't know how you can be so calm. Li Chiol smiles, his voice confident. Because I trust Uncle has arranged everything perfectly. Li Tae-hyung shakes his head, a hint of worry in his eyes. That's not what I mean. That girl, I heard you don't get along with her. With Li Sila's personality, even if it's a test, it won't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation? Li Chiol clenches his fist, his voice low but resolute. I owe Sixth Sister a debt. It must be repaid. His words make Li Tae-hyung slam his hand on the table, standing abruptly, his voice emotional. Exactly. Can't that wait? Why push yourself into this situation? He pauses, takes a deep breath, then sits, holding his face, his voice weary. I don't think you can't do it. I'm just worried you'll get hurt in some way. Li Chiol looks at him, his eyes softening at his uncle's concern. A warmth mixed with determination rises within him. Uncle truly cares for me. He smiles, his voice firm. Thank you for worrying, Uncle. Sixth Sister might beat me to a pulp, and the elders will have an excuse to bind me. But, he clenches his fist, his eyes blazing. This duel isn't just about the warrior's journey. Even if I lose, it'll be troublesome, but don't worry. In this fight, I will win. The Council of Elders swiftly issued an official announcement, pushing for the examination to proceed without delay. Soon, the venue was decided. The Central Training Arena, the largest battleground of the Sung-mu clan, where prestigious selection ceremonies had been held. The stands surrounding the arena were packed with spectators, their murmurs like crashing waves, all eager to witness this historic duel. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene, as if the entire clan was holding its breath. In the waiting room, Li Chiol adjusted his attire, each movement slow but meticulous. His gaze swept the small room, his brows slightly furrowed. They're not letting this pass quietly, he thought, a bitter smile flickering across his face. He sighed, muttering, no doubt, this is the chief elder's scheme. The stands around the arena, all set up to publicly humiliate me, to crush my spirit. But then he clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with resolve. That's not the issue. What matters is. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed from the door. Leader-Manhwa entered, her small shoes clicking, her eyes filled with worry. Her face bore a somber expression, as if hiding a deep pain. Li Chiol looked at her, his heart twinging with pity. Ants had that look all day, he thought. Stepping closer, his voice gentle but tinged with frustration, the Council of Elders swiftly issued an official announcement, pushing for the examination to proceed without delay. Soon, the venue was decided. The Central Training Arena, the largest battleground of the Sung-mu clan, where prestigious selection ceremonies had been held. The stands surrounding the arena were packed with spectators, their murmurs like crashing waves, all eager to witness this historic duel. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene, as if the entire clan was holding its breath. In the waiting room, Li Chiol adjusted his attire, each movement slow but meticulous. His gaze swept the small room, his brows slightly furrowed. They're not letting this pass quietly, he thought, a bitter smile flickering across his face. He sighed, muttering, no doubt, this is the chief elder's scheme. The stands around the arena, all set up to publicly humiliate me, to crush my spirit. But then he clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with resolve. That's not the issue. What matters is. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed from the door. Leader-Manhwa entered, her small shoes clicking, her eyes filled with worry. Her face bore a somber expression, as if hiding a deep pain. Li Chiol looked at her, his heart twinging with pity. Ants had that look all day, he thought. Stepping closer, his voice gentle but tinged with frustration, he said, why do you keep looking at me like that, Ant? It's really making me uneasy. Leader-Manhwa rubbed her hands, sighing, her eyes downcast. "It's nothing," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. Li Qiol frowned, stepping closer. "You've been like this all day? How can you say it's nothing?" She hesitated, her hands trembling slightly. After a moment, she looked up, her eyes filled with pain. "Everything this clan decides on its own. I despise the whispers behind the scenes. She's a 4th-rank warrior, and you've only just reached 5th rank. The gap between 4th and 5th is vast." Li Qiol nodded, his voice calm. "That's why 6th sister is restricted from using magic, secret techniques, or killing moves, right?" Leader-Manhwa nodded, but her hands still trembled. She stammered, her voice breaking. "But what if you really lose?" She clutched her head, her face radiating fear. If I had trained you harder, if I had revealed Mujin to the clan sooner." Her voice broke into a desperate wail. She bowed her head, tears welling, overwhelmed by helplessness. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke. "Please stop, Elder Leader-Manhwa." She flinched, turning around. Li Qiol's maid approached, placing a hand on her shoulder, offering a warm smile. "The young master will win, as he always does. As his teacher, shouldn't you offer words of encouragement?" But Leader-Manhwa only sighed, her face still steeped in sorrow. Li Qiol looked at her, his heart aching. "She's like a frightened cub, trembling in fear," he thought. "Perhaps she lost something in this Sungmu clan. I don't know her past, though I could easily investigate. But I won't, because I believe one day she'll share her story herself." He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder, his voice firm. "This isn't the time for gloom. You should cheer up, Aunt." Leader-Manhwa looked up, surprised. "Cheer up." Li Qiol flashed a confident smile. "Yes, Aunt. And besides, there's a surprise twist waiting." From outside, the maid's voice called. "Young master, it's time to enter the arena." Li Qiol started, turning to Leader-Manhwa, his eyes blazing. "Aunt, watch closely. I won't lose." He gripped his sword tightly, his voice resolute. "Cheer loudly from the stands. If it's too quiet, I'll be disappointed." With that, he turned and strode through the gate. As he walked, he thought, "It's been a while since I passed through this corridor. Since birth, I've constantly proven myself. It's time to close that chapter." With unwavering eyes, he marched forward. As Li Qiol stepped into the arena, blinding sunlight illuminated his figure. Across from him, Li Sila stood ready, her eyes icy, her dagger gleaming in her hand. He glanced at the stands, where his father, Lady Beck, and the elders sat, their gazes fixed on the scene. Suddenly, a piercing shout cut through the air. "Arrogant brat! Filthy bastard!" Li Sila smirked, looking at him with contempt. "That stiff, haughty neck of yours. I've never liked it." She spun her dagger, the motion fluid yet deadly. "Just a bastard acting superior. It's an eyesore." She pointed the dagger at him, her voice cold as ice. "Today, I'll break that neck. Get ready." Li Qiol merely nodded, his eyes calm. "I'm looking forward to it, 6th sister." The referee raised a hand, his voice booming. The duel between the 6th young lady and the 9th young master officially begins. Prepare. As the command, I've heard a lot about Luke Tai's miraculous throwing knife techniques, but not impressive enough to think what I did. At those words, Li Sila gritted her teeth in anger. She drew 2 more knives, eyes cold as she glared at him, shouting, "Hey, you're finished." With that, she lunged forward, unleashing a rapid series of attacks aimed at Li Qiol. As she attacked, she thought angrily, "That brat's still wet behind the ears and dares to speak arrogantly? I'll crush you head on." She continued using the throwing knife technique. Blades appeared densely around her and surged toward Li Qiol at dizzying speed. Facing these attacks, Li Qiol remained calm. He thought, Luke Tai's movements are like an acrobat, using many blades at once, slashing from skewed, natural angles, a skill impossible without superior reflexes and situational judgment. But that's exactly what I wanted to bait her into doing. Thinking that, he leapt up and charged straight at Li Sila to counterattack. He swung his sword, knocking away the incoming blades, then delivered a horizontal slash at her face. Li Sila's face darkened as she struggled to evade the attack. He tightened his grip on the hilt and executed Mujin first technique. Maksuyin. From the sword, A massive surge of energy exploded, lightning flashing around. He leaped up and aimed a downward slash straight at the top of Lee Seala's head. At this attack, her eyes widened, thinking, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. Hurriedly, she raised both knives, intending to block the strike directly. When the knives and sword collided, a terrifying energy burst erupted, shaking the surrounding space violently. When the dust cleared, Lee Seala appeared in a battered state. She clenched her teeth, thinking, he reduced the force at the last moment by pulling back as soon as the blades met. Seeing her knife chipped after the clash, she cursed inwardly. That bastard used a sword technique like a clan's secret. Determined not to lose, she discarded the 2 damaged knives, drew 2 new ones, rose to her feet, looked straight at Lee Cheol and said, so you actually have a decent move? But sadly, that move should have been saved for a more important moment. With that, she lunged at him, preparing a new attack. At this, Lee Cheol remained calm, thinking, faster than before, but charging straight in again. Lee Seala aimed her 2 knives at him and stabbed forward. He immediately swung his sword to parry, but with agile speed, she stomped, spun in midair, and evaded the attack. She appeared right behind Lee Cheol, causing him to flinch briefly. Looking at him, she smiled and said, well, tongue-tied now, hurry up and talk back. Reacting instantly, Lee Cheol brought his sword back to block her lethal strike. Then the 2 exchanged fierce techniques continuously. He thought, the rapid, unpredictable combos. I can block them, but that speed makes it hard to counterattack. His eyes widened as he murmured, Luke Tai. I can see everything. My instincts sense the blade, and my demon, I pinpointed every direction they lunged from. He smiled. The reason I insisted on dueling Sixth Sister is because my ability is her natural counter. Staring into Lee Cheol's blazing eyes, Lee Seala widened hers, gritted her teeth, and cursed inwardly. That demonic eye? The advantage of the short blade lies in secrecy and flexibility, but if seen through, the fighting style becomes limited. She angrily thought, and yet he dared suppress me with close combat strength, then countered just like before. Damn, this mana limit. If I could open just another 10%, I could use the advanced outlaw skill. For the past year, she had thought only of revenge, of crushing him, destroying his pride. She intended to torment him until he begged. But she never expected things to turn out like this. Just then, Lee Cheol spoke, cutting through her thoughts. Still think you have energy to spare? He lunged forward, face to face with her, and calmly said, "You'd better focus, understand?" After saying that, he swung his sword straight at her face, forcing her to struggle to parry. Her whole body trembled slightly, teeth clenched, cursing inwardly. Suddenly, Lee Seala's body erupted with a fiery red energy. She muttered, "I'm not going to use this." Pressure radiated from her, and a strange force unexpectedly shot straight toward Lee Cheol's heart. His heart felt like it was struck by lightning. That force wrapped around his heart, completely sealing off his mana channels. He immediately leaped back. Seeing this timely move, she smiled and said, "So you can think after all? Without mana, you're just a useless insect." Looking straight ahead, Lee Cheol thought, is she using psychic power? Sixth Sister Lee Seala's psychic ability bends an opponent's mana channels, paralyzing their control. If the opponent's mana is stronger, they can resist, but if not, even awareness won't prevent being bound. She glared at him and shouted, "This is your end." But within his body, a stream of blue mana suddenly ran through him. He thought inwardly, but there's one thing Sixth Sister doesn't know. At the presence of this mana, Lee Seala's eyes widened. She screamed, "Impossible! How can he still use mana?" Now blue mana radiated from his body, enveloping him. He thought, my mana technique is unlike anyone else's. Lee Gyung-hoa sat in the stands, hands trembling, mouthing, "Everything will be fine, everything will be fine. Because my nephew is very capable." Her gaze went blank as she thought, this time will be different from the others. But if he ends up in the same situation as before, what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts. "He's fine." Two men nearby murmured, I didn't expect he could develop so much. His foundation is terrifyingly solid. Another asked, what skill is that? Isn't it one of Sung Mu Korin's mana secrets? The other replied, they say that kid is an illegitimate son, only 15 years old. Hearing this, Leader-Manhwa immediately turned her eyes to the arena floor. At this moment, Li Qiu's expression grew serious. He charged forward, unleashing the Kang-Kai Loi Din technique, slashing straight at Li Xile. But with agile speed, she easily stepped back and evaded the strike. Not giving her time to react, he immediately used the DM La skill, firing countless beams of light energy toward the retreating Li Xile. The beams of light instantly wrapped tightly around her body, leaving her eyes stunned. She struggled to break free. Not stopping there, he channeled the Quang Fong skill and lunged forward, slicing through the strands of light energy that were coiling around Li Xile. Seeing this, Leader-Manhwa's eyes widened as she thought. He used Quang Fong to cut through DM La. Loi Din, DM La, Quang Fong, all are aura techniques that my grandchild and I once developed together. All the tangled emotions inside her seemed washed clean. She clenched her fist and looked forward, saying, yes, you must win, because you are a genius. Li Qiu's successive attacks shattered the ground around them, dust billowing everywhere. Li Xile stood dazed, thinking, impossible. Her skill should have sealed his mana source. How can he still use mana? The two stood a considerable distance apart. Li Qiu looked straight at her and murmured, there's one thing Luke Tai doesn't know. My mana method differs from others. It can operate using only the mana channels. With that thought, he unleashed a massive surge of mana and called out, now rush me. He charged forward, closing the distance on Li Xile, making her eyes widen as she thought, too fast. He swung his sword, striking straight at her face. With nimble speed, she felt the pain zone and raised her knives to block the blow. But before her defenses, the force of the strike sent her sliding backward dozens of meters. After regaining her stance, Li Xile trembled all over. She cursed inwardly. Damn it! But before she could think, Li Qiu swooped down from above, driving a sword strike toward her head like a god's hammer. Once again, she managed to block the blow in time. Looking ahead, she gritted her teeth, thinking, impossible. I can't be forced to retreat like this. Suddenly, her gaze froze and she broke out in a cold sweat. She glanced up at the stands, where her mother, Lady Beck, watched the match with extreme tension. Although the lady maintained a composed demeanor, that appearance made Li Xile tremble with fear. Regaining her composure, she unleashed a blazing red aura. Staring at Li Qiu, she shouted, it's all because of that damned bastard, the illegitimate brat. Observing that power, Li Qiu murmured, an enormous amount of mana. Is she forcing her mana out recklessly, regardless of her wounds? Li Xile used the throwing knife combat technique once more. The knives seemed to come alive, coiling around her body with a supple, sentient motion. They hovered in the air. She raised her hand and shouted, secret ultimate technique, meteor star. Pointing her hand at Li Qiu, she screamed, I'll kill you. Seeing this, Leader-Manhwa in the stands immediately sprang to her feet, clenching her fists and shouting, that's a violation of the rules. Stop right now. But it was already too late. The blades hurtled toward Li Qiu at terrifying speed. He remained calm in the face of the attack. His eyes burned bright, his hand gripping the hacked sword. A vast surge of mana rolled around the blade. He sighed softly, taking a stance to brace for the blows. As the blades flew in, he swung his sword, blocking each incoming strike. Seeing this, Li Xile shouted, what are you cutting into? But immediately her expression froze, shifting 180 degrees. Toward Li Qiu, each of her blades was driven hard into the ground after he blocked them. He thought to himself, there is an immutable truth. Mana dispersed into the air returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly disappears. But the sword of my ancestors, Hakta, is a blade that can cut and erase mana. After a few swings, all of Li Xile's knives lay neatly embedded in the ground around him. He looked straight ahead and offered a confident smile. Seeing his arm trembling violently after blocking the attack, Li Qiol thought, I didn't expect her to use Meteor Star. Still, I succeeded. With my current strength, I couldn't fully block Meteor Star, so I used Hakta to sever the mana threads connecting to the throwing knives. Thanks to the Ma Nan, I could see the connecting mana streams, but both tasks demanded absolute focus. Finishing that thought, he looked straight at Li Sila and stepped forward, and said, Now it's your turn. At that, Li Sila stood dazed, thinking, is he going to use that move again? She immediately jumped back to keep her distance, thinking, if I put more space between us, he won't be able to execute it. But Li Qiol paid no mind to distance. He took a stance, preparing to unleash his ultimate attack. Seeing this, Li Sila cursed under her breath. Huh? He's still going to attack from this distance? He smiled and said, Chiakma is a sword technique born to deal with monsters. Distance was never the issue from the start. After readying himself, he rushed in, swinging his sword down and shouting, Solar Eclipse Chiakma. The slash carried immense power, shattering the ground beneath and driving straight toward Li Sila. Faced with the attack, she froze. Her eyes widened as she swore, damn it. Immediately after, a massive explosion rocked the arena, rock and soil flying, dust choking the air. As the dust gradually cleared, a large fissure appeared in the floor, as if splitting the arena in two. After the strike, Li Qiol raised a hand to cover one eye, murmuring, is my eye hurting because I pushed the Ma Nan to its limit? But he thought further, it's not over yet. Chiakma hit dead on, but I need to finish this match. From inside the explosion, a blade suddenly shot out, heading straight for Li Qiol. Luckily, it only grazed his thigh, leaving him momentarily stunned. His whole body lost its bearings, he nearly collapsed, but he quickly regained his composure, stamping his foot to steady himself. Suddenly, Li Sila lunged out of the smoke, the tip of her knife aimed straight at Li Qiol. He thought, Luke Tai is too fast. This move is dangerous. He reacted in time, planting his foot and stepping back to dodge. But Li Sila continued her assault. The two of them grappled. Both of them suddenly stopped. Her knife had plunged straight into Li Qiol's chest, fresh blood seeping out. In contrast, his sword pointed at her chest but did not thrust forward. Li Sila pulled her knife out of Li Qiol's chest and immediately collapsed to the ground. He clutched his bleeding chest, thinking, if I'd been a second slower blocking with Hakta, my heart would have been pierced. Looking at Li Sila lying on the ground, he murmured, Luke Tai must have fainted the moment Chiakma struck. My body reacted instinctively before the killing intent arrived. He turned his face away, sighed, and said, the blood of Luke Tai is truly terrifying. Then he looked toward the two assistants running to the arena, shouting, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to take Luke Tai away? If you leave her there, she'll die from internal injuries. Hearing this, the two nodded and replied, yes. But seeing them hesitate, he pointed back. Only then did they snap to attention and rush over to administer first aid to Li Sila. After the battle ended, Li Qiol looked straight ahead and thought, now do you all see? The warriors of the clan, the stubborn elders, and even the half-siblings. For the first time, I address all who once thought I'd lose just because I am the illegitimate child. He clenched his fist and raised it high, showing his resolve. I have proven myself. A round of applause rang out, startling Li Qiol. He looked up at the stands and saw his father applauding, praising his performance. Behind that, the entire audience erupted with cheers congratulating his victory. Li Gyung-hoa, eyes wide with surprise. Someone shouted, my nephew is the best. He's Li Qiol. Damn, I knew it, the boy would do it, ha ha ha. Faced with her overexcited behavior, Gawa beside her pulled her back and said, Elder, please calm down. But she paid no heed and kept shouting, my nephew is the best. My nephew is Li Qiol. Those words made Li Qiol blush with embarrassment. He covered his face with his hand. The clan leaders stepped forward. Taishin took the lead, praising, well done. But Li Qiol-yung, standing behind, wore a sad expression and seemed subdued. Li Qiol looked at everyone and murmured inwardly, It seems father isn't very pleased. He has never praised a child in front of others. Taishin looked straight at him, thinking, this child chose Li Sila and constructed this stage. He chose Luke Tai and steered the match according to his own tactics. That's the opponent he has the greatest counter advantage against. It sounds easy, but among those here, how many could do the same? He declared loudly, you have proven yourself. Therefore, I recognize your qualification to depart for warrior training. Hearing those words, Li Chiol immediately saluted and said, thank you, father. But then he paused slightly, deep in thought. Seeing this, Taishin asked, you look like you have something to say, don't you? Realizing his father had seen through him, Li Chiol smiled, thinking, it's time. He lifted his chin and said confidently, as you said, father, I cannot hide anything from you. Taishin looked at him, his voice low but meaningful, as if he sensed the boy was hiding something. Speak, my son, he murmured, his gaze sharp. He, Li Chiol, glanced at Lady Beck. His expression suddenly grew cold. Inside him, thoughts churned. Officially, the reward for this test is permission to join the warrior path. I shouldn't expect anything more from father. For him, that's enough. He clenched his hand, trying to suppress the surging emotion. After a moment's reflection, he drew a deep breath and spoke, firm and resolute. Then allow me to say something. All eyes in the room turned to him. Time seemed to stop, waiting for the words the youth was about to utter. Li Chiol placed a hand on his chest, his voice resonant and powerful. I have reached the level to graduate early from military training. You yourself witnessed it, father. He paused, scanned the crowd, then continued more assertively. I went to Thien Vai's son and passed the blood dream trial. If father is the one to decide before the elders' council, then I must announce my reward before them as well. He clenched his fist, his voice echoing through the room. I have proven everything and met every requirement. Surely the elders' council does not distrust me and insist on testing me without reason. His words were as sharp as a blade aimed at the Grand Elder. The man's eyes widened, startled by the boy's boldness. Not stopping, Li Chiol continued, his voice lowering but full of pressure. In this match, Luke Tai was gravely injured. That she has remained standing until now is a tremendous effort. He stared directly at the Grand Elder, his expression serious. Thinking inwardly, I cannot help but feel oppressed by the elders. At only 15, I am allowed to be sharp, even a little insolent. If I don't speak now, when will I have another chance? Taishin, sensing the tension rising, immediately turned to Li Chiol-jung, his voice low but authoritative. Elder Chief, can you answer the question of this youngest child? Li Chiol-jung, hands lightly clasped, pondered for a moment. Then he broke into a genial smile, speaking gently yet incisively. It seems there's a misunderstanding. The issue of joining the warrior path is always decided by the Elders' Council. The clan rules are clear. No distinction between legitimate children and those born out of wedlock. Would the Elders' Council deny the clan's own laws? Hearing this, Li Chiol murmured inwardly, disappointed. So you deliberately mentioned the term born out of wedlock here? I never brought up my status. He drew a long breath, his voice ringing with indignation. Would the Elders' Council mock the clan rules? Li Chiol-jung stroked his beard and smiled, replying, indeed. Sending someone on the warrior path, too young, can lead to unpredictable dangers. Before he could finish, Li Chiol cut in sharply. Then why must it be Luke Tai? Everyone can see she is far stronger than me, and older as well. Without waiting for an answer, he continued more determinedly. I read the official notice. It states the examiner must be someone who has just returned from the warrior path. So, shouldn't seventh brother be the one to appear? If not him, there are plenty of other warriors to choose from. Li Tae-hyung, standing on the sidelines, sighed softly with a subtle smile, thinking, this insolent brat. You staged the whole thing, cornering the Grand Elder against the wall. Truly hilarious. Well done, kid. Very clever. He glanced at Li Chiol-jung, thinking, did you pick Luke Tai from the start just to lead to this moment? Facing the pressure, Li Chiol-jung replied calmly, we only thought Luke Tai was more suitable for this test. Li Chiol tightened his fist, voice resolute. If that's the case, why make it public like this? It should have been held as a closed, private match. He paused, eyes cold. So I want to hear clearly. The reason why the Elders' Council conducted such a test. Those words were like a checkmate strike, making the Grand Elder's expression tense. The air seemed to freeze. Tae-shin, sensing things were about to cross the line, stepped forward, voice stern. Enough. He glanced at Lee Cheol-jung and continued. The Grand Elder is a senior in the clan. I understand you're excited after the match, but that's insolence. Lee Cheol immediately put his hand to his chest, bowed in salute, voice low. Yes, I apologize. But he quickly continued, voice unbowed. But if it ends like that, it's not the right way. Tae-shin looked to Lee Cheol-jung, voice low but full of implication. Grand Elder, what is your view? Lee Cheol-jung's face darkened. Inwardly he thought, an illegitimate child has completely defeated me. After a moment's thought, he approached Lee Cheol, voice resonant. I must admit, in this test there are aspects hard to justify. The Elders' Council should reward him. Lee Cheol bowed his head, voice sincere yet firm. I apologize for my insolence. But I only did what needed to be done. I don't seek extravagant rewards. I only want what I deserve. Those words silenced the room. Everyone was stunned, especially the Grand Elder. Scene change. A few days after the match. Lee Cheol lay in his room, one hand over his brow, eyes melancholic as he stared at the ceiling. He thought to himself, I never imagined I'd miss the invite sun this much. He was forbidden from going out, and Lee Tae-hyung, voice full of anger, shouted, What do you think you're going, brat? Lee Myong-young, smiling gently, said, Do you think you're fully healed already? And Gawa, eyes welling, said, You're not going anywhere until you've fully recovered. He looked at the ceiling, thinking, Thanks to the healing tonic, I surely recovered faster. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. He sat up at once, voice ringing, Come in. A familiar voice from outside made him start slightly. Long time no see, young master. How had you been lately? It turned out to be his disciples. The long-haired youth added, We intended to visit as soon as you returned to the clan, but heard you were busy, so we're late. The short-haired youth asked, worried, Is your back okay? Lee Cheol nodded and smiled. It's fine. Do you think I wouldn't make time to see you? He pointed to the chairs nearby, voice friendly. Grab a seat properly. He turned and asked, How's everyone else? Still okay? They answered in unison, Of course. The long-haired youth continued. Though there were a few pointless run-ins, we took them as signs we're being watched, so it's not too bad. The short-haired youth, face bright with excitement, said, More importantly, how did you train to become so strong in just a year? He exclaimed excitedly, I watched that match. It was unbelievable. He continued, We're about to enter 5th year, so young master must have plenty of free time, right? Lee Cheol, burning with intensity, replied coldly, No way. Who would want to miss an important moment with a young master? Huh? He turned to everyone, teasing. I bet the others watched the whole match too, didn't they? His two teammates only smiled without answering. The blue-haired youth spoke up. Sorry, young master. I meant to come by after training, but ended up late. The long-haired youth added. Bozong was also taking the exam, so he was busy. Lee Cheol smiled gently. It's fine, no need to apologize. Then he asked seriously, Kim Han, you haven't been slacking off just because I'm not here, have you? Kim Han immediately waved his hand. No, never. Seeing his disciples more grown up than before, Lee Cheol breathed a small sigh of relief, thinking, they've matured a lot. Bozong and Inha were recruited as trainees for the Bloodguard unit and the Skybow unit, two of Sungmu Academy's strongest divisions. The 4 elite units like them were collectively called the Death Squad. Kim Han decided to join Yukmun, the Sword Academy in the Sword Division and the Stealth Weapon Program in the Reflex Division. Studying both simultaneously was no easy task. He heard that half of the 5th-year students were also recruited. Impressive. Thinking of that, a proud smile crossed Lee Cheol's lips. He turned and encouraged. Everyone, keep working hard. In the future, I'll need a lot of help from you. They placed their hands over their chests and replied in unison. Leave it to us. We'll become strong enough not to embarrass the young master. Then they returned the chairs to their places and said, We'll take our leave now. Lee Cheol stood to see them off, warm-voiced. Yes, see you. I'm very happy. Oh, by the way, Kim Han turned back and asked, I almost forgot. Today the young master goes to receive his reward, right? Han turned back and asked, I almost forgot. Today the young master goes to receive his reward, right? Li Chiol took a long breath and answered, I'm the one collecting the reward. Why are you all so excited? Kim Han beamed, because it's a good thing for the young master. He continued, so have you decided what you'll take as your reward? Hearing this, the corner of Li Chiol's mouth curved into a small smile. He replied confidently, of course. The next day, at the Sungmu Vault, a car sped up to the gate from afar and stopped with a soft squeal of tires. Li Chiol pushed the door and stepped out, his gaze sweeping across the familiar yet distant scene. He felt a pang of nostalgia, thinking, it's been 6 years since I last returned here. Seeing his arrival, a guard exclaimed in surprise, Oh, isn't that the youngest master? Li Chiol approached and presented the authorization paper. The guard examined it, then spoke respectfully. May I ask the purpose of your visit? He answered in a low but clear voice. I have permission to withdraw equipment from the vault. The guard checked the document and nodded in confirmation. Yes, I have verified the paperwork. You may proceed. They opened the gate and pointed inward, signaling him to enter. Just as Li Chiol stepped through the gate, a voice rang out that made him start. Young master. The guard continued emotionally. This trial truly moved me deeply. The person beside him cheerfully added, I'll work as hard as the young master. Both of them clasped their hands in salute to him, which surprised him and left him momentarily stunned. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips as he thought, this is the first time in my life I've received such a salute. Until now, most looks I received were contemptuous, dismissing my lowborn status. I turned to the two guards, sincere. Thank you for thinking that way. To live up to it, I will work harder and harder. I stepped further inside, pride mingling with resolve swelling in my chest. The vault is jointly maintained by the Administrative Institute and the Elders Institute. The Administrative Institute handles preservation and maintenance, while the intake and release of equipment fall under the Elders Institute's authority. Therefore, I requested compensation from the head of the Elders Institute. Recalling the arena the other day, Li Chiol declared loudly, I only did what I was obliged to do, so I wouldn't dare expect unreasonable rewards. I only asked to receive the items I was selected for during that selection ceremony. Li Chiol-jung, hearing this, immediately spoke up, challenging, Didn't you already choose one weapon then and wear at your side? At that time, you received a single weapon. Now you want ownership of them all? Li Chiol remained unflinching, his voice sharp. According to the rules, weapons chosen in the selection ceremony, I heard, can later be fully received. Am I wrong to understand it that way, Chief Steward? His gaze immediately turned to Lee Tae-hyung, who stood behind, as if seeking support. Lee Tae-hyung smiled slightly, thinking, what a clever child. He replied in a steady, low voice, very well, that is indeed the case. By old custom, afterward people did receive the remaining weapons. The family head also said he would follow that precedent. Hearing that, Li Chiol-jung cleared his throat, reluctant. Recalling it truly was like that. Li Chiol thought to himself, just pick 2 or 3 items appropriate to the status granted. Even if they hand out a few pieces, the Elders Institute won't be harmed. Surely that's what they think, right? He smiled subtly. If the head of the Elders Institute approves my request in front of the guests, the weapons in the vault will finally lawfully belong to me. He looked to Tae-shin, voice respectful yet firm. May I do that? Tae-shin pondered for a moment, then stepped forward, voice resonant. I permit it. Those things would have come to you anyway. Hearing that, Li Chiol joyfully clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, Father. Tae-shin continued, voice full of implication, of course. As long as you demonstrate the worthiness of an owner, the elders will hand the weapons over to you. Li Chiol thought, truly, Father. Even my scheme, the head of the Elders Institute didn't notice, yet Father saw through everything. Moreover, he skillfully sided with the Elders Institute to bring the matter to a close. Tae-shin continued, decide which weapons will be released and hand them to the youngest master. Back in the present, inside the elevator leading to the vault, thoughts circled Li Chiol's mind. I am permitted to receive 4 masterwork-grade weapons. Normally, such generous rewards never happen. But with Father backing me, they dare not pull any more tricks. He knew access was limited to floors 1 through 3. The first floor held mid-grade weapons, not worth attention. I need to choose things truly useful for this journey. Entering the armory room, his eyes scanned each piece as he muttered, "Now, take your time and choose." A strange black smoke appeared on his hand, as if guiding his decision. Scene changed to Lee Myeong-young's office. After selecting the weapons, Lee Cheol went to see his elder brother. Lee Myeong-young looked at him and smiled, asking, "Are you ready to depart?" He nodded, voice steady. "Yes, everything is prepared." Lee Myeong-young smiled lightly and said, "Spring is indeed pleasant weather. There's hardly a better season to begin a long journey." Then he asked, "Have you paid your respects to everyone?" Lee Cheol replied, "Yes. As for uncle, he's on official duty far away, so I couldn't meet him. It also took a lot of effort to pacify mother." Hearing that, Lee Myeong-young laughed. "Haha, I can imagine it." Then he asked seriously, "Have you gone to see father?" Lee Cheol smiled with a hint of mischief. Yes, he was still scolding as always. Lee Myeong-young asked, "Scolding?" He replied in a low tone. He said that having caused such a big incident, if I don't achieve results that please him, I will be punished. Hearing that, Lee Myeong-young laughed aloud. That does sound a bit frightening. Then he sighed softly and asked, "Have you heard news about Sister Luke?" Lee Cheol's expression fell, his voice somber. "Yes, I was told she has entered seclusion to cultivate." Sister Luke, even while still recuperating, caused a commotion as soon as she woke. After recovering, she was placed in a secluded martial training by Lady Beck. Lee Myeong-young nodded calmly. Originally, no one could interfere with your warrior's path. But at least for now, Sister Luke cannot go out to seek vengeance immediately. Lee Cheol fell into thought. His hands tightened slightly, showing his unease. He looked up. "Ernest, brother, may I ask a favor of you? While I'm away roaming, please take care of those close to me. They may not dare target me directly, but targeting my close ones is not difficult. In my previous life, I lost my wet nurse that way." Lee Myeong-young immediately nodded. "All right, I understand. Your mother will stay here, where I live. No one will dare touch her." Hearing that, Lee Cheol stood and said firmly, "I will repay this debt." Lee Myeong-young smiled and replied, "As your elder brother, how could I not do that? I will wait for the day you return after finishing this journey." Lee Cheol clenched his fist and smiled. "Yes, I obey." 15 years since returning. The places to visit, the things to obtain, the people to meet, all were packed into his heart. For the first time leaving the clan, free to act, possessing time that belonged solely to him. Shouldering his travel bag, Lee Cheol looked up at the spring blue sky and smiled faintly. He told himself, everything begins from here. At the Sungmu clan manor, Lady Beck was relaxing, sipping tea in the gentle sunlight of the weekend. She gently set the teacup down. Her eyes suddenly grew cold, voice sharp as a blade. Report. From the darkness of the nearby forest, a figure in a black cloak stepped forward. He clasped his hands in salute. Respectfully, "Apologies, madam. Your subordinate lost his trail of him." Lady Beck's face darkened, eyes flashing like fire. "Tell me the details," she ordered coldly. The cloaked man bowed his head, voice trembling. "I lost his trail when he entered a crowded street. It seems he knew he was being followed from the start." Hearing that, Lady Beck slammed her hand on the table, furious. Ridiculous thinking. Even if his appearance changed, he should still carry a distinct mana aura, right? The cloaked man hurriedly replied, anxious. "Among the gear he took from the duel, there seems to be an item that can alter both appearance and mana aura. At this point, tracking him is nearly impossible." Lady Beck flinched slightly, narrowing her eyes, voice low. "He's just a wild brat. Only 15, and yet he managed to shake off Shadow Sword, trained by my own hand?" She glanced at the teacup on the table, snorted coldly, voice full of contempt. "If you couldn't handle this, then clearly he is known for a long time." She paused, cold gaze sweeping to the cloaked man. "I wanted to anticipate his plan, yet you lost his trail in less than a day." She leaned forward, eyes icy. Monitor all news. If anything suspicious appears, tail him immediately. The cloaked man clasped his hands at once, decisive. Yes. Then he quickly left, his figure swallowed by the night. Cut to a tavern. In a rowdy bar, drunken shouts filled the air. Bastard, you cheated, one man yelled, pointing at his opponent. You had cards up your sleeve. Across the room, another man sneered defiantly. What? You want to fight? I'll bet 100,000 coins on this guy. Amid the chaos, the tavern door was suddenly thrown open. A cloaked figure entered and strode straight to the bar. His voice was low as he said, "Give me a mug of beer." The barkeep eyed the stranger and snorted suspiciously. Face looks strange. I've never seen you before. The cloaked man tugged his hood down to reveal part of his face, calmly. I just came down from the north. These days, Kowloon in China is in chaos. The barkeep slammed the beer mug on the counter, still watching him. But your accent sounds like Seoul. If you're Korean, why come from the north? The cloaked man gave a faint laugh. I ran away back then. No, nothing. The barkeep narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's your name?" The cloaked man shrugged, teasing. Do people in this den even use names? Hearing that, the barkeep nodded, suspicion easing. You do look like a genuine drifter. Holding the beer, Li Chiol thought to himself, a slight smile at his lips. The more I look, the more perfect it seems. He silently visualized the mask in his mind. The masterwork 10,000 face iron mask. When infused with mana, it creates illusions. Mana-consuming but extremely versatile. It can alter appearance, voice, even tone, helping hide one's identity. He took a sip of beer, thinking, it's been a while since I came here. I was worried I might forget the way. This place is in Jiagong Province, one of the most dangerous northern regions. Monsters were cleared, but no one cultivates the land. Places like this always attract darkness. A village formed by criminals practicing martial arts and magic, called the Drifter's Den. People once tried to eliminate that den, but it sparked the Scarlet Chaos, a riot instigated by the Drifters. Thus, governments and powerful forces deliberately abandoned the area. This is the largest Drifter's Den in Korea, where criminals gather, and where there are criminals, there are secrets. Li Chiol thought, in my past life, I often hid here to avoid the clan's gaze, though I was eventually found. The reason I chose this as the first stop on my path as a martial artist is, he turned to the barkeep, calm, let me ask you something. I used to be in Kowloon. Who controls this place now? The barkeep squinted, questioning, why do you want to know that? Li Chiol replied firmly, I don't want to die because I didn't know what's what here. I need to grasp the local atmosphere to behave correctly. The barkeep scoffed, easy to ask, but one beer won't be enough. Li Chiol immediately took out a stack of money, slammed it on the table, decisive. Here, 100,000 won. Bring extra snacks and beer. The barkeep laughed heartily, pleased. Huh, you know how to handle things. He brought out the food, setting it down as he spoke. This place has been run by Boss Baek Chiol Su for about 10 years. Even if you're from China, you've probably heard his name, right? Li Chiol nodded calmly. Of course, who doesn't know him? He thought to himself, just as I thought. The butcher Baek Chiol Su, once formally trained in martial arts, became a drifter after killing his master. Before turning, he was the boss who dominated Korea's underworld. In his early 30s, he seized leadership of the Baekgol gang and began running the black market. And then, the most valuable goods started to appear. He sipped his beer, quietly, eyes cold. But the person they want to meet isn't Baek Chiol Su, an item once reclaimed by the Lee Marshall clan in my previous life. This time, I'll be the one to obtain it first. Cut to Baek Chiol Su's mansion. In the study, Baek Chiol Su checked the ledgers, his sharp gaze scanning each figure. He nodded slightly, pleased. As expected, the black market yields more profit than trading medicines. He looked up at the person opposite him, voice suggestive. Director Zhang, you've worked hard. I knew bringing you in was the right decision. A calculating smile curled at his lips. Director Zhang, or should I call you Zhang Jinsu? He rose, voice low and threatening. Watch that look on your face. I told you, I'm not forcing you to stay. If you can stand it, you can leave anytime. Hearing that, Zhang Jinsu trembled with fear, forcing a strained smile. I will be careful, sir. Baek Cheol Soo laughed loudly, turning back with feigned concern. Good. You smile better that way, Director Jong. You went to a good school, earned a pile of money. It's all thanks to me, right? Jong bowed his head, voice trembling. Yes, sir. Baek Cheol Soo nodded and returned to business. His tone grew serious. Anyway, I'm a bit worried. This time we issued too few tickets for the black market event. The elites like that. Why not try increasing the number of tickets a bit? Jong replied cautiously. Maintaining limited ticket releases each quarter helps us retain loyal customers more effectively. Baek Cheol Soo shrugged, smiling faintly. Right, I trust you'll handle it. Won't you, Director Jong? He paused, voice turning icy. But remember one thing. Our target isn't this cramped, filthy underground place. It's up there. He pointed at the ceiling, eyes blazing with ambition. You said you wanted to pull out of shady dealings. What we gain from the black market is money and connections. Using them as a springboard, we'll step out into the light. The next day, in Baek Cheol Soo's office, Jong entered and reported. The black market is currently open only to a select few and has become a discreet community, the most efficient at entertainment and money laundering. Thanks to anonymity, it's easy to obtain things hard to find in the legitimate world. That's quite appealing. Baek Cheol Soo leaned back in his chair, holding the report, scanning it briefly before saying, from drugs, elixirs, ports, high-value artworks. Even people. If someone wants it, we can provide it. The tastes of the elite never change. Saying that, he slammed the report onto the table and continued. The money-making is going very well. There's only one issue left. The time before our Baekgol gang steps out of the shadows into the light. So at a sensitive moment like this, if we're exposed. Just then, a subordinate burst through the door, shouting, Big news, boss. The outburst angered Baek Cheol Soo. He looked at him, clenched his fist, and barked. What are you doing? Do you want to die? The subordinate immediately bowed his head and apologized loudly. The shipment arrived suddenly. I couldn't stop it. Baek Cheol Soo said coldly. Speak, what happened? The subordinate answered. A guest just arrived at our facility in South Benin province. I think you should go yourself. Baek Cheol Soo asked. A guest. He bowed his head and stammered. It seems that person is from the renowned Lee clan. Those words made the expressions of Baek Cheol Soo and Jong suddenly stiffen. Cutscene. Outside, at the safe zone in South Benin province. Lee Cheol stood before Baek Cheol Soo's office building. He said, from the outside, it looks like an ordinary office. But in reality, this is one of Baekgol Gang's key bases. When he entered, the receptionist rose cheerfully. How can I help you, sir? He replied coldly. Call out Baek Cheol Soo. The receptionist answered. Sorry, but there's no one by that name here. His voice remained cold. You'd better keep your mouth shut. If you don't want this place wiped off the map by tomorrow. At that moment, he appeared in the guise of a man in his 30s to 40s. Noticing something, the receptionist's eyes widened. She murmured to herself, jet black hair and amber brown eyes. Could he be from the famed Lee clan? Recognizing his identity, she hurriedly said, The boss is not here right now. He ordered, then call him to me immediately. He added, I can leave right now without any loss. But I wonder whether Baek Cheol Soo can withstand the consequences. At the threat, the receptionist broke into a cold sweat and replied, I'll contact the boss immediately. She then led him to the elevator and said, Please proceed to the VIP lounge first. He nodded in agreement. The elevator doors closed. She handed over a card to use the elevator. Looking at his reflection in the elevator mirror, he thought, good thing I didn't change hair or eye color. I now look about 30 or 40 years old. Baek Cheol Soo is a level 5 warrior, so he can't use mana to change his voice. I just need to alter my voice a little, and that'll be enough. After escorting him to the VIP room, the receptionist bowed. I'll bring the tea right away. Waiting in the room, he kept thinking, if it were at a drifter base, it wouldn't matter. But for someone from the prestigious Lee clan to want to meet a drifter and personally enter their stronghold, that's extremely unusual. If I have to force Baek Cheol Soo to show up here. No sooner had he finished the thought than the room's door opened. Baek Cheol Soo entered with 2 aides. He didn't look at them, merely sipped his tea calmly, and spoke reproachfully, "You're late." Baek Cheol-soo embarrassedly scratched his head and apologized. "The road wasn't that urgent. But since you called, I came as quickly as I could." Then he asked, "More importantly, why have you come?" Leaning close to his face, he continued, "I came to meet." As he said this, Lee Cheol suddenly sprang up and drove a knee into Baek Cheol-soo's midsection, causing him to cry out in pain and slam hard into a corner of the wall. He threatened, "You left me waiting for 13 minutes. You should have bowed and paid respects the moment you entered the room. And yet you had the nerve to walk in with your head held high." At those cold words, Baek Cheol-soo and his men immediately bowed repeatedly, crying out, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." He thought to himself, "At first I assumed he was just a madman pretending to be from the prestigious Lee clan. But unexpectedly, this is the real deal. So reckless and taken down in a single move. That domineering, proud, killing intent characteristic of that clan. Surely he's from a main line or a close branch of the clan." Realizing this, he immediately changed his manner and respectfully said, "Meeting blood of the prestigious Lee clan is truly an honor for me." Then he extended his hand to introduce himself. "I am Baek Cheol-soo, manager of both this drifter organization and this business." Lee Cheol did not shake his hand and continued, "It seems you run a rather interesting operation." This puzzled Baek Cheol-soo. "What do you mean?" He continued, "I've heard you're running a black market." Bold move. A thug from one of the 10 great sword sects, who seemed doomed to rot in the dark, actually plans to use it to climb into the light. You're planning to use the black market to build wealth and connections, aren't you? Thinking his plan was flawless, Baek Cheol-soo hadn't expected Lee Cheol to see through it all. He said softly, "If my actions have offended the clan, I apologize." He shook his head and replied, "That's not why I'm here. My master has taken notice of you. He wants to initiate something through you." Baek Cheol-soo asked curiously, "Who is your master? If it's not rude, may I ask?" He answered, "He is the one with the purest blood of the prestigious Lee clan and the most worthy among them of the position. He is the 7th son of the Lee clan, Lee Jae-hak, the 7th son of the famed Marshall Lee clan, Lee Jae-hak, a direct descendant known as a business prodigy. He may suffer setbacks, but he never gives up. A proactive merchant, he always ensures he secures the final victory." Lee Cheol continued, "The young master wants to launch a plan through you." At that proposal, Baek Cheol-soo flinched. "Someone like that wants to cooperate with me? Even if the black market is attractive, it's not enough to make a direct descendant show up in person like that. Besides, who can be sure this guy truly has ties to the main line?" Seeing him ponder for a moment, Lee Cheol spoke, "I see arrogance in your eyes." Caught reading him, Baek Cheol-soo immediately bowed and said, "I'm sorry." Lee Cheol turned away and continued, "The young master is far too lenient with lowly people like you. Leave this matter to me." Then he stepped forward, took his sword, and said, "Relax. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the moment you entered the room." As he spoke, he slid open the outer sheath of his sword. Seeing the sword, Baek Cheol-soo shouted, "Is that the demon spear, Baek Cheat?" The spear's blade is longer than its shaft, its curve like rolling waves. A few years ago, when Lee Jae-hak went to the North Sea on a mission, could this weapon have been drawn from the Dragon King Sea realm? At Baek Cheol-soo's stunned look, Lee Cheol stepped forward and said, "You know what this is, don't you?" He nodded and answered, "Yes, I know it's the demon spear." But then he scratched his head and awkwardly said, "But why can't I sense any aura from it?" Lee Cheol answered, "Of course not, because it's been sealed. Perhaps even seeing this you still won't believe it, but remember, you are not our only choice." Baek Cheol-soo awkwardly said, "Excuse me, but I'd like to ask, what exactly does the young master want from us?" Lee Cheol replied, "My master wants you to expand the black market you created and control the entire underground economy." Baek Cheol-soo questioned, "The black market? Rely on that. That's just a place we set up to make some extra petty cash." Lee Cheol cut in, "That's not for you to judge. My master has already decided." Those words made Baek Cheol-soo think. A direct descendant of the famed Marshall clan is personally sticking his hand into the underworld? But money in the shadows is still money. With Lee Jae-hak's commercial vision, this move isn't unreasonable. Then he seemed to suddenly recall something. He asked, "Do I have the right to choose in this matter?" Lee Cheol answered firmly, "No, you do not." This answer made Baek Cheol-soo bow his head slightly, clench his fists in anger, and think, "Damn it, if I refuse this man, by dawn tomorrow the warrior squad will storm in here." The moment that name was mentioned, my response was already predetermined, almost cradled in Jae-hak's palm. Lee Cheol slammed his hand on the table and continued, "However, if you agree to be my master's loyal dog, that's a different story. You will become the chairman of a prestigious conglomerate, an untouchable kingdom under the shadow of the Knight organization. And of course, my master will back it all." Securing the slice of the pie Lee Cheol painted, Baek Cheol-soo swallowed nervously. Then he asked, "So what must I do?" At his hurried attitude, Lee Cheol said, "Don't rush, we'll inspect the supplies." After he left the room in an indescribable silence. At that moment, Baek Cheol-soo thought, a subordinate of Lee Jae-hak, the seventh son of the famed Marshall Lee clan. The demon spear is the weapon Lee Jae-hak once tamed in the North Sea. But I still can't fully believe it. Then he turned to Jong and said, "Hey, Director Jong, go verify it." Jong asked, "Up until now, we've intentionally avoided clashing with the famed Lee Marshall clan, haven't we? What if we're hiding some scheme?" Before he could finish, Baek Cheol-soo interrupted. "If he truly is one of Lee Jae-hak's, then there's no problem. But if he's an imposter, then we'll have done a service for them. If it turns out worthless, just think about what to do with the demon spear at the upcoming black market event." Contrary to Baek Cheol-soo's confidence, Jong fell silent as if he wanted to say something. But then he lightly nodded and replied, "Understood." Cut to another luxurious room. Lee Cheol widened his eyes slightly, looking at the room before him. A luxury suite? They know how to treat guests. At this time, he had been assigned a luxury room within the organization. Sitting on the sofa, he sighed and said, "They must be having a headache right now. I set 3 conditions. The first condition is to sell the demon spear to see if they can handle such a difficult item. That's how I test their capability. After all, the demon spear I gave them is only a fake. It's forged from Mujin. The real demon spear, a devouring spear, has long been sealed by the seventh son. No matter how thoroughly Baek Cheol-soo inspects it, he won't detect anything. Even the clan's techniques cannot decipher it. Moreover, that weapon can only be used by me, because I myself bled onto it. Even if I lose Mujin, I can still call it back using the Swordmaster ability. Even if it's very far away, I can summon it back to my hand because I sank my mana deep into it and can call it any time." He continued, "The second condition is an audit of the books." Baek Cheol-soo hesitated, but in the end he would have to produce them. "The final condition is the client list. I need all 3 to conclude this matter cleanly." He was surely busy thinking over the conditions I said, and with someone as shrewd as Baek Cheol-soo, this made things even more awkward. Suddenly, he remembered something, lightly stroked his chin, and murmured, "The man standing beside Baek Cheol-soo. I remember having seen his face somewhere before." He suddenly startled at his own thought. But that couldn't be. The next day, after a long day of preparations, Baek Cheol-soo and Jong went to Lee Cheol's room. As soon as they entered, Baek Cheol-soo asked, "May I ask if the resting room meets your preferences?" Then he stepped forward and continued, "I hope you rested well." Looking at him, Lee Cheol said, "Have you prepared everything I requested?" Baek Cheol-soo nodded and replied, "Yes, I brought all the documents you asked for. Would you like to review them now?" Lee Cheol nodded. "Review them now." Baek Cheol-soo pointed to Jong beside him and introduced, "This man oversees most of the operations in my business network. It will be easier if he presents this material." No sooner had he finished than Jong stood up and said, "Pardon the late introduction. I am Director Jong." As he spoke, he produced a stack of documents and continued, "This is the revenue summary for last year. And this is..." Looking at the man before him, Lee Cheol pondered inwardly. Jong? Could he be Jong Jin-soo? Jong Jin-soo. I clearly remember him from memories before the regression. He was reputed to wield intellect and a sharp tongue like a sword. He was the brains behind the third brother, Lee-Gunzon. When their father died and the fight for the clan leader position grew fierce, he stood up to support the third brother. Even the big brother had a grapple with Jong Jin-soo. Now he still has his left arm unscarred by burns. There's no doubt this man is him. The rise of the Baekgol gang was also thanks to Jong Jin-soo's efforts. Baek Cheol-soo may manage the organization and the underworld economy, but breaking into the surface world and expanding the black market was Jong Jin-soo's doing. Even so, it seems he is not currently connected to the third brother. What should I do? Finishing his thought, Lee Cheol looked at Baek Cheol-soo and asked, "What do you intend to do with Baekgol?" Baek Cheol-soo smiled and replied, "I plan to open on the day of the black market. Limited only to verified customers, so you needn't worry about security." Lee Cheol asked further, "When does the black market open?" He answered, "In 3 days." Lee Cheol made a proposal. "Then I will attend personally. But first, I want to see the catalog of goods to be sold." This made Baek Cheol-soo very curious. He asked again, "You wish to participate in person?" Then he explained, "The goods are stored a bit away, and the place isn't very good. It's not suitable for someone like you, sir." Lee Cheol cut him off. "I know well that the goods are kept in the Wanderers Organization's warehouse." These words made both Baek Cheol-soo and Jong Jin-soo gasp. Seeing their reactions, Lee Cheol continued, "Do you think I don't know that too?" Feeling like every move was being controlled by Lee Cheol, Baek Cheol-soo clenched his fist in anger and said, "Then let me escort you personally." Then he stood up and suggested, "Shall we go now?" Lee Cheol nodded in agreement. He smoothly passed by Jong Jin-soo, who was gathering the documents at that moment. Without looking back, after some time moving, they reached the storage warehouse. Baek Cheol-soo announced, "All items brought into the black market are stored here." He held out his hand and said, "Please come in." Upon entering, Lee Cheol thought to himself, a huge warehouse, security so tight that even the best thieves wouldn't dare touch it, fully equipped with talisman formations and security arrays. Impressive for a group of wanderers. Just as they were about to enter a room, Baek Cheol-soo turned to him and asked, "What would you like to see first?" Lee Cheol replied decisively, "Not people." Then he pointed to Jong Jin-soo behind him and said, "It seems this man is the one who knows everything here." This made Baek Cheol-soo's expression grow more serious. He asked again, "What do you mean?" Startled for a moment by the frankness of his tone, Lee Cheol still said coldly, "Do I need to say it again? I don't like trouble. One guide is enough." Though very angry, Baek Cheol-soo nodded in agreement. "Understood." Jong Jin-soo stepped forward and said, "Then I'll introduce the items stored in the warehouse. This way, please." They entered a storage area arranged with extreme neatness. As they walked, Jong Jin-soo explained, "The first floor is mainly herbs, artworks, and magical implements. As for the shelves over there," Lee Cheol's gaze fixed on something, and he thought, "No way. This is here too?" Illegal drugs and banned pharmaceuticals, even monster byproducts and experimental reagents. After hearing Jong Jin-soo's introduction, Lee Cheol shook his head and said, "Not those. Is there anywhere storing old documents or cultivation manuals?" Jong Jin-soo replied, "Yes, there is. I want to see things like stone steel or engraved star tablets. They're on the second floor. Shall I lead you up?" Lee Cheol nodded in agreement. Just as they reached the second floor, Lee Cheol's eyes scanned the room for a while. Suddenly, he discovered something that made him start slightly. He murmured inwardly, "Found it." He approached a box, looked at it, and thought with satisfaction, "The final part is corroded, but finding this right now is truly a bargain. Even all the items in this warehouse combined can't compare to its value." On the box were inscriptions related to astronomy, a star chart stone tablet carved with the movements of the stars, and symbols of the sun and moon. Lee Cheol thought, "I want to take it right now, but it's not the time yet." Then he gently placed the star tablet back on a shelf, and his gaze fell on something else. He went over to a cage at the side. Inside the cage, a small beast was trembling with fear. Looking at it, he wondered, "No way, is it a spirit beast?" Jong Jin-soo walked behind, explaining, It's a little snow fox personally caught by the boss in the north. Hearing this, Li Chiol was momentarily stunned and said, "Are they insane? Spirit beasts are creatures that possess spiritual energy, as their name implies. An area inhabited by a spirit beast maintains spiritual balance thanks to their power. If a spirit beast disappears, that area will be overwhelmed by calamity and disaster, like the destruction of the entire local ecosystem." Faced with his anger, Zhang Jinsu bowed and said, "I'm sorry." Li Chiol waved his hand. "Forget it, never mind." He continued to glance around the rest of the room. Poisons, military-grade mana bombs, even magical implements of dark mages. He thought to himself, "Unbelievable, they store a whole heap of this stuff. I once feared intervening would distort the course of history, but perhaps it's better to wipe it all out now." With that thought, he turned to Zhang Jinsu and asked, "These weapons certainly aren't sold at every black market event, right?" Zhang Jinsu shook his head and replied, "No, not at all. They're only offered when there's a special order." Li Chiol mused inwardly. Of course, if these weapons were put on public display, neither the clans nor the government would stand idly by. After seeing nothing else of interest in the room, he said, "Now let's return." Just as he was about to leave, he turned back and looked straight at Zhang Jinsu, saying, "I have a few final questions for you." Taken aback by the unexpected question, Zhang Jinsu froze for a few seconds. Li Chiol wore an entirely serious expression as he faced Zhang Jinsu. "I have a few questions for you." In that instant, the man's face showed worry, uncertain what would be asked, but Zhang Jinsu still nodded. "Yes, ask away." Li Chiol hesitated briefly, carefully studying the features of Zhang Jinsu's face as he spoke. "Are you left-handed?" The question stunned Zhang Jinsu. He blinked in surprise and answered, "Ah." The surprise didn't last long. He quickly nodded, slightly embarrassed. "Yes." The next question hit harder. "While working with those wanderers, it seems you never learned any basic self-defense skills." Hearing that, Zhang Jinsu's hands dropped and clenched tighter than ever. Pleased that he was on the right track, he continued, "Is there a reason for that?" Realizing he could no longer conceal it, Zhang Jinsu answered that it was a congenital illness of mine. He looked down at his hands and continued, "So I can't cultivate magical power." Looking at the face before him, the same person despite the years and small changes, he quietly confirmed his suspicion. The expressions matched. This truly was the Zhang Jinsu he remembered. Hearing the whole story, he observed the timid man bowing his head and asked, "Curious, so why are you under Baek Chiol Su's command? You don't seem to fit here. Is there a special reason you follow that man?" The question made Zhang Jinsu even more uncomfortable. He fell silent. He added, "You don't have to speak if you don't want to, but this might be the first and last chance." At that moment, the veins at the temples of the man before him were visibly taut. Zhang Jinsu lowered his head, stammering as if the words were hard to form. I have a daughter." Those words struck like a punch. The answer exceeded anything he could have expected. Zhang Jinsu continued, his face full of sorrow. "But my illness passed to her in a more severe form. It's a rare condition, so treatment is extremely difficult. The only drug that helps even a little is banned in this country. I can't obtain it." With every sentence he heard from the man, he stood still. He just stood and listened. "That's how I learned about him." The man continued, "Through the chairman of the company I used to work for. He poured out the secrets he had kept inside. I struck a deal with Chairman Beck, working for him, doing odd jobs in exchange for medicine and money. He had traded everything for his child, a little girl with a short fate. He thought what began as money laundering and speculation had turned into a shackle around Zhang Jinsu's neck. Bound by the lie that it was all for his daughter and career, though he felt pity for them, his suspicions only deepened. How could Zhang Jinsu be so careless? He asked one more question. "So you intended to betray him?" The question stunned Zhang Jinsu for the second time. He stammered, "Why, yes." "You were ready to betray Baek Chiol Su, weren't you?" The question repeated. Realizing he had heard correctly, Zhang Jinsu flinched. His expression grew even tenser. Zhang Jinsu raised his voice slightly. "W, what do you mean?" he blurted. Facing the man's intense calm, he answered, "The ledgers and lists." They're far more detailed than necessary. The man's words carried weight. No matter how crafty Baek Cheol-soo was, he wouldn't give an order like this. Jong Jin-soo bowed his head as if begging for mercy, stammering his reasons. I only wanted to do thoroughly what you asked me to do. Don't make excuses. 3 short, decisive words. Jong Jin-soo's face could no longer hide his worry and fear. Reading the man's expression, he continued, You couldn't have records like that unless you prepared them beforehand. He recalled the moment Jong Jin-soo set the file down in front of him. So then why, if it was already handled, did you insist on writing everything down and keeping the documents with you? He remembered his father teaching him to be careful. That was why he became sharp with numbers. Before the reset, he handled administrative work and could read ordinary ledgers in the blink of an eye. The documents Jong Jin-soo brought were not ordinary. They went far beyond that, brazen, blatant, and painfully detailed. Before the reset, a conflict erupted between the White-Bone faction and Sung-Moo. Overnight, the White-Bone group collapsed. It was likely then that Jong Jin-soo betrayed them. 2 hands clasped together symbolized cooperation. Yet Sung-Moo did not completely annihilate White-Bone. They still needed an organization to control the territory. And of course, Jong Jin-soo must have been punished. It wasn't hard to imagine how he was tortured. A worm under pressure will writhe. Perhaps driven by hatred or a secret deal, he had grasped the hand of the third trio. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Jong Jin-soo collapsed to his knees. I'm sorry, he begged, bowing his head and smashing his forehead against the floor, pleading. Please don't tell Chairman Baek. My daughter. Looking at the man kneeling, he thought to himself, this used to be the brain of the third trio. If history continued unchanged, this was the man who would now have to be dealt with. The punishment he imagined for Jong Jin-soo was not merely to keep him kneeling with both hands intact. He pictured chopping off a hand. He thought for a moment, then said softly, very well. In that case, I will make you an offer. Hearing those words, Jong Jin-soo immediately raised his head, confusion briefly flickering across his face. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same building, a small bulb burned dimly. Wisps of smoke drifted in the air, curling in the weak light. The old man sat motionless in his chair, smoking one cigarette after another, waiting for the 2 to return. He glanced toward the door they had entered earlier. Still no sign of movement. His expression hardened, suspicion creeping in. So he only brought Director Jong. Clenching the cigarette between his fingers, he ground his teeth. He dared to step into my warehouse. Even if he's a Sung-Moo warrior, that's a bit too much. The longer he sat, the more his imagination ran wild. Could it be? He came only for Jong Jin-soo and intended to leave me behind. But immediately he brushed the thought aside. No, the black market wouldn't thrive like this if Jong Jin-soo didn't follow my orders to the letter. The silence was broken when a young man with a high and tight haircut entered the room. Rubbing his hands together and smiling, he cheerfully asked, Boss, you don't look well. Shall I get you something to drink? Hearing the voice, the old man slowly rose from his chair. The young man with the high and tight grin grew broader, unaware he had just stepped into a storm. Suddenly, the young man was thrown across the room, slamming hard into the rear door. He lay motionless on the floor, trembling in pain. The old man calmly pulled out a handkerchief to clean his hands, muttering, How many times have I told you to change how you address me? He glared at the youth with such contempt it was as if merely looking at him was an annoyance. Get that trash out of my sight, he ordered. Yes, sir. He tossed the blood-stained handkerchief aside and added coldly, When Director Jong and our guests leave, notify me immediately. Then he turned away, thoughts seething in the dark. I don't like this at all. Standing before the glass window, he stared into the distance. First, Sung-Moo appeared suddenly. Then there was the lifeline named Lee Jae-hak. His brows knit as he calculated silently. Why should I bother with someone like Jong Jin-soo? The nights descended slowly. In a majestic, towering castle, the heavy doors creaked open. A man entered and spoke softly. You summoned me, Chairman? From behind the high-backed chair, a deep voice sounded. The investigation I told you to run. Are you finished? Jong Jin-soo did not hesitate to answer about the demon spear being sealed. The appraisal didn't go smoothly. However, according to the appraiser, if the seal is that strong, then it's certainly authentic. The man behind the chair was silent, motionless. After a moment, he asked in a calm voice, "So it belongs to one of Lee Jae-hak's subordinates, correct?" Jong Jin-soo hesitated, unable to find the right words. Then after a final pause said, "Based on some clients I inquired with, I only heard that young Master Lee Jae-hak is expanding the business he's always aspired to develop." So the man gripped the armrests and slowly stood up. His movements seemed to lack the sharpness they once had. Turning back, he smoothed his slick-back hair with a calm authority. "Do you really think so?" he said coldly. "That you're the only one capable of extracting such information?" Jong Jin-soo, Baek Cheol-soo frowned and turned, smoothing his hair, his face darkening. Director Jong looked far less sharp than before. He growled an accusation. "So in the end, you found nothing, did you?" Jong Jin-soo went pale at that. Hands in his pockets, Baek Cheol-soo strode forward with slow, powerful steps. "I don't like keeping useless people around," he said. He stopped right in front of Jin-soo and sneered. "Now tell me, do you really think the things you dug up are things only you could have found?" Suddenly, Baek's tone changed. It grew gentler, but sharp as a blade. "How is your daughter?" he asked. Jong Jin-soo's fingers tightened behind his back. Baek Cheol-soo laughed mockingly. "The medicine's almost gone, isn't it?" His voice was calm as he added, "I have a proposal for you." The moment those words were spoken, Jin-soo's face contorted. Tension carved every line. A few hours earlier, the man opposite him had outlined a plan. "I will take down the black market and, of course, wipe out Baek Cheol-soo as well." The man slowly removed his mask to reveal his real face. To carry out that plan, he said, he intended to use his own patron. "No." At last, Lee Cheol's face appeared. The man's voice was steady. "I intend to use my older brother." Back in the present, Jong Jin-soo sat half in shadow, swallowing hard as if struggling with himself. A heavy silence stretched on. Finally, Jin-soo lifted his head. His voice trembled, but was resolute in the cold room. I have something to report." Early the next morning, the city awoke under a pale dawn. From a high rise, through a transparent window, a man silently watched two figures approaching below. Lee Cheol, now in disguise, looked down. From behind him a voice spoke for security and secrecy. "The black market's location changes each time." Baek Cheol-soo and Jong Jin-soo continued on and explained, "The market location is sent only to ticket holders at midnight the night before. If lost, it will not be reissued." Baek rubbed his hands together, flattering as he spoke. "We've set up wards and guards. Everything has been prepared carefully." Lee Cheol glanced at the man behind him, studying him. Indeed, though they were a roaming gang, they were tightly organized. It was all surely Jong Jin-soo's work. His gaze returned to the window. Lee Cheol's brows tightened for a moment. Then he found the whole scene ironic. "I could even spot the gaps from up here," he thought. He could confidently say that because of Baek Cheol-soo's incompetence, Jong Jin-soo had never been able to fully realize his true potential. If that man had trusted Jin-soo more, the black market would be much larger now. When Lee Cheol fell silent, Baek Cheol-soo continued, "That's entirely possible in the end. The entire northern slum is under my control." He even declared with boastful pride, "I can guarantee my utmost loyalty to your enterprise." Suddenly, Lee Cheol spoke, his words freezing the man mid-sentence. "You are loyal." Baek Cheol-soo glanced sideways at Jong Jin-soo behind him. "Unlike others, I don't distinguish between clean work and dirty," he said coldly. "Whatever needs to be done, I'll do it." Watching from the side, Lee Cheol quietly assessed the exchange. He was wary of Jong Jin-soo, he thought, so he still sore about being cut out of the warehouse operation. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. "All the better. I actually prefer it that way." At that, Baek Cheol-soo gestured in a certain direction. "The auction is about to begin. Let me lead the way," he offered. Lee Cheol nodded. "Very well." As he passed the man, he added in a low voice, "I don't intend to attract attention. Once inside, don't stick too close." Baek Cheol-soo inclined his head slightly. "Understood." After a while, they arrived at the auction hall. The vast space was neatly divided into sections. VIP guests sat in private boxes overlooking the floor below. Li Chiol removed his disguise but donned another half-mask, then leaned back to observe the crowd. Down below, the host was preparing to present the first item. Scanning the audience, Li Chiol's gaze landed on a balcony where two men sat arrogantly with crossed legs, and he smirked inwardly. An illegal auction, yet they behave like nobility. Looking to another area, he analyzed the guards. They're all fighters, rank 5 or 6. The internal strength of the White-Bone faction is stronger than I thought. He concluded their purpose was likely surveillance, not protection. Just then, steady footsteps echoed through the hall. Before the speaker appeared, a voice rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen." The stage lights flared, focusing on the auctioneer below. "Today we have gathered only the rarest treasures," he announced with practiced enthusiasm. "I'm sure many of you have been anticipating this day. Once you see what we've prepared, I guarantee you'll be pleased. So don't waste time. Let's begin the auction." In the private room, Li Chiol sat comfortably in his chair, his expression indifferent as he listened. Below, the host signaled to the side. "Our first item, an ancient spellbook." A beam of light shone onto the podium. Lying on a silk cushion was a turtle shell, like slab, densely carved with ancient characters. "This slab reproduces an ancient magical text," the host explained. "Starting bid, 10 million, he declared with excitement. "A gentle start, isn't it, folks?" Li Chiol watched calmly, eyes slightly narrowed. "Just in case anything's off," he thought, "I'll use a magic eye to take a closer look." Down below, the host's voice continued to resonate. But with a single glance, Li Chiol saw through it. The so-called ancient spell slab was nothing more than an old relic decorated to look mysterious. Well, he thought lazily, I wasn't planning to bid anyway. And so one item after another paraded across the stage. After a long period of bidding, the final item was at last announced. With a knowing smile and deliberately mysterious tone, the host proclaimed, "The item many of you have been waiting for, the final treasure of tonight's event." He drew out the moment for effect as backstage staff carefully brought out a large wooden chest covered with cloth. Step by step, they brought it to center stage. Raising his voice, the host declared, "Though we've seen many rare items tonight, none compare to the value of this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an artifact recovered by Lee J. Hack, the seventh son of the Sun Mu clan from the distant northern sea." With a sharp motion, he grabbed the edge of the cloth and yanked it away in a smooth pull, revealing the item inside. The demon spear, Baekhuan. The crowd below erupted immediately. "No way. That's really Baekhuan. It looks exactly like the one in the papers." Awe and disbelief spread through the audience as whispers filled the room. In the private box, Li Chiol's attention shifted to the sudden noise. The corner of his mouth lifted as a faint blue aura flickered around his fingertip. "It's begun," he thought. "Then I should be ready too." The scene shifted to the monitoring room. Every moment of the live auction was broadcast on large surveillance screens. Baek Chiol Su reclined in his chair, arms crossed, remarking with a smirk, "I've been here many times before, but this is the first time I've seen it on such a scale." Jong Jin-su stepped forward to report. "I've sent private messages to the guests notifying them that tonight's auction would be a bit special." Baek Chiol Su smiled coldly. "Well done, Director Jong." Then, leaning forward, he added pointedly, "Once this is over, joining the Sunmu organization will be the natural next step for you, won't it?" He lifted his head, his tone mocking. It seems Director Jong has regained his composure and enthusiasm. "Once you secure Sunmu's leash, you'll finally be able to do all the noble things you've always dreamed of." Hearing that, Jong Jin-su fell silent, clenching his hands in restrained silence. Seeing the man's reaction, Baek Chiol Su grew even more pleased. "Jong Jin-su, however much you struggle, you'll always be under my thumb. Those things you despise, now you perform them with such zeal. I guess you're hoping to cling to Sunmu to get out." He leaned back, his voice dripping with contempt. "But do you really think it'll be that easy? Once your hands are stained, the stain only spreads. No matter how hard you try, it cannot be washed away." Baek Chiol Su considered carefully. Lee Jae-hak's approach wasn't because he held any special admiration for the black market's potential. He wanted to control the black economy itself. After all, Director Zhang had personally confirmed that the man was one of Lee Jae-hak's subordinates. If tonight's plan succeeded, Beck would have a powerful rope to pull. Thinking that, he chuckled quietly with a calm confidence. Everything had been calculated. Suddenly, a surveillance staffer blurted out in confusion and urgency. Beck immediately frowned and demanded, "What's going on?" Unable to sit still, he sprang to his feet. "What's happening?" The surveillance worker's voice rang out briefly. "There has been a breach at the north wall entrance. Some unfamiliar figures have just appeared." Within seconds, the entire room began to shake violently, as if something were striking the building. Once things calmed slightly, Beck grabbed the supervisor by the collar and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" The man stammered, "I don't know. They're not police or any government special forces I recognize." Beck, furious, shoved the supervisor away and ordered, "Whether they're police or not, don't argue. Clear them out immediately." Then he spun around and yelled, "Director Zhang, get the lists and ledgers. Take them with you." But when he turned back, the space before him was empty. The people he sought had vanished. Beck froze, Matering, Sanmu, Zhang Jinsu. That bastard. Realization hit him like a punch. He was deceived. He exploded. That bastard bring Zhang Jinsu and the others here at once. Outside, chaos poured down. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions. Amid the rubble, a figure walked forward at a slow, deliberate pace. It was the bespectacled man, scholarly in appearance, hands calmly in his pockets, watching the whole scene with quiet composure. A slow step drew nearer. Two aides bowed respectfully and reported the situation. "All external exits have been fully controlled, sir. The surveillance equipment has been cut." Jae-hak turned and ordered Team 1 and Team 2 breach the outer wall and sweep them out. He scanned the area and decided, "Everything at the scene will be preserved as evidence. Leave it as is. Arrest everyone." All nodded and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Jae-hak tensed, tried to read the situation. "I thought the Julong garrison was involved, but it turns out they're just a bunch of incompetents." A man behind him interjected sharply, "They're just vagrants pretending to act under Sung Mu's name. Because the young master's movements are restricted, schemes like this arise." Jae-hak felt a flicker of doubt. "Still, something doesn't add up," the man continued, asking, "What do you mean, sir?" Jae-hak felt uneasy. The issue involves the Bakil blade, and reports came from 2 independent channels. He would dig deeper. The trading company director and the Steel Sword Guild independently gathered fragments of information. Jae-hak nodded. Indeed, the trading company had ties to the White Bone faction, so of course that information would reach them. He inferred the deception behind it. Someone deliberately used the Steel Sword Guild's name to feed information to him. A subordinate asked, "So someone deliberately lured the young master here?" Jae-hak confirmed, "Exactly." The subordinate pieced things together and guessed loudly. "So you think it was a trap set by the Julong garrison that they'd break the Bakil seal and steal it to lure you in?" The subordinate reported further details. Bakil is still sealed, and the Julong garrison shows no signs of abnormal activity in intelligence. Jae-hak's face darkened as he considered carefully who would benefit. Then his eyes lit up as if he'd just realized something. "Oh." The subordinate looked over, confused. "What's going on, sir?" Jae-hak waved it off. "Oh, it's nothing." He breathed a sigh of relief. "It's that brat." Jae-hak folded his arms, and his face turned dangerous. If the plot hadn't been exposed, who knows what would have happened. But now it's out. Those responsible will pay dearly. On stage, the host kept speaking into the microphone. "Everyone, please wait a moment. We're verifying the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by." From a quiet corner, Lee Cheol slowly stood up. "As expected, you handled it quickly." He looked down at the scene below through the transparent glass window. Then he raised his hand, channeling a stream of blue energy. The sword sealed inside the glass chamber began to tremble violently. The host's face turned pale. "Ah!" A small explosion erupted from nowhere, caused by Lee Cheol himself. The sword shattered the glass enclosure and flew straight toward where he was standing. The audience erupted into chaos. "Seize him. Baekju has been stolen." Guards surged in from all directions. "He has a weapon. That man is armed." Take him down. Li Qiol immediately cast a spell. Guan Gokong. A blue stream bound the guards, lifting them into the air. Daemi Lula. Then he tilted his head slightly and murmured, I'm quite busy right now. Moving like a lightning bolt, Li Qiol lunged forward. The auction is heavily guarded, but slipping past them isn't too hard. The real problem is if Baek Kyeolsu himself shows up. As he ran, Li Qiol suddenly stopped. A smile curved on his lips. You arrive quickly. The man in front of him panted. Li Qiol tilted his head. So, are you ready, Zhang Jinsu? He began outlining the plan. I intend to use my brother to take down the entire black market. Jinsu froze, thoughts racing through his head. Could be the heir? But Li Jae-hak has a younger brother. The realization struck him hard. A man who only recently began martial training, but has progressed at an unprecedented pace. Now he fully understood who stood before him. The ninth heir of the Sunmu clan, the youngest son, Li Qiol. Li Qiol's tone grew sharp. Whether you accept it or not doesn't change anything. The information has probably already reached the Golden Sword Society. If my brother comes, the Whitebone faction will suffer, and you won't fare any better. Instead of chasing Baek Kyeolsu, wouldn't it be wiser to deal with the one actually running the black market? Jinsu looked utterly bewildered. Why? Why are you telling me everything? Li Qiol smirked. Didn't you just say it yourself? It's an offer. He paused, his eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. I'm still deciding whether to save you or not. Then, in a low, decisive voice, he made the proposal. Forget Baek Kyeolsu and follow me. Jinsu had one condition, only one. Promise me one thing. He begged, bowing his head. Protect my daughter. No, heal her. Please heal my daughter. Jinsu had resolved to sacrifice himself for his child. He swore he would do anything, even die for her. Li Qiol answered sternly. Do you think you have the right to demand terms now? Jinsu retorted, threatening. If you refuse, I'll tell Baek Kyeolsu everything. He sprang up, insisting that Baek Kyeolsu would run, and that even if Sunmu tried to capture him, it would only buy time for Baek Kyeolsu to slow things down. He predicted the chain of events. Baek Kyeolsu will persist and will eventually be caught, but not before causing trouble for Li Qiol. Li Qiol pondered for a moment. If it's Baek Kyeolsu, he reasoned, that person will definitely interfere with your martial rangers to get revenge. He exhaled, relieved because this was the Zhang Jinsu he knew. All right, curing your daughter won't be difficult. Li Qiol didn't forget to set his own condition. He'd calculated carefully. Capturing Baek Kyeolsu wouldn't take Sunmu too long. It's just a matter of a few hours whether they catch him now or a little later. Then, brushing it off, Qiol said whatever. He turned back to Jinsu. Now are you ready to follow me? Jinsu quickly clasped his hands. I'm ready. His face was serious. What must I do? Li Qiol immediately ordered. Leak the information to the seventh brother and tell Baek Kyeolsu that Jinsu is definitely his subordinate. When they meet again, Jinsu must act impressed and say he will follow Li Qiol's instructions faithfully. Sweat beaded on Jinsu's brow as he contemplated the consequences. Someone like Li Qiol surely has many contingencies. He dared to ask, anxiously, if I betray you, do you have a way to survive? Li Qiol turned back, his expression enigmatic. What do you think would happen? And he stepped briskly. All right, let's go, he said as he left, adding a few final words while departing. Smoke and dust billowed across the city. Zhang Jinsu chased after Li Qiol, calling out loudly, young master. Finally, he caught up and lowered his voice. Everything you requested is here. Seeing Li Qiol's serious expression, Zhang Jinsu quickly came clean. The gold bars have been converted to physical form and stored in the single warehouse. The crypto account is saved on a USB. He handed over the file bag and the USB. Li Qiol opened the briefcase and inspected the contents. After noticing some documents were still missing, he turned to Zhang Jinsu and asked, What about the stone I requested? Zhang Jinsu pointed in a direction and answered, It's over there. He led Li Qiol to a warehouse. From the outside, the warehouse looked dilapidated, but everything inside was neatly organized. Upon arrival, Zhang Jinsu announced, I put in that box. Li Qiol carefully opened the box to inspect the interior. A few seconds later, he complimented, "Good. It's definitely genuine." Then he turned back to the paperwork. "Are the files and ledgers ready?" Zhang Jinsu answered honestly, "Yes, of course." Li Qiol took the briefcase and warned him, "Keep this safe. It'll be your lifeline." He also emphasized the earlier letter. "And the letter I gave you, you must make sure it's sent. If it's not handled correctly, they'll think it's a confession to save yourself." Zhang Jinsu promised he would take care of it. "Don't worry, I'll finish it." With everything settled, Li Qiol said his goodbyes. "I'm leaving now." Before he could finish the sentence, a loud explosion rang out from outside. In the next instant, something sped toward them at high velocity. The warehouse door was blown off by a massive explosion. Through the choking smoke, a voice rang out, "You frauds." It was Baek Kyolsu. He swaggered in and sneered arrogantly, shouting, "How dare you bring down the legendary Baek Kyolsu of this world?" The warehouse remained shrouded in smoke. Li Qiol, not wanting to fight, said calmly, "Leave. Either way, your road is over." Baek Kyolsu clearly had no intention of backing down. He drew a knife and grinned with brutal delight. "Yeah, let's see." The next moment, Baek Kyolsu pulled the blade from its sheath, hesitated a beat, then shouted, though he steadied his stance and spoke bitterly, adding, "I won't fall alone with this grudge." He didn't stop. He lunged forward, roaring, "I'll tear you both apart." Quick thinking, Li Qiol shoved Zhang Jinsu out of the way. The blade slid by, and he growled in fury, "Director Zhang, you bastard." As Li Qiol summoned his sword, Baek Kyolsu shouted at Zhang Jinsu, full of outrage, "Ungrateful dog, you forget I once saved your daughter's life, and now you betray me." Then his eyes narrowed in sudden realization. "So that's it. I wonder what trick you were pulling. Turns out you changed your face. No wonder your voice sounded like a kid." Hearing that, Li Qiol couldn't help but admire his opponent inwardly. "From a few clues you figured out so much. This person truly can't be underestimated." Driven by pride and anger, Baek Kyolsu lunged again, yelling, "Die." His knife strikes were fast and precise. Yet Li Qiol dodged them all. Baek Kyolsu clicked his tongue, reluctantly impressed. "Oomph. So you're not completely useless. Who are you? And what do you think you're doing?" Unfazed, Li Qiol raised his voice and declared, "I am Li Qiol of Sungmu." At that name, Baek Kyolsu immediately understood. He burst in a loud, mocking laughter, sneering, "Ha ha! Don't tell me some illegitimate brat thinks he's joking with me." He grinned maliciously. "A sheltered kid like you, just because you inherited a drop of noble blood. You think you're the terror of the world." Being demeaned like that made Li Qiol grit his teeth. A greenhouse boy from Sungmu. If Sungmu were a greenhouse, the world would have burned long ago. Finally, he decided to teach this man a lesson. Waving with a taunting smile, he called, "You gonna fight with words? Come on then." Baek Kyolsu growled and charged. "Impudent brat." They collided violently. When blades met, Baek Kyolsu smiled with bloodthirsty glee. "Looks like I'm a butcher again today." After exchanging a few moves, Li Qiol quickly realized his opponent was no amateur. "I thought I could handle this easily, but the pressure is brutal." Baek Kyolsu was giving his all, forcing Li Qiol to analyze carefully if he wanted to win. "The gap between me and Baek Kyolsu is 5 ranks. Even at the same rank, there's a disparity in skill." Moreover, Li Qiol knew Baek Kyolsu had trained in both magic and martial arts within a legitimate sect, honed through countless real battles. Physically, this man also outmatched him by a lot. Moreover, Li Qiol knew Baek Kyolsu had trained in both magic and martial arts within a legitimate sect, honed through countless real battles. Physically, this man also outmatched him by a lot. Moments later, as the technique changed, Baek Kyolsu's expression twisted in shock and anger. "A lone sword now. Damn it. A weapon that can freely change form. So it really wasn't fake." Unable to gain the upper hand, Baek Kyolsu cursed under his breath. "Zhang Jinsu, you son of a bitch." Sensing his opponent's distraction, Li Qiol snapped sharply. "You still think of other things while fighting me?" Immediately after, Li Qiol slashed Baek Kyolsu in the abdomen. Blood spurted and Baek Kyolsu screamed, "Arrogant brat." Li Qiol paused for a few seconds, gasping, thinking this fight was truly tough, but he continued. He decided to activate his supernatural eye to read his opponent's movements, an intuition that allowed him to predict the next step. Above all, Lee Cheol relied on Sungmu's iron-like body to absorb blows. Once he found the optimal fighting method, he dove back into the battle with a flash of thought. I've fought and defeated countless enemies, 6 billion, if you prefer a less literal expression, even faster than Baek Kyeolsu. They collided in a battle that shook heaven and earth, causing the warehouse to tremble. A few minutes later, Lee Cheol was hurled back and flew several meters. But he stood up uninjured. Seeing that, Baek Kyeolsu frowned in confusion, thinking, what is with this brat? He watched Lee Cheol raise his sword again and murmured, a Mona-level equivalent to me is acceptable. He come from a respectable family, but the depth of his martial skill, too deep for a kid. He secretly measured Lee Cheol against himself and felt like he was facing an immovable rock. Facing such a strong opponent for the first time, Baek Kyeolsu felt uneasy, grinding his teeth. I didn't expect to feel like this because of a kid. Still, he wanted to win. So Baek Kyeolsu steeled himself. I have to finish this quickly and cleanly. Baek Kyeolsu still doubted. Just a kid. What the hell am I facing? He gritted his teeth. Standing before him was like facing an unmovable boulder. Finally, Baek Kyeolsu stomped the ground hard, charged forward, and lunged straight at Lee Cheol. Each time he swung the blade, Lee Cheol dodged easily with polished technique. His technical foundation was as solid as a fortress. After dodging, Lee Cheol retreated, and the long spear in his hand reshaped into a long shaft. Baek Kyeolsu froze for a beat. A weapon that could change form was a surprise. He hurriedly stepped back and prepared to block the next thrust, astonished as if he were trading blows with 3 or 4 opponents at once. I was just going to mess with this brat and Jong Jinsu for a bit, then slip away, he thought. If I run now, I'll still keep my life. He knew he had connections in the Nine Dragons camp, but the sting of betrayal and thirst for revenge wouldn't allow retreat. Even if he died, he swore he'd slit both their throats first. Baek Kyeolsu inhaled deeply, coiled his leg, and slammed his foot into the ground. The ground split with a thunderous crack. Chunks of rock flew, an unavoidable strike. A hail of stones rushed toward Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol crouched low and swept the long shaft in a wide arc, knocking the volley aside. Through the dust and debris, Baek Kyeolsu reappeared and continued his assault. From his side, he drew a short dagger, seized the chance to slash with the blade that once cut my master's throat. From his side, he drew a short dagger, seized the chance to slash with the blade that once cut my master's throat. Even Lee Cheol's eyes widened at the speed. In the blink of an eye, Baek Kyeolsu swung, but Lee Cheol had already braced the long shaft to block. Then Baek Kyeolsu twisted and drove that dagger along a fast, curved path, precisely finding a gap in Lee Cheol's defense and biting into the flesh of his left shoulder. That blow pushed Lee Cheol back. He stifled a cough. Baek Kyeolsu's lips curled into a vicious smile. Now's the time. He lunged forward, shouting, die. The dagger's tip sliced through the smoky air toward Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol's eyes flashed, a pale light spreading around him. In an instant, the long shaft in his hand shifted again, this time into a black sword. Baek Kyeolsu, mid-lunge, froze when he saw the new blade. He tightened his grip on the knife and spat a curse. Damn it! Then suddenly, a cord whipped through the air. Unexpectedly, Baek Kyeolsu felt Lee Cheol's thong wrapped tightly around his wrist. He was restrained. Lee Cheol tightened his hold on the thong and pulled him in close. As the distance closed, Lee Cheol raised the sword, ready to finish him. Victory belonged to him. He moved smoothly, unavoidable. Endless awakening, a demonless strike. The blade carved a searing white streak straight into Baek Kyeolsu's chest. Hot blood spurted from the wound. He couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of bright red. His body swayed and then collapsed onto the hard floor. Baek Kyeolsu trembled all over. Through clenched teeth he spat, "You bastard." Lee Cheol replied coldly, "A thug's dying words are unnecessary." With that, he swung again, merciless. In an instant, head and body separated. Baek Kyeolsu's body toppled. Blood poured out, dyeing the ground red. Lee Cheol sheathed his weapon, breathing heavily, exhausted in his breaths. Suddenly, he staggered and felt pain. His leg was injured. At that moment, Jang Jin-soo rushed over to support him. "Are you all right?" he asked. Lee Cheol steadied himself and nodded lightly. "I'll be worse than expected, but it's under control." Looking down at Baek Kyeolsu's corpse, Lee Cheol thought to himself, "This is the first time I've killed someone in this life." Jang Jin-soo stood silently beside him, eyes fixed on the fallen man. Then he looked up at Lee Cheol, contemplative. "Only 15, he said. "He's just a bit older than my daughter." Recalling the fight, Jang Jin-soo couldn't hide his admiration. Lee Cheol's displayed power was terrifying, especially knowing Baek Kyeolsu wasn't an ordinary thug. He bowed slightly and said, "Truly, thank you, sir." Lee Cheol let the corner of his mouth lift. "No need to thank me. I did it for something I need to take." Jang Jin-soo hesitated. "So what should I do next?" Lee Cheol answered approvingly. "Keep that zeal up, but first finish this." He added a sentence that surprised Jang Jin-soo. "Look after your daughter first. Our deal starts there." Jang Jin-soo was moved. Lee Cheol didn't forget his earlier words. He was sure this kid differed from Baek Kyeolsu in an important way. A rare, pleasant smile spread across his face. "If Lee Cheol contacts me again, I'll gladly be his right hand," Jang Jin-soo vowed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the building, shaking the room. Lee Cheol glanced toward the source and murmured a deduction. "Looks like the White Bone faction is flailing in its dying throes." Jang Jin-soo clutched the document case and asked anxiously, "In this situation, will you escape safely? You shouldn't reveal your identity. I'll put the documents in a bag." Lee Cheol took the bag and nodded. "Right. Don't worry," he reassured calmly. "I'll slip away when I see an opening." Inwardly, he began calculating. The Golden Sword Legion truly lives up to its reputation. Their capability is outstanding. But with my silver illusion technique and my 10,000-volt thunderstep, just as his mind searched for escape routes, Jang Jin-soo cut in. "There's a passageway." He explained quickly. "There's a drainage channel running beneath the facility. Narrow, but enough for one person to move through." Then, in a tone of sincere determination, he added, "I'll guide you." The corner of Lee Cheol's mouth curled into a faint smile. So he's decided. He recalled their prior deal. Jang Jin-soo clearly knew he couldn't back out once he'd agreed. This man was evidently keeping his promise to the end. Comparing his earlier gaze to now, Lee Cheol realized the change. What had been fear and helplessness had turned into genuine resolve. A surge of satisfaction welled up in him. Before regression, people called me a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Now I have Jang Jin-soo. Finally, Lee Cheol said, "Then I'll leave him to you." Jang Jin-soo nodded firmly. "Yes, sir." The two of them sprinted down the corridor toward the passage at the end. At that moment, the man reported in an even tone, "We've subdued all remaining White Bone members in the building. Most of the White Bone are just vagrants," he said bluntly. "No need to worry about dealing with them. If they resist, break a few limbs. If they thrash too much, kill them." The subordinate bowed and replied obediently, "Understood." Then with a faint, almost mocking smile, he asked, "What about those participating in the black market? They're yelling for lawyers and causing a scene." Still smirking, he continued, "They dare act like that after hearing the name Lee Jae-hak. They clearly don't know their situation." "Sir," his tone dripping with derision, "we have government authorization to handle them as we see fit, even if the policy only applies to armed groups." Lee Jae-hak's eyes darkened as he spoke in a low, somber voice. "It seems they don't realize that leaving this building only puts their necks at greater risk." A subordinate chuckled softly, Sung Moo's defense team. He paused as Lee Jae-hak snapped his head toward him. Three men tied on the ground trembled, listening to every word with growing fear. The subordinate laughed again at the Lord's personal guards. "Sir, the verdict is already decided." At that moment, another man ran in to report, "All White Bone members who tried to flee have been captured." Lee Jae-hak turned his gaze to him. "What about evidence?" The man handed over a bundle of papers. "This is everything we found at the black market." Lee Jae-hak took the documents and leafed through them, deep in thought. After a moment, he returned them and murmured, "No ledgers, no access records, so they've hidden them elsewhere." He was silent for a while, expression pensive. "It would be simpler to sweep clean the other locations," he pondered. "But if we do that, the vagrants will scatter everywhere." Suddenly, a subordinate hesitated before speaking. About that. The Spirit Sword unit found someone during the search of the facility." Lee Jae-hak looked up. "Someone?" The man pointed to the end of the corridor. "They say he was directly in charge of operations here and handed this over." Another soldier stepped forward carrying an old leather satchel. "Sir, you must see this," he insisted. Lee Jae-hak opened the bag and pulled out several thick bundles of papers. As he read, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him were detailed financial records, transaction histories, shell accounts, client identities, smuggling routes, even the provenance of illegal goods. Finally, he looked up and ordered, "Bring him here." "Yes, sir." A while later, amid the ruined chaos of the courtyard, a man approached and knelt respectfully before Lee Jae-hak. "I am honored," he said in a trembling voice, "to stand before one who bears the blood of that great family." The man raised his head and introduced himself calmly. "My name is Jong Jin-soo." Immediately, one of Lee Jae-hak's subordinates shouted angrily, "You fool! How dare you act arrogant before the heir?" But Lee Jae-hak raised a hand, signaling silence. "Enough," he said coldly. He watched the man before him, thinking inwardly, such a wasted face, serving something pathetic like the White Bone faction. His eyes narrowed as he studied Jong Jin-soo's clear gaze and upright posture. No trace of magical power, yet an air of calm and discipline surrounded him. At last, Lee Jae-hak spoke. "I am Sung-moo's son, Lee Jae-hak. I have a few questions for you." Jong Jin-soo nodded respectfully. "Yes, sir. I will answer honestly." Lee Jae-hak raised the stack of papers in his hand. "Why didn't you destroy these documents? Keeping them seems like a cheap trick to buy time." In response, Jong Jin-soo said softly, "There is a letter in the bag. I was instructed to ensure you read it." Hearing that, Lee Jae-hak turned to the satchel. He reached in and pulled out a small folded letter. The moment his fingers touched the paper, he noted the texture and pondered. The stationery was chosen deliberately to avoid tracing handwriting. He opened it, and a message inside became clear. "If those documents are what I think, they can compensate for the entire affair. I only ask that you look after the man standing before you. He has a daughter. Please see to the girl's recovery." Lee Jae-hak chuckled softly. That bastard, bold enough to manipulate his older brother. Nevertheless, he did not refuse the request. The documents do have great value. If used correctly, they could expose the financial networks tied to Baek Kyeol-soo and reveal weaknesses among the wealthy elite. He tapped the letter lightly with his finger and murmured, "And this could earn me credit for cleaning up the black market operations. They built the stage, I deal with the fallout." Now he wants to use this as leverage. Looking at Jong Jin-soo, standing straight and unflinching, Lee Jae-hak's expression hardened. And to think he accepted outside help for a mission that breaches family rules. Suddenly, Jong Jin-soo broke the silence. "There's writing on the back as well." Lee Jae-hak blinked, then turned the page. The back is full of messy handwriting. Just some signatures. "Don't tell me you get distracted before the meal is ready." He pocketed all the profits, so he probably doesn't care who I am. Fine. Unless he's truly petty, I thought he'd quietly close the case. That's how I see it. Reading the last line, Lee Jae-hak froze. The corner of his mouth twitched. Then he let out a helpless little laugh. "The signature is longer than the main message," he murmured. "I wonder if that kid even knows what a signature is." Lee Jae-hak sighed with amusement. Has anyone ever begun a martial path in such a ridiculous way? He muttered, then folded the letter neatly into his coat. So he doesn't intend to contact directly. Huh. He muttered. Then he folded the letter neatly into his coat. So he doesn't intend to contact directly. Huh. Thinking of Cheol, his eyes flashed with satisfaction. Even after defeating the sixth sister, he kept that composure. Choosing the youngest instead of her was the right move. The kid and I probably understand each other more than most. Lee Jae-hak smiled faintly and called out, "Captain, we conclude the case here." The subordinate hesitated briefly. Yes, sir. Lee Jae-hak continued evenly. When officials from the relevant department arrive, hand everything over and file the final report. There are hazardous materials. Ensure they are handled carefully. Outside, the city still smoldered under lingering clouds of smoke and dust, but with the documents in hand, the cleanup would be easy. Then he turned to Jong Jin-soo. You're Jong Jin-soo, right? I'll temporarily take responsibility for your safety. He smiled wryly before turning away. You should be grateful to whoever sent that letter to you. Scene change. In Cheol's room, the young man sat cross-legged on a chair, immersed in silent meditation. Waves of energy radiated evenly from his body, filling the air with a faint hum. Suddenly, a strange sensation from his shoulder wound urged at him, pulling him out of his focus. His eyes flew open. The memory of the fight with Baek Kyeol-soo appeared clearly. That was a valuable experience. He still had his hands clasped at his chest. It's been a long time since I had the infinite, he thought. But this is the first time I've used it on a human. He began analyzing everything with his usual precision. I once used it during training under the coach at Jukcheongdo, and another time sparring with my father, but never against an equal or stronger warrior. Unrestrained, a soft radiance began to rise from his body, faintly bright in the morning light filtering through the window. The result of that match, he mused, was mainly due to Baek Kyeol-soo's pride and mistakes. But regardless, I'm confident I would still win. At last he stretched and stood up, the floor creaking under his weight. In this martial journey, real combat is what matters. So far, every match has been restrained, bound by rules. Cheol gave a faint smile as he put his jacket back on. With things this quiet, it seems the elder has agreed to the deal. Then his eyes sharpened. All right, he murmured, his resolve hardening. It's time to call that person out. Back in Seoul, South Korea, traffic bustled along the streets beneath a pleasantly clear sky. Walking down a quiet alley lined with small eateries, Cheol stopped in front of a modest house and looked up. He watched the building for a moment, thinking to himself, no sign. It looks more like a private residence than a restaurant. After a brief pause, Cheol slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Approaching the reception desk, he said in a calm voice, I have a reservation under the name Jong Jin-soo. The receptionist replied immediately, yes, of course. Please allow me to escort you to a room. Saying nothing further, Cheol followed the young woman down the corridor to a private room. After a short while, the sliding door of a private room opened. Inside, the middle-aged man who had been waiting rose and bowed respectfully. You have arrived. Cheol stepped in and remarked, I didn't expect a place like this. The man smiled faintly and explained, this is a space for those who prefer private conversations. Nothing inside can be heard beyond these walls. Cheol stepped in and remarked, I didn't expect a place like this. The man smiled faintly and explained, this is a space for those who prefer private conversations. Nothing inside can be heard beyond these walls. The man quickly regained his composure and replied politely, forgive me. It's just, now I truly realize how young you are, young master. He studied Cheol closely, thinking deeply. Perhaps because of the Sung-Mu family background you seem more mature. But up close, you still have the face of a boy. A flash of surprise crossed his expression as he continued silently. A boy? Yes, a real boy. After observing for a while, the man spoke again, his voice full of admiration. But your eyes, your presence, it doesn't feel like I'm talking to a child at all. Memories of what he had witnessed rushed back. He couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. A 15-year-old boy recruited Lee Jae-hak, the Sung-Mu clan's golden swordsman, captured Baek Kyeol-soo, and took down the entire black market. After a thoughtful pause, the middle-aged man bowed slightly and said earnestly, First, I want to express my gratitude. Both my daughter and I owe you a great debt, young Master Lee Cheol. Cheol calmly sipped his tea and replied with measured politeness. No need for such thanks. It was just a transaction. But the man insisted, his voice steadily emotional. Even proposing that deal was a favor. Without your intervention, I would still be chained under Baek Kyeol-soo. Cheol observed the man's stubbornness and sighed. So, how is your daughter now? The man reported the condition. She's not fully recovered, but much better. Cheol nodded briefly, and the man praised the Sung Mu family's medical center without restraint. Cheol seemed only half interested and shrugged. Sounds good. The man hesitated, then grew serious. Young master, you kept your word to me. Now it's my turn to keep mine. The next words made Cheol pause slightly. I will do whatever you ask. Tell me what I must do. Seeing the man's seriousness, Cheol couldn't resist teasing. You make it sound like I'm about to order some dirty work. The man, embarrassed, protested. No, I didn't mean that. Cheol's crooked smile showed he was joking enough. I know. Cheol's crooked smile showed he was joking enough. I know. He placed a stack of documents and a USB on the table. The man's surprise was evident. This? He stammered. Isn't this the file and USB you took that day? Why did you bring them back? Cheol explained calmly. I just borrowed them to look over. He pushed the documents toward the man. I'll leave them with you. Handle them carefully. There will be many places I need funds for, Cheol added. The man stared, disbelief and worry showing on his face. His hand tightened on his knee as he asked, Why do you trust me with this? This money no longer has an owner. Don't you think I could run off with it? Cheol answered with the same cold seriousness. What? Are you planning to run? The man hurriedly denied it. Cheol's tone hardened. Of course I won't trust blindly. You haven't given me a reason to believe the circumstances around you. Cheol's tone hardened. Of course I won't trust blindly. You haven't given me a reason to believe the circumstances around you. Speaking up, Cheol outlined the practical benefits. First, the mana treatment is ongoing for your daughter. Second, your ties to the White Bone faction. Because of the agreement with the Seventh, he is free. But if you break your word, I can dredge up the past and bind you again at any time. Cheol's assessment concluded like a verdict. Does that answer your question? The man bowed his head slightly and replied, Yes. Cheol suddenly added something that startled the man. But still, he said softly, I can't fully trust you yet. Not yet. Then, extending his hand with a calm, sincere smile, he continued, I hope that one day I can trust you wholeheartedly. Those words struck deep, resonating in the man's mind and heart. How wonderful it would be, he thought, if we could truly trust each other without agreements or complicated circumstances. He looked down at the open hand before him, not understanding what Cheol truly saw in him to speak so frankly. Reflecting on the sharp contrast between Cheol and his former superior, Baek Kyeolsu, the man pondered further. I thought he was like Baek Kyeolsu, someone who holds others' weaknesses only to exploit them. Yet, even though young master Lee Cheol keeps calling it a transaction, our relationship feels like a debt that binds me, not chains me. After a long pause, the man finally answered himself. No, the way he treats me now, it feels like he truly sees me as an equal. With that realization, he reached out and clasped Cheol's hand tightly. Understand, he said with determination. I'll prove it bit by bit. It won't take long. Cheol smiled with satisfaction. I look forward to it. Watching the man across from him, Cheol added thoughtfully, Now I no longer see you as someone who lost his light under Baek Kyeolsu's shadow. Rather, you have a spirit like Sol-ji. Seeing Cheol pick up his bag, the man asked, Where are you off to now, sir? Seeing Cheol pick up his bag, the man asked, Where are you off to now, sir? After leaving the restaurant, Cheol walked down the street. Suddenly, a child's voice rang out. Mom, look at that guy. He must be a fighter. So cool. The mother quickly pulled her son away, scolding, Don't say that. Come here. Hurry up. Hearing that, Cheol froze for a moment, his eyes flashing uneasily. I thought I was keeping a low profile, but it seems something still showed. He brushed the thought aside quickly and kept walking. Amid the bustling crowd flowing along the avenue, Cheol stopped and quietly observed the world around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a minimalist cafe, smoke hung hazily in the air. A woman with chestnut-brown hair was smoking a cigarette. When the server brought coffee, she suddenly emitted a low, surprised sound. Her gaze shifted to the window, inside to out. Oh, what's this? She murmured, her voice full of delight. It seems I found something interesting. The cigarette still burning between her fingers, she smiled, entranced. Those stats. I've never seen numbers like that. Finishing her thought, she rose gracefully and moved toward the door. Let's see who this person really is. As her face came into view, her eyes flashed with an almost supernatural allure. Sharp, curious, and dangerous. Her voice carried a note of excitement as she whispered, "With these very eyes." As her face came into view, her eyes flashed with an almost supernatural allure. Sharp, curious, and dangerous. Her voice carried a note of excitement as she whispered, "With these very eyes." Holding the bank book, he propped his chin and mumbled, "A deposit of about 100 million? This amount is enough to cover initial operating expenses." Li Chiol looked up, thinking to himself that thanks to Zhang Jinsu, he was able to come here so comfortably. He closed the book. Calculations were already forming in his mind. The guy's talent has been proven. For now, let him operate freely and see what he can do. A plan gradually took shape. If Zhang Jinsu displays abilities similar to Seoul geometries in the past, he can help me build a support base. Li Chiol's eyes flashed. It's necessary for people to know there's a solid foundation backing me. So far, both luck and the pretext are fine. Knowing the future makes many things possible, but from now on, I must be more careful using information from my previous life. His thick brows knitted slightly. The things I do from now on must appear as predictions based on reasonable inference. Suddenly, an announcement boomed over the loudspeaker. Li Chiol sighed and slowly stood up. First, I need to take care of my own affairs rather than Zhang Jinsu's. Afternoon sunlight covered the station as his black-haired companion walked with long, unhurried strides. Standing amid the crowd, Li Chiol glanced at the stream of people around him. He had finally arrived in Gyeongju, Gyeongsangbuk-do province. A sudden stabbing pain hit his head, catching him off guard. He put a hand to his head, exhausted. Since the training at Cheonggwi Mountain, I haven't lost control even once. Gyeongju is full of relics and monuments where the ancient and modern coexist. Objects bearing long histories contain power, and within that power is a mystery modern times cannot explain. A sacred land harmonized into balance in a miraculous way. Gyeongju. He thought of the item he carried. This very place hid traces of that person. The ancestor of the Sungmu clan, Li Hailhyan. Stories about him were mostly oral, to the point scholars once rumored he was fictional. On Sungmu Mountain, there was only a memorial tablet in the rites, not the remains of Li Hailhyan. Until my previous life, a relic related to him had not been discovered. Not knowing how long he had walked, Li Chiol continued thinking. Did they also discover documents related to Huya? Just as his thoughts reached a crucial point, and there was another objective as well. "Hey kid," someone suddenly cut in. A beautiful blonde woman exhaled smoke from her full red lips. The pipe in her hand still smoked as she spoke. "Who are you?" Li Chiol thought to himself. Achieving my goal was precisely to meet this person. She smiled. Interesting. The cigarette smoke trailed with her steps as she approached and surrounded him. My magical detector picked up a strange signal, so I came to check it out. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Who would have thought you have the same thing as I do in your eyes? Owners of the magic I rarely reveal themselves to the world. Yet by coincidence, there is one more in Korea besides me. The Grand Mage from the Eiffel Magic Tower in France, Valérie de Belle, comes from French nobility. In my previous life, she was one of the few Grand Mages to reach level 2 of the Magic Eye. Her ability is the Interpretation Eye, reading and understanding all information hidden within things. Li Chiol was a bit surprised by the situation. I had intended to meet this woman, but I didn't expect to run into her like this. Valérie suddenly moved in close. "Hey, are you afraid of me?" Seeing him silent, she asked again, "Or are you not Korean?" Li Chiol sighed. "I am Korean." She immediately chuckled. "Thank goodness. Actually, I only speak Korean." Another quiet sigh. I expected it, but this woman really is unpredictable. Rumors flitted through his mind. The nickname she would earn in the future, the eccentric of the Magic Tower, or more bluntly, the madwoman of the Magic Tower. What puzzled him most was why she came to Korea. She suddenly wanted to study runecraft, so she came here to learn. Bye-bye. She didn't even bother to ask the Tower Master for permission before leaving. As for naturalizing in Korea, it was just because the fried chicken here is too good. Back to reality, Valérie asked, Anyway, who are you? Li Chiol threw up his hands. You're the one who started the conversation. Why are you asking me? She clicked her tongue and reached out. So picky. Then greet me properly. The sorceress introduced herself calmly. I'm Valerie. As you can see, I'm not Korean. I'm a mage from the tower. Li Chiol also extended his hand and shook hers in goodwill. I'm Li Ho. Hearing his surname, she was a bit surprised. Li? Ah, could it be the Li family in Korea, the Sungmu, right? Li Chiol nodded. Yes, that's right. Valerie exclaimed immediately. If you're of Sungmu, then in this country, you're basically royalty. Li Chiol wasn't that arrogant. The clan held great power, but it was still far from actual royalty. Her pipe twirled in the air. Is that so? The pipe suddenly pointed straight at him, bluntly revealing. Then why hide that cute face behind a mask? Are you running away? Not intending to deny it, he slowly removed his mask. Your magic eye nature is the same as mine, and you awakened it much earlier than I did. Which isn't surprising at all, she smiled. Not surprising, right? I've done quite a bit of research anyway. Using his true face, Li Chiol continued the conversation. I've seen eyes similar to yours before as well. Valerie's interest rose. I've never heard of Sungmu having a magic eye user. What ability do your eyes have? Li Chiol thought. I don't know why I'm exposing my abilities. She squinted and smiled. My eyes are the interpretation eye, able to read and represent any object or phenomenon as data. Yours. Seeing that expression, Li Chiol didn't know how to respond. Her seemingly harmless smile remained, but something gradually shifted. Then there is no other way. In the blink of an eye, her eyes changed color, her voice deepening. I'll have to investigate for myself. A powerful force radiated. Li Chiol's eyes seemed stimulated and changed color as well. He sank down, covered his eyes, and asked angrily, What are you doing? Seeing his distressed state, Valerie softened her tone. Sorry. I was just too curious. But it's strange. I couldn't read anything at all. Looking at his still angry eyes, the sorceress coaxed him again. Don't be so angry. As an apology, I'll tell you something interesting. She flashed a forced smile. In return, talk with me for a long while, okay? The sky had already turned toward evening. Evening light glinted on the large apartment at the street corner. Valerie and Li Chiol stopped before the old gate of the mansion, hesitating and testing each other. You said you'd invite me for coffee, but we're drinking here. Li Chiol looked around and thought to himself. From the outside, it just looks like an ordinary, abandoned house. But Valerie paid no mind and laughed. All right, let's go in and see. No sooner had she finished speaking than a faint red light brushed past Li Chiol, leaving him momentarily dazed. He guessed the sensation had been like the charm of an oni. Valerie seemed to sense something too and asked, So you noticed it now? You could feel it without using the magic eye. Have you learned magic then? He replied softly, I haven't learned magic. With such an obvious strange feeling, what's there to be surprised about? She explained, that sensation, if you're not an M rank like me, you couldn't recognize it. He frowned and thought, Master? Did she mean the Mage Tower Lord of the Eiffel Magic Tower, Michael Garrel? If you don't reach that level, you can't sense it? Has he really claimed to have achieved that? Li Chiol exhaled to steady himself. I've gone through something similar before. Valerie rubbed her chin and said quietly, You're different. Even if someone experienced something similar, normally they still couldn't sense it. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Unless you've trained magic to the extreme. He swallowed involuntarily. The strange familiar feeling had been there earlier. He went pale, remembering Jiangju with the flower. He looked like my aunt. The image of Jiangju wearing flowers smiled and waved. Little one, come on, it's time for fun training. Composing himself, Li Chiol asked, So this is teleportation? Valerie pushed the door open and explained calmly, Well, I do have plenty of money, but not that much. She stepped in with a smug look and said proudly, More accurately, I used magic and internal energy to stitch a tunnel together. The house, caked with dust on the outside, suddenly transformed. Kumein. He immediately stepped inside. Contrasting with the shabby exterior was a clean, orderly counter. Li Chiol's gaze turned to the counter's owner. He looked curiously at the proprietor. He suspected it wasn't human, showing no biological activity and emitting only magical energy. Valerie, seeing his question, answered, "That's a golem, a machine with a magic core inside. From here on out, it's my workshop. All kinds of strange things will appear." She flopped into a chair and said casually, "Want to order a drink first?" He put his hand in his pocket and ordered, "I'll have a cup of hot tea." Valerie snapped her fingers to summon service. "Fine, I'll have an espresso." Lee Cheol asked, "Can you install things like this in a workshop?" Valerie replied indifferently, "I wanted it to feel like a real cafe, but it's a pain to set up every time I go out." She took a drag of her cigarette and said, "There's so many things I want to ask, I don't know where to start." Lee Cheol asked, "Why do you think I'll answer?" She replied, "You're stingy, aren't you? Then how about this? I may look like this, but I know quite a lot." Valerie lowered her voice and held up 3 fingers. 3 questions. Each person may be asked 3 questions and must answer one in turn. How about it? In the triple question right, Valerie's ancient spell was famed for, when her curiosity wasn't satisfied, proposing a game of exchanging 3 questions and 3 answers. The unique magic developed by applying this had later become one of the signatures of the mage called Valerie. Just exchanging questions is boring. She raised her voice, "So I'll add a little game using my magic." Hearing that, Lee Cheol took a sip of tea and thought inwardly, as rumored. He answered decisively, "I refuse." She widened her eyes in surprise. He stated his position clearly. "I just met you today. There's nothing for me to be curious about." She asked awkwardly, "Aren't you curious about my eyes?" Lee Cheol added, "Even before you asked, someone deliberately told me about them." Still, he set the cup down with feeling. "This game actually sounds pretty interesting. Let's set a condition. The winner may make one demand. Then I'll participate." Valerie repeated, "A demand? You say you're not curious at all. So what would you demand?" His face was serious. "We can decide that later." He continued, "Opportunities to make a demand of a mage who even has her own workshop aren't common." She pondered and lifted her wand with some effort. "It's not comfortable. But fine, the rules are simple." The wand spewed a stream of crimson power, enveloping the space. Her face lit up with undisguised delight. From now on, each person gets 3 questions and 3 answers. The crimson lights blended together, forming a small flame. She explained the rules. "Ask any questions you like. Answers can be truthful or lies. But you must guess whether each answer is true or false. Whoever guesses more correctly wins. And the loser must truthfully answer the winner's 3 questions in full detail." She smiled, easing the mood. "Obvious questions are banned, like gender or given name, for example." He asked, "How can we tell what's true and what's false?" She tapped her head. "This magic is a form of mental sorcery. It reads the consciousness waves emitted from the subconscious. Even if the loser attempts to hide the truth, under the magic's influence, they will naturally speak it." From Valerie's chest, a bright mote of light condensed. Her voice grew solemn. "By the title of a mage, I will faithfully carry out what I say, using no trickery or deceit." When she finished speaking, the condensed orb burst over the 2 of them. "This is a mage's oath. If I break this oath, I will lose all my magic." She placed her hand as if pledging. "Now you can trust one won't cheat, right?" He nodded. "Yes, that's all I needed." Valerie snapped her fingers. "Then let's begin." Red spheres hovered above their heads. Valerie faced Lee Cheol with an air of mystery and intensity. Lee Cheol politely invited, "Please, you may ask first." Valerie answered cheerfully, "All right, let's start lightly." Her eyes glowed a bewitching purple as she looked dreamily at Lee Cheol and asked, "Your magic eyes, what abilities do they have?" He closed his eyes to think. The very first question had struck at what he most wanted to hide. Then he quickly answered, "I possess a power similar to yours." As soon as the answer left his mouth, the flame above Lee Cheol flickered out. Valerie sprang up, stunned. "What? What do you mean? Can I count that as my second question?" She sighed in exasperation. "All right, fine. Now it's your turn to ask." Wasting no time, he asked, "Why are you curious about my magic eyes?" She pondered, then promptly replied, "Out of a thirst for knowledge, simply curiosity as a mage." Immediately, another flame snapped out. Lee Cheol thought inwardly, a vague answer. In this game, the content of an answer matters less. What matters is to preset the questions you want to know and see through whether the opponent's replies are true or false. If I win the game, I'll receive detailed answers to my questions. And I don't need to be too picky about the question's content. Lee Cheol smiled with satisfaction. What I aim for is victory in the game, because after that I'll have the right to make a demand of her. Lee Cheol looked at the person opposite him and signaled calmly, "All right, continue." Valerie composed herself and said, "Okay, second question." Time passed slowly, and it was her turn again. "Now, what's my final question?" Valerie's gaze sharpened, as if she wanted to strip everything bare. "You already know about me." She stared straight into Lee Cheol's eyes and asked directly, "Exactly how much do you know about me?" He answered seriously, "From the moment I was born until now, I've never once seen or heard anything related to you." Suddenly Valerie covered her mouth and broke into a smug smile. "I win." She observed every expression on Lee Cheol's face, delighting inwardly. Though young, he maintained a fairly expressionless visage, but his facial muscles twitched slightly. Now was his turn. "It's my final question, right?" Valerie replied nonchalantly. "Ask already." Hearing that, he smiled faintly, propped his chin, and posed. "Do you think I've won? Do you think you'll lose?" Valerie sighed in appraisal. "You ask that as the last question? Fiend it." Lee Cheol made no comment and only urged, "Just answer." She, pulling out a makeup compact with one hand, replied, "All right, very well." Then she declared confidently, "You lose because I have won." However, the fireball above Valerie suddenly exploded, terrifying her. Valerie looked around in confusion and muttered, "Am I wrong?" "But clearly." Valerie looked around in confusion and muttered, "Am I wrong?" "But clearly." Then he explained calmly, "The first question, your curiosity about the magic stems from a thirst for knowledge. That is true. But the next one," he bluntly pointed out, "the second question you lied." These words astonished Valerie, her eyes widening. Lee Cheol simply looked at her calmly, thinking, the triple question right is a mental type magic. After all, he lifted his teacup and added leisurely, "And the final one. That has also become a lie, because the winner is me." Hearing this, Valerie accepted the result dejectedly. "I lost. According to the agreement, I'll answer your questions first." Then she recounted calmly, "First question, I also possess the magic eye, so I've always studied it. However, not only are research materials scarce, but finding collaborators isn't easy either." When it came to the next issue, Valerie grew embarrassed and hesitant. Lee Cheol exhaled once and generously offered, "If you find it hard to speak, you don't have to answer." He didn't intend to pry into everything. Innate magic belongs to each person, and her hesitation was understandable. Valerie, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Really? That's truly okay." Lee Cheol casually made his request. "Instead, let me ask you for one more favor." She raised a hand to shield herself and warned, "What exactly do you intend to ask me?" Immediately, he knitted his brows tightly, showing clear dislike. Seeing his face, Valerie hurriedly explained, "Oh, I was only joking. No need to be so sour." Lee Cheol struggled to control his emotions and then explained, "No, it's just that I suddenly thought of someone exactly like you, so I reacted strongly." "What will you do?" Seeing his face, Valerie hurriedly explained, "Oh, I was only joking. No need to be so sour." Lee Cheol struggled to control his emotions and then explained, "No, it's just that I suddenly thought of someone exactly like you, so I reacted strongly." "What will you do?" Valerie declared calmly, "Then the game ends here." After that, she stood up, "Then come deeper into the workshop. We'll discuss what you want me to do." As she passed Lee Cheol, Valerie warned carefully, "Don't touch anything. Just follow right behind me." Then she went ahead and opened the door. While leading, Valerie introduced, "This is the heart of my workshop." Lee Cheol looked around and inwardly admired. Unlike the cafe, this is truly where a mage lives and works. Then he turned, curious, and asked, "I've heard mages don't let outsiders into their workshops." Valerie smugly replied, "That's right. Accidentally touching a ward or magic array can cause major trouble, right? But I'm skilled enough, so that won't be a problem. Sit over here." Lee Cheol replied helplessly, "Ah yes." Following behind, she asked with interest, "So, what is it you want me to do?" He produced a stone tablet and, in a solemn tone, requested, "I want you to decipher this tablet, and of course I ask that you keep its contents completely confidential after decoding." Seeing that, Valerie put on gloves, thinking, a stone tablet? Ancient artifacts are a bit complicated, but I can handle it. She then picked up the tablet to examine it. Suddenly, a bolt of violet lightning appeared, swiftly striking Valerie's eyes and blocking her study. Swiftly striking Valerie's eyes and blocking her study. An ancient time object, at least from the 3rd or 4th century or earlier. Li Chiol remarked admiringly. "You recognize it immediately, huh?" She gripped the tablet and thought in horror. "Are you insane? An artifact this old? I nearly got myself killed." Valerie recalled his earlier image and words, growing increasingly annoyed. "For an artifact like this, he should have at least warned me. It's measured in millennia. I'd have to redraw all the workshop's sigils from scratch." And he was bragging about being talented. A few seconds later, she returned to composure and said, "Let me examine it again." Once more, Valerie's eyes turned purple. She studied and pondered. "It doesn't resemble an object from nearly 2,000 years ago at all." Valerie focused on analyzing the tablet. After a while, she propped her chin and mused. "I can discern the movements of the moon and sun and the operation of the stars. But that's as far as I get." Valerie thought helplessly. If it were ancient script or a simple cipher, I'd have solved it immediately. Then she turned to Li Chiol and asked, "It seems to record Eastern astronomy, dates, and some simple scripts. So what exactly is this?" He answered calmly, "It's a map and also a key." Hearing that, Valerie said, "This will probably take me some time to decode." Seeing that, Li Chiol said, "Then while we wait, may I state my second request?" She agreed without hesitation. "Sure." Outside, the sky had turned toward evening. The last light of day streamed through the window into the room. After hearing Li Chiol's matter, Valerie repeated in surprise, "Your second request is that I tell you about the magic eye?" He confirmed and added, "If it can be useful to both of us, all the better." Then he calmly inquired, "Does your workshop have a training room?" Instantly, Valerie's face swelled with confidence, and she boasted, "A mage needs a place to train, of course. Every workshop has a training area, right? However, mine is a bit larger than usual." Li Chiol remained silent, thinking, quietly showing off, huh? A workshop that's spacious implies top-tier power and finances. Reminds me of someone. Then he calmly asked, "So you're quite wealthy, it seems." Valerie answered doubtfully, "You didn't know? I'm from an old noble family." She added smugly, "Anyway, your second request is that no backing out." Li Chiol reluctantly corrected, "Good heavens, it's more like a man of his word is hard to pursue, I understand." Valerie paid it no mind. She summoned her power and said, "Then let's begin. Try opening your magic eye." He obediently closed his eyes and activated his magic eye. He obediently closed his eyes and activated his magic eye. When Li Chiol opened his eyes, he immediately saw countless illusory circles spinning behind Valerie. Startled, Li Chiol let out a cry, his face contorted in pain. He clutched his face and dropped to one knee. Valerie, seeing this, hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Li Chiol explained, It's nothing. There are too many sigils in this room, so I'm a bit overwhelmed." She looked thoughtful, then suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. Don't tell me you can see all the magic arrays and sigils in this place." Li Chiol admitted it, then slowly stood. "Yes, my eyes can read the flow of energy and things normally invisible. They're a bit hard to control, though." Valerie sought confirmation. "First, can you deactivate the magic eye?" Then she asked, "Explain your magic eye more clearly. Does it grant clairvoyance or let you see mana?" Li Chiol answered plainly, "I don't have clairvoyance, but I can infer an opponent's movements or hidden auras, for example." Valerie was very skeptical. "Do you know how strange that sounds?" She pointed at him. "If all of that is true, your eyes aren't an ordinary magic eye. No magic I can see so much. This sounds like a long story. First, let's go back to the study." In the study, a cup of hot tea sat on the table. Valerie warned first, Before I explain, there's one thing you must know. The magic eye and the mind eye are completely different concepts. He affirmed, I know that. She then launched into a long explanation. Also, the magic eye may appear to merely enhance vision, but it isn't. Even if it manifests as magic, what the magic eye perceives is still just images humans can process. Li Chiol, embarrassed, scratched his head. Excuse me, could you explain more simply? Korean is really difficult. Valerie tapped the table with her fingers. Here's what I mean. She then had to speak at length, waving her hands continuously to explain it to him. She put a cigarette to her lips, looking annoyed as she recalled. And because of that, the magic eye is more extraordinary than any other anomalous ability. I once had an fMRI taken while my magic eye was active. The moment it engaged, blood flow to the brain surged, and the nerves were hyperactivated. Li Chiol understood. No wonder it hurts when I can't control the magic eye. She emphasized, exactly. Because you have to process sensations humans don't normally have, you'll be overloaded. Valerie said thoughtfully. The magic eye is such a dangerous power. So far, no pair of magic eyes has possessed complex composite abilities. But how many functions can your magic eye perform now? Valerie stared at Li Chiol with sharp eyes. You said those eyes were unlocked through a Sung Mu ritual? Usually, those who awaken a magic eye begin to notice abnormalities around the age of 5, either before or after. So, before undergoing that ritual, did you ever see anything strange? He bowed his head to remember, and finally admitted, there were signs beforehand, even when I was only 11. She asked further, has anyone in Sung Mu ever awakened a magic eye like yours? He denied it. No. Valerie continued to probe. Do you know why I frowned? Li Chiol simply replied, yes. She suddenly said, it's a pity. If you end up in combat, I'm afraid you won't be able to control it. Li Chiol cast a slight glance, as if weighing something, and finally decided to tell the truth. Actually, in battle, I've used the magic eye countless times. Valerie thought she misheard. How is that possible? She jumped up excitedly. If a magic eye has just 2 or 3 functions, the brain would already be under tremendous overload. You should have died of a brain hemorrhage or gone mad long ago. Yet you can both see and control it. Li Chiol calmly admitted, yes. Valerie held her head in disbelief. I've never seen an exception like this. A sly smile spread across her lips. Looks like we'll need to run a few tests. Her demeanor made him pale. Yes, what kind of tests? At Valerie's suggestion, Li Chiol stayed in the training room for a while. Before he knew it, several days had passed. Valerie kept herself busy deciphering the stone slab until just before dinner, while he began a round of training that pushed his magic eye to the limit. Li Chiol lay on the couch, his limbs restrained. Bolts of lightning crackled around him, making him grind his teeth in pain. Finally, the device beeped, ending the measurement. Li Chiol was dazed, nearly falling asleep. He'd managed at first, but the difficulty was steadily increasing. He recalled what she had done to test his tolerance for direct stimulation, pressing tangled masses of mana in front of his face. Her smile then had been terrifying. Come on, just a bit more, just a bit more. And all Li Chiol could scream inside was, damn devil. At that moment, Valerie entered the room and asked, how are you? Okay. He thought to himself, she looks like a mad scientist. Li Chiol glanced at the handcuffs that had just been removed. You did say the head would overload when using the magic eye. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. The mana learning device will stop automatically the moment you hit the overload threshold. He glared at Valerie while pretending to ignore her. This woman is insane. I should apologize for ever comparing her to that lady. She made excuses, but thanks to that, we're collecting a lot of good data. The limits and properties are becoming clear. And the more the magic eye is used, the more it develops. Li Chiol couldn't deny it. That's not wrong. She ignored him and turned away, humming, let's see if you'll behave for the experiment. He realized she was deliberately speaking in French. Valerie looked surprised at what she saw before her. Valerie seemed surprised by what she saw. She studied the status display and wondered, what is this? Am I seeing things? I set the device to auto-check and let the difficulty ramp up gradually. How can his growth rate be this fast? It's not growth, it's adaptation, Valerie said, her smile growing ever more intrigued. Things continued like this over the following days. Days went on, almost experiments. This is training. After all, it's only the test Li Qiu requested, not an experiment to satisfy my curiosity. Still, since we've painstakingly gathered enough data, I'll file it. It's been confirmed that the magic I can easily see one-way mana channels. It's been confirmed that the magic I can easily perceive one-way mana channels. Pain begins to appear from level 6 magic upward, but at level 7 it can still read without too much difficulty. Perhaps I'll need to bring back a new CT machine. On the third day, to test clairvoyance, I deliberately hid a spell behind a metal sheet and told him to read it. Result: not clairvoyance, but reading the energy emitted by the object. It was only a pencil, yet I still don't understand what or how he read it. Later we tested moving objects. He demonstrated an ability to predict blood flow and muscle movement. The limited capacity of precognitive sight also surfaced, but he can't keep the magic eye open for more than 2 hours. If the durability of the brain and eyes were higher, that would be ideal. More experiments, more training. By the 8th day, he was constantly smashing records for how fast he could raise the difficulty. I tried secretly ramping the difficulty up hard, and he still kept pace. Even I haven't reached this level. I should have bought that CT machine earlier. At this point, I may have to dissect him to see directly. His magic eye almost belongs to an entirely different resolution system. Hearing the noise, Valerie turned her head. "What's going on?" Li Qiu explained nonchalantly. "The device just stopped, so I stepped out." An alarm suddenly blared. "Didn't you hear it?" Valerie spun back to her desk and asked in disbelief, "An alarm?" She was a little surprised. All the training stages I prepared were supposed to be complete. I thought it would take at least 2 more days. He stepped closer and glanced at the computer screen. "Looks like I've completed everything." Valerie was startled. "What? What do you mean? You speak French?" He stepped closer and glanced at the computer screen. "Looks like I've completed everything." Valerie was startled. "What? What do you mean? You speak French?" Her face suddenly flushed. Li Qiu grinned brightly, as if not bothered at all. "The things you mutter, curse to yourself. You don't need to worry too much. It can happen. I understand everything. I'm different from someone else." Valerie cried out in embarrassment. "You little brat." From a distance, Li Qiu walked closer. "Did you call me?" Valerie held her pipe and looked at him. "Yes, the preliminary training is finished." She sought his opinion. "Honestly, I'd love to keep training in the lab, but what you need is practical combat application, right? So now I plan to start a proper training session." He seemed very agreeable. "I'm always ready." But Valerie suddenly stopped him. "Wait." A magic circle appeared at their feet, centered on her. Valerie explained, "I've reinforced the enchantment of the training area. It'll be much more complex than before." She also warned, "And also, you should completely drop the habit of closing your eyes and reopening them when using the magic eye. Small things repeated over time become habits. It may help with momentary control, but later it'll have negative effects." He obeyed her, frowning and trying not to close his eyes. Finally, Li Qiu was able to summon the magic eye. He stared at the room, crowded with magical circles. "Even though the training area's arrays have been strengthened, I only feel a slight headache. A few days ago, in the middle of Jiangju, I couldn't control the magic eye at all." Li Qiu slowly observed his surroundings. Yet the mana flow was so complex, it was like looking at a human's mana system. "I don't understand magic fully, but she's certainly an extraordinary archmage." Valerie saw he wasn't moving and asked, "What's wrong?" But Li Qiu gave a perfunctory answer, "Nothing." She handed him a circular headband and instructed, "Now I'll train you to control the magic eye in practical situations. Put this on your head to better sense the mana flow." The mana flow. Li Qiu took it, put it on, and asked, "How will the training proceed?" Valerie smiled. "We're training the magic eye, aren't we? Then the method is obvious." Behind Valerie, flames burst up. She launched it and reminded loudly, "Dodge properly." Li Qiu summoned a sword and muttered, "Damn it. Hey, you can only use the magic eye. Quickly dodge that fireball." Li Qiu couldn't help grumbling. Shouldn't she have warned him about this? Truly a mad scientist. He glanced back. He'd avoided it. If it had been when I first entered the training room, I definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge. Valerie kindly warned, not over yet. The fireball hadn't stopped. It changed direction toward him, and Li Chiol widened his eyes in surprise. The fireball suddenly exploded. She seemed intent on showing no mercy. Dodge and listen. I've grasped the nature of your magic eye now. Your magic eye, to be frank, is quite similar to my system of resolution, but it's on a slightly higher tier. After the blast, Li Chiol was smudged with soot. She calmly lit her pipe. Your magic eye doesn't read many things. Like all magic eyes, it reads exactly one thing. The entire room is surrounded by red fire. The objects before you, flora and fauna, mana, or pure force. Countless supernatural forces and the full present state of each piece of information. If I had to name it, perhaps call it the present eye, the eyes that read every phenomenon existing in this moment. If I had to name it, perhaps call it the present eye, the eyes that read every phenomenon existing in this moment. She paid it no mind and continued. Your eyes are reading every present before them, and once the present is analyzed, deriving a plausible future is only natural. She paid it no mind and continued. Your eyes are reading every present before them, and once the present is analyzed, deriving a plausible future is only natural. Exactly, the law of cause and effect. Valerie smiled brightly. The explosion behind her produced a tremendous shockwave. Li Chiol remained standing after the blast, but he was now a mess. She went on. Anyway, your magic eye is so high tier that it can become a burden itself. Even if control improves, your magic eye could swallow you whole in an instant. So all of this is for your own good. More fireballs were summoned again. Valerie shouted, "All right, begin." The fireballs flew at him in rapid succession. After the session ended, Li Chiol was pitch black and collapsed on the ground, prompting Valerie to tease, "Did you just crawl out of coal mine?" After the session ended, Li Chiol was pitch black and collapsed on the ground, prompting Valerie to tease, "Did you just crawl out of a coal mine?" He replied without any sentiment. "For that, I thank you." She asked wearily, "But hey, your magic eye was opened through Sung Mu's special right. Is it that detection was delayed because it's not a normal magic eye? Or are you simply an exception?" He chose to remain silent. Valerie didn't press further and stood up. "Either way, I probably can't find the answer on my own. Sorry about that." She smiled wickedly again. "Maybe we need advanced imaging or to cut it open to find out." Li Chiol was immediately alarmed at that look. "No need. One day we'll understand. I don't know what you plan to dissect anyway." But she wouldn't listen. If it's such a formidable magic eye, it deserves a name. Divine Eye? The restorative god Eye of Saloon? Or, in an Eastern flavor, the true Eye of the Household King? Li Chiol firmly refused. "No need." But Valerie finalized it. "Hellwarden Eye. That's badass, right?" But Valerie had already decided. "Hellwarden Eye. That's badass, right?" He must have struggled greatly against those successive blows. Now Li Chiol was panting and exhausted. Days in a row. Predicting, analyzing, choosing, and focusing. Why use the magic eye to its fullest? Development speed surged horribly. Yet his face couldn't hide his excitement. The phone in his breast pocket suddenly vibrated. Valerie looked down and realized. "Is it this late already?" She stepped closer to Li Chiol and teased. "You don't look like a lump of coal anymore, do you? What a pity. Don't train by yourself today. Take a shower and go straight to the research room." He looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Valerie winked and announced, "Because the decoding work is finished." A few books sat on the table. The room was cluttered with books everywhere. Li Chiol asked suspiciously, "I haven't left, so how did everything change like this?" Valerie replied casually, "All this is research material. You could just take it away and throw it out now." She complained, "At the Mage Tower I can command graduate scholars, and it's convenient. Here there isn't a single servant. It's boring." Valerie made the books float with magic and called out, "Since ancient times, the Korean peninsula has preserved records well, so decoding languages and scripts isn't hard and is quite interesting. Now, sit here and look at this first." Li Chiol picked up an object and remarked, "The shape of this stone tablet is different from before, isn't it?" She recounted, because some constellations and characters were faded, I did reconstruction work. From now on, I'll explain it to you. Now I'll explain it to you. Valerie took out a document and laid it on the table. She pointed at the picture and asked, "Have you seen this constellation before?" He answered immediately, "No, I haven't." Valerie produced two more similar images. "Knew it. Currently, that constellation looks like this." She pointed to one of them. "The problem is here. Why do the ancients group these constellations into one? Look below. This is actually a fictional constellation. The order of these stars is the key to the cipher. Though I was misled a bit by the disguise, it's neither a lunar orbit nor a star chart. So what is it?" Li Chiol began to ponder. It seemed he'd seen it somewhere before. Then he suddenly snapped, as if he remembered. Li Chiol asked, "Can I tear this?" Valerie gave a light, relieved laugh. "No need to tear it. It's right here. This is a map of the entire dragon veins of the Korean peninsula. Not stars at all, but a map of the Earth's energy points across Korea." The map had points marked and connected with bold black ink. Valerie's words echoed in the quiet room. "This is not a star map, but a map of Korea's energy veins." She continued, "In Eastern studies, the world is seen as a single living body. Dragon veins are like the body's meridian system, the paths through which mana flows." Li Qion looked at the image and stroked his chin thoughtfully. But this stone steel was made in ancient times, when they likely hadn't extended their territory that far north. Valerie replied, "Which is why I said this is important historical documentation." Her words stunned Li Qion. It was evidence that the ancients had expanded their lands to that region. Finally, Valerie left him space to explore on his own. "Regarding locations, this is as far as I can explain. The rest you'd better read in the annotation yourself." Li Qion stared at the images she gave him, silently considering. Is this the incantation of an ancient star-based magic art? A type of magic driven by exposed mana. No one trains in it anymore, but I learned the incantation while researching with my mother. He placed the map and the constellation images close together. If the dragon veins are truly a meridian system, then could it be? Li Qion began to sense energy from it, using the incantation to channel mana, then followed the energy points according to those positions. After a few seconds of feeling, Li Qion couldn't hide his joy and gave a faint smile. "I've found it." He felt undeniable happiness. Gyeongdu region of Ham Mountain. There lies the tomb of the second patriarch of the Sung Mu, Yang Xian. A few days later, Valerie, sat holding her magic wand rod, turned to him and asked, "Well, leaving?" Li Qion had his backpack ready on his shoulders. He didn't look back and replied, "Yes." Valerie asked him in those final moments before departure, "Before you go, during that 3-question ritual, can you tell me the trick to deceiving it?" Li Qion answered, "Didn't you say you'd figure it out yourself?" Valerie frowned in annoyance. "Stubborn to the end, I really give up on you. But still a loss with you." She offered a warning, "Be careful. Ham Mountain is quite dangerous." Li Qion replied, "I know it's a spirit mountain, but it's special in many ways." Valerie began pointing as she explained, "Best not to go near the relic site. I heard a disciple from Buddha Nation Temple went missing recently, got entangled with stray spirits, and got cursed before anyone noticed. Do you know how terrible the curse can be? Monsters might appear too." Li Qion looked bewildered, then spoke. "Valerie, calm down. Are you really worried about me now?" At that, Valerie blushed awkwardly. "What?" Li Qion noticed the embarrassed, flustered expression on her face and cleared his throat softly. "Valerie, shy and then angry. Worried? Who'd worry about an insolent kid like you? I'm going out to have some fun." Li Qion replied. "Thank you, Valerie. I'm off then." Valerie saw him wave goodbye and asked in surprise, "Huh? You're really going?" Then she offered a promise. "It's right nearby. I'll drop by after I'm done." Li Qion waved farewell. Turning back, he promised, "We'll have fried chicken together again then." A little later, Li Qion arrived at Ham Mountain. He wiped the sweat from his face and told himself, "It's been nearly 2 hours since entering Ham Mountain." He looked at the map with a sigh, glancing between the map and his surroundings. Although the map was made over 1,000 years ago and terrain can change, finding it was harder than he'd expected. He sighed in frustration. A bit rough, but being skilled with the magic, I allowed him to sustain it for a very long time. Even though it was hard to find, Li Qion couldn't give up halfway. He fumbled along the route on the map, wondering to himself, this? The path he followed had 3 orange-red cords like guidelines for Li Qion, combining observations of the surroundings with looking at the map. He kept walking until he saw a swirl of golden-orange light. Noticing this, Li Qion quietly guessed to himself, could it be? He placed his hand on the nearest stone and felt it. Excited, Li Qion realized, this is the place. A pale sea blue aura surrounded him. Li Qion stood up and shouted, Balang! The blue light enveloped the area around him, brightest in the circle beneath his feet. The light clung to the grass, and even the stones there. Then Li Qion gathered that light and concluded, this is a sealed door leading into a tomb. Now we only need to channel mana, following the order of the other constellations on the stone slab. Li Qion touched a slab. Blue energy spread around his body and the stone. He began the opening ritual, starting from the north and turning clockwise. But not long after, Li Qion belatedly realized this was consuming mana terribly. Li Qion withdrew his hand. He said in frustration, not easy at all. A little while later, as dusk fell, Li Qion resolved to place his hand on the stone and try one last time. He told himself, this is the final part. Immediately after, the world seemed to quake, making it hard for Li Qion to stand steady. The stone's inner power made the earth spin. A dazzling sea blue light radiated out. Li Qion raised his hand to shield his face and wondered, what is this all of a sudden? He hugged his backpack to his chest, thinking, how can there be such a terrifying level of mana? Could it be that Ham Mountain's mana had been accumulating for a very long time? Was it activated by my mana? The inner power seemed to explode outward, throwing Li Qion to the ground. He grabbed his backpack, stood up, brushed dust off himself and the pack, and exhaled in relief. Thought I was done for. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't make out his 5 fingers when he raised his hand. Li Qion looked around and said, I can't see anything. He had drained his mana to the limit, so even his magic couldn't be used. He dug into his pack, pulled out a flashlight, switched it on, and said, luckily, I don't sense any presences or movements. He shone the flashlight to survey the surroundings, and suddenly illuminated a bronze statue with an extremely fierce soldier's face. The sculpted fist looked fairly high. He started, nearly thinking he was under attack. Li Qion assessed the area. At this scale, this absolutely cannot be considered a normal ancient tomb. He directed the light to a stone stele and read, this stele states that land was purchased from the local deity for burial use. If any mages saw this, they'd foam at the mouth from shock. Moving the light to another stele, the script there resembled Chinese running script. The dragon and phoenix strokes gave a distinct artistic feel. In this one, Li Qion read the stele aloud. Martial King Lai Xiangxian of the Lai clan lived to 122 years and rests here. According to that, he was surprised to recognize the line of text. All living and dead who wish to enter here, turn back now. Li Qion carried a measure of bewildered worry, thinking, this is a warning. He read on, beyond this is only darkness. He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, is there really something inside? Seeing the energy level was relatively stable, Li Qion told himself, my mana has recovered a bit. I'll try using the magic eye. Acting on that, he used his magic eye to scan the surroundings, and of course it returned nothing. He pressed his hand to his face. I can't see anything. It's like hitting a huge invisible wall, only a sharp pain. Nothing like this had happened before. Continuing his thoughts, in a past life, the elder brother said he hid this location. All records were kept strictly secret, except for the Black Knight. Li Qion wondered, why do that? Out of guilt for disturbing the ancestors' eternal sleep. Then he denied it himself. No. If that were the case, they'd have hidden the excavation entirely. He pondered, it's unlike elder brother's style. The information was leaked half-heartedly. If one thought it was an intentional trap then. A sudden noise drew his attention. Li Qion turned toward the sound. There, many flames drifted out from unknown places. 2 statues with fierce faces were advancing toward Li Qion. He realized in alarm. Are the guardian statues moving? The two statues angrily shouted at Li Qion, "Human, leave this place." He gripped his sword tightly and thought silently. He had never heard a guardian automata here. Moreover, they're not high-grade monsters or spirit beasts, yet they emit waves of intent. Li Qion was puzzled. Even the magic, I couldn't see anything. He wondered, are they moving without using any power at all? Instantly, Li Qion dismissed that thought. That can't be possible. Something that caught his attention. It was a cluster of light with specks like pearls strung together. He watched it and wondered. That gave him no time to ponder. The statue lunged to attack him. Li Qion reflexively dodged in time, stumbling back a few steps, thinking, damn, if only I had a little more time. Li Qion planted his toes to steady himself and calculated. A prolonged fight was impossible if he wanted to win with the little mana he had left then. Li Qion charged toward the two statues. They warned him, leave this place now. But before they could advance to strike him again, some force stopped them. Li Qion was certain. Just as I thought, their movements are crude and simple. Li Qion swung his sword and used the most mindless technique. So the strike would be infused with certainty of mana. The two statues cried out pitifully. Li Qion calculated. If he created distance, he'd be at a disadvantage. Knowing this, he tried to shorten the fight as much as possible. A statue attacked. He couldn't block in time and dodged temporarily. When the second statue struck, he blocked with his sword. The disparity in force showed how hard it was for Li Qion to withstand the physical blow. He used the Hellfire Chi technique. Those were the red cords binding the bronze statue. Just as both Li Qion and the bronze statue were locked in combat, he prepared to raise his sword to finish them off. When both statues suddenly collapsed, Li Qion thought to himself, "Mana depletet? Impossible to muster more mana." Looking at what lay on the ground, he rotated his wrist. If it breathes, then air still flows. The guardian statue isn't harmed at all. Immediately after, the two statues called out, "Leave this place." To Li Qion's astonishment, he felt uneasy. Trouble. His mana was still recovering, not yet enough to resume fighting. Li Qion used his magic eye check. Still, I must be thorough. Concentrate. Moreover, inside their chests were specks of light linked together, just like what he had seen earlier. Immediately, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be? Then Li Qion drew another sword, thinking, if they truly are those things, I must use the Black Knight blade to cut straight through to the core in one strike. When they saw him draw the black sword, the two statues talked to each other. The first asked, "What's that?" "A pitch-black sword." The second said, "A completely black sword." Both of them said, "That's our friend." Then they hurriedly apologized to him. "Sorry." With his magic eye, Li Qion could pierce into their inner minds. He judged them as beings who like to play with animals or children and enjoy pranks. The mysterious progenitor fairy tribe. He pointed the drawn sword up and asked, "You were fighting yet suddenly did this?" The two statues replied to him, "That is a frightening sword." "Sorry." They continued, "Instead, we'll heal you." Immediately, they beamed light onto his body. Li Qion realized his body was recovering. The two statues spoke. "We thought you were evil. We've healed you, so accept our apology." Li Qion asked them, "Then why are you here?" They answered, "We don't know, we won't tell." He began to intimidate. "I'm just going to swing this to test. Do you want to answer obediently?" They cried out, "Humans are frightening." Then the two statues began to tell their tale. "We made a pact long ago. 1,000 years have become more than 1,000 years." Hearing this, Li Qion found it strange. These mysterious beings were supposed to live in harmony with nature. Li Qion asked them, "It must be hard, since you've been guarding this place all that time." Receiving his comforting words, the two statues spoke their thanks. "Thanks. As long as you don't hold that sword, you're a good person." "Wait, is that really a sword?" Li Qion asked further. "But who did you make the pact with?" "The one who wields that black sword." "Should I tell them?" "I suppose I can. The hair and eyes are the same color." "That's right." They agreed. "The one we pledged to is the person who entered in there. We suffered greatly, but that person said if we guarded this place, they would protect us too." The The two pointed at a nearby sealed door. Li Qion asked, "Protect you from what?" They replied, "Something terrifying, something that cannot die." Terrifying, utterly terrifying. So you attacked me because you thought I was one of them. Li Qion recalled the mountain caretaker saying something similar. He made up his mind. In the end, he had no choice but to go inside. The two statues told him that to enter he must prove himself with blood. Only those permitted may go in. Li Qion obeyed, using the Black Knight blade to cut his palm. His hand bled. He pressed his palm against the center of the two doors. Where the embossed patterns were, the blood soaked in and stood out more than ever. The doors opened easily. Inside there wasn't a single light. It seemed to plunge into an abyss. Li Qion stepped inside. "All right, let's go." In the lab, Valerie lay collapsed over a table, sighing. "So much research left to do. Why like this?" She said in frustration, "Today's a wash. I'll just order fried chicken." She pulled out her phone to call when the computer emitted the sound of a rotating monitor fan. Valerie turned back to look at the screen. The fan noise. Looking at the map on the screen, a red dot appeared at a central point in the city. She looked and asked herself skeptically, "Red means a kill. There's no way that would appear in Gyeongju, right? Or a system error." But her expression gradually grew serious. Valerie stared at the monitor and exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. 5 gates opening at once." She sprang up, fingers flying over the keyboard. Could it be because of that kid? But when she checked other areas, everything was normal, which eased her somewhat. No, on the contrary, the mountain's mana is unchanged. She immediately packed her gear and left. This was no time to be calm. Even with few civilians in Gyeongju, it was still dangerous. Valerie hurriedly departed. She hadn't noticed that the place she'd just checked showed no abnormal signal. Then a red dot appeared. The red dot spread like a virus with terrifying exponential growth, and in the blink of an eye it nearly covered the entire map. Li Qion walked while looking around, thinking this was not an ordinary cemetery. After walking a bit, he found an old bookshelf. Li Qion rummaged through it and found what he needed down there. The Che Black Knight record. Though he needed it. But his instincts sensed something even better. Li Qion's heart pounded with joy as he felt the dark energy stirring around him. His heart wanted to leap out of his chest from excitement. Li Qion stepped forward and sensed a strange feeling occurring throughout his body, and felt a strange sensation spreading across his body. Still dazed, he looked ahead and suddenly saw an old man with white hair, clutching a sword tightly. Li Qion didn't know if this was a hallucination or a real spirit. He could feel abundant vitality emanating from him. Li Qion confirmed everything around him with his own eyes. He was shocked by what he saw, murals covered in talismans and gold threads. Li Qion didn't understand why so many seals were needed. What exactly were those seals for? He followed the golden threads and discovered a gap. He panicked when he saw many cords had snapped. When the cords broke, Li Qion saw countless streams of dark energy pour out and converge toward the old man. Those streams of dark energy also shot straight toward him. Li Qion couldn't react in time and was completely surrounded by the dark energy. They slowly submerged him. After a while, Li Qion saw a mirror placed in the room. He looked into the mirror and saw a child with sorrowful eyes, seeming utterly lifeless. He thought to himself that it was his past life. Li Qion recalled and saw scenes of beatings and abuse, just because of living that life. At that time, he wondered why he had to endure those things and how he could escape them. Li Qion saw his families made dismissed for embezzling the clan's funds. She asked, "What will the young master do without me?" A cold voice cut in, "That is none of your concern." Li Qion thought there was no better word than that the maid had embezzled and that he would never see her again. At that moment, the white-haired old man looked at Li Qion and said it was all right, telling him he wouldn't fall so easily. At that time, he was being dragged away, but still tried to reassure him that he'd return quickly after tidying the room. But Li Qion knew he wouldn't be able to return, and someone told him, Go, he will cover this up." Yet the clan would still hunt for him. He said that the boy would find his life again. At that moment, running, he thought, He couldn't protect the maid, couldn't protect his uncle, and had to abandon his name and live as a fugitive. Li Qion asked why the Lai bloodline was so wretched. He knew these were scars from his past life, the weakest parts of his subconscious. Li Qion clenched his hand and wondered why he was shown these things. Even though he was returned to the past, this remained an undeniable truth. A past full of pain in the previous life. He never turned away from it. Those very memories are the will that kept Li Qion alive until now, to never be robbed of or lose what is important again. He broke free from the illusion and saw the creature sealed within that pile of bones. Li Qion's head ached as if it would split open. He saw the scenes and the old man's words. Prepare for the next generation and seal him with that thing. The other person immediately objected. Li Qion was amazed. This feeling was like reading memories through endless dark energy. He wondered silently. Had he absorbed that thing's energy? The old man explained he was merely an outsider who would appear one day. He would carry that thing within him. He said a child chosen by the Black Knight would be born. That child will become hope. He handed the other person a stone steel and instructed them to create it, then proclaim it to the world. A child would follow the steel's words. Come and say they would help him bear this burden. The vision ended. Li Qion vomited those filthy things up. He hadn't expected things to be so difficult. Li Qion sat on the ground, using his sword as support, gasping. What had happened? He clutched his left chest, feeling something slightly change in color. This magic seemed to spread throughout Li Qion's body, and he could feel it clearly. The dark energy that had been confined to his heart now flowed evenly throughout, making his body far larger than before. He gently opened his palm. A pitch-black aura spread out, even denser than before. Li Qion clenched his hand tightly. What on earth was this? He sprang to his feet, eyes turning to the person sitting on the surface of the well. This place was not a graveyard but a space for sealing. The ancestors had waited for descendants to arrive here in the distant future. Could they have been waiting for him? Li Qion gripped the sword. Even having reached the supreme realm, could one read a fate that stretched 1,000 years ahead? Was there something? He slowly adjusted his clothing. But now, Li Qion solemnly turned toward that senior. Respectful greetings, ancestor. Pardon my rudeness for the late introduction. He raised both hands in a gesture of reverence. I am a descendant of the Li clan. I respectfully bow to the ancestors. Li Qion bowed low and continued. Though I have come late, by the arrangement of the forebears I have reached this place. From now on, let me bear that burden. The senior said nothing, but his body slowly vanished, leaving only a single outer robe. The venerable ancestor rested in peace. The robe floated gently toward where he knelt. When Li Qion took it, he said happily, "It's like being given a gift." "Very well, I accept it." He lost track of how much time had passed in that dark, empty place. Li Qion's footsteps paced steadily. "It's out, it's done. Amazing, amazing." That voice echoed as he walked in. "Thank you, friend. At last the promise is fulfilled. Can we go now?" Li Qion swept past those motes of light and nodded. "Yes, you've all done enough. Well done." The motes obeyed and darted through the air. "Thanks. We're all healed now thanks to you, friend. Let's play again later." Each mote departed, leaving the place desolate once more. Li Qion sighed. They left without cleaning up at all. He gave a helpless laugh, unsure how he'd report this to the clan later. The spirits had all fled. The place had become barren. Li Qion grabbed his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. They'll figure out how to handle it themselves. A cluster of magical energy suddenly gathered before him. There had been no door moments ago. Could this be an exit? Without hesitation, Li Qion stepped directly into the center of that aura. He felt as if he were falling through an undefined void. And in an instant, Li Qion landed with a jolt of pain. He sat up and rubbed his head. Oh man, this is really hard to get used to. Li Qion looked up at the sky and suddenly realized dawn had come. He hesitated, however, sensing that something was off. Because of that, Li Qion drew his sword and assumed a ready stance. He stepped back slightly, trampling the grass so it rustled. Surrounding him in a circle stood cloaked figures with obscured faces, and Li Qion found himself surrounded in the center. He held his sword, extremely alert. Who are these people? If not for my instincts, I wouldn't have detected them. Suddenly something shot here at high speed, freezing him in place. It smashed a nearby boulder to pieces. Li Qion reacted instantly, springing back a distance. An arrow. He raised his vigilance. Who are you? What are you? They behaved like a group gone out of control, unnaturally pale. Found it fragments, piece by piece we must strip the mask off, strip it off, strip it off. This chaotic chorus fell silent to Li Qion for a moment. The strange voice sounded as if many were speaking at once. What? His eyes widened as he took in the scene before him. The aura was clearly the magic of a beast, yet the presence was unmistakably human. They showed no restraint and leapt forward at once. The door is open. How could a human still be in there? One of them hauled a large tree trunk and headed toward him. It was a grand mask of freedom. Li Qion gritted his teeth and slashed his arm in one motion. Damn it! His blade struck straight into the tree trunk the attacker swung. Seeing the trunk unharmed, Li Qion was astonished. How had that thing been swung just now? This was not something a human could wield. Only then did he get a closer look at the man's face. Dull, green-gray flesh, facial features like a pig. An orc? But Li Qion dismissed that thought on closer inspection. No, not an orc, a human wearing orc flesh. Why would a human wear orc skin? Meanwhile, the man let out a disgusting cry as he advanced. Why would a human wear orc skin? Meanwhile, the man let out a disgusting cry as he advanced. Li Qion quickly leaned aside to dodge the incoming strike, and, at the same time, raised his sword, reacting fast enough to block a poison needle hurled at him. The poison dart flew far away, and he realized who had fired it. He didn't know what these things were, but this place was unsuitable for dealing with large numbers. With that thought, Li Qion infused his sword with power, causing the surrounding air to stir. The rigid chi of Ba Lak exploited the chaos he created. He moved away from the spot very quickly. As he ran, Li Qion thought, first, change location. It still wasn't fully dawn. They were in a desolate mountain forest. On a high rocky ridge stood a figure wearing a white mask, watching silently. The figure spoke in a frightening voice, black hair, golden eyes. A descendant of Sungmu. Yang Xian came because the tomb's gate opened, but what exactly is that thing? Bastards, detestable. Ah, those who have truly been freed, I will help you strip off the last remaining mask. The mountain forest trembled as a bizarre sound rang out. Part of the sky had grown dimly light, cutting across the sparse woods. Li Qion ran until he was panting. Were there about 30 enemies? They were clearly human, yet using monster power. It was impossible to tell whether humans had become monsters or vice versa. Fortunately, they did not move in an organized way. Their paths often overlapped chaotically. Though wielding human weapons, their movements were like rookies, only capable of swarming attacks. I'll capture the rest alive myself and investigate later. In his hand now was a shield, one of the weapons he received as a reward from the spar with Luke. The masterwork Holy Shield and Lo. Though the top-tier shield is legendary as a gift from the Lord to the second Roman king Pompilius, the replica, forged by divine command, was rated masterwork. I seized the chance to absorb it while at Valerie's workshop. From the opposite side, the man lunged at great speed and in a flash was upon him. He leaped up, let out a deafening yell, and brought a blow meant to finish Li Qion. Li Qion prepared quickly, using the shield to block the strike directly. His sword hand quickly severed the man's arm. This quick opportunism from Li Qion had been trained into a reflex. After cutting off the arm, he kept swinging his sword, causing the man to bleed profusely. Once Li Qion had taken one down, the others pounced toward him. A cold edge filled Li Qion's gaze. Their attack pattern had shifted into coordinated combos. Had they not entirely lost their minds? His shield flared with an unusual brightness. But it was fine. Li Qion spun once, sending classic beams of light from the shield to blast them away. At the same time, he spun and struck with his sword. Of course, they were dealt pain as well. Not a single one escaped. Drops of blood fell to the ground before the watching others. Li Qion prepared for a second wave. If they didn't come, He would launch like a bolt with green energy pouring forth and go to them himself. A short while later, still in this forest, Li Qion easily bound 3 of them. I've broken their arm and leg bones, so they definitely can't rampage anymore. He fell into thought as he observed them more closely. Cloudy eyes, and the aura they gave off was monstrous. It didn't seem like pollution, some kind of brainwashing or curse. Qion cautiously reached out. He had to try channeling mana into them. Suddenly, a burst of sound like it came from afar rang out. So loud it hurt his ears, forcing him to cover them in discomfort. What is this sound? That terrifying blast of sound shook the 3 who were tied up. The masks on their faces suddenly began to melt, dripping water onto their hems. In an instant, they somehow summoned tremendous strength, broke free, and the ropes snapped. Li Qion looked up at the huge shape looming over him and froze in place. The 3 seemed to have merged into one, forming an indescribably large body. What on earth is this? Cut to Valerie hovering above, eyes scanning below to inspect. Why was it so quiet? If the gate had opened, the monster should have poured out. From above, she kept looking one way and then the other, observing. After a while, Valerie descended calmly and walked slowly along the quiet path. She suddenly halted, briefly stunned by what was before her. Because ahead was a gate stirring, but nothing was coming out. A gust of energy suddenly flashed across Valerie's eyelids. Is this intentionally creating a mana imbalance to open a terror gate? Even madness has its limits. She looked back and forth, uneasy, but if they opened the gate to terrorize, the quieter it was, the more baffling it became. Valerie froze once more at the strange sensation. Wait, what is? Isn't this an ordinary gate? The conduit looks like a teleportation magic array, doesn't it? Valerie's face darkened, her brows knitting in thought. Could it be only a one-way passage through here? Just then, a stream of presence dropped over her head, making her cry out in sharp pain. Valerie clutched her head, staggered. This wasn't magic she knew. It lay beyond her understanding. She couldn't fully decode it right now. She had to check other places. So she cautiously flew up. Passing through an area, Valerie saw a group gathered around a magic gate. Had the army arrived? She slipped behind a large wall. Or should she barge in and claim she wanted to inspect the gate? But she dismissed that idea. No, because her being in Korea was still secret, and her master had warned her not to reveal her identity. So what exactly is that thing? She couldn't hesitate long and turned away hurriedly. First, she had to return and research more. A little later, Valerie collapsed tiredly on the sofa. After the tension eased, she suddenly felt starving and craved fried chicken. Her eyes were drawn to the computer screen. She sat bolt upright. Could there be another gate? She hurried to her desk and looked at the computer. What is this? These are mana frequency readings I've never seen before. What are these things? Gates show red, monsters black, yet this is gray. Why does it display an undefined label like this? Her fingers flew over the keys. There were 31 mana frequencies she didn't recognize. Wait, could it be? Valerie's eyes suddenly lit up. It's these ones, the ones who passed through the gate or those who created it. This theory made her blurt out. That bastard Li Qion clearly said he would go to Mount Aham. The yellow dot indicated the owner of the mana eye. After a moment of probing, Valerie realized the figure looked clearly eager. This is too dangerous. Li Qion was still facing that giant monster, and it had even transformed into a beast. He studied the creature and silently assessed. It resembled a lizard deity, but with differences. Its body was monstrous, yet the way mana moved through it was human-like. Its tail suddenly whipped, the attack carrying terrifying force. Li Qion immediately pushed the figure back to dodge. Earlier it felt like it was imitating a monster's fighting style, but now it fought naturally, as if reclaiming its original body. Moreover, it fought like a human. However, a suppressing spell lay within his body. Damn it, my mana is being restrained. The hand holding Li Qion's sword couldn't move. The endless aura was. The moment he let his guard down, it lunged and stabbed hard into him. Li Qion was hit and thrown, crashing into a large nearby tree, even cracking parts of the trunk. Li Qion panted. Damn it. At his feet was a clump of slime stuck fast. Has the slime been there all along? Is my mana being drained? Could it be absorbing energy? Li Qion clicked his tongue and stomped hard on that disgusting mass. What a nuisance. The monster stood still and had no intention of attacking. It didn't rush in like before. Its intelligence had surely increased. Otherwise, I'll go myself. Thinking that, Li Qion's eyes suddenly lit up, mana surged, and he charged forward like a god. The move he used was the condensed chi technique, Squirrel Gale. His blade sliced decisively across its body. After striking, Li Qion curled his lips in a smirk. I cut right to the core, so? But before he could finish the thought, he widened his eyes in surprise. The monster not only remained unhurt, but swung its huge tail straight at him. Li Qion spotted the slash right on its body. Has it regenerated already? The slime absorbed energy, the lizard god regenerated, and the wailing of the vengeful spirit suppressed mana. In a case like this, whether in a past life or this one, I've never heard of it. This made him grit his teeth. He didn't care about the amount of mana or whatever the heck it was. Li Qion raised his arm decisively and shouted, I'll cut them all down. Mystic green energy was condensed and launched at it. It was called the Three Waves. The monster was struck repeatedly by that energy and staggered. Right after, Li Qion shot up like a god. A killing intent burned in his eyes. Let's see if you can regenerate once your head is severed. Saying that, Li Qion directly slashed off the monster's head. Its body fell into a sack. Li Qion suddenly froze, hearing a strange sound. What was that noise? He jolted and turned with a pale face. Could there still be remnants left? But the scene before him made him even more bewildered, because something suddenly burst into flames. Oh, what is that? Seeing it approach, Li Qion gritted his teeth. Impact incoming. Immediately after, a cataclysmic explosion rang out. After the blast's aftermath, the ground and rocks in the area were cracked. A confident figure appeared. She arrived in a self-assured manner. The lady has arrived. She appeared like a fairy godmother and said, Li Qion, I'm here to help you. Are you okay? He was momentarily dazed. Aside from almost being killed by you earlier, I'm fine. Li Qion sighed and added, couldn't you have landed a bit more gently? Valerie laughed and waved. I was worried and came to help. What are you saying? He eyed her suspiciously. You weren't trying to assassinate me, were you? She blinked and replied, wasn't I clearly not hurt yet? Seeing Valerie turn away and laugh, Li Qion muttered in annoyance. Miss, I'm sorry for comparing you to that madman. She pointed ahead and said, more importantly, what are those things? Li Qion replied curtly, they're enemies. Hearing that, Valerie despaired. It's obvious from looking. They transformed from humans into monsters. What nonsense are you talking about? He nodded seriously. Just as I said, until just now, they were still in human form. She, irritated, retorted, I told you that's ridiculous. How could? Suddenly, the enemy emitted a piercing, ear-splitting sound. The sound truly made both of them clutch their ears and reel. What the hell is that? And Valerie felt the mana within her. Was her mana system being shaken? They aren't. She was momentarily startled, huh? Probably yes. At that moment, his gaze flashed with a sharp glint. I need to capture those two alive. When I signal, you strike. While Valerie hadn't yet understood what was happening, wait, why? Li Qion cut her off and charged straight ahead. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling extraordinary energy. If it's an aura that can grasp even spiritual entities. Li Qion used his condensed chi technique. DM La directly tore away the red cords wrapped around the opponent. It was time. He turned back and shouted, now. Valerie quickly used her wand. From its crown, a magnificent formation erupted, a sixth-rank sealing magic, the 100 Directions array. As she cast the talisman, she said confidently, when dealing with demons, ritual arts are still supreme, like law and order. Having said that, Valerie continuously launched terrifying spiraling energy from her hands. At that moment, Li Qion used his magic. Only the slime remains. Even with special abilities, a slime is still a slime. With that thought, He decisively swung and punched the goo at his feet. Li Chion's hand plunged through the goo and grasped a green gem. Then he decisively pulled it out of the sticky mass. Looking at it, he let out a light breath of relief. Li Chion handed it to her and said, "Hold on to this for me." Valerie showed displeasure. "Why do you want this?" He replied, "Because I might need Valerie to analyze it." She exhaled. "For now, that's enough. And there's this too." After Valerie recounted everything, dawn had broken. She said, "So a spatial gate appeared in central Gyeongju?" "Yes, an artificial gate." Valerie became serious. "But it's not a normal gate. It's more like a passage." Li Chion folded his arms calmly. "Then how is it different from a teleportation array?" She carefully explained, "A teleportation array requires preparation at both point A and point B, like both sides reaching out to grasp each other. But this time it's different. It instantaneously transfers from point A to point B on its own, and not by other means, but via a spatial gate." Valerie rubbed her chin, looking very serious. "With current human technology, no, that's simply impossible." Valerie stared at the decapitated monster. She continued, "The origin principle of the gate itself may be clear, but applying that principle is impossible. With current human technology, it's simply an unachievable technique." Hearing this, Li Chion fell into thought. If she put it that way, perhaps it really is impossible. There are countless powers in this world that can't be explained by logic. Yet even Valerie's manhwa analysis couldn't grasp the exact theory. Valerie rubbed her wand. "When I confirmed the gate and returned to the workshop, the detector scanned something very strange, so I came back straight here." Li Chion looked at the monster's corpse. Maybe what the detectors picked up were these things. Valerie still wondered, "So what exactly are they?" He replied cautiously, "As I said earlier, humans have turned into monsters." She, with a more serious expression than ever, said, "Hey, what have you been saying this whole time? If it were grafting or something similar, I'd understand, but it's not some illusion spell, is it?" Li Chion sighed helplessly. "Do you think my eyes can't tell the difference? That's why I wanted Valerie to see what I caught herself. Also have her check the corpse of that lizard man." Valerie exhaled. "Are you saying he was struck by an illusion spell?" So she reluctantly complied. "All right, let me take a look." Valerie's eyes turned clear and sharp, taking on an indescribably cold sense of perception. Using her mana to inspect, she said, "This is just a monster. In terms of ability, it's somewhat unusual, but after all, it's still a monster. Although there are monsters that can take human form, this one is just a lizard man. Its mana system is strange, and it has unique abilities too." But Li Chion suddenly cut her off. "However, there are beings in human form mixed with monsters. Come over here and take a look." The sky was now bright. The whole forest was bathed in fresh light. He gently brushed leaves aside to lead the way for Valerie. This path. However, Li Chion froze, startled by something. Before him was just the corpse of an ordinary monster, nothing special. "Hey, this is just a goblin." As she sat down to examine it, Li Chion remained stunned. "When I defeated it, it was still in human form." While Valerie was using her examination technique, she suddenly discovered something and looked down at the goblin's foot. "Boot, why is this on the monster's foot?" She recognized footprints from when it was human, even the clothes it wore, traces showing it had once been human. Valerie's brows knitted. Could it really be true? She slowly stood and said sternly, "We need to investigate further. I've taken enough samples, so I'll study them on my own." Li Chion asked again, "Do you believe me now?" She scratched her head awkwardly. "These monsters are all strange, and the evidence is enough. For now, it's best to burn all the corpses. Have you dealt with them all?" He shook his head and answered nonchalantly, "Yes, I handled all 30. Valerie panicked. "What? Isn't it 31? My detector shows 31 unidentified mana sources right now." This reminded him. Could that sound from earlier be? Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, there seems to have been one more person. And that person is the one who took advantage of these mutant creatures. At Valerie's workshop. At that moment, Li Chion opened the door and entered. "Valerie, what are the results?" Valerie slowly removed her glasses. "I couldn't find much. It's the same as what I saw with my manhwa back then." After a pause, he called Valerie's name. She replied, yes. He continued, do you remember I won the 3 questions game? Valerie was startled and slammed her hand on the table. Of course I remember. So, Valerie slammed her hand on the table. Of course I remember. So, Li Qion folded his arms calmly. Didn't I say it's easy to spot you when you lie? She pouted. You're shameless. Valerie, annoyed. If you knew what I'm like in France, you wouldn't argue, and you'd just leave. Yes, yes, I know. Yet she persisted. No, it's true. I used to be the renowned Rose of the College of Dark Arts, you know. This made Li Qion freeze. The renowned Rose? Isn't that the lunatic? So he urged, I get it. So stop dodging and just tell me. Valerie pressed her lips together, her whole body trembling. Seeing her shake like that, Li Qion understood. This was about to get messy. So he tried to calm her. Someone of Valerie's caliber couldn't fail to find anything. No need to stall. I know how capable you are. She was taken aback. Huh? Li Qion awkwardly continued. You're the master of mana analysis. You helped me raise my magical level, and you even deciphered the secret of the stone tablet my ancestor hid. Surely only Valerie could read it. He spoke at length, then realized, oops, that compliment sounded long-winded, like reciting a homework answer. I hope she won't be annoyed. Suddenly, Valerie pushed up with her hands and stood. After his praise, she folded her arms confidently. Of course, there's nothing I can't find. Seeing that, Li Qion was pleased. So simple. Valerie remained serious. Before we continue, I have one question. Her face suddenly changed. The mutant group attacked you this time. Did they target you from the start? Li Qion thought for a moment. Probably. Since we couldn't communicate, it's hard to know for sure. But seeing his answer trail off, Valerie grew more curious. What did you discover at the place with that stone tablet? Do you know what those people were aiming for? Now he sat back a little. Earlier she said they were human. Li Qion, with a calm expression, I gathered a few things, but it's hard to explain everything. I trust Valerie, but this is different. As you know, that stone tablet belongs to my family. I can't reveal it to just anyone. This made her fall silent and ponder for a long time. He was a bit puzzled why she asked. Valerie leaned back in her chair. This matter. Remember, this is only my speculation. You can think of it as a sci-fi story if you like. During the wartime era, there once existed a Grand War organization. That war, also called the World War, began with a large-scale invasion of monsters. But as the war escalated, it was no longer simply humans versus beasts. Humans, other races, and monsters, with their competing interests and losses, converged, turning the world into a sea of blood. In that bloodthirsty age, and called forth by the times, countless things that had been sleeping beneath the surface were revealed. 6 organizations emerged into the open. They were strange and mysterious, yet irresistibly alluring. Each organization had different locations, forms, and influenced the world in different ways. Because of those shared oddities, people grouped them together and called them Lujdai. Valerie sat cross-legged. Those organizations are hard to find in history books. Actually, that name was told to me by my master. Although people lumped them together, it said they did not consider each other kindred. Li Qion asked, so you mean what I encountered is one of those organizations you mentioned? She pursed her lips and said, among them is an organization called Behemoth. What I heard from my master is quite similar to your story. Their ideology is actually very simple. Break free from reason. Valerie rubbed her chin. Humans should live by the unconscious or instinct. Li Qion clicked his tongue. Isn't that the thesis scholars and thinkers of that time proposed? She nodded. If you stop there, then yes. The human form is ultimately just a mask. If you remove that mask, you can achieve true freedom. To gain that freedom, it said they operated in the form of monsters. This surprised him, and he uttered, huh? Valerie clarified. They believe monsters acting on unconscious impulse are the truest form of a being. Hearing this, Li Qion wondered. So from that time, they turned humans into monsters? If there's precedent, why did you say it's impossible? In response to his question, she waved her hand. No, what my master said and what you say are different. He said they were masks or draped themselves in skins that mimic monsters. Not that people actually turn into monsters. Valerie took out a cigarette and struck a match. Behemoth believes their ideology is absolutely correct. They poured effort into spreading that belief and created many followers. They were an extremely powerful organization, to the point of waging war against nations. It's still unclear whether that person was Behemoth, but some organization targeted you and caused this incident. Hearing that, Li Qion remained calm. Yes, I know. The cigarette in her hand emitted thin spirals of white smoke. So, Valerie asked, what are you going to do next? To be honest, I'm a little worried too. He kept calm and stated his strategy resolutely. I'll continue my cultivation journey as I am. If I were going to return to the family over an undefined danger, I wouldn't have stepped outside in the first place. Hearing that, Valerie involuntarily let out a breath, and a satisfied smile curved her lips. She appeared calmer than ever. Yes, I knew you'd answer like that. Back in his room, Li Qion examined the cloak hanging in his cupboard. Looking it over, the outfit didn't resemble ordinary clothes at all. He gently rubbed the fabric and studied it thoughtfully. Indeed, it wasn't embroidered, and from the start it wasn't a typical fabric. You could feel it as soon as you put it on. For that reason, Li Qion carefully donned the cloak. He slid his arms into the sleeves neatly and put it on, and Li Qion felt very comfortable. Sure enough, the size adjusted itself. He stepped up to the mirror and observed, this is pretty good. The stretch is nice, so movement is very comfortable. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Valerie burst in from outside, waving happily. Let's order fried chicken tonight. As she said it, she noticed him standing at the mirror and caught his gaze. The room fell silent for a moment. Valerie immediately burst into a delighted laugh. Well, that's the age. Looking in a mirror and spinning around, 15-year-olds are like that, aren't they? She tried to hold herself back. Last time I asked to go shopping for clothes, remember? Valerie suddenly approached Li Qion and screamed in shock. What are you wearing? He didn't understand. Why are you like that? All of a sudden, she picked up the cloak and examined the magical seams closely. Wait, let me see it for a moment. When Li Qion handed it over, Valerie suddenly began to tremble. Where did you get this? Did you actually go out to retrieve this? He still didn't understand. Why are you so surprised? You saw it last time. She flustered. It was dark then, so I couldn't see clearly. Valerie's eyes fixed on the garment. This is definitely heavenly silkworm thread. The pattern is definitely a talisman, but I don't sense any magic resistance. Li Qion was puzzled. Heavenly silkworm thread? She immediately looked down. You don't know? It's a silk produced by a spirit beast, resembling a silkworm called the celestial silkworm. From what I know, it takes decades to produce a single strand. So, they use it to make clothing? Li Qion hadn't realized it was so precious. Valerie clicked her tongue. Is it just valuable? If the whole thing is heavenly silkworm thread, it's basically top-tier equipment. This astonished him. Top-tier equipment? Did Valerie misunderstand something? When I inspected it with my mana eye, I didn't detect any special power. She waved her hand. Of course not, because heavenly silkworm thread itself isn't a finished thread. Valerie clenched her palm. Heavenly silkworm thread grows with its owner. It's so rare that talismancers only use it as a conduit for spells, yet someone used it to sew a garment. This is a terrifying piece of equipment humanity will never see again. She pleaded. Can I try it on just once? Li Qion refused. You can't have that many. Valerie looked desperate. Just one strand? No, 2 strands. Only 2 strands. He had to step back. Wait. After a moment, Valerie sighed with relief. I didn't expect it to have chosen an owner. She hugged the cloak excitedly. It has a spirit. It's insane, truly insane. Of course, Li Qion wasn't pleased. How long are you going to act like this, Valerie? She hurriedly calmed. Okay. Fine, sorry, I was just looking. Valerie handed him something and said, Here, read this. When the book opened, it contained information about the celestial silkworm, a spirit beast that feeds on mana and grows where yin and yang are balanced, laying eggs every 10 years and forming a cocoon after 20 years. The silk is produced by melting that cocoon in a sacred elixir called celestial spirit water. That silk is heavenly silkworm thread. Heavenly silkworm thread has a spirit. recognizes its owner, and absorbs mana. Even if cut by blades, it will absorb mana to self-repair. It doesn't get wet in water, and if burned by fire, it quickly restores itself. Li Qion took the cloak from her. So equipment can have consciousness? Valerie replied calmly. A little different, but almost the same. Hey, look at this. She pointed to a pattern on the garment. Most importantly, this is equipment without limits. The magic resistance stat is almost zero. Even layering pure mana over it won't reach that level. Valerie sighed. A third-rate talismancer with this could become first-rate. If it were mine, I'd have asked for a strand already. After hearing that, Li Qion involuntarily looked down at the cloak. I knew it was special, but not to this extent. Valerie asked, "What's the name of that garment?" He answered as he put it on. "It's called Silver Cold." The name was written in white patterns on the inside of the coat. Silver Cold, meaning the Silver River. There was no better name. The sword contains the blackness of night, and the garment contains the Silver River. Though not a pair, they harmonize like one. Valerie nodded. You've obtained something very precious. A few days later, in the bright room, a soft voice sounded. The translation took longer than I expected. Li Qion was clutching his head over the stack of documents on the table. They were written in archaic script. If he gave them to Valerie, she could translate easily, but these concerned family secrets, so she couldn't be allowed to read them. He rubbed the back of his neck. After all, obtaining these books was thanks to Valerie. Try translating them again. In Li Qion's mind, the translated words appeared. I leave this record for future generations. Leaving the story of the Black Knight goes against my father's wishes. This made him think, was it written by the second-generation ancestor Li Huangxian? The book states, I cannot be certain this record will be safely passed down to future generations. If it is done, it will be... Li Qion read to this point and pulled out another bamboo book. The other contents were intact. Why are only these parts? Aside from a few specific characters, no writing was smeared. Did someone deliberately erase it? Had someone plundered the tomb before me? No, impossible, because there were no traces in the ancestor's tomb. His face was full of inscrutable contemplation. Moreover, the ancestor wrote as if predicting this. The content recorded here may not remain preserved. Li Qion stroked his chin and thought. The explanation about the sword seal wasn't as extensive as he'd expected. It only covered what his senior had discovered and revealed publicly. Could have been written by the ancestor Li Huangxian? No wonder it only documents up to the third seal. At that thought he sighed. So my senior didn't deliberately hide anything. Li Qion's fingers lightly skimmed over the cover of the book. He couldn't help but utter, Black Knight is the sword forged by God to cut. At that line, Li Qion froze. Am I reading this right? A sword forged by a god. Just then his phone vibrated. What the hell is this? He quickly pulled it out. The sender on the screen made him flinch. Jin Suzhong? Why is he messaging all of a sudden? A message appeared. A problem has arisen. I want to meet you for a moment. By then he had finished packing and begun preparing for the new journey. He thanked Valerie. Thank you for everything. She smugly patted her chest and replied, Of course. The man-eye research, decoding the stone slab, even the matter of the garment, that was me telling you about it too. Seeing her like that, he frowned and thought to himself, here we go again. Then he sighed, I'll introduce you to a few people later. This proposal made her curious. Introduce me to who? He continued, one of them is my aunt. Well, I think you two would get along very well. After saying that, he turned to leave, bidding farewell. All right then, I'm off. As he was about to go, she immediately called out, Wait. She shyly produced a gem. Take this. It's not anything amazing. Actually, it's quite amazing. It's a stone I poured my heart into making. I sealed a charm of safety into it. I don't know how effective it'll be. It's just a simple anti-evil talisman, but... He accepted the stone and replied cheerfully, Thank you. I only ever receive things from Valerie. She shook her head, denying it. No, actually I also... Before she could finish, he interrupted, What? Valerie too? Are you hiding something from me? She glanced away embarrassed and shook her head. Ah, it's nothing. She thought inwardly, I can't tell him. In Li Qiol's thesis on the Mana Eye, I titled it The Supreme Superhuman and the True Eye of the Dark Mana King. Recalling that moment, she fluttered with excitement. If it wasn't discovered, then it's not a crime, right? He probably doesn't read those theses. Only the useless magic recluses in their rooms would. He sighed and replied, a bit harsh, but let's leave it at that. His indifferent attitude angered her, and she pointed at him. I told you I'm not hiding anything. What do you mean by leave it at that? Then she returned to the main topic. More importantly, what are you going to do now? He answered, I probably need to go to Seoul for a trip. Hearing that, she reached out and offered, all right, see you next time then. He smiled pleasantly in return. Then they shook hands. Thanks again, Valerie. Cut to the outskirts of Seoul. Upon meeting, Jong Jin-soo wore an exhausted expression and greeted, long time no see, young master. He studied Jin-soo with a probing look and asked, you don't look very well. Jin-soo replied, it's just that work's been a bit heavy lately. Then the man pointed toward the interior of the office. Please, this way. He added awkwardly, I'm a bit embarrassed to have you see this, but things are gradually getting back on track. He glanced around and thought, compared to an office, this is a bit small. I thought the investment would have been enough. But the staff all looked in good spirits. Seeing him standing there deep in thought, Jin-soo turned and asked, are you a little disappointed? He replied, at first, yes. But now I think I understand. Did you deliberately start small like this? Jin-soo nodded and continued, yes, that's exactly it. He brought out 2 cups of tea and continued, when you said you needed money, I thought a lot. Do you want immediate profits? Or do you want to build an organization with a solid foundation? So I recruited knowledgeable and talented people who still lack field experience. I plan to nurture them step by step so they could handle major deals later. We haven't achieved anything big yet, but we are growing slowly and steadily. Watching him, he thought, even though I gave him a large sum, it seems he chose to strengthen the foundation. And that's exactly what I wanted. A satisfied smile tugged at his mouth. Jin-soo put his hand to his chest and asked, have I been presumptuous? He answered, I told you. Do as you see fit. Even if there aren't concrete results yet, continue on the path you believe is right. Seeing his worried expression, he thought, if I praise him, he'll double down on this direction. Best to let him use his abilities without pointless restraints. While studying the documents, he asked, by the way, what is this set of papers? He replied, they're the documents to legitimize the black market funds and turn them into your assets. Because the sum is large, it must be done this way. Please review and sign them for me. He observed for a moment, and thoughts formed. Even if superficially laundered, it's still a black fund from the underworld. The tax office isn't stupid. A new company moving unclear funds will be investigated. But if they trace it back to me, they won't dig deeper. He continued, so basically you want to make me the figurehead here, right? Jin-soo nodded in confirmation. Exactly that. I'm just the representative managing your capital, young master. He smiled. So you plan to exploit my family name? He replied, you told me to do as I please, so I'll use every card I have. Hearing that, he exhaled softly, thinking he's trying to define the master-servant relationship. This is the bond that binds Jong Jin-soo, and also his oath of loyalty. He didn't hesitate and signed the papers. All right, do it like that. Now to the main matter. You didn't call me here for this, did you? Jin-soo spoke, startling him a little. The Nine Dragon Camp has taken action. He asked with some surprise. Suddenly? Why the Nine Dragon Camp? Jin-soo explained. During the laundering process, I discovered links to the Nine Dragon Camp. It seems Baek Cheol-soo received some support from them. He stroked his chin, thinking, Baek Cheol-soo has ties to the Nine Dragon Camp? That's not implausible. The Nine Dragon Camp is a power comparable to the Sungmu clan, but unlike Sungmu, they're willing to engage in illegal activities. Jin-soo continued. Once I learned of their involvement, I observed covertly, but then I heard you mobilize personnel. But he thought, they can't act openly. Korea is Sungmu territory, so they can't publicly approach. Besides, the operative handling this is said to be the 7th brother. Then the target can only be one person. That is Jong Jin-soo. Cut to evening. Thunder and lightning crashed outside. The atmosphere grew somewhat frightening. In some corridor, a man was hurrying along. Just as he stopped, a silver-haired man spoke. You're late. The other answered, I'm late because I had to carry out orders from the camp. The man spoke in a way that made the youth uneasy. I know full well the camp never issued any official orders. The young man replied, it's a commission from the elders. The man continued, The brat who used to survive by scavenging has really grown up. Can't earn many lives, yet wants to wield a sword. He replied boldly, because he used to scavenge, I'm curious what might be there. He went on, already siding with the elders to play political games. Your words are better than your sword technique now. He then tossed a letter, which flew straight toward the youth. The youth caught it and began to examine it. What is this? The man explained, after all, as your master I should assist my disciples' ambitions. This is a commission from a camp. It seems the elder in charge botched something badly. Unfortunately, it involves the Sung Mu clan, so they want to get a handle on the situation. Perhaps that brat handling, it needs a blade to boss around. Do you want to go on a trip? He thought for a few seconds, then clasped his hands in salute. Your incompetent student Jang Han thanks you for your master's consideration. Looking at the teacup in his hand, the man warned, be careful. If you think the Sung Mu clan is just the power of some petty state, you'll pay dearly. In any case, they're just hypocrites who like to pretend to be lofty. Having received the order, he set off with a look of utmost determination. Scene cut to the checkpoint in the southern Jilin safe zone, China. As a car approached the checkpoint area, the person inside the car reached out and handed over their travel pass. Taking the paper, the guard began inspecting it closely. No matter how he looked at it, this person didn't look like a laborer at all. He immediately ordered, everyone, please step out of the vehicle for a moment for a passport and pass check. A young man stepped out of the car, his voice laced with irritation. What's the deal, boss? Didn't you just see us yesterday? This man was none other than Yang Seo Dan, the successor of the Yang family, who belonged to the leadership of the Nine Dragons camp. Smiling, he replied, our hard work has really taken a toll on us. We clearly met yesterday, so you're making me sad, boss. As he spoke, he slipped a wad of cash into the guard's coat pocket. Could it be that you still don't remember? The moment he received the money, the inspecting guard's attitude flipped instantly. Ah, yeah, right. I remember now. I drank a bit too much yesterday, huh? Yang Seo Dan snapped back angrily. Let us through. Then he slammed the car door shut. This is completely unacceptable. To think that I, the next term elder of the great Nine Dragons camp, have to travel like this. Don't you find it absurd? The other person didn't reply. Seeing this, Yang Seo Dan continued angrily. Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you, the infamous executioner, tag along to act as the guard captain? The guard replied, it's to throw off Second Master Sung Mu. This mission isn't official. Constantly using this route under the radar makes us prone to detection by the intelligence network, which isn't good. Seeing his mechanical response, Yang Seo Dan sighed in frustration. Do you think I asked because I didn't know that? Deception is fine, but did we absolutely have to travel in such a filthy manner? Can't you be a little more flexible with how you work? You're completely useless. The guard shot him an angry glare, but still endured it and bowed his head. This subordinate's narrow thinking has caused you inconvenience. Please forgive me, he continued, and on top of that, assigning an assassin from a trashy slum like me to do this job. Once this matter is settled, I'll have to properly re-establish my authority as a new elder. Jang Han seethed inwardly. That idiot from the Yang family actually thinks he can talk about authority. Because that pig blabbed about the mission at the tavern yesterday, information on this situation might have already leaked. It took so much effort to get a decent mission, so he couldn't let himself get dragged by the nose and ruin everything. This is a God-given opportunity. I absolutely cannot let it slip away. Inside a tavern, a young man let out a refreshing sigh. Haha, I knew those guys would turn out like that. Trying to do something that wasn't part of the mission. They brought this on themselves. I just hope I don't get dragged into the crossfire. After finishing his drink, he stood up and gulped down the rest. I'm so wasted. Seeing this, the shopkeeper asked curiously, leaving already? He turned back. I need to start heading out. I told you we have to move during these hours to cross the border. The shopkeeper asked with some suspicion, why is the number one drunkard of this swallow's nest suddenly so diligent today? After that Baek Cheol Sugai died, he hooked up with the brokers. These days, nothing makes money as easily as smuggling. The moment Seo Dan stepped outside, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. He gasped in shock. What is this? Even though a fist suddenly appeared right in front of his face, he still didn't understand what was happening. The powerful impact left him no time to react, sending him crashing to the ground. Jang Han walked over and grabbed him by the hair. Parp Yen Baek, a member of the White Bone sect, specializing in human trafficking. With that, he dropped him to the ground and walked further inside, spot on. Drag him away. Following that, countless agonizing screams echoed through the abandoned building. Here, Byun-baek was being brutally tortured. Jang Han interrogated him. So you're saying that after the White Bones sect dissolved, everyone scattered out of fear of retaliation from the Sungmu clan? He replied in terror, Yes, that's exactly right. Young Master Lee Jae-hak is the 7th member of the Sungmu clan. Just as he was about to continue, Jang Han cut him off. You already said that. If you plan on stalling any longer, I'll chop off your other hand too. He pleaded, Yes, I'll confess everything I know. He manages both the slush funds and the other monetary accounts. While he was speaking, Jang Han kicked him hard in the stomach again, making him let out a painful groan. He asked, Which case is that? Byun-baek replied, Captain Jong. It's Captain Jong Jin-soo. Now I truly know nothing else. Please spare my life. Hearing this name, Jang Han finally stopped and thought to himself, This is the 3rd time that name has come up. It's also the name written in the mission order. This means that as long as I find this person, the mission will practically be over. Byun-baek's voice trembled. Now, please let me go. But the moment his words left his mouth, a cold blade sliced across his neck, sending him to the afterlife. Looking at the severed head on the ground, Jang Han mocked, Killed just like a bug. Standing in the back and witnessing everything, CEO Dan praised him. This is the first time I've been satisfied with the executioner. Next time, let me do the prep work. I'm pretty confident when it comes to torture. He turned around to report. We've gathered enough of the necessary information. South Korea's security is very tight. So if we want to cross the border, we need to hurry up. If we make good time, we can have dinner at the hotel tonight. He asked back in surprise, A hotel? With that, he ordered his men to leave. Then it can't be helped. I'll head to the car first. Make sure you hurry up. Jang Han nodded and replied, Understood. The scene shifted to another location. Lee Cheol was sitting down, reviewing documents. It turned out the Forceback Cheol Sue had connected with was the Elders faction. Jong added, Yes. It seems they are providing moderate support while observing the situation. He continued, If it were major support, the family would have noticed from the very beginning. The Nine Dragons camp still lacks too much to be called a unified force. Although the organization is massive, it started as an alliance of various martial families and sections. Therefore, instead of merging, they constantly use the weak to resist the strong, with everyone maintaining their own traditions. Among them are the Elders faction, consisting of 5 sects and 4 major families, and the Nine Dragons Campmasters faction, which includes the directly subordinate forces. In terms of overall power, the Elders Council is currently ahead. But thanks to the overwhelming martial might of the Nine Dragons Campmaster, a balance of power is maintained. After observing for a while, he assessed, By the way, these records are incredibly detailed. From the personal information of key figures in both the Elders and Campmasters factions to the cooperative relationships or power struggles between the forces. How on earth did you investigate the power structure to this extent? Zhang replied confidently, I know an information broker in the Swallow's Nest. I bought the information there. He evaluated inwardly. Being able to sell information of this caliber means they are a merchant of this world, and there aren't many merchants who hold this level of high-grade information. Thinking this over, he brought it up. Could it perhaps be from the Black Crow Society? Zhang smiled and replied, You recognized it immediately, didn't you? That is precisely the organization with influence spanning all across Southeast Asia, the Black Crow Society. They operate as information brokers recognized for their reliability and intelligence network. If it's information from the Black Crow Society, it can be trusted. Zhang continued his report. Next is regarding the figure behind the Nine Dragons camp. The person handling these operations this time around. Looking at the name on the paper, he assessed Yang CEO Dan. That fool. Aside from his political abilities, everything else is terrible. Did he come all the way here? It seems he caused all sorts of scandalous trouble, so he was likely sidelined by the Campmasters faction. They probably want him to score some minor achievements here. Looking at his expression, Zhang also realized he should explain. It appears he's been traveling around secretly on his own and came to South Korea in person out of obligation. He is expected to enter South Korea illegally sometime this week. He sighed and deduced, I don't know if he even has a brain. He will probably enter through a dangerous area. Jong made a suggestion. For the time being, should I go into hiding to buy some time? Because of the Sungmu clan, they won't be able to stay in South Korea for long either. He immediately shook his head. No need. If you do that, the Nine Dragons camp will just send someone else. I have a rather good idea. Jong asked curiously. What kind of idea? He explained, well, I'm not entirely sure on my own. I might need you to use a little bit of your strength. Jong placed his hand over his chest and declared resolutely, if it's something I can do, please just say the word. Hearing this, Lee Cheol was incredibly thrilled. Seriously, okay? You're doing it. You gave your word. Looking at this attitude of his, Jong was a bit taken aback. Yes, sir. The scene shifted to the Jongnyo Chonsang Hotel. Co Dan's voice rang out. How did it go? Did that Lee Jae hack guy release him? Jang Han replied, yes, that's correct. He probably survived by selling information about the night market to the outside. Co Dan added, that's exactly why I don't work with people of unverified backgrounds. Then he tossed the stack of documents aside. In that case, we just need to capture this guy and bring him back. Now, we can leave this country. At this moment, Jang Han had some thoughts running through his mind. You talk as if you actually accomplished something yourself. Husband, while pushing all the work onto others. However, my impression of the Sungmu family has changed a bit. It wasn't directly related information, yet everyone kept it so tightly under wraps. Is the influence of the Sungmu family really this massive? Just then, the landline phone outside suddenly rang. Someone ran over to pick it up. What's going on? Jang Han walked over and asked, what's the matter? The other person explained, the thing is. Then he held the phone and asked the person on the other end, what's the issue? The person on the other side replied, someone claiming to be a guest came looking for you, so I contacted you. He wondered, a guest. The other person continued, yes. They said that if they mentioned the name Jong Jin-soo, you would know. Thinking of this, Jang Han was a bit startled. Shortly after, a meeting took place. The two sides were now sitting across from each other. Accompanying Jong was a masked man standing behind him. Looking toward Jong, Co Dan asked with some curiosity, to think the very person we were looking for would walk right into our hands. How did he know we were here? Jong replied, I found out the information through an information broker. Then he placed his hand over his chest and introduced himself. It is a great honor to meet Yang Co Dan of the Grand Nine Dragons camp. As he spoke, he thought to himself, I didn't think he would actually stay at a hotel while on a mission. Just as the young master said, you really are at a hotel. Co Dan asked back, you know my name? He replied, you are about to become the successor of the Yang family, so of course, I have to know. Thinking this over, Co Dan narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, it seems quite a few people have a bit of an information network. But even knowing who I am, you dare to be insolent enough to bring a guard here. Jong explained, when meeting a martial artist from a Nine Dragons camp, one needs a little insurance. Because as you can see, sir, I'm just an ordinary person who doesn't know how to use magic power. Co Dan gnashed his teeth and questioned him. Just a petty merchant from a small nation, yet you dare to be this arrogant? Regardless, it's fine that you came here on your own. Come with me to the Nine Dragons camp immediately. You'll have to explain what happened at the black market. Goodbye, and let's leave it at that. Seeing him stand up to leave, Jong sat in contemplation for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke up. That won't do, sir. Seeing this, Co Dan turned around in shock. What? Jong explained, I am truly sorry, but I have no reason to go with you. Co Dan shouted furiously, insolent. Do you think I came here to negotiate with you? This is not an invitation. It's an order. Jong remained perfectly calm. I didn't come here to negotiate either. I came here purely to make a deal. Co Dan stepped forward and slammed the table. I am the person who will become the next generation elder of the Nine Dragons camp. Does someone of your caliber even have the right to make a deal with me? Jong placed his hand over his chest, his voice steady. I know the reason you came to South Korea this time. The Nine Dragons camp has no reason to go out of its way to find me for no reason. This matter surely holds no disadvantages for you, Mr. Yang Co Dan. Co Dan gnashed his teeth and cut him off. Shut up. If you won't come willingly, I'll just drag you by the neck. Then he turned back and called out, "Hey, swordsman." Jang Han stood in the back and nodded. "Yes, sir." Then he pointed at the masked man and ordered, "Kill that guy first." The moment the command was issued, a sword instantly lunged forward toward Li Chiol. Without a single moment of hesitation, he drew his sword to block the incoming attack. He marveled inwardly. He's incredibly fast. Witnessing this action, CEO Dan turned around and scolded him. "Who gave you permission to swing your sword so suddenly? You foolish swordsman." Li Chiol thought to himself, the situation has gotten tricky. Yang CEO Dan is both arrogant and stupid, so I thought I could easily manipulate him with a few smooth words. I didn't expect him to be even more pathetic than I imagined. Before my regression, I clearly remember his political abilities were highly recognized. More importantly, who on earth is this guy? Looking at the raw magic power radiating from him, he assessed. At most, his age is only around 17 to 19. He carries the scent of iron, gunpowder, and blood. That's an aura I've never seen before. It's a natural sword intent that forged a murderous aura through countless actual battles. Tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, he realized he is very strong. On the other side, Jang Han also had his own thoughts. I intended to take his head in a single strike, but he sensed that moment and reacted. He is genuinely strong. His face is hidden behind that mask, and his voice is still cracking. His age is definitely not greater than mine by 10 steps. If I let him close within that distance, I don't feel confident I can control the situation. But this room is very cramped. The distance is already less than 10 steps. But it doesn't matter, I just need to complete the mission like always. Instantly, without a hint of hesitation, he lunged forcefully toward him. Watching him charge, he began to deduce. Here he comes. Is it the heart or the head? If I use the Demon Eye skill, my identity will be exposed. I have to rely on my sixth sense. The moment he sensed an opening in his attack, he swung his sword to deflect the direct thrust from just moments ago. After that, the two exchanged blows for another 300 rounds. Looking at the trajectory of his sword strikes, he assessed, this isn't orthodox martial arts. The opponent is only targeting my vital points, openings that would cause severe injury with just a single hit. If it's the martial arts of an assassin, then he naturally holds the upper hand in many aspects. But if that's all there is to it, I am bound to win. He instantly channeled mana into his sword and charged straight at his opponent, utilizing the hard Qi Gong skill, Zephyr. Faced with this incredibly powerful attack, Jang Han couldn't evade and had no choice but to block it head-on. The sheer force left him struggling slightly to hold his ground. But giving him no time to breathe, he leaped up and unleashed a continuous barrage of slashes. While blocking the strikes, Jang Han evaluated. He's moving at angles that the body shouldn't be able to endure. Does he not care about getting injured at all? Then Jang Han looked at his sword, which had now developed countless cracks. If my sword breaks, it's all over. Those guys won't be able to stop this man. I must finish him off before my weapon shatters. With that thought, without a moment of hesitation, he channeled mana into his sword, causing the blade to radiate a bright crimson light. He unleashed the first form of the heavenly fiend blade. Sensing the bursting power, he evaluated from across the room. He's a literal monster. Where on earth did someone like this crawl out from? But now is not the time to worry about that. Without hesitation, he unleashed martial thrust first form, Crimson Demon. The two immensely powerful attacks clashed head-on, causing the surrounding space to vibrate violently. A split second later, Jang Han's sword finally snapped in half. The rebounding shockwave caused him to clutch his mouth in agony. His chest tightened, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. He knew he had lost, and the memory of the foul stench of the slums from years ago came rushing back vividly. He had swung this sword thousands, tens of thousands of times. He weakly looked up at Li Chiol. It turned out he still couldn't even scratch him. Right at that moment, Lei suddenly spoke up. "What is your name?" Clinging to his last shred of willpower, Jang Han panted and replied, "Jang Han." A moment later, Yang Siodan finally stepped out and snapped. What the hell just happened here? He backed away anxiously, thinking to himself, I thought he was just a cheap assassin. Who would have thought that kid was this strong? While Yang Siodan was still dazed, applause suddenly rang out. Furthermore, anyone who could subdue a monster like that had to be an absolute monster himself. Jinsu Jiang slowly made a suggestion. Let's call it a day. We will temporarily retreat for today. He glanced toward the door and whispered, "It seems that massive explosion just now is causing total chaos outside." With that, Jinsu Jiang bowed politely. "I will come back to see you soon." By this point, Yang Xiaodian no longer dared to cause any trouble and complied. "All right, let's do that." Stepping out into the hallway, the two walked quietly and slowly without uttering a single word. Jinsu Jiang couldn't hide his anxiety and asked, "Are you all right, young master?" Li Qiol replied nonchalantly to reassure him, "I sustained some internal injuries, but this kind of wound will heal quickly. Nothing to worry about," he added. "I took control of the room early on to prevent any mishaps." The man walking beside him whistled in admiration. "Your timing was perfect. If it had dragged on any longer, things would have gotten really messy." Li Qiol suddenly stopped in his tracks. "But maybe it's better this way. We've managed to grasp the core weakness of this entire situation." He slowly removed his mask and murmured to himself, "More importantly, it's about Jiang Han." Li Qiol turned his head back to look at the company building, his mind swirling like a storm. He always knew a day would come when he'd have to face him, but he never expected it to be today. Memories of the heavenly fiend blade, Jiang Han, gradually resurfaced. Born in the slums, raised to be an assassin, his abilities were eventually recognized, catching the eye of the Nine Dragons campmaster. Etched deeply in Li Qiol's mind was the image of that sword, the very weapon the current campmaster always carried and used the most when wiping out the Elders' Council to stabilize the inner factions of the camp. He couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. Ultimately, he had become the acknowledged successor of the Nine Dragons campmaster, a person who was entirely different yet shared so many similarities with himself. Right at that moment, Yang Xiaodian spoke up anxiously. "My only condition is that you must join the Nine Dragons camp." On behalf of his master, Jinsu Jiang replied cautiously. The person who connected with the Nine Dragons camp was Baek Chiol Su. "Currently, I no longer work under Baek Chiol Su, so there is no reason for me to go to the Nine Dragons camp." He crossed his arms and asked curiously, "Are you telling me to go back empty-handed?" Hearing this, Jinsu Jiang slowly explained, "That's not it. What I mean is, let's recalculate your mission, sir." Jinsu Jiang did not hesitate to lay everything out clearly. The Nine Dragons camp secretly backed Baek Chiol Su to expand their influence into the South Korean underworld. During that process, the Sung Mu family intervened, forcing you to watch your every move. With a steadfast gaze, he looked straight ahead. "To be honest, you definitely don't want a direct conflict with the Sung Mu family. You came here to investigate the black market, and during that very investigation, you found out." His next words startled Yang Xiaodian. "From the very beginning, your real target wasn't me." He immediately made a deduction. "Are you saying you will prepare something else related to this matter for me?" Jinsu Jiang gave a slight nod of confirmation. "Exactly." With an implicit tone, he continued, "And I can even offer you an even grander gift." Yang Xiaodian rested his chin on his hand. "A gift?" Without any hesitation, Jinsu Jiang dropped a heavy piece of evidence, proof that the Sung Mu family will not take any action regarding this matter. However, to him, those words didn't mean much. He said, "You call that a gift?" Jinsu Jiang replied cryptically, "It all depends on how you report it to the higher-ups. It could very well turn into a highly substantial gift." Jinsu Jiang extended his hand, stating that with documents proving the intentions of the Sung Mu family, that alone would be enough to validate his capability. Wouldn't that be considered a major achievement? By this point, Yang Xiaodian began to catch the drift. "What do you want from me?" He simply smiled calmly and explained smoothly, "I'm not asking for much, just looking to build a good relationship. After all, you will eventually become an elder of the Nine Dragons camp." Hearing that answer, Yang Xiaodian burst out laughing. "Not bad. I didn't expect a small country like this to have someone like you." Then Yang Xiaodian waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, "All right, we need to talk in private now. Everyone else, get out." The sound of a click echoed as the room door slammed shut. Li Qiol immediately asked suspiciously, "What is the meaning of this?" His expression changing, Jiang Han stammered imploringly, "Can I speak with you for a moment?" Faced with that earnest tone, he reluctantly agreed. "All right." In a separate room, He asked honestly, "Could you tell me your name?" Li Chiol shoved both hands into his pockets and replied coldly, "Why should I answer?" His face hardening, Jang Han frowned slightly to confirm, "To see if you are truly the person I think you are. I swear on my life that I won't reveal it to anyone." The moment he finished speaking, Li Chiol removed his mask and declared seriously, "I am Li Chiol of the Sung Mu family." But Jang Han wasn't surprised at all. "I knew it." He calmly held the mask and asked, "How did you guess?" Without changing his expression, Li Chiol casually analyzed, "I once heard a rumor that within the Sung Mu family, the youngest direct descendant in history had set foot on the path of martial arts." Facing those words, Li Chiol only remained silent. Standing before his opponent, Jang Han frowned, "And if it weren't for that person, there's no way anyone could withstand a single strike of mine. You clearly look even younger." Suddenly he blurted out, "You are truly strong." This is the first time I've ever encountered an opponent like. In his mind, he was replaying every detail of the lethal techniques. Jang Han followed a path of martial arts designed solely for taking lives. Li Chiol inwardly acknowledged his excellence. Conversely, he was walking a path that refined both unorthodox techniques and orthodox martial arts. Then he slowly asked, "If it wasn't a head-on clash like just now, but an assassination scenario instead, what do you think would happen?" With an unwavering gaze, Jang Han replied calmly, 9 times out of 10, I would successfully assassinate you." He frankly shared his thoughts, "But I'm certain both of us are hiding our true cards." Jang Han crossed his arms and added smoothly, "The probability I just mentioned is purely based on what you've shown up until now." Realizing his provocative tactic had been exposed, Li Chiol could only let out a helpless sigh. Jang Han stared intently at him. "You knew it all along anyway. If I didn't realize that, I'd be an idiot." Right after that, Jang Han suddenly revealed, "There will be a major tournament in Germany next year. Let's meet again there." In response, he simply replied nonchalantly, "If I have time, I'll go." Frowning, Jang Han quietly evaluated, "The Sung Mu family is truly something unbearable." Matching his tone, Li Chiol quickly chimed in, "How fortunate." "I don't care much for the Nine Dragons camp either," Jang Han declared confidently. "The next time we fight, I'll show you everything I've been hiding." Putting his mask back on, he replied, "Same here." Regaining his icy demeanor, Li Chiol decisively turned to leave. "Next time, don't bring that fool along." A moment passed just like that. Exhausted to the bone, Jin Su Jiang let out a soft sigh. Witnessing the entire event, Li Chiol teased, "That was a close one. You and Yang Xiaodin seem to vibe pretty well, don't you?" He explained hesitantly, "I'm still not quite used to dealing with martial masters." He was extremely curious about the contents of the conversation, and more importantly, how on earth did you convince him? After that, he even treated you like a younger brother, and thinking about how Yang Xiaodin completely trusted you, even preparing plane tickets. You're seriously amazing. Jinsu Jiang's face suddenly lit up. If you've ever survived the corporate environment in South Korea, this kind of thing isn't all that difficult. Li Chiol was astonished, terrifying. South Korean office workers are truly formidable people. He spoke up enthusiastically. I only did exactly what the young master instructed. Li Chiol continued to tease him. Cut the modesty already. Li Chiol suddenly pulled out a stack of documents. Here, take this. Jinsu Jiang took it curiously. What is this? He explained calmly. This is just a rough compilation of noteworthy businesses and talent that I gathered. Feel free to look through it. The people I've marked, make sure to recruit them at all costs, no matter what it takes. Li Chiol tightened his grip on his rice bowl, but don't get too carried away with it. You have way more life experience than me in this department. Jinsu Jiang replied smoothly. Of course, young master. You've never been fond of those who just blindly obey without questioning. He added, You get my drift? I'm going off the grid for a while, so don't wait up. He asked immediately, Are you planning to head into some wasteland? Li Chiol slammed his rice bowl onto the table. No. Ultimately, he made his choice. I'm heading to Jeju Island. At a luxurious mansion owned by a certain family, brilliant golden sunlight stretched into every single corner. Inside the study of the Sung Mu clan's patriarch, Li Taixin calmly ordered a status report. A subordinate materialized out of thin air exactly as agreed. Reporting to the Patriarch, just as you predicted, they have made their move. 5-dimensional gates have appeared on Mount Tohamson, which is owned by Behemoth, and traces indicate they were opened using a sacred relic from the demonic heaven sect. That report caused the pen in his hand to freeze for a brief moment. Li Taixin replied in a cold, detached tone. Crushed twice already, and they still haven't learned their lesson. Truly the remnants of a bygone era. The subordinate continued. The ones crossing through the gates have been confirmed as 30 normal class and 1 white class entity. He immediately asked, "How far along is the pursuit?" The man bowed his head slightly. "We have completed tracking the white class target and are continuing our surveillance. As for the 30 normal class entities, they have all been completely eliminated." Hearing this, Li Taixin slowly took off his glasses. "They've all been eliminated?" The subordinate added. "The youngest master, Li Chiol, is currently in Jiangju." "Sir!" He suddenly paused in shock. "What?" Li Taixin immediately voiced his suspicion. "So their goal in risking exposure was to target my youngest boy?" The man quickly confirmed, "Yes, aside from the young master. There was nothing unusual at Mount Tohamson." Sitting in his chair, he asked, "What on earth is the youngest doing in Jiangju anyway?" However, the subordinate only knew so much. Since he is actively avoiding the Patriarch's orders, this subordinate couldn't uncover anything further. Li Taixin let out a helpless sigh and nodded. "This is happening again." Butler Choi looked at him with an anxious expression. "Patriarch?" Li Taixin immediately commanded. "Soul Blade team, track down the youngest whereabouts right this instant and report back to me. I need to know why the demonic heaven sect is targeting him." He pondered grimly. "Those worthless pieces of trash. I won't tolerate anyone who dares to get in the way of the growth of the Sungmu bloodline." Li Taixin coldly handed down his order. "If Behemoth wants to set foot on this land, hunt them down to the very end and wipe them all out." The subordinate quickly vanished. Understood. In his heart, he silently praised his son. The boy actually took down 30 traitors all by himself. Right around that time, at Jeju International Airport, Li Chiol raised a hand to shield his eyes. "Yep, this is definitely Jeju Island. Even for early summer, the heat is on a whole different level." He sensed internally, and this is just at the airport, yet the magic circles in the air are already this dense. Right then, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, kid over there." The man asked enthusiastically, "On vacation or here for college research?" "Wherever you want to go, jump in. I'll give you a cheap rate." But Li Chiol didn't bother to reply with a single word. "What? Is there something on my face?" he said coldly with an authoritative tone. "Beat it." He yanked his bag. The only taxi at the airport was rushing straight toward him. Those words made the man awkwardly pull his hand back in a hurry. That was not the hand of a driver. Li Chiol exposed him outright. "The Black Crow Society is really going downhill lately, sending out agents like this." The man stammered, "How did you know?" As he spoke, Li Chiol glanced to the side. "Probably because you guys think I'm not worth much." Im Yongmuk suddenly appeared from behind. "Apologies for making you feel that way. Our staff is still in training, so there are many shortcomings." He flashed a friendly smile. "I am Im Yongmuk, the Southern Branch Chief of the Black Crow Society." Li Chiol replied coldly, "You don't look much better yourself." The man spread his arms wide in welcome. "It's only because the young master is so outstanding that you see it that way." Even so, he asked straight to the point without any hesitation, "What does the Black Crow Society want from me?" Im Yongmuk quickly opened the car door. "This is no place to talk. Let's move. I'll take you wherever you want to go." Li Chiol stood there with a detached look, quietly observing. After a moment, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine." To the northern entrance of Mount Halasan. Inside the car, Im Yongmuk rambled on continuously. "I really botched that all-important first impression." Li Chiol shot him a cold glance. "Time is money. Tell me why you looked for me first." He placed a hand over his chest and smiled warmly. "You prefer straight talk? Fair enough. We want to sign an official contract with the young master." He suddenly recalled the emblem of this organization. Massive scale, deep-rooted influence, secret communication methods. This entire information brokering syndicate always kept everything strictly proprietary. Known as the Black Crow Society, They prided themselves on a formidable intelligence network spanning all across East Asia. Even Lee Cheol himself couldn't help but be surprised, as he never expected to cross paths with them like this. An official contract right off the bat, Im Yongmuk explained. We will provide any information the young master needs and promise not to sell your information to the outside. He smiled and added, in return, the young master will occasionally share necessary information with us or lend us that high-level combat power when needed. He asked immediately, why specifically sign an official contract with me? Im Yongmuk replied concisely, because of everything the young master has shown during this entire time. He slowly listed them off in a calm tone. Born out of wedlock, the youngest martial master to reach the 5th realm of martial arts, having previously defeated Baek Cheol-soo. Im Yongmuk quickly tacked on. Furthermore, having a connection with the next-term elder of the Nine Dragons camp. Those are factors we simply cannot ignore. The moment he finished speaking, Lee Cheol turned to tease him. Are you bragging about your information-gathering skills right now? The man quickly waved his hands. I'm just explaining. In his heart, Lee Cheol thought to himself, ridiculous. Listing information that isn't easy to get is basically an underlying threat that you guys can sell me out at any moment. After a short while, Im Yongmuk asked, so what is your answer? But Lee Cheol had already stepped out of the car. I refuse. The man's face flashed with panic. Young master, standing beside the car, he patiently persuaded. If the young master is aiming for the top position of the Sungmu clan, it's best to accept our offer. Facing those words, he simply walked away coldly. No matter what the man said, Lee Cheol suddenly shut it down. The answer remains unchanged. Unable to persuade him any further, Im Yongmuk began to adopt a tough tone. You're going to regret this. He instantly turned around and fired off a rapid series of questions. Regret? Who? I was planning to offer a remedy for that disease, but now I've changed my mind. Pass a message to your chairman that I'm truly sorry. He'll understand if you say that. The man stammered. How can you be so certain we are the Black Crow Society? Lee Cheol merely smiled as he stepped onto the mountain path. Certain? I was just testing you a bit just now. Im Yongmuk stared blankly at his retreating back. Giving him no chance to continue. He cut him off. Are you done talking? If so, train your people better. The loopholes are way bigger than I thought. Truly disappointing. Is the entire Black Crow Society like this? Even our disciples aren't that bad. His words caused Im Yongmuk to fly into a rage. Or perhaps it's just the southern branch chief who is like this. I wouldn't know. Surprise, surprise. After Lee Cheol left, he furiously kicked a nearby guardrail. Damn it. Im Yongmuk panted heavily, his face contorted with rage, a kid way more arrogant than I imagined. The subordinate beside him asked softly, Branch Chief, are you all right? But he just shot him a glare and cursed himself. I just wanted to bring a kid back to stir up some trouble. Yet, because of this idiot, I've completely lost face. Im Yongmuk hurriedly pulled out his phone. Why on earth did the higher-ups make me go sign the contract in person anyway? He slowly reported the situation. That kid grasped the situation way better than I thought. The negotiation has failed. The other end of the line repeated in shock. What? Im Yongmuk quickly added, yes, exactly. He recounted the entire incident. The thing is, he left a message for the chairman. Hearing this, the other side stammered in absolute terror. Are you serious? They immediately urged frantically, go after him right now. No. Where's the target currently? Im Yongmuk gripped the phone tightly. Currently heading through the northern gate of the Mount Hallison danger zone. The other side quickly ordered, for now, mobilize all personnel from the southern branch. Don't lose his trail, and you might as well prepare to resign as branch chief. Hearing this, he shouted helplessly, Sir, why? The other side continued, if it only stops there, you're lucky. But if he actually knows about that matter, things won't end so simple. On this side, an anxious voice rang out. Are you all right? The guard explained further, you're a level 6 hunter, so you know better than us. But this place is entirely different from the northern danger zone. Even so, Lee Cheol asserted firmly, I know, so it's fine. He quickly handed back the card. It would be great if you went with the team. I've already verified your ID. The iron gate instantly swung open, letting him through. At that exact moment, Lee Cheol thought to himself, just passing through one gate and the heat is already entirely different. He advanced step by step, but I can't back down at this point anymore. Standing before the surrounding scenery, Li Chiol told himself, right here on this very Mount Halasan, the god recorded in the Black Knight Chronicles truly exists. That sacred, treacherous terrain is known as one of South Korea's 3 mountain gods, Mount Halasan. Since the dawn of time, Jeju Island had always been overflowing with spiritual energy, and to this very day, it remained the sole danger zone existing in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. Li Chiol broke out in a cold sweat. The number one reason conquering this mountain was incredibly grueling was the presence of the sea monsters. The second reason was he panted heavily, every breath becoming difficult because this dense forest covered the entire center of Jeju Island, with Mount Halasan serving as its core. Li Chiol struggled forward step by step. If it were just a regular dense forest, that would be one thing, but he carefully observed the surroundings where he stood. Li Chiol looked deep into the furthest reaches of the forest. This place was precisely what was called the Devil's Prank, or the Monster's Labyrinth. It was likely a type of spatial teleportation magic circle. Even though no gates were visible, the surrounding scenery changed in the blink of an eye. He slightly raised his eyes, and this time it was a pine forest. In his mind, Li Chiol silently calculated, until recently, I didn't really know much about this mountain at all. It was only when I read the Black Knight Chronicles, he suddenly recalled the recorded lines at the southernmost edge of this land, where the borders of Go-un-na, Yulna lie. There once existed the ancient Tamna kingdom founded by 3 divine beings. Successive images flashed back into his mind. But in reality, they were just a mysterious race born from the very spiritual energy of nature. People called them the Dakabi tribe. A blinding flash of golden light suddenly materialized. They were masters of magic, talented carpenters, and creations straight out of the wildest illusions. They forged stars from the heat of geothermal veins and created countless mystical divine weapons. Deep inside that cave, it was these very Dakabi people who created the Black Knight. A stream of lava flowed slowly past. A heavily built man was focusing intensely in front of a blazing forge. He held his breath. No matter how one looked at it, the situation didn't look right. Right at that exact moment, the heavily built man suddenly sensed something. He furiously snapped upright and roared. Who dares to be this bold? On the other side of the forest, monsters were being taken down one by one. Li Chiol thought to himself, exhausted and helpless. Who would have thought the level 5 monsters here could actually use magic too? This place is absolutely insane. He slowly scanned his surroundings. Probably because the magic circles of this mountain are so dense, they seem significantly stronger than the monsters in the outside world. If I activate the demon I'm midway through, the guardian path will change instantly. Looks like I underestimated this land a bit. Li Chiol sheathed his sword. Even monsters that have never been recorded on the peninsula are starting to show themselves. No wonder people call Mount Halasan the demon realm. He suddenly remembered the 2 words Tamna he had seen in the mirror on Mount Sungmu. The one who refuses to fade away, the 5th Black Knight, exists right here in this very place. Then Li Chiol moved forward step by step, having almost reached the summit if I enter the valley inside. But right then, a furious voice boomed like thunder. Who dares to trespass into my demon realm? Startled, he quickly drew his sword. Could it be a monster capable of magnifying its divine consciousness? The voice abruptly closed in, clearly speaking the human language. Li Chiol whirled around instantly. Behind me, 2 figures immediately clashed, their weapons clanging violently. Li Chiol looked vaguely at the entity before him. Who are you? The opponent's entire face suddenly flashed with streaks of golden light. Li Chiol clutched his face in agony, dropping to his knees. Holding his burning face tight, he silently calculated, my mind and vision feel like they're being burned to a crisp. Lasted barely 3 seconds, a brief, fleeting moment. A thought flashed through Li Chiol's mind. Could it be that the presence of the being before me is so massive that the naked I simply cannot contain or comprehend it? He slowly raised his head. His eyes narrowed slightly. That is, are you talking about the Black Knight? Now is certain. The illusory god mentioned in the Black Knight Chronicles. Is this very guardian deity the one? Li Chiol bowed politely. Descendant of the Sung Mu clan, Li Chiol respectfully greets the Earth God. The sophisticated man muttered softly, the Sung Mu clan. Then he gritted his teeth, not bothering to let him explain another word. The sophisticated man instantly unleashed his vast magic circle. I have never permitted humans to set foot in my domain. That action made Li Chiol's eyes widen in shock. If you continue to cause a ruckus in this region any further, I will show no mercy. With that, he turned his back and walked away. His hands trembled slightly as he reached out, tried to hold him back. Please stop. Please stay for just a moment. However, the sophisticated man vanished in the blink of an eye. He coldly spat out a single word. Beat it. His entire body was suddenly subjected to spatial teleportation. Li Chiol gasped in bewilderment. This place is... He stared intently at the entrance to Mount Halasan. I was kicked out before I even got a chance to properly talk to him. That left Li Chiol quietly contemplating. Fine, whatever. I have to find the cause first. He silently shifted his gaze toward the forest. Regardless, because of the Black Knight's seal, I'll have to climb this mountain once more. His face suddenly darkened. Let's see where this goes. The sky had gradually begun to darken into night. On a certain street, Li Chiol walked while sinking deep into thought. I'll probably have to prepare thoroughly and try again. His eyes lowered slightly, but suddenly skipped a beat. Li Chiol quietly observed his surroundings. The Black Crow Society, they sure move fast. With that thought, he immediately turned into a small alleyway, but I have no intention of confronting them right now. The stalker following behind, Li Chiol finally lost his trail. He hurriedly reported, "This is number 17. Lost track of the target at alleyway number 19, Sector A." Continuing to check the perimeter, the alleyway fell into sudden silence. An invisible footstep quietly departed. That person was none other than Li Chiol. Une orthodoxe QI technique spirituelle radiance. I tried applying stealth arts into the breath control techniques, but I haven't completely mastered it yet. He held the mask in his hand. If I keep walking out like this, I'll definitely get tailed again. Luckily, I used Dark Chi to absorb the myriad face device beforehand. Li Chiol's entire body was suddenly enveloped in magic. His appearance changed. His face transformed into someone else entirely. This should do it. All right, time to go by the necessities. Returning to the checkpoint area, the guard looked at him with a perplexed expression. You're going back in again? You literally just went in this morning. Did your business go bankrupt or something? He stammered, frantically waving his hands. Or are you drowning in debt? Come on, man, you're still so young. Think things through carefully. Li Chiol responded in bewilderment. Huh? Finally, Li Chiol explained cheerfully, no, it's nothing like that. Someone planning to end their life wouldn't bring this much gear with them, man. The guard finally looked a bit more relieved and said, now that you mention it, you really are carrying a lot of luggage. But then he suddenly declared, yes, because I plan to stay in there for a few days. The guard was stunned. Say what? Li Chiol made up his mind. All right, I'll be back later. This time, I won't back down so easily. Li Chiol continued to venture deep into the dense forest. He struggled through his thoughts. It's already been 2 days since I set foot on this mountain, yet I still haven't found any water source. Li Chiol suddenly paused. I absolutely have to find it today. If I still don't see it, I'll head back to the city to replenish my supplies. He slowly sensed a strange surge of magic. Although very faint, it was clearly an entirely distinct type of energy. Without stopping at all, Li Chiol's pace grew faster and faster. Unable to hide his excitement, he uttered eagerly, "Found it!" Li Chiol gently bent down. Warm water? Even if this mountain is overflowing with yang energy, the water shouldn't be this warm. He suddenly snapped upright with a resolute gaze. This place has extremely diluted demonic energy. It's likely because this is the headwaters. Right after finishing his sentence, Li Chiol turned to leave. I guess I'll rest here for a bit. From behind him, a pale green surge of magic was slowly swaying. Before long, Li Chiol had pitched a sturdy tent. Exhausted, he collapsed inside. Maintaining the demon eye for too long really drains the body. Time to catch some shut-eye for now. Right after he lay down, A piercing scream suddenly echoed through the space. Li Chiol quickly grabbed his sword. A scream? Is it a monster? Then Li Chiol carefully peeked outside. Two demonic phantoms suddenly materialized near his tent. Could they be demon folk? But this is a holy mountain brimming with spiritual energy. He kept silent, calmly calculating all potential moves ahead based on the number of their horns and wings, at least level 5. The regular monsters on this mountain are already more resilient than usual, so these guys are very likely level 4. While plotting, Li Chiol glanced outside. There's no need to provoke them. Another scream rang out, causing him to bolt upright. Is that a child's voice? 3 figures were trembling, running frantically toward this direction. No, the boy closed his eyes in terror. You demons! Get away! If you know what's good for you, beat it right now. In her panic, the pink-haired girl burst into tears. Seeing this, the boy quickly comforted his sister. Hold my hand tight. But before she could react, the girl's hands slipped away. Those 2 green magic surges from earlier suddenly erupted from the ground. With a sinister smirk, the demon blasted a stream of green magic. They instantly used their feet to violently kick the magic stream into the air, slamming it directly into the children, causing them to crash to the ground in severe pain. Seeing this, the demon charged straight ahead like a starved beast. A sword wrapped in magic slashed down without a moment of hesitation, tearing through space in an instant. A green blast of energy exploded like roaring thunder, engulfing the entire forest. The black smoke slowly dissipated. The boy turned his head blankly, his eyes filled with absolute shock. The one who had just stepped in to save their lives was none other than Li Chiol. He asked gently, "Are you kids all right?" In his mind, he had silently mapped out the next steps, carefully weighing every detail. For now, 1 is down, but letting myself get contaminated by demonic energy would be highly dangerous. Right at that moment, the demon suddenly spewed a thick purple miasma from its mouth. Li Chiol's footwork shifted with extreme agility. Without a single shred of fear, he charged straight ahead at terrifying speed. That action caught the demon completely off guard, its face displaying clear shock. Li Chiol delivered the decisive blow, finishing off the demon in front of him. He muttered to himself, I used to deliberate quite a bit over which item to choose as my final gear. Sure enough, picking this was absolutely the right call. Li Chiol touched the necklace around his neck. It was radiating a protective, holy aura that helped block out evil energy, truly an ultimate defensive treasure. Then he gently handed the cloak to the kids. Here, take this. Li Chiol turned his head and asked softly, Hey kid, what's your name? The boy stammered awkwardly, My name is Chong. He immediately instructed, All right, Chong, put this on and absolutely do not take it off. Got it. Hearing this, Chong nodded obediently. Yes, I'll remember, sir. Behind us. The cunning demon suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Without a single wasted motion, he instantly channeled his magic, condensing it into a solid shield ahead like a magical wall. Without delaying for even a single second, Li Chiol instantly finished off another demon. A series of agonizing screams rang out, violently jolting his mind. Li Chiol stared intently, his eyes locking onto the specific unique ability of the remaining demon. So, it's them? One of the demons suddenly spoke up with an intriguing tone. Human, why do you interfere? Kill him. Offer him as a sacrifice to our king. He was genuinely astonished by the unfolding situation before his eyes. These guys were entirely different from the ones just now. They must be at least level 4 or higher. While calculating, Li Chiol simultaneously circulated qi throughout his body. If I can neutralize their unique ability, I can still handle this. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, taking a stance. This is enough. Immediately after, Li Chiol lunged straight at them like light. A streak of green lightning suddenly flashed. That lightning struck down heavily, ripping through the quiet space. A voice suddenly rang out. Seeing you appear on this mountain, I wondered what was going on. He stood there dazed, confusion written all over his face. What was that flash just now? A burly figure with golden hair suddenly appeared in front of him. Looks like this is all your fault. The old woman immediately spoke up in a loud, clear voice. Thank you so much, human. Thanks to you, The children managed to survive. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl burst into tears and rushed forward. Grandma, showing no mercy, she gave each of them a swat on the butt. "You little rascals! I told you not to wander off on your own." The eerie, ghostly roars of the demons echoed deeply once more, making both of them turn their heads in surprise. She was quite surprised by their persistence. "Stubborn creatures, aren't they?" she immediately suggested. "From here on out, leave this place to me." In the blink of an eye, those hands had manipulated the flow of true chi. The master spoke. "I didn't want to do this, but I cannot stand by and watch when someone dares to target the children." A blinding flash of azure lightning burst forth right in the palm of her hand. She gripped it tightly and let out a faint smile. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed straight ahead. "I won't kill them." The blue-colored lightning was immediately swung forward, the thunder roaring violent. In an instant, the mystical azure lightning spread throughout the vast forest. The children kept chirping and tailing behind Li Chiol, curiously asking him about everything under the sun. Ryo found the little kids too annoying, so she had to speak up and tell them to stop disturbing the honored guest. Seeing that Li Chiol seemed curious about the outfit he was wearing, Ryo laughed and let him know she had woven it with her own hands. However, she still modestly added that she was just the spinner, not the person who did every single step from start to finish. Hearing Li Chiol mention the Great Elder, Ryo explained that even though this was the Elder's territory, she was the one in charge. She laughed out loud heartily, saying that the Elder had never liked humans, but she was the sole exception. After walking a short distance, Ryo told him to step closer so she could open the grand formation leading into the village. A vast wave of protective energy erupted as she slammed her weapon into the ground to break the seal. The gate opened, and Ryo smiled, inviting him to step inside their domain. The moment he crossed over, Li Chiol was completely stunned by the mystical, shimmering scenery that unfolded before his eyes. Tiny spirits fluttered everywhere, creating an incredibly mysterious atmosphere. This was Marini Village, a place where various races lived in harmony with nature atop 1,000-year-old ancient trees. Ryo handed him a glass of fruit juice to quench his thirst after the long journey. Li Chiol was quite surprised to learn that other races besides the Dakabi lived here. He took a sip of the sweet, refreshing juice while listening to her introduce the Jiang race, also known as the Spirit race, or elves. At this point, Ryo officially introduced herself and revealed that she was the village chief here. Just by looking at his hair and eye color, she instantly guessed that he belonged to the prestigious Sung Mu clan. While she was at it, she asked if he knew the guy who was assigned to guard the mountain out there. Just hearing that guy mentioned, Ryo flew into a rage, calling him a massive fool who brought misery upon himself just by getting involved with humans. Seeing her so worked up, Li Chiol only offered a sheepish smile, saying that the guy was doing fine right now, even if he was a bit of an alcoholic. Regaining her composure, she sincerely thanked him for saving the lives of the mischievous children in the village. To the Dakabi race, a favor must be repaid, so she wanted to do him a favor in return. Although Li Chiol intended to decline, Ryo insistently told him to just speak his mind about whatever was troubling him. Hearing that, he smiled and nodded, seemingly already knowing what he should ask about. Li Chiol placed the black sword on the table, causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly turn dead serious. Ryo's expression changed in an instant upon recognizing the familiar weapon. He curiously asked if she had personally taken part in forging this sword. Ryo revealed that many Dakabi had contributed to it in various ways. She explained that she and 63 other Dakabi had only prepared the materials and cast the mold, while the Great Elder was the one who put on the finishing touches. Looking at the sword, she breathed a sigh of relief that it had finally found its true master. However, she asked if he felt anything strange when holding it in his hand. Li Chiol wondered if there was a soul hiding inside this sword. Ryo's expression turned incredibly tense. She told him that to her, this wasn't a sword, but destruction taking physical form as a weapon. She explained that everything has its own energy, which can weaken but never just completely vanish. He nodded in confirmation, understanding that the energy she was talking about was the magic circle. Ryo warned that the black sword had the ability to completely erase that energy, and anything slashed by it would be permanently unrecoverable. If it was that dangerous, Li Chiol couldn't understand why his ancestors had created this sword in the first place. But Ryo believed that everything happens for a reason, and this sword was definitely born for him. She pondered over how the sword, which had been asleep for thousands of years, suddenly reacted to a youth with a mysterious destiny. Li Chiol touched the scabbard, mentioning that it was currently held back by 9 layers of seals. He asked Ryo if she knew anything about the 5th layer of the seal. She nodded in confirmation, but said that it would be quite difficult. Li Chiol was curious about what kind of trial it was that made Ryo look so serious. After hearing the answer that he had to defeat 100 Datgabi to pass the trial, the young master froze for a few seconds. Seeing that her guest didn't seem to understand what was going on, she asked if he had ever heard of her tribe's wrestling or Sirium. Li Chiol said he knew in theory that it was a spiritual ritual where the power of souls directly collided. Ryo nodded, saying that was close, but to be precise, it was a battle of mental strength. To help him visualize it, she immediately called the young Jiang kid over to set up a practical demonstration right on the spot. As soon as his name was called, the young Jiang kid jumped up in joy, demanding to fight first, making his friends incredibly jealous. Looking at the tiny child in front of him, Li Chiol couldn't help but feel skeptical, turning to ask the village chief if he really had to fight. Ryo gave a knowing smile, asking if he was so scared of losing to a kid that his face was starting to turn pale. She introduced Jiang and 2 other children as the youngest members of Marini village. Ryo ordered the match to begin while Li Chiol was still being careless, thinking to himself that things seemed a lot simpler than he had imagined. She told the young Jiang kid to remember to go easy on him, but also warned Li Chiol that once he got a taste of it, he'd realize it wasn't easy to deal with. Following the instructions, the 2 sat down facing each other, closing their eyes to prepare to enter the battle of wits. Suddenly, Li Chiol felt an invisible wave of pressure slam straight into his brain. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in the middle of an endless, stark white space, with not a single soul or obstacle in sight. A loud laugh echoed from above, making him shudder as he realized he was no longer in the village. A giant version of the young Jiang kid appeared, looking down at him with a mocking gaze since he now looked no bigger than an ant. Without a word of warning, the giant Jiang lunged straight at him as if trying to grab him. Li Chiol yelled out in panic for it to stop because he hadn't even had time to mentally prepare for this bizarre situation. But it was too late. A colossal, divine foot came crashing down from the sky, creating a terrifying pressure that threatened to crush him instantly. Snapping awake with his eyes wide open, Li Chiol gasped for air like someone who had just come back from the dead. He panted heavily, drenched in sweat, feeling as if his mind had just endured a horrific torture. Sitting slumped on the ground, Li Chiol looked around dazed, trying to keep his cool to figure out where he was. He clutched his forehead, his breathing still ragged after the experience he just had. Ryo sat nearby with a smile, asking how he felt and if he could take it. Li Chiol questioned the bizarre space, a place where everything seemed to alter according to one's thoughts. In his memory, a giant foot had just come crashing down, creating a terrifying earthquake. Ryo's eyes showed clear surprise at the young man's sharp perception. She gave a slight nod of approval, not expecting Li Chiol to grasp the nature of the spirit realm so quickly. In the distance, the young Chiol Su kid jumped up in joy, celebrating his victory. While Ryo could only offer a forced smile, Li Chiol stared at the kid who was tiny but harbored a vast source of power in the afterlife, silently admiring his vision. He asked about the time dilation because he felt like only a few seconds had passed. But in this place, things were completely different. Even though he was exhausted, Li Chiol still wanted to try again. His willpower was truly no joke. Ryo patted his shoulder, advising him to take a rest because wrestling a Datgabi was extremely draining on one's mental strength. But seeing the determined look in his eyes, She knew she couldn't stop him. Ryo's jaw dropped in shock when she saw that Lee Cheol was already set to dive into the next battle without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the match started, he was flung far away by an invisible hand. The young Jiang kid won again. The boy laughed gleefully while Lee Cheol was blasted into the air. That little kid won yet again. Lee Cheol scrambled back up. Despite the consecutive losses, he felt he was very close to an epiphany. He panted heavily, sweat pouring off him like rain, but his eyes still blazed with the will to fight. Ryo stood with her arms crossed, watching and silently applauding this astonishing stubbornness and perseverance. The sight of Lee Cheol right now reminded her of a legendary predecessor in her tribe. The entire training area suddenly went quiet as all eyes turned toward him. The elder of the Jangi tribe, along with a few young ladies, approached. They couldn't hide their amazement at his rapid progress. Lee Cheol wiped away his sweat and offered a humble smile. He wanted to finish the job, to be worthy of the meal they had treated him to. Power exploded from his hands, the green chi radiating a piercing cold like a raging storm. With just a single strike, Lee Cheol settled everything, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire ground. He realized that his thinking speed had become much faster than before, thanks to those mental wrestling matches. The elder of the Jangi tribe smiled, inviting him to drink some water to recover his physical strength. He drained the jug of water, feeling his mind clear up instantly, all his fatigue washing completely away. Ryo looked at the Jangi people taking care of Lee Cheol and couldn't help but be surprised, since they were usually very strict with outsiders. Yet here he was, helping them carry massive boulders with total ease. Lee Cheol stopped what he was doing when he saw Ryo walking over. He scratched his head, worried he was working a bit too eagerly. Ryo asked the elder if she could take him with her now, since most of the work was done. She was immediately chewed out by the elder for being lazy. So Ryo pretended to cover her ears, muttering, "I can't hear anything," to brush it off. Turning to Lee Cheol, Ryo laughed because he had fit in with the village so fast, even helping out with chores. Ryo explained that them inviting him to drink water was a huge honor because the Jangi people didn't easily accept just anyone. Lee Cheol nodded. No wonder he felt his protective spirit recover so miraculously. Turns out, it was a precious elixir refined from the essence of souls and spiritual herbs, taking decades to create. Lee Cheol was curious about why they lived in such seclusion, but he was too shy to ask directly. He understood that an outsider like him shouldn't interfere in the tribe's internal affairs unless they voluntarily revealed them. His question paved the way back to the fiery memories of the Great War years ago, a fire that was still smoldering in the dark. Ryo told Lee Cheol about the Great War, a time when humanity had driven her tribe into miserable exile. Since then, nothing had changed. That pain was still as fresh as day one. She reassured him that it happened before he was born, so he shouldn't worry about it. Now, the villagers already considered him family. While they were chatting, Ryo suddenly remembered she had something to do, so she told Lee Cheol to go out and wrestle with the kids for fun. With that, she waved goodbye and quickly left, leaving him standing there by himself. After walking a short distance, Ryo's expression suddenly turned pensive. It looked like she was worried about something. She went to find an elder in the tribe and asked why he had gone to all the trouble of coming here. The old man looked at Ryo with a reproachful gaze, asking why she dared to bring the human he had once driven away back to this place. Ryo didn't hesitate to speak up in defense of Lee Cheol, asserting that he wasn't like the others because he had saved the children's lives and was always helping everyone. The elder countered that forcing Lee Cheol to undergo the trial was just to fulfill an old promise that was long overdue. He firmly stated that he didn't want humans setting foot in his territory and ordered Ryo to kick him out immediately. Ryo wasn't someone to be easily bullied. She told him that if he hated the kids so much, he should go kick him out himself, then teased him that despite being old, his temper was just as fiery as ever. She pointed out the sight of Lee Cheol playing and getting along with the kids, reminding him of the time when the two sides used to be good friends. But the old man stubbornly held onto his prejudice, firmly asserting that humans and the Jangi tribe could no longer coexist. Ryo warned him in a serious tone that the seal was growing weaker by the day, and the tribe truly needed the help of humans to survive. Her eyes showed clear anxiety as she noticed terrifying cracks starting to appear on the seal. The elder turned and walked away, leaving behind a cold remark that humans are selfish creatures who would never sacrifice themselves for others. Ryo stood entirely alone with a frustrated look on her face. Clearly, she didn't agree with the old man's conservative view at all. Back at the training ground, Lee Cheol was still sitting motionless like a statue, as if focusing all his mental strength on something important. He snapped to his feet, taking confident strides, showing he was ready for the next stage of his journey. Seeing him stand up, the kids got incredibly excited, cheering loudly and demanding to accompany him through every challenge ahead. Lee Cheol just gave a faint smile, the confident smile of someone who had finally found his own direction. Lee Cheol stood surrounded by the children in a vast spiritual space. The little kids were cheering him on, telling him to break through the magic seal formation at all costs. A close-up of Lee Cheol's face. His expression right now was incredibly calm and confident. It was truly the look of someone about to do something great. A massive storm of energy exploded, intertwining water and fire. Below, the children kept waving their hands and cheering loudly. Standing before the brilliant light that was about to burst, Lee Cheol's figure looked small but was filled with grand spirit. He softly uttered, "All right." The corner of his mouth smirked into a triumphant smile. After a long string of days being pushed to the brink of life and death by the old woman, it was finally time for Lee Cheol to launch a counterattack. The frame abruptly cut into scattered fragments of memories. Groans of exhaustion echoed everywhere. Turns out, they had been fighting fiercely for 3 long hours. The female warrior of the Jangi tribe watched, her eyes unable to hide her amazement. She didn't expect his willpower and mental strength to be this monstrous. She smiled with deep satisfaction. This trial seemed to have yielded results that far exceeded her expectations. Lee Cheol collapsed to the ground to catch his breath. The children immediately crowded around him, just as the old woman approached. The kids standing in front chirped endlessly, competing to tattle on Lee Cheol to her. How he used her own moves to fight back against them. How he fought tirelessly, and most bizarrely, how he seemed completely unfazed by the heat when they used fire magic. The female warrior of the Jangi tribe could only smile silently as she listened to the children's complaints. She declared that the training session with the kids was enough for now. Hearing this, Lee Cheol looked dazed, not yet understanding what was happening. Turns out, the real trial was only officially beginning now, a continuous gauntlet match against 100 people. Hearing this, Lee Cheol's mind suddenly surged with excitement. But the battle didn't happen right away. She said they had to wait about a week to gather enough people. Looking toward the distant, hazy mountains, she explained that she needed time to summon the Dotgabi who were wandering all over the place back to the shrine. 3 days later, a grand festival on a massive scale was held. A massive crowd gathered to witness the wrestling match between a human and the Dotgabi tribe, an event that hadn't been seen in a very long time. Lee Cheol stood in the middle of the noisy crowd, his face showing a hint of confusion. It seemed he still wasn't used to this bustling atmosphere. The people around were buzzing with gossip about old legends, even mentioning a certain Mr. Kim who had passed away 30 years ago. The female warrior of the Jangi tribe walked up and slapped Lee Cheol hard on the shoulder. She checked his condition, asking where he had been and what he had been doing the past few days. Lee Cheol politely returned the greeting. She looked at him with an extremely serious gaze, asking if he was ready to step into the test. The crowd behind began to cheer and root, the atmosphere growing increasingly passionate by the second. She carefully warned him, "If the adult Dotgabi don't acknowledge your strength, this test will go on forever." Lee Cheol nodded in acknowledgement. He remembered very well that the time limit was only 1 week. She gave an encouraging smile, telling him to just go all out, because after it was all done, a massive celebratory feast would be waiting for him. She shouted loudly to quiet down the crowd, then without any further ado, decisively declared the match open. The sky was deep blue, leaves swirling in the wind amidst the excited cheers of 10,000 people. The 3 kids from before appeared first. Lee Cheol noticed they seemed to have completely transformed compared to a few days ago, becoming much stronger. Score. 1/100. The kids were quickly defeated, lying knocked out on the ground and groaning about their loss. Score 4/100. This time, the opponent was a Dakabi fox who looked incredibly crafty. Score 10/100. Lee Cheol was blasted into the air, forced to face multiple opponents at the same time. Score 22/100. He shifted into a defensive stance, sweat starting to pour down. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Score 41/100. A Dakabi in a sharp suit appeared, speaking up to acknowledge Lee Cheol as an incredible human. Score 57/100. A giant panda, Dakabi guardian, holding a green bamboo stalk blocked his path. Standing behind that burly figure, Lee Cheol looked absolutely tiny. Score 63/100. A massive energy entity in the shape of a fire dragon appeared, swallowing up a corner of the sky. By the third day, Lee Cheol began to hit his limit. He dropped to his knees, panting heavily. People anxiously asked him if he was all right. He stubbornly insisted he was fine and demanded to continue. Lee Cheol realized that this test was actually a training course to push his mental strength to the absolute limit. Jangi signaled for the start once more. The cheers of the crowd echoed from all directions. Despite the crushing fatigue, Lee Cheol still smiled. He was squeezing out his very last drop of strength. Score 83/100. Lee Cheol sat cross-legged, wiping away the sweat. His entire body ached with exhaustion, but his will didn't waver a bit. A close-up of Lee Cheol's face with his eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat. He was regulating his breathing. Score 99/100. A long-haired man smiled, giving a thumbs up to applaud his effort. Now, only one final opponent remained. Lee Cheol looked up, letting out a long breath. He softly thanked the man, preparing to enter the decisive turning point. A martial arts master of the Jangi tribe sat cross-legged with total composure. He began to throw down a challenge, signaling the start of the most important match. He flashed a confident smile, declaring this to be the 100th battle. Sparks of lightning crackled around him, as if welcoming a decisive life-or-death struggle. On the opposite side, Lee Cheol stood dwarfed before a wall of swirling mist. The pressure radiating from his opponent was completely overwhelming and terrifying. A close-up of the man's sharp, cold, completely emotionless eyes. He declared that he had no personal grudge against Lee Cheol. However, since this was a test based on an ancient covenant, he asserted that he would fight with all his dignity and power, showing absolutely zero mercy. Power exploded in a flash, a blinding beam of light engulfing Lee Cheol's position, leaving him no time to react. Lee Cheol stood firm amidst the thunderous onslaught, but his body was starting to give out. He thought to himself that he was exhausted beyond words. Drenched in sweat, teeth clenched, his eyes still blazed with the will to fight. Even though he was utterly spent, Lee Cheol still refused to let himself fall. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, staining the cold ground red. He realized with a shock that even though this was the spirit realm, the damage his body took felt terrifyingly real. Lee Cheol fell to his knees, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood in fits. This pain was truly torturing his brain. Despite everything, he clenched his fists, forcing his body to stand straight up. He no longer cared about his injuries, only desperately demanding to fight one more time. His opponent couldn't help but cry out in shock at such sheer resilience. He didn't expect a human to possess such an iron will. Right at that moment, a massive mountain suddenly collapsed right before their eyes. Lee Cheol stared dazed at the massive falling rocks, completely unable to process what was happening. Dirt and debris flew everywhere. He realized with absolute horror that all the terrifying trials from the very beginning turned out to be nothing more than a mere prelude. Lee Cheol clenched his teeth tightly, tension written all over his face. The scale of this test had truly far exceeded anything he could have ever imagined. His opponent began to lecture him, hinting that the persistent efforts of humanity could even level a great mountain. A world-destroying beam of light crashed down from the horizon, symbolizing an unparalleled power that could bury all things. Li Qiol braced himself to take the attack head-on. The opponent was quite impressed that he could block it, but immediately deployed an even more horrific finishing move. The surrounding space exploded from the violent energy collisions, and giant boulders were blown away like scraps of paper. Standing in the eye of the thunderous storm, he tried to maintain his balance while straining his eyes to watch his opponent's every single movement. Li Qiol let out a bitter smile, telling himself that this situation was starting to get way out of his control. A massive explosion of blue light erupted, covering the entire battlefield and engulfing Li Qiol's figure in a brilliant, blinding glare. Li Qiol was trapped in the middle of a violently exploding soul formation. He sat motionless, his entire body radiating a pure, white qi amidst the continuous flashing of energetic lightning bolts. All around, the Jiangju clansmen had gathered in full force to witness the grand event. They chattered excitedly because this was already the 50th time he was facing the elder's trial. A few youths in the village leaned in to whisper to each other, worried that they should go a bit easy on the old woman, lest she overexert her energy and shorten her lifespan. Li Qiol suddenly snapped awake, sweat pouring off him like rain, panting heavily as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. He asked Daze how long he had been unconscious. Looking at his trembling hands, he still couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. The female Jiangju warrior, standing nearby, briefly replied that he had only been out for about 4 hours. Li Qiol clenched his fists, not caring at all how many times he had fallen or for how long. He asserted that whether it was in his mind or in reality, it didn't matter. He would keep going until he succeeded. The female Jiangju warrior was stunned into silence by the young man's iron will, which bordered on complete madness. She watched him in silence, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek as she felt the invisible pressure radiating from his protective aura. Li Qiol turned and walked away, leaving the warrior behind with a deeply pensive look on her face. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire him, because he had truly fought continuously without resting for even a single second. The Jiangju elder, standing with the crowd behind, also wondered skeptically whether an ordinary human could actually endure such a terrifying level of pressure. Li Qiol stood firmly in the eye of the spiritual energy vortex, wondering why he was pushing himself this hard. Vast energy exploded, smashing the surrounding rocks into tiny pieces. He brushed aside all thoughts of when this trial would end. He didn't even care who his opponent was anymore. His mind was completely purified, wiped clean of all distractions, leaving only his blazing eyes staring straight ahead. In his head right now, there's only one single goal: win at all costs. The aura from Li Qiol's body exploded brilliantly, engulfing the entire space around the female warrior. The great Jiangju elder thought to herself that it was almost over, and he would definitely pass this time. But then she suddenly froze, utter confusion written all over her face. Li Qiol had reached the state of selflessness, completely forgetting his own existence. His eyes turned entirely stark white, devoid of any human consciousness. She wondered if he was destroying himself. The female Jiangju warrior clenched her teeth, drenched in sweat at this terrifying anomaly. She screamed in horror, believing this wasn't a path a human should ever tread. Li Qiol's face was as cold as ice, radiating a type of pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky, scattered every layer of clouds within his spiritual consciousness. The warrior realized something massive had changed. This was no longer an ordinary state of selflessness. He wasn't just merging with it. He was violently seizing control of the entire soul space she had created. The mystical illusion began to crack, and then shattered into pieces before Li Qiol's horrific pressure. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering how a human could achieve such an unthinkable feat. Amidst the ruins of the soul space, Li Qiol walked out proudly like a sovereign king. This appearance of his completely shocked the female Jiangju warrior. His gaze was strangely serene, yet harbored an absolute, overwhelming power. The moment the trial ended, Li Qiol collapsed onto the magic circle from exhaustion, while the warrior let out a sigh of relief. The onlookers began to whisper in admiration, admitting that his mental strength was indeed exceptionally outstanding. Li Chiol forced himself up, drenched in sweat, and tiredly asked if it was over yet. The female Gyeongju warrior flashed a bright smile, firmly confirming that he had passed the test. Li Chiol lowered his head in thought, then asked an incredibly naive question. Did I lose? The young lady next to him looked at him speechlessly, wondering if he even realized he had just pulled off an earth-shattering miracle. An affirmation of, "You won," rang out, putting an end to a long streak of days of physical and mental torture. Li Chiol opened his eyes, his face showing a strange sense of satisfaction. Standing in the middle of a blank void, he wondered if everything he had just experienced was just a vivid dream. Every single move and sword technique practiced in that space remained deeply etched into his mind. Everything was so vivid that he felt as if he had directly experienced it himself. The entire process of combat and enlightenment in the spirit realm appeared clear as day. Even the silhouette of that powerful black sword didn't fade, not even a single bit in his mind. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed, radiating a black chi as if violently resonating with its master. Li Chiol jolted awake, his breathing ragged and tense, as if he had just escaped a long nightmare. He forced himself up in a wooden house, and next to him was a male Gyeongju tribesman who had been staying by his side to tend to him for a long time. The man handed him a bowl of spiritual medicine, sighing in relief because he thought the youth wouldn't wake up today. News of his awakening quickly spread, and the Gyeongju clansmen crowded around cheering, because they had never seen anyone with such an iron will. Outside, a grand celebration feast was underway, with people tossing back drinks to celebrate his achievement. The female Gyeongju warrior suddenly appeared, scolding the youths for making a racket in front of someone who had just woken up. She checked his physical condition and then revealed a shocking truth. He had been fast asleep for a whole week after the test ended. Li Chiol stared dazed, unable to believe his ears, because he couldn't even clearly remember how he managed to pass the trial. Seeing that he was still dazed, they had to assure him once more that he had truly won a glorious victory. That night, the entire Gyeongju tribe immersed themselves in the shimmering lights of the festival, celebrating their worthy successor. Afterward, the warrior led him to see the secret ancient texts known as the Hyukye Secret Chronicles. Holding these records in his hands, Li Chiol finally understood more about the origin and power of the Black Sword. In the end, Li Chiol put on a noble martial arts uniform from a predecessor, a fateful gift that he felt was born just for him. Li Chiol put on the new martial arts uniform, thinking to himself that this treasure was indeed intentionally left behind by his ancestors specifically for him and no one else. Ryo held the ancient bamboo scrolls in her hands, realizing that a lot of the content in the tribe's history records had been intentionally erased by someone. Li Chiol curiously asked if she knew what those erased parts recorded, because he believed the Black Sword Hyukye was forged for a specific purpose. Ryo shook her head, explaining that based on the context, the gouged-out words seemed to refer to a living entity or an ancient relic, rather than a location. She began to recount ancient legends, even though they sounded somewhat far-fetched and hard to believe. Those were oral stories about a distant sea or some great disaster that was once related to this land. In the memory of the Datgabi race, there was a terrifying lullaby about a great demon beast that would come to swallow everything, leaving not a single blade of grass on earth. Ryo said that when she was a kid, the adults used to use that nursery rhyme to scare her whenever she threw a tantrum to go out at night, making Li Chiol admit that was indeed a horror story for children. On the bamboo scrolls of his ancestor, Li Hyangyin, the ancient characters firmly stated that Hyukye was the key and also the map leading to the ultimate secret of the Li family. Ryo fell into deep thought, as if she had just realized something from these fragmented records. She let out a soft, mocking laugh when mentioning a fool who had lost even his name and was imprisoned deep in the mountains, something she found completely ridiculous. Li Chiol smiled, promising, "If I can find the identity of that guardian god, I'll definitely give it back to them." Ryo immediately snapped. "Just let that guy suffer for another 1,000 years. Absolutely do not give anything back." Regaining some composure, she turned to ask Li Chiol if there was anything else he wanted to know. Li Chiol looked deep into the quiet night and expressed his wish for Ryo to tell him about the tribe's elder. Immediately, a burly man with long hair and a thick beard stepped out of the darkness, radiating a heavy pressure. That was Elder Siep, the man who possessed bizarre demon eyes containing a whole shimmering galaxy inside. Amidst the bustling festival atmosphere of the Datgabi village, Li Chiol was happily chatting with the children of the tribe. Seeing a human blend in so perfectly with his descendants like that, Elder Siep's eyes flickered slightly, but he maintained a distant expression. Then, his face suddenly turned gloomy, as if he had just touched upon a painful memory. In his consciousness, the vision of a village engulfed in a sea of fire appeared, with thick black smoke and desperate cries for help. A panicked child reached out their hand in the middle of the fire, but there seemed to be no one who could save them from that overwhelming disaster. Elder Siep thought to himself that in the end, he was the only one left to bear this lonely pain. The village scene had quieted down by now, with only a few people lying scattered on the ground after a wild drinking bout. Looking at the Datgabi youths sleeping so soundly that they were drooling, the scene looked quite comical. Li Chiol stood there smiling, silently admiring the alcohol tolerance and enthusiasm of the local people. Suddenly, he jolted when he sensed a thick wave of killing intent right behind his back. The pressure from Elder Siep made Li Chiol break out into a cold sweat. Elder Siep stared at him intently, coldly remarking, "Humans are always this stubborn and obstinate." Under the bright moonlight, he flat out ordered Li Chiol to never set foot in his territory ever again. Li Chiol managed to maintain his cool, asserting that he came here based on an old covenant as the rightful successor of the Black Sword. Elder Siep admitted that a promise, no matter how old, was still a promise, which was why he had tolerated him staying here until now. However, since the clansmen had fulfilled their duty, he declared there was no longer any reason for Li Chiol to stay here for even a single moment. Channeling an exploding aura, Elder Siep roared, ordering him to leave immediately. The vast pressure forced Li Chiol back, and he was completely shaken by the overwhelming power of this elder. He looked around dazed, not yet able to process everything that had just happened. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a loud explosion rattled the entire mountain forest. Elder Siep asserted that this was entirely his personal intention, and advised Li Chiol not to resent the other Datgabi for having to leave like this. From afar, Ryo walked up and called his name, wondering why he had to be so heartless. Ryo brought a tray of food to Siep, who was currently sitting quietly on a high cliff, gazing down at the village. He frankly admitted that he hated humans to the bone. However, Siep also felt self-reproach for forcing the entire tribe to live in this kind of confinement just because of his own existence. Ryo looked into his eyes and realized that, deep down, he also felt Li Chiol was a very different kind of human compared to the rest. Elder Siep didn't deny it. He said he wouldn't interfere with the connection she had built with the young man, because each person's feelings were their own private business. Ryo questioned Elder Siep, mentioning two people who would definitely not be happy if they saw him in this state. But Siep immediately barked loudly, "Shut up." He didn't want to hear another word. His face hardened, and he coldly told her that the words she just spoke had crossed the line. Ryo still refused to back down, asking bluntly if he didn't actually hate humans, and if all of this was because of the pain related to those two. To that question, Siep only sighed and called her a foolish child. He wanted to say something, but the words seemed to choke in his throat before the harsh reality. Suddenly, a colossal shock wave exploded, the sound tearing through the night and scaring the wits out of both of them. Ryo gasped. No way. She couldn't believe the ancient grand ceiling formation could fluctuate this violently. From the debris, pillars of brilliant blue spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, as if trying to rip the night apart. A pitch-black, deep chasm opened right in the center of the tribe's holy land, radiating an oppressive, dark, evil chi. The ground cracked into large sections, and blistering heat rose violently from deep within the collapsing fissures. Ryo grimaced at the sudden spike in temperature, while Elder Siep kept silent, his anxious gaze locked onto the crack that was spreading wider by the second. The fissures glowed with a bright red-orange fire, signaling that molten lava was on the verge of erupting onto the surface. The entire geological structure completely collapsed, exposing a river of molten lava as red as fire churning right beneath their feet. Elder Siep reached out his hand to form a hand seal, and a mystical halo immediately enveloped his body. A pathway made of ancient stone steps appeared amidst the swirling energy, and he ordered Ryo to immediately return to the village to deliver the news. Ryo firmly refused, asserting that as a clanswoman, she had to stay and help him deal with this development at its roots. Elder Siep fell silent for a moment and then nodded, ordering her to follow him deep underground. The two began to venture down the dark and deep stone steps, where the evil chi was billowing up, blanketing the entire space. The spiritual pressure here was so strong that Ryo felt her chest tighten, and she anxiously asked if the elder was all right against this horrific pressure. She realized with horror that he had been enduring the torture of this hellish place all by himself all this time just to maintain the seal. To that, Siep only replied with a nod, confirming that painful truth. He revealed that the foul, evil chi from the north had begun to gnaw at the seal a few years ago, and now everything was completely out of control. They stepped out of the dark tunnel, entering a vastly sprawling space illuminated by the glow of the lava fire. Unfolding before their eyes was an incredibly majestic underground lava ceiling palace, where an ancient stone altar stood entirely alone in the middle of a dimension filled with bubbling, molten lava. The panoramic view of the ancient Datgabi forge appeared, standing entirely alone in the middle of a dimension filled with churning, bright red lava. From the hazy cave entrance in the distance, two figures were slowly making their way inside. On the cavern floor, countless broken weapons lay scattered everywhere. Elder Siep muttered to himself that this was already the highest limit he could achieve to forge a replacement for the seal. Siep stood before the forge with a heavy expression, forced to admit to Ryo that all their efforts all this time had gone down the drain. Ryo froze on the spot, her eyes glued to the lava pool that was beginning to churn dangerously. A familiar dark, evil chi suddenly surrounded them both. Trembling in fear, Ryo spoke up to ask about this bone-chilling sensation. Siep explained, "That is the remnant of the great demon king from the Great War years ago, the one who once stained this mountain red with blood and is the natural enemy of all races." Beneath the churning lava flow, countless blood-red eyes of the great demon king were emerging, waiting to swallow everything. The invasion that year had turned the world into a living hell, smashing all divine principles of good and evil, completely flipping the boundary between life and death, leaving even the great powerhouses capable of seeing into heaven's secrets unable to foresee such a horrific disaster. Amidst the space reeking of blood, a faint cry for help from the past echoed back. Mugan, along with Siep and a comrade, stood silently before the burning sky, witnessing the fierce brutality of the war with their own eyes. The situation on the continent was becoming increasingly critical, and they had agreed to gather soon to fight side by side. The three of them decided to stay behind to protect Jeju Island, sheltering the young Datgabi and humans, trusting that reinforcements would return aid them. The enemy was a fickle, great demon king who materialized based on human fear. At times a serpent monster in the Blood Valley, at others a nine-headed beast, among many other grotesque forms. The clash between demons and the Datgabi race had reached its absolute peak. That serpent monster continuously used illusion magic to torture their minds for a long time. Even though they were exhausted, they still resiliently held their ground, placing their ultimate faith in humanity. To keep himself awake against the treacherous illusions, Siep drove his weapon straight into his own leg, using physical pain to maintain his sanity. He roared in agony as his body trembled under the gnawing darkness, while Ryo stood beside him, helplessly watching her comrade endure the torture. She cried her eyes out, begging him not to look for his own death. Siep gripped Ryo's hand tightly, shouting, "Snap out of it." He bitterly realized that the moment of demise he had feared for so long had finally arrived. The entire cave shook violently as lava erupted, threatening to incinerate everything. Siep urged Ryo to immediately evacuate the villagers, Stunned by the situation, Ryo asked what he planned to do staying here alone. Siup's gaze was incredibly determined. He saw himself as a remnant of the old era, and destroying this evil entity was a debt from the past that he had to personally settle with his own two hands. A blast of force knocked Ryo far away as Siup forced her out of the cave amidst desperate cries and tears. Left alone to face the firestorm, Siup's eyes blazed with a deep fire of hatred. Behind the curtain of fire, the great Demon King's eyes seemed to mock his faith. Even so, Siup stubbornly believed that humanity would definitely come to the rescue. However, the harsh reality answered for it all. Humanity didn't come. Siup dropped to his knees, his heart shattered as he realized that human promises were nothing more than a passing breeze. A bitter sense of betrayal surged in his heart as he understood that the Dakabi race was actually nothing more than scapegoats discarded without mercy. A hand reached out to tightly grip the sword that was radiating a refreshing emerald spiritual energy amidst the swirling vortexes of energy. Fire erupted from a spiked club, burning bright to directly face the dark fog. The young Mugon flashed a cocky smile. "I'll drag that monster to hell with me." But his comrades all knew that thing wouldn't die that easily. Ryo looked at Siup with a determined yet sorrowful gaze, as she decided to transform into a fog enveloping the mountain to protect the tribe. The eyes of the three friends met one last time before parting ways. They regretted that they should have fled this cursed land together a long time ago. They entrusted all their remaining spiritual energy to Siup, hoping he would use his fire to protect the seal and the covenant. After so many exhausting years of waiting, there was still zero trace of humanity, and Siup just stood there waiting in vain. He knelt before the graves of his old friends, his lonely figure reflecting a pain of betrayal that would last for eternity. A malicious voice echoed in his head, mocking that humans had only ever viewed the Dakabi race as a shield for their own survival. Siup gnashed his teeth to vent his anger, shouting, "Shut up!" He stood firmly before the sea of lava, spiked club in hand, facing the evil temptations. Despite being betrayed, Siup still fulfilled the final covenant with Li Hyangyan, accepting this as his destiny. The time was near, and he looked into the blank void, ready to face whatever was coming to settle the 1,000-year debt. Elder Siup threw himself into the sea of fire, spiked club raised, roaring an oath that he would follow his fallen comrades to the absolute depths of hell. Back in the present, the monsters were screeching frantically in the darkness of the forest, their eyes blazing with evil chi. The Dotgabi village fell into utter chaos, with everyone shouting in fear, telling each other to protect the sacred tree at all costs. Amidst the continuous onslaught, a monster lunged forward, its claws inches away from grabbing a teenager. Amidst the heartbreaking screams, a child was still desperately calling for their grandma. The commander of the defense force bit his lip and looked ahead, knowing that the elder situation was hanging by a thread. But the battlefield here wasn't looking much better either. He ordered the wounded to be taken to the healing pool immediately, while mobilizing every Dakabi capable of fighting to quickly wipe out the monsters. A massive explosion of spiritual energy occurred in the forest, blowing everything away and creating a violent shockwave. The group of warriors had to brace themselves to hold the formation amidst the thick black smoke. Sweat rolled down the commander's forehead as he clearly sensed the worst moment unfolding right before his eyes. The monsters roared disgustingly, bearing razor-sharp fangs, ready to shred anyone who stood in their way. The clansmen became increasingly terrified as they saw the monsters growing more frantic and completely out of control. The commander realized that all these monsters were being manipulated by the great demon king's demon chi. This battle wouldn't end unless its true body was destroyed. A swarm of aggressive monsters surrounded a lone warrior, holding the line by himself. A violent shove knocked him to the ground, and he only had time to let out a helpless cry for help as the Grim Reaper's scythe was already close at hand. The monster in front of him opened its bloody maw, preparing to end the poor warrior's life. Suddenly, an emerald sword chi ripped through the air, delivering a fatal blow to the monster's neck. The clean slash split the monster's head in half in the blink of an eye, sending black blood splattering across the ground. The soldiers stared in utter shock at the figure in the deep blue cloak who had just swept past him with absolute majesty. He looked up in utter disbelief at what he had just witnessed. The person who had just appeared was none other than Li Qiol, holding a treasured sword, his entire being radiating the aura of a grandmaster, as he loudly declared, "I'm here to back you guys up." His veiny arm tightly gripped the spiked mace, which was emitting a brilliant emerald spiritual energy. Lyle poured all of his cultivation into a sweeping slash, creating a massive, crescent-shaped sword chi that sliced straight toward the dark entity. In another part of the battle, Elder Siop continuously swung his spiked mace, unleashing fiery explosions that lit up the entire sky and trapped the monster snakehead. He gritted his teeth in anger and clicked his tongue, sweat pouring down his intensely strained face. Amidst the airspace filled with eerie, demonic eyes, a mocking voice echoed, asking why he was risking his life so badly to protect humanity. He roared, "Shut your mouth." Even though it had lost its true physical form, the monster's power was still terrifying, filling the elder with dread. He tightened his grip on the handle of the spiked mace, preparing for a decisive blow. With an earth-shattering roar, he charged straight forward without a single moment of hesitation. The spiked mace slammed down, and fierce flames erupted violently right in the middle of the frantically writhing snakeheads. However, the physical attacks didn't seem to faze it at all, and the massive demon beast kept looming forward. Driven into a corner, he decided to unleash even the magical treasures that were once considered junk just to stop it. The ancient fragments spun around, creating a terrifying pressure that weighed heavily on the dark entity. Another shocking explosion erupted right in the dead center of the battlefield. The monster shrieked in pain as it took a direct hit from the chaotic surge of power. Elder Siop collapsed to his knees, panting heavily from exhaustion, silently hoping that the fatal blow just now had done the trick. However, the massive demon beast's wounds healed at a blistering speed right before his eyes. A look of fierce determination suddenly flashed in his eyes. There was only one final bloody path left. He had to seal it away at all costs. The dark voice rang out in his mind again, mocking his attempt to seal it as obsolete and outdated. In his mind, the image of a stern-looking man appeared, reminding him of the things he needed to protect. An illusion of a smiling Dakabi couple appeared. This inner demon was intentionally using old memories to shake his resolve. The elder screamed at the top of his lungs, refusing to let the demon insult the deceased with those lies. The painful memory of once trusting humanity only to end up facing total annihilation remained a haunting shadow in his heart. The image of the three of them fighting side by side appeared, and the demon brought up the past failure again to prove that he couldn't win all by himself. Despite those words from his inner demon, he roared in fury, declaring that all of its temptations were utterly useless. The monster's darkness enveloped him, throwing down a challenge and mocking him one last time. Suddenly, the elder froze, realizing he had fallen into the demon's psychological trap. Being too obsessed with swinging the spiked mace had inadvertently given the monster time to recover and counterattack. The demon opened its venom-filled maw wide, ready to swallow the prey in front of it. The elder gritted his teeth, resigning himself to his fate, but right at that exact moment, a brilliant green light suddenly exploded from behind. Streaks of green lightning struck down upon the dark serpent's head, instantly paralyzing it on the spot. Ryo rushed forward from behind, calling out loudly to the elder. The elder turned back with a look that was both surprised and angry. "Why did you come back to a dangerous place like this?" The green lightning continued to rain down like a storm, keeping the monster from closing in on them. The Dakabi from the village had also arrived to reinforce them, standing in formation to protect the elder. Even so, he maintained his stance that these scattered attacks wouldn't be able to hold the monster down for long. An extraordinary surge of pressure suddenly appeared, catching the elder's attention as a figure slowly stepped out from the thick fog. His eyes widened in utter shock at the identity of the person who had just revealed themselves. It was none other than Mugon, the legendary senior, standing there with an incredibly calm demeanor right in the middle of the fiery battlefield. Mugon looked at him with an indifferent gaze. "I'm here to back you up," the elder stammered, How can you possibly show up here at a time like this? Mugan only smiled faintly, reminding him that he had already mentioned this before. Mugan stood there with a completely unbothered face, repeating that he had appeared to help out. The elder coldly brushed it off, asserting that his tribe would never need the help of a human. The dark nine-headed monster still loomed ahead, defying every effort of the tiny creatures below, and the elder mockingly asked what a mere mortal like Mugan could possibly accomplish. Mugan admitted that was true, and it seemed like even he didn't see himself being able to do much right now. He drew the black sword at his hip, continuing, "But this night black sword can cut through it." The elder looked over at the night black sword. Indeed, if it was the night black sword, it could cut through that formless entity. Mugan gave him a steadfast look. "I don't know how far I can go, so please give me an opening." He calculated for a moment, remaining silent without a word. Right after that, he made his decision. There would only be one single chance. Mugan looked seriously at the sword in his hand, but that kid's cultivation is still lacking. If that's the case, there's only one thing I need to do, and that is to clear a path so that sword can reach its target. The elder's body radiated a blinding light as the boy started to move. Right after that, the Grand Master's eyes burned with fierce resolve as he began circulating true chi throughout his body. The treasured sword in Mugan's hand vibrated violently, emitting a surge of emerald spiritual energy that enveloped the blade. Pitch black demonic energy and lightning surrounded Mugan as he concentrated his mental focus to the absolute maximum. He prepared to execute Mugan's second style, a secret technique that demanded a terrifying combination of power. All the martial arts essence he had accumulated over the years was poured into this single strike by Mugan, starting the process of the grand sword unification to merge the power. Mugan's eyes burned bright, telling himself to break through even further still, to reach the threshold of ultimate supreme power. Lyle circulated everything he had learned over the years, forcing them to fuse in the most flawless way possible. Mugan's second style officially commenced from here. He needed even more power, his eyes burning with the fire of his soul. Countless weapon spirits and sword intents, ranging from freezing ice to raging thunder, suddenly surged into a reckless tempest. A path of survival opened up before him. Right at this very moment, Mugan's second style, Black Lotus, a pillar of light carrying heaven-shattering and earth-destroying power, shot straight up into the clouds. The monster realized a great catastrophe was upon it and frantically tried to flee, but it was already too late. The massive surge of energy crushed its core like a tsunami. The entire dark entity shattered into countless tiny pieces. Deep within his consciousness, the Dokibi Elder was facing off against his inner demon, ready to go down in a double suicide and drag it down to the underworld with him. Mugan suddenly appeared, advising him that he didn't need to resort to such a desperate measure of total soul annihilation. This stubborn old man used to hate humans to the bone, originally planning to die without a single regret. He had sealed the boundary between the two worlds, believing it was the only way to preserve his tribe. However, he was suddenly stunned when he was scolded for being an obstinate, foolish old man. Mugan told him that only by surviving could he truly leave no regrets behind. The final message echoed, "Stop resenting humanity." Ryo cheered in joy, believing that their ancestors had manifested to save all of their lives. The Dokibi Elder fixed his gaze on the figure in front of him. It was Li Chiol, lying collapsed amidst the debris after unleashing the decisive blow. He had to admit, it was this very human who had saved his tribe from disaster. Li Chiol's consciousness drifted in a vast, completely white space. He looked around blankly, not understanding what was happening. A blinding aura opened up right before his eyes, and the scene inside left him completely speechless. It was the image of Mugan practicing his swordplay, a whole new realm to reach the absolute peak. The tip of the sword thrust deep, creating powerful ripples of spiritual energy. A black lotus flower quietly yet majestically bloomed behind the Grandmaster. Li Chiol completely comprehended the truth of the black lotus, and his eyes slowly opened. He saw a wooden ceiling with soft morning sunlight filtering through the cracks. A groan escaped his lips as the pain began to set in. He winced, his whole body exhausted and covered in wounds after the life-and-death battle. Ryo hurriedly brought over a basin of water, telling him to just throw it all up to feel better. A mouthful of thick, black blood was forced out, instantly dispelling the heavy pressure weighing on his chest. The Dokibi chief and Ryo were incredibly shocked to see him wake up after just a few hours. Even though his internal organs were severely damaged, they believed he would recover soon. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a long time. The chief got so annoyed from being stared at that the atmosphere suddenly became rather comical. He asked about the liquid he had just drunk, and the chief immediately rattled off a long list of rare and hard-to-find spiritual medicines. Thanks to that, the spiritual energy in his body had advanced by leaps and bounds, an unexpected windfall. Ryo asserted that what he did was completely worth those dozen or so spiritual pills. They left him to rest, promising to answer all his questions about the battle later. The chief and Ryo left the room, giving him back some quiet space to recuperate. Ryo smiled warmly. This tribe owed him a massive debt of gratitude. 2 days later, everything was gradually settling back to normal, and the Dokibi elder stood quietly in the ruined forge, lost in thought. Lee Cheol came looking for him, and the old man immediately recognized him, softly whispering, "You've come." The elder expressed his gratitude that everything had been settled smoothly, and he wanted to double-check to make sure the evil entity was truly sealed away. Lee Cheol nodded in confirmation that everything was fine, and he didn't forget to thank the villagers for their dedicated help in letting him recover from his injuries so quickly. Hearing this, the elder felt a weight lifted from his chest, but he still coldly maintained his stance that he still really hated humans. To him, humanity was nothing more than a bunch of liars and traitors, always looking for ways to destroy the beautiful natural world. He asked Lee Cheol if he found that way of thinking weird. Lee Cheol laughed and said that if he were in the elder's shoes, he would hate them just as much. And then the elder suddenly realized that Lee Cheol himself was also a human. A vision appeared of the Dokibi tribe starting to integrate, living and hanging out in the city alongside other races as an inevitable change of the times. Lee Cheol asserted that not everyone is the same, and he told the elder that surely the old man understood that better than anyone. The elder pondered, wondering why, after being driven away, Lee Cheol still came back to save his tribe. "Because my friend was in trouble, I couldn't just stand by and watch," Lee Cheol replied simply with a smile. The word friend made the elder freeze, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Memories of Mugon and his old friends came rushing back. They too used to have moments where they smiled happily like that. He muttered the word to himself, and his heart seemed to feel a whole lot lighter. When it was time to say goodbye, the two kids, Zhang and Yang, whined and begged Lee Cheol to stay and play a bit longer. But Ryo had to step in because he had more important things to do. Lee Cheol threw his backpack over his shoulder, smiled, and waved goodbye to the kids, promising that they would definitely see each other again soon. He turned to ask Ryo if the village would be okay now that the protective barrier around the mountain was gone. Ryo smiled and told him not to worry, because people couldn't just find them just because they wanted to. The Dokibi tribe were always the ones to actively reach out to others first. The elder declared that the long-standing, deep-seated hatred had finally come to an end, and now it was time for the Dokibi tribe to step out into the wide world outside. Lee Cheol nodded in agreement, even though the old man still grumbled that he still didn't care for humans in general. But then he added, "But you're different. I don't hate you." Standing nearby, Ryo's jaw dropped in sheer shock upon hearing that. He pulled out an object wrapped in cloth and handed it to Lee Cheol. "Take this." It was a scabbard forged from the rarest divine materials: black ebony, red sandalwood, cloud-patterned iron, and star steel. A true treasure that left Lee Cheol utterly amazed. It completely suppressed the surging demonic chi of the black sword Hyukia. The elder instructed, "Remember this well. A sword represents slaughter, but a scabbard represents life. Never forget that sheathing a sword is even more important than drawing it." Lee Cheol solemnly accepted the gift and the priceless lesson from a senior. The kids ran over to pester Ryo, demanding to see their big bro off all the way to the foot of the mountain. Ryo was about to refuse out of fear of danger, But looking at their excited faces and smiles, she didn't have the heart to. Ultimately, she agreed on the condition that they behave themselves and not cause any trouble along the way. The whole group walked together down the sun-drenched trail. The Dokibi kids were actually very well-behaved and adorable. After walking for a while, Ryo reported that groups of people were gradually heading up the mountain and asked if they should drive them away. The elders said it wasn't necessary because they would soon hide the village once again to avoid trouble. It was time for the Dokibi tribe to stop living like prisoners in their own home. A new sun had risen, bringing major changes with it. The story at the Dokibi sacred land drew to a close, opening up a promising new journey for Leader.